Chapter 2705. The corner of Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched when he heard Huan Er mention the 8 men. With Huan Er's unparalleled beauty that was blessed by the Creator, it was only natural that men would be attracted to her. Among these men, most of them had the desire to possess her. Fortunately, Duan Lingtian had lived 2 lives and experienced many things. His heart was as calm as still water. That was why he did not lose his composure in front of Huan Er. It's a good thing I didn't lose my composure in front of Huan Er. Otherwise, she would have killed me just like how she killed the 8 men. When Duan Lingtian thought of this, he looked at the 9 nameless tombstones in the ruins again. If that's the case, I'll have to stay here forever. Perhaps, there'll be a tombstone for me there as well, but it'll be a nameless tombstone. At this moment, Duan Lingtian could not help but rejoice inwardly. That's right. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian seemed to have recalled something. His eyes narrowed as he muttered to himself, I almost forgot. Before I started cultivating, I was trapped in an illusory realm. Since I couldn't find the core of the illusory realm, I couldn't break out of the illusory realm. Due to this reason, I couldn't leave. After that, I could only stay here and cultivate, hoping that I'll be able to break out of the illusory realm after I improve my cultivation base. Earlier, due to Huan Er's appearance, Duan Lingtian had completely forgotten what he had experienced before he started cultivating. Now that he had regained his senses, he finally remembered what he had experienced. Is this place an illusory realm as well? Is this woman called Huan Er also an illusory realm? With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian extended his hand, wanting to touch Huan Er to see if she was an illusory realm cultivator or not. It was only when his hand touched her soft skin that Duan Lingtian felt as though he had been electrocuted. At this moment, he realized he had chosen the wrong place. I am sorry. Duan Lingtian felt extremely awkward as he retracted his hands at lightning speed. At the same time, he couldn't help but feel anxious. This peerless beauty wouldn't kill him because of his indecent behavior, right? Although Duan Lingtian did not know the cultivation level of this beautiful woman, he had a feeling she was no weaker than him. Based on the fact that she was able to appear in this place and trap him in an illusion, he could tell she was not an ordinary person. She just said, she's been here all this time? It seems that this illusion was left behind by her mother. Duan Lingtian guessed. Huan Er, who had been staring at Duan Lingtian the entire time, retracted his hand as if he had been electrocuted. At the same time, she reached out and gently pinched Duan Lingtian's breasts. Why are they like rocks? I can't feel anything. She frowned slightly as she retracted her hands from Duan Lingtian's chest. She rubbed her own breasts as she muttered to herself, yes, they're soft. Is this the difference between a man and a woman, as mother said? Men aren't fun at all. Like a playful child, she patted Duan Lingtian's muscular chest twice. You're right. Duan Lingtian nodded. You're right. Huan Er. Duan Lingtian gulped. He reached out and grabbed Huan Er's hands and moved them away from his chest. If it weren't for the pure and innocent look in her eyes, he would have thought this peerless beauty was deliberately seducing him to commit a crime. Huan Er, did you just say you can leave this place? Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and suppressed the heat in his lower abdomen before he changed the topic. Yes. Huan Er nodded. Then she asked, Duan Lingtian, are you going to bring me away from this place? Huan Er's eyes lit up when she asked this question. She looked like a playful child who was trapped at home and finally had the chance to go out and play. I don't think I can leave this place. How am I supposed to bring you away? Duan Lingtian smiled wryly. Why can't you leave this place? Huan Er asked curiously. Upon hearing Huan Er's question, Duan Lingtian instinctively extended his divine consciousness. He discovered the ruins beneath his feet were real and not just an illusion. What's going on? Duan Lingtian had a stunned expression on his face as he muttered. Isn't this supposed to be an illusion? You're talking about an illusion. When I appeared before you, I removed it, Huan Er said as she looked at Duan Lingtian. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Huan Er extended her hand and waved it in front of Duan Lingtian's eyes. Huan Er held a white pearl in her hand. The pearl was not big so she could hold it in her hand. However, the white light that flowed within it was like a bottomless abyss. As soon as Duan Lingtian laid eyes on it, he felt as though he was about to be devoured by it. You removed it? Duanling Tian turned pale with fright. One had to know that he couldn't do anything to that illusory realm before. But now, she was telling him that she had withdrawn from the battle? Duanling Tian was rendered speechless. Yes. Huaner nodded innocently. The illusion you're talking about was created by the illusory pearl my mother gave me. I had to remove the illusion before I could appear before you and let you see me. I see. Realization dawned on Duanling Tian. Then he asked, Huaner, what's your cultivation base? Cultivation base? Huaner frowned slightly when she heard Duanling Tian's question. However, even then she still looked beautiful. I don't know what my cultivation base is. However, I have a feeling that half of the 9 people I killed are stronger than you. Half of them are stronger than me. Duanling Tian remained silent when he heard Huaner's words. After all, his strength was not on par with his cultivation base. Although he was only a blue sun golden celestial, his true strength was comparable to a great overarching golden celestial. If he unleashed his full strength and used the Devata artifact, the 7 orifices exquisite sword, his strength would be comparable to an earth rank or heaven rank great overarching golden celestial. Duanling Tian was unaware that Huaner's strength was comparable to his. When she said he was stronger than her, she was referring to the time when he had used the Devata artifact, the 7 orifices exquisite sword, to break through the illusory realm with all his might. Even then, he still could not break through the illusory realm. At that time, his strength was comparable to an earth rank great overarching golden celestial or a heaven rank great overarching golden celestial. Duanling Tian, where are we going now? A hint of curiosity could be seen in her beautiful eyes as she looked at Duanling Tian. Her eyes were filled with anticipation as she looked at Duanling Tian. I don't know where we are. Let's take one step at a time. Duanling Tian regained his senses and looked around for a while before he decided to head in a random direction. Just like that, after Duanling Tian managed to break free from the illusory realm that gave him a headache, he had a tail by his side. Huan, apart from your mother, do you have any other relatives? Duanling Tian asked Huaner as they walked aimlessly. It was a man's dream to have a peerless beauty by his side. However, Duanling Tian felt like she was a hot potato. He wondered if he could get rid of her. Naturally, it was impossible for Duanling Tian to leave her behind. Although they had not spent much time together, Duanling Tian could tell that Huaner was a woman who had never been born. Huaner was like a girl who had just stepped out of a boudoir. Although she had a peerless beauty, she had never shown it to anyone. To be more precise, she had never shown herself to anyone other than Duanling Tian and her mother. Once, 9 people accidentally entered the illusion and saw her, but because they looked at her with eyes that made her feel disgusted, she killed them all. Based on what she said, it seems like her mother told her to wait for someone. As for her mother telling her to follow someone she doesn't hate, it's probably to protect her so she doesn't leave with a stranger. Duanling Tian felt like he had accidentally abducted Huaner. In truth, Huaner's mother had told her to wait for someone else. However, Duanling Tian was different from ordinary men. Therefore, Huaner had mistaken him for the person she was waiting for. No! Huaner shook her head when she heard Duanling Tian's question. Duanling Tian nodded and sighed inwardly. He knew he would not be able to get rid of this peerless beauty for the time being. After traveling for a while, Duanling Tian finally found 5 living people. Moreover, there were 5 living people in total. There were 3 young men and 2 old men. Huaner, why don't you wear a veil? Duanling Tian asked as he looked at Huaner, who was like a femme fatale next to him. Why? Huaner asked in confusion when she heard Duanling Tian's words. What a beautiful woman! A surprised voice rang in Duanling Tian's ears. He knew his warning was too late. Among the 5 people walking toward them, the 2 old men looked fine. The 3 young men in front were all wearing brocade clothes, and from the attitude they showed, it could be faintly seen that they were the kind of rich playboys. When one of the young men saw Huaner, he exclaimed in surprise. He looked at Huaner with a lecherous look in his eyes. It was as though he wanted nothing more than to push her to the ground and ravage her. Chapter 2706. I want this woman. The young man in embroidered robes, who was the leader of the 3 young men, looked at Huaner with bright eyes. In the depths of his eyes, there was a desire for possession that was not concealed in the slightest. Since Brother Li wants her, it's only natural that she's yours. Brotherly, it seems like you're quite lucky with women. The other two young men in embroidered robes chimed in. Although their eyes were filled with reluctance, they did not dare to show it. Although they were from the same clan, their status was far inferior to the young man in embroidered robes. They were only able to come out because of the young man in embroidered robes. It was not that they could not come out on their own, but their lives would be in danger if they came out on their own, unlike the young man in embroidered robes who had two great overarching golden celestials to protect him. Even the two old men's eyes lit up when they saw Huan. They had lived for thousands of years, but this was the first time they had seen such a perfect woman. That peerless face was as if the Creator had ordered the craftsman to use the most perfect features to carve it out. It even made their hearts, which had been silent for many years, stir a little. After all, they did not lose their composure even in front of the most beautiful woman in the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom. Young Master Li. At this moment, one of the old men looked at the young man in embroidered robes whom the other two young men addressed as Brother Li and said bluntly, "Such a perfect woman. If young Master Li marries her, she'll bring disaster to the clan in the future. Let's not talk about the others. If the sixth prince finds out young Master Li didn't give such a beauty to him, he'll be the first to be unhappy." The old man continued to say. Sixth prince. Upon hearing the old man's words, the young man in embroidered robes, who was addressed as young Master Li by the old man and Brother Li by the other two young men, shuddered as cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Earlier, his heart was filled with desire. All he could think of was how to obtain the woman before him. After all, she was too perfect. She was so perfect that it took his breath away. Now, after the old man's reminder, he realized that such a perfect woman was not someone he could touch. I, Nangong Li, am fortunate enough to encounter such a perfect woman, but I can't take her for myself. How sad. Nangong laughed at himself. The sixth prince was the sixth son of the emperor of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom. He was also the emperor's follower. Of course, in the eyes of the sixth prince, Nangong Li was just an insignificant follower. It was even possible that the sixth prince might not even remember his name. Young Master Li, as long as you give this beauty to the sixth prince, I think the sixth prince will definitely remember you. Young Master Li. He might even consider you as his confidant. Although I've lost the beauty, I've gained the favor of the sixth prince. It's not a bad deal. Another old man said. You're right. The sixth prince has never mistreated those who have rendered meritorious service. If I were to present him with such a peerless beauty, the sixth prince would definitely be very happy and put me in an important position. Nangong Li's eyes lit up when he heard this. With the old man's reminder, Nangong Li finally regained his senses and realized what was more important. Two elders, kill that man first, then capture that beauty. Remember, you must not harm a single hair on the beauty. Otherwise, when the sixth prince blames you, not only me, even you will not be able to bear the consequences. When Nangong Li looked at Duan Ling Tian, it was as though he was looking at a dead man. However, when his eyes landed on Huan, he could not help but lust. It was as though he could not wait to pounce on Huan and make her his. When the other two brocade-clad young men heard that Nangong Li was going to offer the beauty to the sixth prince, the unwillingness in their eyes disappeared completely. However, when they looked at Huan again, their eyes were filled with lust. Huan was too perfect. She was so perfect that there was not a single flaw. It was impossible for a normal man not to be attracted to her. Yes, young Master Li. Upon hearing Nangong Li's words, the two old men behind him responded immediately. Then they looked at Duan Ling Tian coldly as though they were looking at a dead man. Whoosh! Whoosh! When the two old men made their move, Duan Ling Tian's expression darkened. It was not because the two old men were great overarching golden celestials. Based on their speed, although they were great overarching golden celestials, they were only yellow-rank great overarching golden celestials. Their strength was, at most, comparable to Zhou Tong, the first revered elder of the county governor's estate in Nine Spectres County, who had been killed by Duan Ling Tian. In the past, Duan Ling Tian was able to kill Zhou Tong. Let alone now. The reason Duan Ling Tian's face was so grave was due to the fact that the young man in embroidered clothes, Nangong Li, had said he wanted to kill him as soon as he opened his mouth. He did not seem to have any enmity with him. In fact, it seemed like this was the first time they had met. When the two old men were halfway to Duan Ling Tian's celestial origin energy began to stir as he prepared to make his move. You're not allowed to kill Duan Lingtian. A melodious voice rang in the air. Although the voice was cold, it was like the sound of nature. When the voice entered Duan Lingtian's ears, he felt as though he was listening to the most beautiful music in the world. The three young men, including Nangong Li, were mesmerized by the voice. She's beautiful, but her voice is even more beautiful. What a pity! We can only look at such a beauty, but we can't touch her. The three of them sighed inwardly. The voice belonged to Huan Er, who was standing next to Duan Lingtian. When the two old men heard Huan Er's melodious voice, they paused for a moment. However, they quickly regained their senses and continued to charge toward Duan Lingtian at lightning speed. Their eyes were filled with killing intent as they stared at Duan Lingtian. Whoosh! Before Duan Lingtian and the two old men could react, Huan Er, who was standing next to Duan Lingtian, suddenly disappeared. At the same time, Huan Er appeared out of thin air in front of the two old men. I told you, you're not allowed to kill Duan Lingtian, Huan Er said. As soon as she spoke, a terrifying chill surged out of her body. Duan Lingtian and the three brocade-clad young men standing in the distance felt as though winter had arrived. They could not help but feel a bone-chilling coldness in the air. It should be noted that with their cultivation bases, they would not feel cold even if they were in the depths of a snow-covered glacier. However, at this moment, Duan Lingtian and the three young men in embroidered robes were so cold that they could not help but shiver. Even their lips had turned blue from the cold. After a short moment, Duan Lingtian noticed the coldness that gushed towards him had been restrained, and he heaved a sigh of relief. He discovered that even if he used his celestial origin energy to block the cold aura, it would not be able to do much. The cold aura was extremely terrifying. When Duan Lingtian lifted his head instinctively to look at the two old men who were still some distance away from him, he discovered the two old men had already turned into two ice sculptures amidst the flying snow. Moreover, there were cracks on the ice sculptures as well. Chi, 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 chi. As the cracks on the two ice sculptures spread, the bodies of the two old men also shattered into thousands of pieces along with the ice sculptures. They couldn't be more dead. Hiss! Upon seeing this, Duan Lingtian could not help but gasp. At this moment, the way he looked at Huan Er had changed completely. She was dressed in a thin white robe that fluttered in the wind, making her look like an ice goddess. She was high and mighty, and no one could profane her beauty. All of a sudden, Duan Lingtian turned to look at one of the three young men in embroidered robes. It was none other than Nangong Li. Nangong Li hastily crushed a celestial talisman in a panic. In the next moment, whoosh! Nangong Li seemed to have disappeared into thin air before Duan Lingtian's eyes. A drifting light and shadow talisman. When Nangong Li crushed the celestial talisman, Duan Lingtian saw the inscriptions on the celestial talisman and recognized it as a floating light and shadow talisman. The drifting light and shadow talisman was a celestial talisman inscribed by a celestial duke. The success rate was less than 1%. However, since celestial dukes were capable of inscribing the celestial talisman, it was much more common than the shadow void escaping talisman that Duan Lingtian used. Even intermediate-rank celestial kingdoms had this kind of celestial talisman. Naturally, only sects and clans with strong foundations in intermediate-rank celestial kingdoms could afford this kind of celestial talisman. Although they could afford this kind of celestial talisman, they could not afford to buy a lot of it. Generally, only important members of sects and clans would be able to afford this kind of celestial talisman. No! Don't kill me! Spare my life, fairy! Spare my life! The two young men in embroidered robes were horrified when they saw Huan Er looking at them. They hurriedly begged for mercy. However, as soon as Huan Er approached them, their bodies stiffened, and they followed in the footsteps of the two old men. They turned into ice sculptures and died when their ice sculptures shattered. Duan Lingtian, I can't catch up to him, Huan Er said. After killing the four young men, she returned to Duan Lingtian's side as though nothing had happened. He used the drifting light and shadow talisman. His speed is comparable to a celestial duke. It's only natural that you can't catch up to him. Duan Lingtian said nonchalantly. Chapter 2707. Huan Er, it's better for you to wear a veil. Duan Lingtian looked at Huan Er and sighed. If this femme fatale didn't cover up her extremely perfect and peerless appearance, who knew how many wild bees and butterflies would pounce on her in the future? Why? Huan Er seemed slightly displeased. If you don't wear a veil, there will be more people like that who come after us in the future. Duan Lingtian said helplessly. He did not want to be constantly harassed. Moreover, he was being hunted by the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. If the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect found out he had such a beautiful woman by his side, it would be easier for them to find him. After all, wherever Juana went, there would be a group of perverts coming after her. At that time, if the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect's powerhouses heard about her, they would be able to track him down easily. I'll just kill as many as they come after me, Juana said indifferently. Duan Lingtian smiled bitterly. Currently, Juana sounded like a demoness. She made it sound as though killing was easier than eating. Juana, if you don't wear a veil, don't follow me in the future. Duan Lingtian said with a stern expression on his face. However, when he said this, he actually did not have much confidence in himself. Who knew if Juana would kill him in a fit of anger? Although Juana had made a move earlier, he did not know her exact strength. However, there was one thing he was certain of. Juana's cultivation base was at least at the peak of the heaven-rank great overarching golden celestial stage. After all, she had killed the 2 yellow-rank great overarching golden celestials before they could even react. With his current strength, even if he used all his techniques, he would only be able to fight an ordinary heaven-rank great overarching golden celestial. An ordinary heaven-rank great overarching golden celestial was a heaven-rank great overarching golden celestial who cultivated low-level cultivation methods and mastered low-level celestial methods and divine abilities. Duan Lingtian could barely deal with such a heaven-rank great overarching golden celestial if he used all his techniques. However, if she was a heaven realm great overarching golden celestial, would she be an ordinary heaven realm great overarching golden celestial? Although he did not know much about Juana's background, based on the illusory realm created by the illusory realm orb, Juana's mother was definitely not an ordinary person. On the other hand, his mother was not a simple person. How could Juana's cultivation technique, immortal techniques, and divine abilities be simple? Therefore, Duan Lingtian could almost conclude that there was no doubt that he was no match for her. Even if he used the Devata artifact, the 7 orifices exquisite sword, he wouldn't be able to hold back. Moreover, when she killed the 2 great overarching golden celestials earlier, she didn't use any celestial artifacts. Duan Lingtian gasped as he thought to himself, "It seems like I've underestimated her. She's most likely a peak great overarching golden celestial. He might even be an overarching heavenly supreme celestial." Overarching heavenly supreme celestial. In King Qin's mansion, only King Qin, the master of King Qin's mansion, was an overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Duan Lingtian waited anxiously for Juana's reply. "I see." Then, realization dawned on her as she said, "Duan Lingtian, it must be because you don't want others to see my face. That's why you want me to wear a veil, right?" Duan Lingtian's eyes widened as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian was rendered speechless by Juana's words. "Is Juana right?" Juana asked as she looked at Duan Lingtian. "If you want to think of it that way, it's fine as long as you wear a veil." Duan Lingtian said helplessly. "Since you don't want others to see my face, Duan Lingtian, I'll wear a veil so no one can see my face. From now on, I'll only show my face to you, okay? Apart from Mother, I'll only show it to you, Duan Lingtian." As she spoke, she raised her hand. Celestial origin energy that was brimming with coldness surged out of her body and formed a white veil over her face that matched her thin white robes. Duan Lingtian blushed when he heard Juana's flirtatious words. However, when he saw Juana's bright eyes, he knew she did not have any ulterior motives. Based on Juana's expression, it was clear she did not know what love was. Duan Lingtian sighed in relief when he saw Juana's reaction. "Good girl, Juana." Duan Lingtian smiled faintly as he patted Juana's head. Her long hair was smooth to the touch. When he retracted his hand, he could smell a refreshing fragrance wafting from it. It was Juana's unique fragrance. "However, I'll have to find a real veil for you to wear. This veil formed from celestial origin energy isn't very reliable," Duan Lingtian said. Anyone with a higher cultivation base than Juana would be able to see through the veil formed from celestial origin energy. "All right." Juana nodded obediently. "I'll listen to you, Duan Lingtian." At this moment, Juana was like an innocent and naive girl. She was like a completely different person compared to the ice goddess who had killed 4 people in a row. Duan Ling Tian was the most affected by Huan Er's behavior. She. Who is she? Duan Ling Tian was puzzled as he looked at Huan Er. Huan Er, do you know who your mother is? Do you know where she went? Duan Ling Tian asked. Mother isn't human. She's a celestial beast. A phantom fox. She didn't tell me where she went, so I don't know. Huan Er said with a hint of disappointment in her voice. Celestial beast? Duan Ling Tian inhaled sharply when he heard this. He looked at Huan Er in disbelief and asked, Does this mean you're not human as well? Yes. Huan Er nodded. Indeed, I'm not completely human. Mother said I'm a rare 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox in the Phantom Fox clan. 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox is the offspring of a Phantom Fox and a human. Generally speaking, the offspring of a Phantom Fox and a human is either a Phantom Fox or a human. The chances of 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox appearing is less than 1 in 10,000. 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox is born with the appearance of a human baby. It can only transform into 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox through continuous evolution. Duan Ling Tian nodded. In that case I can be considered half a human. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Yes. Huan Er nodded. Huan Er, do you want to look for your mother? Duan Ling Tian asked. Yes. Huan Er nodded again. Then she looked at Duan Ling Tian and said, Duan Ling Tian, can you accompany me to look for my mother? I haven't seen my mother for a long time. I miss her so much. I miss my mother so much. Tears streamed down Huan Er's cheeks as she spoke. She looked so pitiful that it made Duan Ling Tian's heart ache. All right, I'll accompany you to look for your mother. Duan Ling Tian's heart ached when he saw Huan Er's pitiful appearance. I miss my mother so much. Huan Er sobbed as she sobbed. Without any warning, Huan Er threw herself into Duan Ling Tian's arms and kissed Duan Ling Tian softly. Duan Ling Tian's lower abdomen reacted immediately. It took him a while to suppress the reaction. As a man, Duan Ling Tian could not hold himself back when a peerless beauty came knocking on his door. Huan Er, don't cry. Huan Er? After suppressing the desire in his heart, Duan Ling Tian patted Huan Er's back gently and comforted her as though he was coaxing a child. She's asleep? Huan Er's sobbing gradually faded away. Duan Ling Tian did not know whether to laugh or cry when he saw Huan Er had fallen asleep in his arms. However, when Duan Ling Tian saw Huan Er sleeping soundly, he did not dare to make any rash movements. Just now, those people mentioned the 6th prince. They also mentioned something about the most beautiful woman in the capital. That young man dressed in embroidered robes is Nangong Li. Duan Ling Tian began to organize his thoughts and ponder based on the clues left behind by those people earlier. In the end, he managed to come up with a few guesses. I used the Shadow Void escaping talisman to travel 100,000 miles away from King Qin's mansion. I'm certain I'm no longer in King Qin's mansion's territory. However, it's not enough for me to leave the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom. The capital of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom is in the vicinity of the capital of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom. There's indeed a Nangong clan in the capital of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom. Although it's only a second-rate clan in the capital, its foundation is not inferior to King Qin's mansion and the other mansions in the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom. I've long heard that the 6th prince, one of the most outstanding sons of the Emperor of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom, is not only talented in civil and martial arts, but he's also a womanizer. It seems like I'm in the center of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom's territory. Duan Ling Tian had a rough idea of his current location. I wonder if the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect only sent that old woman to kill me. If there are a few people like that old woman, it wouldn't take them too long to search the area that's 100,000 miles away from King Qin's mansion. Duan Ling Tian's heart skipped a beat when he thought about this. He made up his mind and decided to leave the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom after she wakes up. Chapter 2708. Swoosh. At this moment, a figure appeared 100,000 miles away from Duan Ling Tian and Huan Er. It was none other than Nangong Li, the son of the clan leader of the Nangong clan in the capital of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom and the great young master of Nangong clan, who had escaped with a floating light shadow talisman earlier. After reappearing, Nangong Li's face was still filled with shock and fear. That woman who is so perfect and flawless, Who on earth is she? How's she so strong? The two elders were yellow-rank great overarching golden celestials. She didn't even do anything, but the cold aura she emitted froze the two elders into ice sculptures and killed them. Even if the cold aura was formed by her celestial origin energy, she didn't use any celestial weapons. Nan Gongli could not help but gasp when he thought about this. He muttered to himself, generally speaking, only a peak great overarching golden celestial would be able to kill two yellow-rank great overarching golden celestials without using any celestial weapons. That perfect and flawless woman is actually such a powerful existence? At this moment, Nan Gongli felt as though a bucket of cold water had been poured on him. The desire that had risen in his heart was completely extinguished. Where's this place? After regaining his senses, Nan Gongli looked around and discovered he was in the middle of a lofty mountain range. I have to find a place to hide first. Then, I'll send a message back to my father and ask him to send someone to bring me back to the capital. At this moment, Nan Gongli did not dare to return to the capital of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom alone. With his cultivation base, there was a high chance he would be killed by the powerful celestials on his way to the capital of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom. Therefore, he found a secluded cave and hid there. Then, he took out a communication celestial talisman and channeled his celestial origin energy into it before it transformed into a streak of light that shot up into the sky toward the capital of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom. In the communication celestial talisman, apart from asking his father to send someone to bring him back, Nan Gongli also gave a rough description of his surroundings so his father would not overlook this place. As for where he was right now, he didn't know either. However, as long as his father received his immortal message talisman, he believed that his father would be able to determine his location through the immortal message talisman. After all, the communication celestial talisman traveled in a straight line. As the son of the clan leader, Nan Gongli's communication celestial talisman was inscribed by an overarching celestial supreme celestial. Known Nan Gongli's communication celestial talisman. For this reason, the speed of Nan Gongli's communication celestial talisman was comparable to an ordinary overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Unless an overarching heavenly supreme celestial intercepted the communication celestial talisman, the communication celestial talisman would be able to reach the capital and Nan Gongli's communication celestial talisman. After Nan Gongli used the communication celestial talisman to send a message to his father, he hid in a secluded cave and waited for his father to send someone to bring him back. Meanwhile, at this moment, Huaner, who was lying in Duan Tian's arms, finally calmed down. After a while she said, Duan Tian, although your body is different from mine, it's still very comfortable. After calming down, she extended her left hand and gently tapped Duan Tian's chest with a smile on her face. Duan Tian fell into a daze for a moment before he regained his senses. Huaner's smile was like 100 flowers blooming. It was so beautiful and enchanting that Duan Tian fell into a daze. When she regained her senses, her body moved away from Duan Tian and pressed against his body. Duan Tian could not help but feel a burning sensation in his lower abdomen when he felt the softness on his chest. What a seductress! Duan Tian gasped inwardly as he pushed Huaner away. He was worried he would lose control if Huaner continued to move. This was his first time being aroused by a woman to such an extent. Although he had deliberately distanced himself from other women, he was still a normal man. If he didn't feel anything when a woman with perfect looks, perfect figure, and flawless body leaned on him, he would really suspect that there was something wrong with his body. Huaner, let's look around and see if there's a town nearby. Let's figure out where we are first before we decide what to do next. Duan Tian said as he pushed Huaner away. I'll listen to Duan Tian. Huaner nodded when she heard Duan Tian's words. Ever since she was born, other than her mother, she had only come into contact with 10 people. 9 of them had looked at her with disgust, and she had killed them as soon as she saw them. Duan Tian was the only one who did not look at her with disgust when he saw her for the first time. Moreover, Duan Tian had fulfilled the condition her mother had told her to leave the ruins. Due to this reason, she had left with Duan Tian. Huaner had never been exposed to the world before. She was not aware of the dangers of the world. In many ways, she was inferior to those maidens who were raised in a boudoir. At the very least, those maidens knew the rules. However, there were no rules in Huaner's world. From the moment she left the ruins with Duan Tian, other than her mother, Duan Tian was her everything. Of course, the current Huan did not know anything about friendship or love. She only knew that Duanling Tian was the person her mother said would be able to bring her out of the ruins. He was someone she didn't dislike, someone she cared about, so she wouldn't allow anyone to harm Duanling Tian. Anyone who wanted to hurt Duanling Tian deserved to die. For this reason, the two elders from the Nangong clan who wanted to kill Duanling Tian were instantly killed by Huan. At this moment, Huan was like a blank sheet of paper. As for what would happen in the future, it would depend on her future experiences and Duanling Tian's guidance. Let's go then. Duanling Tian beckoned to Huan before he took the lead and stepped into the air. Huan followed him closely, leaning on him as though she did not want to be separated from him for even a moment. Duanling Tian could sense Huan's attachment to him. However, he did not mind it. After all, he knew Huan had not come into contact with enough people and things. After spending some time in the outside world, she would learn the difference between men and women. At that time, she would no longer cling to him. A few days later, Duanling Tian finally saw a city. After entering the city, the first thing Duanling Tian did was to buy an exquisite white veil for Huan. Moreover, it was the type that did not allow light to pass through the veil. It could cover up Huan's flawless cheeks so that it would not arouse any man's imagination. Although Huan wore the veil, she still attracted the attention of all the men around her. Even some of the women could not help but steal a few more glances at her. Huan followed closely behind Duanling Tian. When there were other people around, she did not appear as innocent as she usually did. Instead, she appeared cold and distant, giving off an aura that made others feel as though they were 1,000 miles away. Huan was dressed in a thin white robe. Her temperament was cold, and she exuded a sense of holiness that made others feel inferior. That woman just now, although she was wearing a veil, but, just based on her temperament and her pair of flawless autumn eyes, I can imagine that under that veil, there must be an incomparably beautiful face. I think so too. It's impossible for a woman like her to be ugly under the veil. Perhaps she's wearing a veil because she has a flaw in her face? After all, women are born with a desire for beauty. If she's beautiful, wouldn't it be a waste of her beauty to cover it up? I really want to see what kind of face she has under the veil. When Duanling Tian and Huan walked on the street, the passers-by fell silent. Everyone was looking at Huan curiously. When the duo walked past them, they could not help but discuss among themselves. As they spoke, they were captivated by Huan's cold and holy aura. Looking at Huan's beautiful eyes, they guessed that under the veil, there was an 80% to 90% chance that Huan had a flawless face. Even if her eyes were not as flawless, she would not be too far off. Please wait a moment. As soon as Duanling Tian and Huan walked past a spacious street, a voice rang from behind them. Huan ignored the voice. It was only when she saw Duanling Tian turning around that Huan stopped and turned around. Duanling Tian looked at the person who spoke to them. It was an elegant young man who was dressed like a scholar. He held a folding fan in his hand. He had a handsome appearance and a gentle smile on his face. However, there was a hint of wickedness between his brows. It made him look a little contradictory. Behind the scholarly young man was an old man. He looked like an ordinary old man, but Duanling Tian could tell he was not as simple as he looked. At the very least, he was not weaker than the two Nangong elders who died in Huan's hands not long ago. Both of you seem to be outsiders, right? The scholarly young man's smile deepened. There was a hint of wickedness in his smile as he asked Duanling Tian and Huan. However, his gaze was more focused on Huan's body. What's the matter? Duanling Tian asked as he looked at the scholarly young man. Sir. A hint of jealousy flashed in the scholarly young man's eyes when he saw Huan leaning against Duanling Tian. Then he shifted his gaze to Duanling Tian and said with a smile, I'd like to ask you to remove the veil from your face. I want this female companion of yours to remove the veil on her face. Of course, this is not free. As long as your companion is willing to remove the veil from her face, I'm willing to pay both of you 10,000 prominent celestial stones. Chapter 2709. As long as she removes her veil, you'll give both of us 10,000 prominent celestial stones each? Duanling Tian's expression darkened when he heard the scholarly young man's words. His eyes narrowed into slits. Huan's beautiful face that was hidden under the veil turned cold immediately. When Duan Lingtian gently patted her hand and transmitted his voice to her, "Leave this to me, Huan-er." Huan-er nodded obediently. That's right. When the scholarly young man saw Huan-er nodding, he thought she had agreed. He smiled as though he did not notice Duan Lingtian's slightly darkened expression. As for whether he really did not notice Huan-er's expression, only he knew. Isn't that Qi Yu, the second young master of the Qi clan? It's him. He took out 20,000 prominent celestial stones just to see a woman's face. No wonder people say the second young master of the Qi clan is a spendthrift. It seems like it's true. I wonder if the woman will remove her veil. The passers-by on both sides of the street recognized the scholarly young man. As they spoke, they revealed the scholarly young man's name and identity. The city they were in, Qi Liu City, had two masters, the Qi clan and the Liu clan. The two clans were evenly matched in strength. They kept each other in check and controlled Qi Liu City together. Although they had been fighting for thousands of years, neither of them could destroy the other. For this reason, the two clans had coexisted in Qi Liu City for thousands of years. That's 20,000 prominent celestial stones. Anyone would be tempted by that amount, right? I think she'll remove her veil. I don't think so. Didn't you see her partner's expression is grave? I think so. Many passers-by noticed Duan Lingtian's expression when they were talking. They could feel the atmosphere was a little strange. I'll take out 100,000 high-grade immortal stones. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed coldly as he looked at Qi Yu. He said coldly, "Take off all your clothes and walk around the streets of Qi Liu City naked. If you do that, I'll give you the 100,000 prominent celestial stones. What do you think?" As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, Duan Lingtian's smile froze. The old man behind him immediately looked at Duan Lingtian with a cold glint in his eyes. Whoosh! As for the passers-by on both sides, they were in an uproar. Oh my God! What did I hear? Is this person crazy? This is the second young master of the Qi family. He actually dares to humiliate the second young master of the Qi family? He's dead. He's dead meat. When the crowd looked at Duan Lingtian again, it was as if they were looking at a dead man. You're free to make a move if you think you can bear the consequences. Duan Lingtian said indifferently when he saw Qi Yu and the old man were about to go berserk. After he finished speaking, he looked at Huan-er with a faint smile on his face and said, "Huan-er, let's go." After he finished speaking, he turned around and continued to walk away. Huan-er turned around and followed after him. Meanwhile, the scholarly young man and the old man behind him were stunned by Duan Lingtian's meaningful gaze. Just as their expressions changed and they were about to make a move out of shame and anger, a voice suddenly rang out. "Second young master of the Qi family, you can't even remove a veil from a woman's face. You've really embarrassed yourself this time." Accompanied by a frivolous voice, a young man dressed in luxurious clothes and holding two beads in his right hand walked over with a tall and sturdy man with a curly beard. He looked at Qi Yu, the second young master of the Qi family, mockingly. "It's the first young master of the Liu clan. What's the occasion today?" The second young master of the Qi family and the first young master of the Liu family, the two outstanding figures of the younger generation of the Qi family and the Liu family, actually appeared together. I'm afraid these two rivals are going to fight again. Many people whispered among themselves when they saw the young man dressed in luxurious robes. Lu Wenbin. Qi Yu's expression darkened when he saw Lu Wenbin, the first young master of the Liu clan. He sneered and said, "You said I can't even remove a veil from a woman's face? Then, why don't you do it? Why don't you, Lu Wenbin, stop blabbering in front of me?" Qi Yu, who was about to make a move on Duan Lingtian, was interrupted by Lu Wenbin. It was precisely because of Lu Wenbin's interruption that his anger towards Duan Lingtian subsided a little. At the same time, he calmed down. The woman next to the purple-clad young man had a cold and holy air about her. She did not seem like an ordinary celestial. Moreover, the purple-clad young man whom Qi Yu had thought was bluffing had a strong aura. Both of them combined. Qi Yu suddenly felt that the purple-clad young man was not bluffing at all. The purple-clad young man might not have been bluffing. It was very likely that he didn't fear him or the Qi clan behind him. That was why he dared to do that. Therefore, he planned to use reverse psychology to provoke Lu Wenbin and get Lu Wenbin to test the purple-clothed young man. Qi Yu. Lu Wenbin sneered when he heard Qi Yu's words. Then, watch carefully. Not only can I remove that woman's veil, but I can also kill the man next to her as well.
Lu Nan, go and kill that man, then bring the woman over.
This young master wants to personally take off her veil and see her true appearance. If she looks all right, this young master doesn't mind bringing her back to the Lu family to play with for a few days. As soon as Lu Wenbin finished speaking, a voice rang in the air. The curly-bearded man, Lu Nan, who was standing behind Lu Wenbin, was about to make a move. You're seeking death. An earth-shattering voice rang in the air. Lu Nan was so shocked that he did not even have the time to react, let alone make a move. Duan Lingtian, who was about to leave with Huana, was horrified when he heard Lu Wenbin's words. After that, the celestial origin energy in his body surged out of his 99 heavenly veins like raging dragons. In just a blink of an eye, the celestial origin energy surged out of his body like a raging dragon. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. As soon as his celestial origin energy surged out of Duan Lingtian's body, it transformed into tens of thousands of sword rays. Moreover, as Duan Lingtian cast the assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, the sword rays began to grow rapidly before they merged into a sword formation. Then they seemed to have transformed into more than 10 clones before they merged into one. The sword formation's light grew even brighter and more dazzling. From afar, it looked like a blazing sun. In the next moment, swoosh, 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 swoosh. The sword formation broke through the air, heading straight for LV Wenbin. In the blink of an eye, it was near LV Wenbin. It was as if it had turned into a rain of swords, whistling down on LV Wenbin. Young master. Lu Nan, who was standing behind Lu Wenbin, finally reacted. He wanted to make a move, but it was already too late. Lu Wenbin was completely enveloped by the rain of swords. When the rain of swords dissipated, there was only a pool of dazzling blood left where LV Wenbin had been standing. The blood that had splashed out was scattered all over the place, like a dazzling blood-colored rose. Lu Wenbin, the great young master of the Lu clan, the future clan leader of the Lu clan. He was dead. The entire place fell silent. Gasp! Qi Yu, the second young master of the Qi clan, was the first to regain his senses. He gasped when he regained his senses. An expression of lingering fear could be seen on his face. He was truly terrified. If Lu Wenbin had not appeared and mocked him earlier, he would have attacked the purple-clad young man. If he had attacked the purple-clad young man, the person who would be reduced to a pool of blood on the ground would not be Lu Wenbin, but him, Qi Yu. The old man standing behind Qi Yu regained his senses as well. When he looked at Duan Lingtian again, his expression was solemn. A hint of dread could be seen on his face. This purple-clad young man is also a great overarching golden celestial. Based on the purple-clad young man's earlier attack, he was certain the purple-clad young man was also a great overarching golden celestial like him. However, he was not certain which stage the purple-clad young man was at. However, he was not certain he would be able to defeat the purple-clad young man. You! How dare you kill my young master? After Qi Yu and the old man behind him, Lu Nan also regained his senses. His curly beard twitched, and a cold killing intent flashed in his eyes. He raised his hand and a spiked club appeared in his hand. The celestial origin energy on the mace shone brightly as he swung it at Duan Lingtian. Boom, 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 boom. The spiked mace was a primitive celestial weapon. It seemed to have come alive in Lu Nan's hand. Although it looked heavy, it was extremely agile. In just a blink of an eye, it formed a net that enveloped Duan Lingtian. Harmph! Duan Lingtian snorted coldly. With just a thought, he took a celestial sword out of his spatial ring and merged it with the sword formation before it shot out toward the net formed by the spiked mace in Lu Nan's hand. It broke through the barrier as easily as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. In the end, Lu Nan was engulfed as well. Upon seeing this, Lu Nan, naturally, swung the spiked mace in his hand to defend himself. However, in the blink of an eye, the spiked club in his hand strangely slipped out of his hand. It was no longer under his control and had left him. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. The rain of swords continued to howl for a while before it finally disappeared. After the rain of swords disappeared, Lu Nan disappeared as well. He was replaced by a pool of blood. Gasp, 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 gasp. The passers-by who had just regained their senses saw Lu Nan had died in Duan Lingtian's hands. They could not help but gasp.
His strength is comparable to an earth-rank great overarching golden celestial.
The old man standing behind Qi Yu muttered to himself with a horrified expression on his face. Chapter 27:10. Lu Nan is a great overarching golden celestial from the Lu clan.
However, he was easily defeated by the purple-clad young man.
Lu Wenbin is the first young master of the Lu clan. He's the favorite son of the clan leader of the Lu clan. He's also the future clan leader of the Lu clan. However, this purple-clad young man killed him just like that. Who is he? Isn't he afraid of the Lu clan's revenge? The onlookers whispered among themselves as they looked at Duan Lingtian in shock. On one hand, they were shocked by Duan Lingtian's strength. On the other hand, they were shocked by Duan Lingtian's audacity to kill Lu Wenbin, the first young master of the Lu clan, in Qiliu City. Fortunately, the second young master of the Qi clan did not make a move earlier. Otherwise, he and the Qi clan's elder behind him would be reduced to a puddle of blood. I think the second young master of the Qi clan and the people behind him were about to make a move earlier.
However, the first young master of the Lu clan arrived at the critical moment and prevented them from making a move.
This means the first young master of the Lu clan is the savior of the second young master of the Qi clan? That seems to be the case. When the onlookers recalled the earlier scene, they looked at Qi Yu, the second young master of the Qi clan, with mixed feelings on their faces. They lamented Qi Yu's luck. Sir, please forgive me for offending you earlier. After Qi Yu regained his senses, his expression gradually calmed down.
He bowed and cupped his hands together as though nothing had happened.
He apologized to Duan Lingtian. The old man behind him bowed as well. If Duan Lingtian had only killed Lu Wenbin, he would not have bowed to him. However, Duan Lingtian had killed Lu Nan, the Lu clan's elder, who was on par with him. This made him realize that Duan Lingtian was much stronger than him.
For this reason, he did not dare to act recklessly in front of Duan Lingtian.
You used me as a tool. Do you think I'll let it go with just an apology? Duan Lingtian asked indifferently as he looked at Qi Yu.
His eyes that were originally wide open suddenly narrowed into slits.
Then, what else do you want? Qi Yu asked nervously with his head lowered. Although Qi Yu did not think there was no one in the Qi clan who could defeat Duan Lingtian, he could only admit defeat for now, the powerhouses from the clan. Powerhouses from the clan. Duan Lingtian clan. Duan Lingtian glanced at Qi Yu indifferently and said, "Let's talk as we walk." Yes. Qi Yu's I'll grant you since you're going to Duan Lingtian. I Duan Lingtian, since you I view Lingtian I. You I Duan man and I Lingtian a man I. Master of clan Lingtian clan master of the clan, master of his clan, he, master of the clan master of clan, clan's leader. Qi Yu lowered his head as he thought about this. A cold glint flashed across his eyes. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian and Huan followed Qi Yu and the Qi clan's elder to the Qi clan's estate under the watchful eyes of the passers-by. The passers-by quickly made way for them. In just a blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian and the others had disappeared from the passers-by's sight. At this moment, the passers-by finally sighed in relief. They began to discuss among themselves. Why did that purple-clad young man follow the second young master of the Qi clan to the Qi clan's estate? Based on his words, it's obvious he's going to seek revenge from the second young master of the Qi clan. However, why did he ask the second young master of the Qi clan to bring him to the Qi clan's estate? Does he think he'll be able to ask for as much as he wants in the Qi clan's estate? Isn't he seeking death by going to the Qi clan's estate? Although he's strong, I don't think he's strong enough to challenge the Qi clan, right? The Qi clan is a powerful clan with 2 heaven-rank great overarching golden celestials. The passers-by were confused as they discussed among themselves. Why would the purple-clad young man take the initiative to go to the Qi clan's estate? Was this not tantamount to sending a lamb to a tiger's den? Do you think it's possible that the purple-clothed young man and the woman beside him were all sent here by the Qi clan? At this moment, a passerby with a wise look in his eyes deduced and guessed. Everything that happened just now was actually a trap set up for the Liu clan's eldest young master. The purpose was to kill the Liu clan's eldest young master. Earlier, they tried their best to create a hostile relationship with each other so that they could fool the Liu clan. Now, that man and woman might be going to the Qi clan to get their reward before they leave Qi Liu City. As long as those two people leave, even if the Liu family suspects that the man and woman were sent by the Qi family, there's no evidence. The Liu family can't fall out with the Qi family because of a suspicion without any evidence. This passerby's words received the approval of the majority of the crowd. I knew it. Although the Qi clan's second young master is a well-known prodigal, he wouldn't spend 20,000 prominent celestial stones just to get a woman to remove her veil. That's possible. Although he's a prodigal, he's never done something so extravagant. Spending 20,000 prominent celestial stones just to get a woman to remove her veil is indeed ridiculous. As the group of passers-by chatted, they further believed that the previous person's guess was most likely correct. The man and woman were hired by the Qi clan. Fortunately, Qi Yu, the Qi clan's second young master, was not present. Otherwise, he would have vomited blood from anger when he heard these people's words. This was the first time the Qi clan had been wronged. If the man and woman were hired by the Qi clan, would he have been so nervous when he brought them back to the Qi clan's estate? What do you want? Qi Yu was the first to break the silence when they returned to the Qi clan's estate. He slowly turned around and asked Duanling Tian anxiously. I want a detailed map of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom and its neighboring celestial kingdoms. Qi Yu's expression remained calm when he heard Duanling Tian's words. After all, this was just a small matter to him. In fact, he could easily find such a map in the Qi clan. Also, the Qi clan has to pay me 1 million prominent celestial stones. Duanling Tian continued to say. Upon hearing Duanling Tian's words, Qi Yu's expression changed drastically. 1 million prominent celestial stones. Although the Qi clan could afford it, it was not a small sum. Even the expression of the Qi clan's elder changed slightly. Although he had guessed the purple-clad young man would extort celestial stones, he did not expect the purple-clad young man to extort so many prominent celestial stones. That was 1 million prominent celestial stones. Was the purple-clad young man so confident he could afford it? I can't decide. I'll have to ask my father after we return to the Qi clan. Qiyu took a deep breath and said. Duanling Tian nodded indifferently. It's all right. I'll follow you back to the Qi clan first. However, I only have an hour. If I don't get 1 million prominent celestial stones within an hour, don't blame me for being rude to you. When Duanling Tian finished speaking, his eyes flashed coldly as he looked at Qiyu. Qiyu's heart skipped a beat. He hurriedly looked away, no longer daring to meet Duanling Tian's eyes. Second young master, this purple-clad young man wants 1 million prominent celestial stones as soon as he opens his mouth. What a big appetite. One of the Qi clan's elders said through voice transmission. Indeed, he has a big appetite. However, he has to be alive to eat it. Qiyu sneered through voice transmission. I don't think he's a reckless person. Moreover, the Qi clan's background isn't a secret in Qi Liu City. It's very likely he knows about the Qi clan's background. The Qi clan's elder said through voice transmission. You're saying he dares to follow me back to the Qi clan and blackmail us despite knowing about the Qi clan's background because he's not afraid of the Qi clan? Qi Yu's tone turned solemn. Something like that, the elder said. The Qi family's elder said, either he's hiding his strength, or his origin is not simple. It doesn't matter who he is, we'll ask my father to test him when we return to the Qi clan. If that doesn't work, we'll ask the ancestor and my father to test him. Qi Yu said. There were 2 heaven-ranked great overarching golden celestials in the Qi clan. They were the 2 strongest heaven-ranked great overarching golden celestials in the clan. One of them was the current clan leader of the Qi clan, Qi Yu's father. The other person was the old man in the Qi clan whom Qi Yu referred to as the ancestor. Although they were both heaven-ranked great overarching golden celestials, the old man in the Qi clan was stronger than the clan leader of the Qi clan. Soon after, Duanling Tian and Huan arrived at the Qi clan under Qi Yu and the old man's lead. Duanling Tian, why are we following them? I don't like them, and I don't want to be with them. Huan sent a voice transmission to Duanling Tian as soon as they entered the Qi clan's residence. We're following them to get celestial stones. I bought all the interesting things for you in the city with celestial stones. After all, celestial stones don't last long. That's why we're here to get them. Once they give us the immortal stones, we can go and buy even more rare and interesting things. Duan Lingtian spoke as though he was coaxing a child. Wow! Huan Er's eyes lit up when she heard Duan Lingtian's words. Then she said, "Then let's ask them to give us all the celestial stones they have. If they don't give us their celestial stones, I'll kill them." Huan Er's eyes flashed with killing intent when she spoke. Qi Yu and the old man could not hear their conversation since Duan Lingtian and Huan Er were communicating through voice transmission. Chapter 27:11. Duan Lingtian was dumbfounded when he heard Huan Er's voice transmission. How could he not see that this girl had the potential to be a bandit? Naturally, he knew Huan Er only said this because she did not have the right values. After all, she was inexperienced and did not know what to do and what not to do in the outside world. Huan Er, that's not right. Even if we want to take other people's celestial stones, we have to have a good reason. For example, they offended us first. That's why we came to their house to take their celestial stones. Since Duan Lingtian knew Huan Er did not have the right values, he was trying to guide her to the right path. If she chose the wrong path, not only would she be destroyed, but many people would also be implicated. I understand. As long as they don't provoke me, I won't take their celestial stones. However, if they provoke me, I'll take their celestial stones. Huan Er nodded after listening to Duan Lingtian's persuasion. But wasn't it too impulsive of me to kill those people from the Nangong clan? I didn't even ask them for their celestial stones. Huan Er was filled with regret when she recalled the 4 people from the Nangong clan whom she had killed earlier. Who said you didn't ask them for their celestial stones? After you killed them, they left their spatial rings behind. However, I kept them in my possession. Their celestial stones are in their spatial rings. Huan Er, don't tell me you don't know what a spatial ring is? When Duan Lingtian realized she did not even have a spatial ring and did not know what a spatial ring was, he began to patiently explain to her how to establish and remove the claim of ownership on a spatial ring. Then, he passed a spatial ring to Huan Er. Huan Er, there are 100,000 prominent celestial stones in this spatial ring. Take them and spend them. Duan Lingtian said with a smile on his face. All right. After putting on the storage ring, Huan Er stared at it as if she was looking at a treasure. It was as if the storage ring on her finger was more important than Duan Lingtian. You too. Please wait here for a moment. I'll go look for my father. After arranging Duan Lingtian's room in the Qi clan's main hall, Qi Yu left. As for the Qi family elder behind him, he stayed behind to entertain Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingtian, instructing the Qi family servants to serve them tea. When Qi Yu went to find his father, the current head of the Qi family. On the other side, the Lu family was also in a mess. Eldest young master is dead. Furthermore, he was killed by an outsider? That outsider is most likely someone from the Qi family? The entire Liu clan was in an uproar. Meanwhile, the clan leader of the Liu clan, who was also the father of the Liu clan's first young master, Liu Wenbin, who was killed by Duan Lingtian, immediately gathered the Liu clan's high-ranking officials for a meeting. At the same time, his father and the old ancestor of the Liu family were invited to the meeting. The Liu family had 2 heaven-rank great overarching golden celestials. One of them was the clan leader of the Liu family's father, the former clan leader of the Liu family. The other person was the person with the highest seniority in the Liu family. He was the old ancestor of the Liu family. What? Binner is dead. The clan leader of the Liu family's father, the former clan leader of the Liu family, was furious when he heard that his grandson had been killed. It was as though he could not wait to go to the Qi family and seek revenge from the purple-clad young man who had killed his grandson. Old ancestor, what should we do about this? The clan leader of the Liu family did not bother to discuss this matter with the other high-ranking members of the Liu family. He immediately looked at the old ancestor of the Liu family and asked for his opinion. As long as the old ancestor made the decision, nobody would object. Your father and I will go with you to the Qi family. If that person hasn't left the Qi family's estate, we'll kill him to avenge your son. If that person has left, we'll go to the Qi family to denounce them. However, I'm afraid we won't be able to settle this matter. You must be mentally prepared for this. The old ancestor of the Liu family said. I understand. The clan leader of the Liu family nodded bitterly. He knew very well that there was no evidence to prove that his son had been killed by the Qi family. Even if there was evidence to prove that his son had been killed by the Qi family, the Lu family would not go to war with the Qi family because of his son. If the two families were to go to war, both sides would suffer losses. At that time, there would be outsiders who would take advantage of the situation to interfere. This was not something the Lu family and the Qi family wanted to see.
Naturally, if there was evidence to prove that his son was killed by someone hired by the Qi family, although the Lu family could not go to war with the Qi family, they could use this to threaten the Qi family and force them to hand over Qiyu, the second young master of the Qi family, who was the most outstanding among the younger generation in the Qi family.
They would use Qiyu's life in exchange for his son's life.
It's good that you understand.
The old ancestor of the Lu family continued to say, "In that case, let's go to the Qi family now. The later we go, the more likely it is that your son's murderer has left the Qi family."
"Yes,"
said the patriarch of the Lu clan. Immediately after, the patriarch of the Lu clan and the patriarch of the Lu clan left the Lu clan's residence and headed towards the Qi clan's residence in a menacing manner. Meanwhile, in the Qi family's estate, Duan Lingtian and Huan sat together in the main hall of the Qi family's estate. At this moment, apart from the Qi family's elder and Qiyu, there were two other people sitting in front of them.
One of them was a middle-aged man who was dressed in brocade robes.
His face was as fair as jade. The other person was an old man with white hair and brows who was dressed in grey robes. He had a youthful appearance. However, at this moment, Qiyu, the Qi family's elder, and the other two people were kneeling on the ground. Their bodies were trembling as they knelt on the ground with their heads lowered. A faint chill could be felt on the ground where they were kneeling. It was as though they had just been baptized by snow. An overarching heavenly supreme celestial.
An overarching heavenly supreme celestial. The woman with the veil is an overarching heavenly supreme celestial.
Qiyu knelt on the ground. He was originally elegant, but now he was in a sorry state. Other than fear, there was only fear on his face. He had thought the clan leader of the Lu family was here.
Even if his father, the clan leader of the Qi family, and the old ancestor of the Qi family could not kill the purple-clad young man due to fear of the purple-clad young man's strength and background, he should be able to save the 1 million prominent celestial stones.
What he did not expect was that the clan leader of the Qi family was here.
When his father, the clan leader of the Qi clan, and the old ancestor of the Qi clan arrived in the hall, their celestial origin energies surged out of their bodies as they extended their divine consciousness in an attempt to probe the purple-clad young man and the veiled woman standing next to him. The woman had only raised her hand, and a gust of cold wind blew past. Half of the bodies of his father, the clan leader of the Qi family, and the old ancestor of the Qi family were frozen to the ground.
It was as though their bodies had become one with the main hall, and they could not move at all. The woman only stopped when the purple-clad young man spoke. His father, the clan leader of the Qi family, and the old ancestor of the Qi family regained their freedom. However, after regaining their freedom, the two of them collapsed on the ground because their lower bodies had been frozen for a short period of time, causing them to be unable to react quickly. When they regained their senses, they struggled to kneel in front of the woman and apologized profusely.
"I didn't know you were an overarching heavenly supreme celestial, my lady. Please forgive us."
At that time, Qiyu and the Qi family's elder had also knelt on the ground in fear and apologized profusely. At this moment, Qiyu finally realized what was going on.
As it turned out, the purple-clad young man was not the strongest among them, but the veiled woman.
I didn't expect Huaner to really be an overarching heavenly supreme celestial.
Although Duan Lingtian had suspected Huaner was an overarching heavenly supreme celestial, he had assumed she was a peak great overarching golden celestial. It was only when Huaner had easily captured the two heaven-rank great overarching golden celestials that he realized Huaner's strength was not as great.
Huaner was really an overarching heavenly supreme celestial. 1 million prominent celestial stones. Have you prepared them? Do you have the map as well? Duan Lingtian asked as he glanced at Qiyu indifferently.
I'll prepare them right away,"
Qiyu hurriedly replied. At the same time, he glanced at his father, the clan leader of the Qi family. His father hastily took out a spatial ring that contained enough celestial stones and handed it to Duan Lingtian. "My lord, there are 300,000 prominent celestial stones and 70,000 supreme celestial stones in here," the clan leader of the Qi family said. Duan Lingtian nodded. 70,000 supreme celestial stones? Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. After establishing ownership over the spatial ring, He glanced at its contents. Yes, there are indeed 70,000 supreme celestial stones. Duan Lingtian, what's a supreme celestial stone? Didn't you ask for 1,000,000 supreme celestial stones? Why did he only give you 370,000 supreme celestial stones? Although she was inexperienced, she still knew the basics of addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division. Her mother had taught her this before. Upon hearing her words, the 4 members of the Qi family were dumbfounded. "My lord, I..." The clan leader of the Qi family stammered as he knelt in front of Kerr. His body trembled violently, and he did not know what to say. He thought the overarching heavenly supreme celestial was trying to prank him. After all, a supreme celestial stone was equivalent to 10 prominent celestial stones. This was common knowledge in the Devata realms. Clan leader of the Qi family, there's no need to worry. She just doesn't know that a supreme celestial stone is equivalent to 10 prominent celestial stones. The clan leader of the Qi family sighed in relief when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. However, he still found it hard to believe that an overarching heavenly supreme celestial was unaware that a supreme celestial stone was equivalent to 10 prominent celestial stones. Because in his opinion, that was common sense that couldn't be more basic. Chapter 27:12. I see. Realization dawned on her after listening to Duan Lingtian's explanation. Huana, don't you use celestial stones to cultivate? Duan Lingtian asked with a wry smile on his face. In his opinion, since Huan was an overarching heavenly supreme celestial, she must have used celestial stones to cultivate. Otherwise, how could she have attained such a cultivation level in just a short 100 years? Previously, when Duan Lingtian probed Huan with his divine consciousness, he could sense the aura of her flesh and blood. Huan was no older than 100 years old, just like him. No need. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's question, Kerr shook her head innocently. Upon hearing her words, the 4 members of the Qi clan were speechless again. She did not use celestial stones? How on earth did this little grandaunt cultivate? How could she become an overarching heavenly supreme celestial without using celestial stones? Huan, won't your cultivation be slow if you don't use celestial stones? Duan Lingtian frowned and said, that shouldn't be the case. Your mother would have given you celestial stones to cultivate. Normally speaking, she should have given you immortal stones and medicinal pills to assist in your cultivation. After all, without celestial stones and pills, your cultivation speed would be slow. Although Duan Lingtian did not know what kind of person Huan's mother was, he was certain that she was not an ordinary person. However, since Huan's mother had left behind an illusory realm to trap Duan Lingtian, it meant she was not an ordinary person. Even if she was a celestial beast, there was no doubt she was not an ordinary celestial beast. It was impossible for a celestial beast like her to not give her daughter celestial stones and pills to cultivate. Mother gave me pills to cultivate, and the medicinal efficacy of the pills is still in my body. Moreover, she also gave me this. However, this isn't a celestial stone. Huan's expression was still as innocent as ever when she heard Duan Lingtian's words. As she spoke, she pulled down the necklace on her neck, revealing the pendant of the necklace to everyone, including Duan Lingtian. The pendant of the necklace was a small, completely enclosed, circular box. She pressed a button on the side of the box, causing it to open. A bright light flashed, dazzling Duan Lingtian and the others. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. As soon as she opened the small round box, a bright light flashed from within, and a vast amount of heaven and earth spiritual energy that was close to liquefying gushed out of the small box. In the blink of an eye, it was like a vast ocean that swept through the entire Qi clan's great hall. It was as though the main hall of the Qi clan had turned into a holy land for cultivation in an instant. Isn't the spiritual energy of heaven and earth a little too exaggerated? Duan Lingtian was dumbfounded when he sensed the Qi family's hall filled with heaven and earth spiritual energy. The heaven and earth spiritual energy in the Qi clan's main hall was 1,000 times denser than the spiritual energy in the hidden dragon abyss in the 9 Spectres County Governor's mansion. He tried to absorb the spiritual qi of heaven and earth to cultivate, but found that he had reached the limit of what he could absorb. In other words, with his current cultivation base, it would be a waste for him to cultivate in such a place. Although the heaven and earth spiritual energy was more abundant,
There was a limit to how much heaven and earth spiritual energy one could absorb when one's cultivation base was at a certain level. Just like now, Duan Ling Tian had encountered such a situation. Even an overarching heavenly supreme celestial would be able to cultivate in such an environment, right? Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. It did not matter if an overarching heavenly supreme celestial was in a cultivation environment like this or a cultivation environment that was much better than the one they were in right now. After all, there was a limit to how much heaven and earth spiritual energy one could absorb. An overarching heavenly supreme celestial would be able to cultivate in such an environment. With such an environment, there was no need for an overarching heavenly supreme celestial to fight for a better cultivation environment. This was because the effect of cultivating in such an environment was the same for an overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Of course, if a celestial high immortal were to cultivate in such an environment, he would not be able to reach his limit. He could still strive for a better cultivation environment. That's right. There's also the cultivation method. I almost forgot. In the Devata realms, the higher the grade of one's cultivation method, the faster one can absorb the heaven and earth spirit energy. With this thought in mind, Duan Ling Tian felt as though he was a frog at the bottom of a well. He also knew that the assumption in his heart was completely based on the foundation of cultivating the yellow grade cultivation method. Moreover, this energy is coming from the crystal in the small round box on her necklace. It's filling the entire hall with the heaven and earth spiritual energy. If she were to absorb the heaven and earth spiritual energy from the crystal, Duan Ling Tian said. Duan Ling Tian did not dare to continue thinking about it. Even if Huan Er was an overarching heavenly supreme celestial and cultivated a heaven-grade cultivation method, she should still be able to absorb the heaven and earth spiritual energy from the crystal, right? Huan Er, close it. Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, Huan Er closed the small round box on the necklace and severed the connection between the crystal and the outside world. As a result, the Qi clan's great hall was no longer filled with heaven and earth spiritual energy. Because of this, the heaven and earth spirit energy in the Qi family's main hall became thinner and thinner. Although she had closed the box, she could not help but sigh. However, Duan Ling Tian was able to clearly see what was inside. It was a crystal that was completely transparent. It was quite similar to the diamond in his previous life, but there were some subtle differences. Of course, the diamond itself had no spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Duan Ling Tian had already noticed this when he returned to earth. Therefore, the crystal was only somewhat similar to a diamond, but its nature was completely different. It could even be said that the difference was like heaven and earth. Immortal crystals. Those are immortal crystals. The Qi family ancestor, who had been greedily absorbing the liquid heaven and earth spirit energy in the Qi family's main hall, raised his head with an intoxicated expression when the heaven and earth spirit energy in the Qi family's main hall became thin. When he looked at the necklace on her neck again, his eyes were filled with greed and greed. Humph! The Qi family ancestor only regained his senses when he heard Duan Ling Tian's cold snort. His expression changed drastically as he hastily withdrew his gaze from the necklace. The other three members of the Qi family also regained their senses. They prostrated themselves on the ground, not daring to make a sound. At this moment, they recalled something. The celestial crystal belonged to an overarching heavenly supreme celestial. You said that's a celestial crystal? As far as I know, even a supreme-grade celestial crystal wouldn't have such an effect, right? Duan Ling Tian asked as he looked at the Qi family ancestor indifferently. He knew about celestial crystals. He had read about celestial crystals in some memory celestial talismans. He knew that celestial crystals only appeared in supreme-grade celestial stone veins. Moreover, the chances of them appearing were much lower than supreme-grade celestial stones in prominent celestial stone veins. For this reason, one celestial crystal was worth 1,000 supreme-grade celestial stones. In fact, the heaven and earth spirit chi contained in one immortal crystal was at most equivalent to the heaven and earth spirit chi contained in 1 or 200 supreme-grade immortal stones. The celestial crystals mentioned here were only primitive celestial crystals. Above the supreme-grade celestial stone vein, there were low-grade celestial crystal veins that produced low-grade celestial crystals. At the same time, there was also a chance of middle-grade celestial crystals. Like immortal stones, immortal crystals were divided into low-grade immortal crystals, medium-grade immortal crystals, high-grade immortal crystals, and supreme-grade immortal crystals. However,
The exchange rate of celestial crystals was completely different from that of celestial stones. The exchange rate between each grade of celestial stone was 1 to 10. One supreme grade celestial stone was equivalent to 10 prominent celestial stones, 100 mediocre celestial stones, and 1,000 primitive celestial stones. The exchange rate between each grade of celestial crystal was 1 to 100. A supreme grade celestial crystal was equivalent to 100 prominent celestial crystals, 10,000 mediocre celestial crystals, and 1,000,000 primitive celestial crystals. According to Duan Lingtian's knowledge, the intermediate rank celestial kingdom, the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom, did not have any primitive celestial crystal veins. In fact, even the high-rank celestial kingdoms did not have primitive celestial crystal veins. Although the high-rank celestial kingdoms did not have primitive celestial crystal veins, the number of supreme-grade celestial stone veins they had was not something an intermediate-rank celestial kingdom or a low-rank celestial kingdom could compare to.
"You're very wise, my lord."
The Qi clan's old ancestor nodded in response to Duan Lingtian's question. Then he said, "If I'm not mistaken, the celestial crystal on Lord Overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial's necklace is a divine celestial crystal that only appears once every 10,000 years in a supreme-grade celestial crystal veins." Divine crystal. As soon as the Qi clan's old ancestor finished speaking, the breathing of the other 3 members of the Qi clan quickened. To them, the divine crystal veins were extremely rare. The divine crystal was an existence that only existed in legends. It was something that could only be looked at but was out of reach. I, Qi Yunshang, have no regrets now that I've seen and felt the power of the divine crystal. The clan leader of the Qi clan sighed emotionally. With the Qi clan's status and influence, we'll have no regrets even if we die now that we've seen the divine crystal. The Qi clan's old ancestor chimed in. Divine crystal. A supreme-grade celestial crystal veins that only appear once every 10,000 years. Upon hearing the Qi clan's old ancestor's words, Duan Lingtian's eyes widened in shock. Based on what he knew, in any of the 81 Devata realms, there would not be more than 10 supreme celestial crystal veins in the Devata realms. In other words, on average, one divine crystal would only appear once every 1,000 years in a Devata realm. Who's Huaner's mother? The phantom fox must not be an ordinary celestial beast. What a joke! How could an ordinary celestial beast leave a divine crystal for its daughter? Duan Lingtian could still remember. Chapter 27:13. There were a total of 81 Devata realms in the colossal world. There were no more than 10 supreme-grade celestial crystal veins in each Devata realm. A supreme-grade celestial crystal vein would take 10,000 years to produce a divine crystal. In other words, on average, it would take at least 1,000 years for a divine crystal to form in each Devata realm. Based on this, one could easily imagine how precious a divine crystal was. However, Huaner actually had a divine crystal in her possession. Huaner. She's not simple. Duan Lingtian sighed inwardly. Duan Lingtian was still thinking about Huaner's background when he heard the divine crystal. At this moment, a loud voice rang in the air. The clan leader of the Liu clan, Liu Quan, has come with the old ancestor of the Liu clan and the former clan leader of the Liu clan to visit the clan leader of the Qi clan and the old ancestor of the Qi clan. This resounding voice was extremely penetrating. As it spread throughout the entire Qi family mansion, it also reached the main hall of the Qi family mansion. It's the clan leader of the Liu clan, Liu Quan. The Liu clan is here. Qi Yunshang, the clan leader of the Qi clan, narrowed his eyes slightly. Lords, the Liu clan is here to denounce us for the death of Liu Wenbin, the first young master of the Liu clan. Qi Yu, the second young master of the Qi clan, said in a low voice as he looked at Duan Lingtian and Huaner. However, a hint of schadenfreude could be seen in the depths of Qi Yu's eyes. In his opinion, the people from the Liu clan were digging their own graves by coming here. Even the clan leader of the Qi clan and the old ancestor of the Qi clan who were kneeling on the ground thought the Liu clan was digging their own graves. In fact, they were already imagining things. After the powerhouses from the Liu clan killed the people from the Liu clan, the Qi clan would be able to annihilate the Liu clan in one fell swoop. From then on, the Qi clan would dominate Qi Liu City. At that time, Qi Liu City would have to change its name. After all, the Liu clan would be gone. The Liu clan? Humph. Just in time. Duan Ling Tian rose to his feet as his celestial origin energy surged out of his body. Together with the Devata artifact, the 7 orifices exquisite sword, his celestial origin energy formed a myriad of 7-colored sword rays on the surface of his body before he cast the assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic. Sword formation. 13 green lotus swords. At the same time, the thousands of sword radiances on the surface of Duan Lingtian's body converged into a sword array. They circled around his body and brought out a dozen phantoms. Finally, they gathered together. The sword array formed by the convergence of 7-colored sword radiances suddenly burst into light and illuminated the entire Qi family's main hall. In an instant, the entire Qi family hall seemed to be immersed in a sea of 7 colors. What a powerful force!
This purple-clad young man is no weaker than an ordinary heaven-rank great overarching golden celestial.
The hearts of the Qi family's patriarch and old ancestor shuddered. This was especially true for the head of the Qi clan. If he were to fight the current Duan Ling Tian, he knew that he had no chance of winning. At most, he would be able to fight the Duan Ling Tian to a draw. He's still concealing his strength? At this time, Qi Yu and the Qi family elder also vaguely realized this point. Although Duan Ling Tian had unleashed his full strength, the clan leader and the old ancestor of the Qi clan were not on guard at all. This was because they thought Duan Ling Tian was accumulating his strength to deal with the Liu clan's members who were charging at them. Naturally, the reason they were not on guard was mostly because of the veiled woman sitting next to Duan Ling Tian. This woman was an overarching heavenly supreme celestial. It would be easy for her to kill them. For this reason, it did not cross their minds that Duan Ling Tian was making such a big fuss just to kill them. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The clan leader and supreme elder of the Qi clan finally realized that Duan Ling Tian had been accumulating his strength for the sake of attacking them. Horror dawned on their faces. They instinctively wanted to fight back. Alas, before they could even muster their celestial origin energies, Duan Ling Tian's 7-colored sword formation had already shrouded them and killed them. Blood flowed like a river in the Qi clan's main hall. The clan leader of the Qi clan, the old ancestor of the Qi clan, Qi Yu, and the old ancestor of the Qi clan were all killed by Duan Ling Tian. Huan was taken aback by Duan Ling Tian's actions. She asked curiously, Duan Ling Tian, didn't you tell me there's no need to take their celestial stones and kill them if they didn't provoke us? What are you? Huan was not bothered by the bloody scene. She was more concerned about Duan Ling Tian's actions. Clearly, Duan Ling Tian's actions were different from what he had taught her. You're right, Huan. After killing the 4 people from the Qi clan, Duan Ling Tian looked at Huan and said, I killed them not because they provoked us, but because they know you have the divine crystal. Once the divine crystal in your possession is exposed, both you and I will attract a fatal calamity. After all, many people will want to take it away from you. Duan Ling Tian's expression was solemn when he spoke. A man's wealth was his fault. After living 2 lives, Duan Ling Tian knew this very well. For this reason, Duan Ling Tian had decided to kill the 4 members of the Qi clan who knew about the divine crystals in her possession. He wanted to eliminate all potential threats before it was too late. Initially, when the clan leader of the Qi clan handed over the 1 million prominent celestial stones, he had no intention of making things difficult for the Qi clan. Unfortunately, the development of events was often beyond his control. Due to the divine crystal, he had no choice but to do this. He did not want Huaner's hands to be stained with blood because he did not want a young girl like Huaner to have too much blood on her hands. It was better for him to do these things. Take what's mine? This. Huaner touched the pendant of the necklace around her neck. A hint of coldness could be seen on her face as she said, This is something my mother left behind for me. I'll kill anyone who tries to take it away from me. Huan, the world is big. Duan Ling Tian sighed and said, There are many powerful people in this world. You can't stop them if they want to take what's yours. For this reason, what we need to do now is to keep the secret of the divine crystal a secret. Huan nodded and said, Yes, my mother told me that there are many people stronger than her in this world. I'm still not as strong as my mother was when she left. Huan nodded. Duan Ling Tian continued to say, For this reason, don't open the small box on your necklace in front of others. Once you open it, the secret of the divine crystal will be known to others. Even if those people don't have the ability to take the divine crystal from you, they'll spread the news. Once the news reaches the ears of those who are stronger than you won't be able to stop that person from snatching your divine crystal. You can only watch as he takes it away. Duan Lingtian nodded. Huan nodded obediently. It was obvious she understood the severity of the matter. At the same time, Duan Lingtian raised his hand and collected the spatial rings of the 4 people from the Qi clan. His eyes lit up when he saw the wealth in the 4 people's spatial rings. There are more than 100,000 supreme celestial stones in the Qi clan's spatial rings. However, there are very few low-grade celestial stones. There are also tens of thousands of supreme celestial stones in the clan leader of the Qi clan's possession. Duan Lingtian did not care about the wealth in the spatial rings of the Qi clan's second young master, Qi Yu, and the elder from the Qi clan. Huan, come with me to meet the people from the Liu clan. Duan Lingtian said as he looked at Huan. Before we leave Qi Liu City, we can still make a fortune from the Liu clan. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes, and a hint of a smile appeared on his face as he rose into the air. Are we going to rob them of their celestial stones? Huan's eyes lit up immediately. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. Moreover, how many celestial stones we can rob will depend on your performance. As long as you can subdue them, we'll be able to ask for as many celestial stones as we want. As Duan Lingtian and Huan approached the Liu family had just entered the Qi family's estate. Although the voice of the head of the Liu family had already spread throughout the entire Qi family mansion, no one from the Qi family rose into the air to welcome the head of the Liu family. Because everyone in the Qi family knew, at this time, it was time for the Qi family's patriarch and the Qi family's ancestor to make a move. Otherwise, no one would be able to suppress the menacing Liu family. Who are you? Due to this reason, the group of Liu clan members led by the clan leader of Liu clan, Liu Quan, could not help but frown when they saw the 2 unfamiliar faces. None of them expected that. At this time, the people who came to greet them were actually not the Qi family patriarch or the Qi family ancestor. Instead, it was a brat who looked like he was still wet behind the ears and a woman wearing a veil. A veil! At this moment, Liu Quan, the clan leader of Liu clan, seemed to have thought of something. His eyes narrowed as he looked at Duan Lingtian and Huan coldly. You're the man and woman who killed my son? The other members of the Liu clan regained their senses immediately. They stared at Duan Lingtian and Huan as though they were facing a formidable enemy. The fact that these 2 people dared to greet them at this time meant that they were either here to die or were not afraid of them. Based on their expressions, it did not seem like the former. So you're the ones who killed my grandson Liu Wenbin? The clan leader of Liu clan, the former clan leader of Liu clan, was one of the only 2 heaven-ranked great overarching golden celestials in the Liu clan. When he looked at Duan Lingtian and Huan, killing intent surged out of his body. Chapter 27:14. Duan Lingtian's expression remained calm as he faced the hostile gazes of the people from the Liu clan. It was as though he would remain calm even if Mount Tai were to collapse in front of him. Huan Duan Lingtian called out softly before he said indifferently, "Show them your strength." The people from the Liu clan were stunned when they heard Duan Lingtian's words. They instinctively turned to look at Huan who was standing next to Duan Lingtian. At this moment, a chilling aura rose from Huan eyes. In the next moment, swoosh! Huan waved her hand, and a terrifying wave of cold energy appeared in the air. Before the people from the Liu clan could react, the cold energy had already shrouded them. However, Huan knew when to stop. The cold energy shrouded the people from the Liu clan below their waists. Swoosh! 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 Before the people from the Liu family could react, they were frozen into ice sculptures from the waist down. Waves of cold air rose from the void beneath their feet. The cold air became denser and denser, and finally condensed into ice. Boom! Rumble! In the blink of an eye, accompanied by a series of rumbling sounds that seemed to have come out of nowhere, the waves of cold air that had condensed into ice in the void finally condensed and turned into a vast ice platform. A platform that was completely condensed and formed from ice. As soon as the platform appeared, it was put to good use. Bang! 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 The sound of heavy objects crashing into each other reverberated in the air. The people from the Liu clan, whose lower bodies were frozen, could no longer maintain their celestial origin energy. As a result, they slowly fell from the sky and smashed onto the ice platform. This was due to the fact that they did not fall quickly. Otherwise, with such a smash, half of their bodies that were frozen into ice sculptures would definitely be smashed into smithereens. At that time, they would all become cripples with half of their bodies paralyzed. Even so, the people from the Liu clan who landed on the ice platform were still in a daze. It took them a long time to regain their senses. Swoosh! Shwa! The first to regain their senses were the two heaven-rank great overarching golden celestials from the Liu clan. They were the ancestor and the former clan leader of the Liu clan. Horror dawned on them as they looked at the veiled woman in unison. Their eyes were filled with fear and panic. Overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial. Overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial. This woman is an overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial. At this moment, the two Heavenly Realm Great Overarching Golden Celestials from the Liu family were also shocked. As Heaven Realm Great Overarching Golden Immortals, they could not react to the means displayed by the veiled woman standing next to the purple-clad young man. By the time he reacted, he had already been struck. This also allowed them to confirm one thing. She was at least an overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial. Even a peak Golden Immortal did not have the ability to put them in such a sorry state. Overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial. Such an existence was enough to annihilate the Liu family's group of people with a flip of a palm. Lord Overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial, we're here for the Qi clan. Please forgive us for our earlier offense. Please forgive us, my lord. The old ancestor of the Liu family and the former clan leader of the Liu family bowed and apologized to Huan. Their bodies trembled violently as they apologized to Huan. Even the former clan leader of the Liu family, who had threatened to avenge his grandson earlier, had no choice but to admit defeat at this moment. Although it was important to avenge his grandson, it also depended on the situation. Based on the current situation, it was impossible for him to avenge his grandson. For this reason, he had no choice but to give up despite his reluctance. After all, if he did not give up, he might lose his life. Moreover, even if he lost his life, he might not be able to avenge his grandson. After living for so many years, it was only natural for him to know what was more important. Overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial? This woman is an overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial. The patriarch of the Liu family and the elders of the Liu family were shocked when they heard the words of the Liu family's old ancestor. It was as if a storm had set off in their hearts. They were no longer surprised when they saw the old ancestor of the Liu family and the former clan leader of the Liu family kneeling before the veiled woman. After all, she was an overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial. Her strength far surpassed the two heaven-ranked great overarching golden celestials of the Liu family. Greetings, Lord Overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial. Greetings, Lord Overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial. Under the lead of Liu Quan, the clan leader of the Liu family, the elders of the Liu family bowed respectfully to Huan from the beginning until the end. They no longer looked as arrogant as before. On the contrary, their bodies trembled violently like the two heaven-ranked great overarching golden celestials from the Liu clan. An overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial. An overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial. An overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial could easily kill all of them in a fit of rage. Duan Ling Tian, how did I do? At this moment, Huan looked at Duan Ling Tian with a smile on her face as though she was asking for credit for her actions. Good, good, good. You did well, Huan. Duan Ling Tian patted Huan's head with a smile and said, Huan, remove the energy that froze them. All right. Huan nodded obediently. Then, she raised her hand and a gust of wind blew past. Whoosh! As the gust of wind blew past, apart from the ice platform that was hovering in the air, the frozen bodies of the people from the Liu family returned to normal. However, they were still emitting a chilling aura. Thud! Thud! The two heaven-ranked great overarching golden celestials from the Liu family were the first to recover. As soon as they recovered, they knelt in front of Huan and looked at Duan Lingtian with fear and uneasiness in their eyes. Perhaps, the purple-clad young man was not as strong as them. However, based on what they had seen earlier, they could tell that the purple-clad young man in front of them was a terrifying existence. After all, the purple-clad young man was the leader of the terrifying woman in the veil. If the purple-clad young man had asked for their deaths, the woman would not have shown them any mercy. Thud! Thud! Thud!
After the two heaven-rank great overarching golden celestials from the Liu family knelt in front of Duan Lingtian and Huan Er, the clan leader of the Liu family and the elders from the Liu family also knelt on the ice platform. Clan leader Liu, you're right. When the Liu clan members all knelt down, Duan Lingtian inadvertently glanced at the Liu clan's patriarch, Liu Quan, and said indifferently, "Your son, the Liu clan's eldest young master, Liu Wenbin, was indeed killed by me. If Patriarch Liu wants to avenge your son, you can make a move now." When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, he looked at Liu Quan meaningfully. I wouldn't dare. I wouldn't dare." Liu Quan lowered his head and shook his head in panic when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. It was as though asking him to attack Duan Lingtian was as difficult as asking him to kill Duan Lingtian. In fact, Liu Quan did not think that asking him to attack Duan Lingtian was any different from asking him to kill Duan Lingtian. What a joke. Perhaps, the purple-clad young man was not as strong as him. However, the purple-clad young man seemed to be the only one who had the cultivation base of an overarching heavenly supreme celestial as well. If he attacked the purple-clad young man, he would be killed by the woman before he could even touch the purple-clad young man. Does this mean you don't want to avenge your son, clan leader Liu? Duan Lingtian asked again. No. I won't avenge him. My unfilial son deserved to die for offending you, my lord. Thank you, my lord, for helping me clean up the mess. Thank you, my lord, for helping me clean up the mess. LV Quan was just about to say, "No, I won't." However, when he thought about it, he felt it was inappropriate. He quickly changed his words and thanked Duan Lingtian instead. What about you? Based on what you said earlier, Liu Wenbin is your grandson? Duan Lingtian asked as he looked at Liu Quan's father, the former clan leader of the Liu clan. My unfilial grandson was blind to have offended you, my lord. Thank you, my lord, for helping me clean up the mess. The former clan leader of the Liu clan had always been extremely unwilling in his heart. He also knew that when one was under someone else's roof, one had no choice but to lower one's head. Following his son, he repeatedly thanked Duan Lingtian. Very good. Duan Lingtian grinned and did not beat around the bush as he said, Everyone from the Liu clan, you should thank us instead. HM? Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the people from the Liu clan were so angry that they almost vomited blood. The two men in front of them had forced them to kneel, and yet, they were still being asked to thank them? Although they felt indignant, they did not dare to show it on their faces. Earlier, I killed 2 heaven-rank great overarching golden celestials from the Qi clan. I'm sure this is good news for everyone from the Liu clan, right? Duan Lingtian said. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the people from the Liu clan straightened their backs. Although they were still kneeling on the ground, their backs were as straight as javelins. My lord, are you serious? Liu Quan asked with bright eyes and hurried breathing. At this moment, not only was he no longer feeling indignant, but the resentment he felt for not being able to avenge his son had disappeared as well. Is there a need for me to lie to you? Duan Lingtian glanced at Liu Quan indifferently and said, Speaking of which, I've helped the Liu clan this time. From now on, the Liu clan will be the only clan in Qiliu City. Indeed, their auras are no longer there. At the same time, the divine consciousness of the 2 great overarching golden celestials from the Liu family confirmed that the aura of the 2 great overarching golden celestials was gone. It was as though they had vanished into thin air. Chapter 27:15. My lord, the entire Liu clan is grateful for your kindness. After receiving confirmation from the 2 heaven-rank great overarching golden celestials, Liu Quan, the clan leader of the Liu clan, quickly bowed and apologized to Duan Lingtian. A hint of joy could be seen on his face. It was as though Duan Lingtian was his savior and not the one who had killed his son. Thank you, my lord. The group of Liu clan elders who followed behind the clan leader also expressed their gratitude to Duan Lingtian. At the same time, they could not suppress the excitement on their faces. They knew very well what the death of the 2 heaven-rank great overarching golden celestials from the Qi clan meant. It meant the Qi clan would no longer be able to stop the Liu clan. The Liu clan would become the new ruler of Qiliu City. But I seem to have killed your son. Duan Lingtian glanced indifferently at Liu Quan as he brought up an old matter. My lord, you've given the Liu clan a chance to rule Qiliu City. Let alone a son. If you're willing, I can have a few more sons for you to kill.
LV Quan was so excited that he lost his composure. He was not afraid of Duan Lingtian and Huan Er's strength. He was speaking from the bottom of his heart. If he could have used his son's death in exchange for the Lu clan's rule in Qilu City, he would have killed his son with his own hands. In his eyes, the Lu clan's fate was sealed. He could always have another son. However, even if he lost the chance to rule Qilu City, it would not happen again. He had his own thoughts on which was more important and which was more important. Duan Lingtian was speechless when he heard Lu Quan's words. He did not dwell on the matter since he did not think it was necessary. In Lu Quan's opinion, the clan's interest was more important than anything else. However, I've helped the Lu clan to get rid of the 2 heaven-rank great overarching golden celestials from the Qi clan. Shouldn't the Lu clan do something about it? Duan Lingtian said with narrowed eyes. Of course, Lu Quan replied. Lu Quan answered as he looked at his father. Then, the 2 of them looked at the old ancestor of the Lu family. My lord, what do you want? As long as it is within the power of our Lu family, we will definitely cooperate. Lu family's old ancestor looked at Duan Lingtian and said seriously. First of all, I want the largest map that your Lu family can provide. That map must be very detailed. Duan Lingtian said lightly. Perhaps that kind of map could be found in the storage rings of the Qi family members who had died at his hands, but he was too lazy to look for it. This is a small matter. The old ancestor of the Lu family, who thought that Duan Lingtian had a difficult task for the Lu family, was relieved when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Sir, is there anything else you need? The ancestor of the Liu family continued to ask. Yes, there's one more thing. Duan Lingtian nodded. He glanced at the people from the Lu clan before he narrowed his eyes and said, The 2 of us will leave in 3 days. I want to see 1 million supreme celestial stones in 3 days. 1 million supreme grade immortal stones. As soon as Duan Lingtian said this, everyone from the Lu family, including the Lu family's old ancestor, paled. My lord, the Lu clan's old ancestor said bitterly. The Lu clan can only come up with 300,000 to 400,000 supreme celestial stones at once. If you give us more time, we might be able to come up with 500,000 or 600,000 supreme celestial stones, but 3 days is too short. You said it yourself. It's your Lu family. Now that the 2 heaven realm great overarching golden immortals from the Qi family are dead, you can eat up the Qi family immediately. At that time, won't you be able to gather 1 million supreme grade celestial stones? Duan Lingtian said lightly. My lord, there is something you don't know. The old ancestor of the Lu clan took a deep breath before he mustered up his courage and said, For clans like the Lu clan and the Qi clan, at least half of the clan's wealth is in the hands of 2 heaven realm great overarching golden celestials. Since you've killed the 2 people from the Qi clan, I'm sure their spatial rings are in your hands as well. For this reason, almost half of the Qi clan's wealth is in your hands, my lord. The old ancestor of the Lu clan said. 800,000 supreme grade celestial stones. Duan Lingtian waved his hand impatiently when he heard the old ancestor of the Lu clan's words. 800,000 supreme grade celestial stones. I want to see it in 3 days. If I don't see it, I don't mind sending the 2 heaven realm great overarching golden celestials from the Qi clan to hell. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he ignored the shocked expressions of the people from the Lu clan and looked at Huan Er. The impatience on his face disappeared and was replaced by a smile. Huan Er, let's go. All right. Huan Er nodded obediently before she left with Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian and Huan Er's figures slowly disappeared from the sight of the people from the Lu clan. The people from the Lu clan watched as Duan Lingtian and Huan Er left. However, none of them dared to say a word, because they had all seen it. They knew the purple-clad young man had made a huge concession. Who are they? The former clan leader of the Lu clan muttered to himself after Duan Lingtian and Huan Er's figures had disappeared from sight. I don't know. Lu Quan shook his head when he heard his father's question. They must be outsiders. It might even be their first time in Qilu City. Humph. From today onward, Qilu City will cease to exist. Only Liu City will exist. The old ancestor of the Lu clan said with a scoff. Liu City. As soon as the old ancestor of the Lu clan finished speaking, the eyes of the Lu clan's people lit up like bright stars in the night sky, gorgeous and dazzling. Old ancestor, Can we really gather 800,000 supreme-grade celestial stones in 3 days? Lu Quan could not help but pour cold water on the hopes of the people from the Lu clan. It doesn't matter if we can gather that many supreme-grade celestial stones or not. Didn't you see the Lord's attitude earlier? The old ancestor of the Lu clan said in a deep voice. Then the old ancestor of the Liu clan looked at the former clan leader of the Liu clan and said, Liu Jiao, after we've taken over the Qi clan, you'll make a trip to the surrounding cities. Look for clans and sects that cooperate with the Liu clan and borrow as many supreme celestial stones as you can. Yes, old ancestor. The former clan leader of the Liu clan bowed respectfully. Although they were both heaven-rank great overarching golden celestials, the old ancestor of the Liu clan was much stronger than him. Moreover, the old ancestor of the Liu clan was much more senior than him. For this reason, he did not dare to be careless in front of the old ancestor of the Liu clan. Following that, the people from the Liu clan charged into the Qi clan's estate like hungry wolves pouncing on their prey. Since the Qi clan had lost their 2 most powerful heaven-rank great overarching golden celestials, the remaining high-ranking members of the Liu clan were no match for the 2 heaven-rank great overarching golden celestials. It did not take long before all the great overarching golden celestials in the Qi clan's estate were killed. On the other hand, there were no casualties on the Liu clan's side. In just a day, the Qi clan that was supposed to be on par with the Liu clan was devoured by the Liu clan without any casualties. When news of this spread, it caused an uproar in Qilu City. The next day, the Liu clan made an announcement. From today onward, Qilu City would be renamed as Liu City. No one in Qilu City dared to object to this announcement. They're quite fast. I only hope they'll be able to hand over the 800,000 supreme-grade celestial stones on time. Duan Ling Tian could not help but mutter to himself as he listened to the discussions in the restaurant. He was seated in a private room near the main hall of a restaurant in Liu City. Meanwhile, Huaner, who had removed her veil, sat across from Duan Ling Tian as she swept through the dishes on the table. Although Huaner had lost her image, she was still beautiful and flawless from every angle. Even Duan Ling Tian, who was as calm as a lake, could not help but stare at Huaner from time to time. Brother Ling Tian, I'm full. After about an hour, Huaner wiped her greasy mouth and said to Duan Ling Tian with a smile, The food outside is delicious. Brother Ling Tian, can you bring me out to eat every day? All right, as long as you're happy. Duan Ling Tian nodded with a smile on his face. Duan Ling Tian was not surprised by the change in the way Huaner addressed him. After leaving the Qi clan's estate yesterday, Duan Ling Tian had brought Huaner around Qilu City to buy many things for her. During their shopping spree, they had encountered a few lovey-dovey couples. When Huaner heard the way they addressed each other, she changed the way she addressed him. She no longer called him Duan Ling Tian. Instead, she called him Brother Ling Tian. Naturally, he knew the change in the way she addressed him did not mean anything. Huaner was still the same Huaner. She was still the same Huaner who knew nothing about love. She was as pure as a piece of white paper. Even though the white paper was now stained with some colors, most of the places were still white and translucent. Since we're full, shall we go out for a walk? Duan Ling Tian asked with a smile on his face. Sure. I still have a lot of things I wanted to buy yesterday. Huaner nodded like a chick pecking at rice. After that, Duan Ling Tian and Huaner strolled around Qilu City for 2 days before they arrived at the entrance of the Liu clan's estate. Greetings, my lords. Greetings, my lords. When Duan Ling Tian and Huaner arrived at the entrance of the Liu clan's estate, the high-ranking members of the Liu clan, whom Duan Ling Tian and Huaner had met 3 days ago, were all present. They bowed humbly at Duan Ling Tian and Huaner. Is everything ready? Duan Ling Tian asked as he looked at the old ancestor of the Liu clan. He had noticed 3 days ago that the old ancestor of the Liu clan was a member of the Liu clan. The old man was the leader of the Liu clan. My lord, everything is ready. Chapter 27:16. Duan Ling Tian nodded after he took the spatial ring from the Liu clan's old ancestor and performed the ownership claim on the spatial ring. Yes, there were 1 million supreme celestial stones. Apart from that, there was also a memory celestial talisman. A map of the memory celestial talisman? Duan Ling Tian's eyes brightened immediately. With just a thought, he took out the memory celestial talisman. After he sent his celestial origin energy into the memory celestial talisman, a map appeared in Duan Lingtian's mind. The map covered the entire Cloudy Rock celestial kingdom, the neighboring celestial kingdoms, and even some distant regions. I'm currently in Qilu City. Qilu City is only 200,000 miles away from the capital of the Cloudy Rock celestial kingdom. This is the king city of King Qin's mansion. It's more than 1 million miles away from Qilu City. That's the Nine Spectres County and the Bloody Spectre City under King Qin's manor. After Duan Lingtian used the memory celestial talisman, a map appeared in his mind. It allowed Duan Lingtian to know his current location, his surroundings, and his surroundings. If I'm not mistaken, this map of the memory celestial talisman is extremely valuable. When the memory celestial talisman in Duan Lingtian's hand disappeared, he regained his senses and looked at the old ancestor of the Liu clan meaningfully. In the At realms, maps were divided into ordinary maps and memory celestial talismans. The latter was extremely valuable because not many people were willing to spend so much time and effort to carve a map on a memory celestial talisman. Instead of spending so much time and effort on cultivating, one might as well spend it on cultivating. It was not worth it to carve a map. Naturally, this did not mean no one was willing to spend so much time and effort to carve a map. If that was the case, there wouldn't be a memory immortal talisman map that Duan Lingtian had just used. Normally, only those who were limited by their talent and could not make any progress in their cultivation, and those who did not have the ability to easily earn immortal stones would spend a lot of time and energy to carve memory immortal talisman maps in order to earn a large amount of immortal stones. It was also because of this that Duan Lingtian said that the memory immortal talisman map was very valuable. As long as my lord is satisfied. Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the old ancestor of the Liu family heaved a sigh of relief and quickly responded. Ever since Duan Lingtian said he was the one who killed the 2 Heaven Realm great overarching golden celestials from the Qi clan 3 days ago, the old ancestor of the Liu clan had regarded Duan Lingtian as a peak great overarching golden celestial. He feared Duan Lingtian from the bottom of his heart. Naturally, even if he did not fear Duan Lingtian, he would not dare to act recklessly in front of Duan Lingtian since Huan was by his side. At most, he would secretly look down on Duan Lingtian. Huan, now that we've obtained the item, it's time for us to leave the city. After Duan Lingtian put the spatial ring away, he looked at Huaner who had put her veil back on and said with a faint smile on his face. Leave this city? Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Huaner tugged at Duan Lingtian's sleeve and said with a pitiful look in her eyes, Brother Lingtian, I haven't had enough fun yet. Why don't we play for a while longer? We'll leave after I've had enough fun? The people from the Liu family were stunned when they saw Huaner's expression. Was this the same overarching heavenly supreme celestial who had subdued and killed them with just a wave of his hand? Why does she look more like a little girl who hasn't grown up yet? Huan, it's fine if you don't want to leave. However, don't blame Brother Lingtian for not reminding you that the place we're going to is much more fun than this place. Duan Lingtian said with a smile. More fun than this place? Huaner's eyes lit up. She waved her hand and sent out a wave of celestial origin energy that emitted a cold aura. The people from the Liu family were on guard. In just a blink of an eye, Huaner and Duan Lingtian disappeared from the entrance of the Liu family's estate. Brother Lingtian, let's go to a more fun place. Huaner's voice rang in the ears of the people from the Liu family. All of a sudden, the people from the Liu family looked at each other and saw the shock and astonishment in each other's eyes. Was he really an overarching heavenly supreme celestial? Why did he sound like a playful child who had yet to grow up? Ancestor. How strong do you think the purple-clad young man is? Is he an overarching heavenly supreme celestial as well? Lu Quan, the clan leader of the Liu family, could not help but ask. I don't know if he's an overarching heavenly supreme celestial or not. However, since he killed the 2 heaven-rank great overarching golden celestials from the Qi family, it means he's at least a peak great overarching golden celestial. The Liu family's ancestor replied. Most importantly, Lu Quan suddenly said. All of a sudden, the old ancestor of the Liu family narrowed his eyes as if he had thought of something. 3 days ago, when I probed them with my divine sense, I accidentally discovered that the aura of their flesh and blood was enough to prove that they were not even 100 years old. Less than 100 years old. As soon as the Liu family's ancestor finished speaking, the atmosphere fell silent again. Is this for real?
One of them is at least a peak great overarching golden celestial, and the other is an overarching heavenly supreme celestial. The Lu family members present couldn't help but question in their hearts. They didn't dare to believe that the man and woman were actually less than 100 years old.
3 days ago, I thought I was mistaken. It seems like they're really less than 100 years old.
Lu Quan's father, the former clan leader of the Lu family and the other heaven-rank great overarching golden celestial in the Lu family, sighed when he heard the Lu family's ancestors' words. His sigh dispelled the doubts in the others' minds. If the Lu family's ancestor was the only one who had said this, they could still suspect that he had been mistaken. However, even the former clan leader of the Lu family had said the same thing.
Regarding this, they could only firmly believe it. Heavens!
A peak great overarching golden celestial and an overarching heavenly supreme celestial less than 100 years old.
Who are they? He must be from a big place.
Let alone an overarching heavenly supreme celestial who's younger than 100 years old. We don't even have a peak great overarching golden celestial who's younger than 100 years old in the high-rank celestial kingdoms.
I think so as well.
They must be young disciples from powerful sects or clans that are superior to high-rank celestial kingdoms.
It's our luck that we managed to unite Xianxia City with them.
There's no comparison. A young man who's not even 100 years old is strong enough to topple a clan that has existed for thousands of years.
It's hard to imagine the power behind them.
After Duan Lingtian and Huan left, the people from the Lu family discussed among themselves.
In the end, they came to a consensus.
Duan Lingtian and Huan were from powerful forces that were superior to high-rank celestial kingdoms. As for those forces, they were forces that they could only look at but not reach. Let alone the Liu clan, even the strongest imperial family in the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom, the Liu clan, was not a match for those forces at all.
I still don't understand. Why did they kill the people from the Qi family? Why did they help us? The old ancestor of the Lu family sighed.
Then, under the watchful eyes of the people from the Lu family, he continued to say, "Think about it. Duan Lingtian and Huan killed the people from the Lu family and followed the people from the Qi family to the Qi family.
There's no way the people from the Qi family wouldn't have probed them.
Once we find out how strong they are, the Qi clan will definitely treat them as guests of honor. At that time, when our Lu clan goes looking for them, we will inevitably be killed by them.
At that time, the Qi family will unify Xianxia City."
However, before we went to the Qi family, they had already killed the 2 heaven-rank great overarching golden celestials from the Qi family. Is it because the Qi clan was blind and offended them, which is why they were killed?
I have a feeling things aren't that simple. The people from the Qi family wouldn't be so reckless. The more the old ancestor of the Lu family spoke, the more confused he became. He had interacted with the people from the Qi family all his life.
He knew the 2 heaven-rank great overarching golden celestials from the Qi family were not reckless people. For this reason, he found it strange that the 2 mysterious young men would kill the 2 heaven-rank great overarching golden celestials from the Qi family to help the Lu family.
You're right. It doesn't make sense.
The people from the Lu family also felt that something was amiss when they heard the old ancestor of the Lu family's words. However, they did not expect the old ancestor of the Qi family. This time, the Qi family and not the Lu family were annihilated in Xianxia City because the people from the Qi family knew something they were not supposed to know.
Otherwise, the Lu family would not be the ones who would unify Xianxia City.
The old Xianxia City was located outside of the current Liu City.
Brother Lingtian, where's the fun place we're going to? Is it far?
After Huan brought Duan Lingtian out of the city, her beautiful face was filled with eagerness. It was as though she could not wait to grow a pair of wings and fly to a more fun place.
Huan, we're going to the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom now.
Duan Lingtian said with a smile. To be more precise, we're going to the capital of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. The Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom was the nearest high-rank celestial kingdom to the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom. Duan Lingtian had chosen the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom as his next stop because he did not have a better choice. The high-rank Celestial Kingdom was only 3 million miles away from the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom.
Chapter 27:17.
Duan Lingtian and Huan left Qilu City and headed to the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. Previously,
Nan Gongli had successfully escaped from Duan Ling Tian and Huan using the fleeting light shadow talisman that was inscribed by a celestial duke. He had been hiding in a cave in the mountains for a long time. At this moment, the savior he had been waiting for finally arrived. Father, why did you come here? Nan Gong did not expect his father, the clan leader of the Nan Gong clan, would come here personally. What's going on? Didn't I ask the two elders to follow you? Nan Gong's father, the clan leader of the Nan Gong clan, Nan Gong Zhang, was a middle-aged man with a medium build and an ordinary appearance. However, there was a hint of shrewdness in his eyes. He looked at Nan Gong with a slightly gloomy expression on his face. Because Nan Gongli had only said in his immortal message talisman that he was in danger, and had asked his father to send someone to fetch him, his father still did not know what had happened. Father, the two elders are dead. Nan Gongji and Nan Gongyu are dead as well. Nan Gongli smiled bitterly. The only reason I'm still alive is because of the floating light and shadow talisman you gave me. You used the floating light and shadow talisman? Nan Gong Zheng's eyes widened when he heard his son's words. Even the two Nan Gong clan elders' expressions changed slightly when they heard Nan Gong Li's words. The flickering light shadow talisman was an extremely precious immortal talisman. At the very least, it was extremely precious to the Nan Gong family. Even in the Nan Gong family, there were only two of them. Nan Gong clan had spent a lot of effort to obtain the two floating light and shadow talismans. One floating light and shadow talisman was in the possession of Nan Gong Zhang, the clan leader of the Nan Gong clan. Nan Gong Zhang had given the other floating light and shadow talisman to his son. Now that they heard that Nan Gongli had used up the flickering light and shadow talisman, Nan Gong Zhang and the two Nan Gong elders behind him subconsciously felt their hearts ache. After all, the flickering light and shadow talisman was not an immortal talisman that could be easily obtained. What the hell happened? Nan Gong Zhang asked grimly. The two elders he had sent to his son had died, and his son had even used the flickering light and shadow talisman. This made him realize that his son had definitely encountered an extremely great danger, and had directly used the flickering light and shadow talisman to escape. Before Nan Gong Zhang, Nan Gongli did not dare to lie. As he spoke, he began to narrate the entire sequence of events. What? You did it all, light and shadow did it. Moreover, you're the one who provoked her. Upon hearing Nan Gong's words, Nan Gong Zhang raised his voice. His voice was filled with anger as he glared at Nan Gongli. It was as though he could not wait to slap Nan Gongli a few times. Father, she's not an ordinary woman. Not only is she powerful, but her appearance is definitely top-notch among all the women I've ever seen. The other women can only look up to her. Nan Gongli retorted when he heard the anger in his father's voice. It just so happens that I used the floating image pearl when the two elders made their move. Although it only recorded a brief moment, I was able to see the woman's appearance. As soon as Nan Gongli finished speaking, he brought out another floating image pearl and channeled his celestial origin energy into it. In the next moment, a trembling mirror image appeared in front of Nan Gong Zheng's eyes. It was frozen in the void. In the frozen mirror image, there were two figures. One was a purple-clad young man, and the other was a white-clad young woman. As soon as the mirror image froze, Nan Gong Zhang and the two elders from the Nan Gong clan behind him turned to look at the white-clad young woman in the mirror image. As soon as their eyes landed on her, it was difficult for them to look away. This was because the white-clad young woman was simply too perfect. Her eyebrows were as beautiful as a painting, and her eyes were as clear as water. She was tall and slender, and she was dressed in a thin white robe. The cold aura she exuded made her seem like a celestial. She was elegant and refined, and she looked like a celestial who had descended from the heavens. Her perfect cheeks, in particular, looked like they were created by the Creator. It was as though there were no flaws in her cheeks at all. Whether it was Nan Gong Zhang or the two elders from the Nan Gong clan behind him, they would never have imagined that they would be able to see such a scene before today. They had lived for half of their lives, and their hearts were as calm as water when it came to women. However, they would still be stunned by a woman's appearance. I didn't expect there to be such a perfect woman in this world. It's no wonder that young Master Li and the two boys couldn't hold themselves back. If it was when I was young, I definitely wouldn't be able to hold myself back either. After the two elders from the Nan Gong clan regained their senses, they sighed. Nan Gong Zhang sighed as well. How could he not have the same thoughts as well?
I wonder, who on earth are that man and woman? One of the elders from the Nangong clan said with a fearful expression. No matter who they are, I won't let them off so easily for killing my people from the Nangong clan. Nangong Zhang said in a cold tone. After he finished speaking, he looked at Nangong Li and said, Li, when we return this time, bring the floating image pearl in your hand to see the sixth prince. I think if the sixth prince sees the woman in the floating image mirror, he'll definitely be interested in her and even want to obtain her. A hint of conspiracy could be seen in the depths of Nangong Zheng's eyes when he finished speaking. He wanted to use the sixth prince as a tool. Furthermore, he believed that with the sixth prince's character, after seeing that perfect and flawless woman in white, he would definitely try to obtain her at all costs.
Just as Nangong Zhang had expected. When Nangong Zhang returned to the capital of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom and brought the floating image pearl to the sixth prince of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom, the sixth prince's eyes lit up immediately. His breathing quickened as he left his seat and flew to Nangong Zheng's side. Nangong Zheng. Who's this woman? The sixth prince asked bluntly as he lifted Nangong Zheng's collar. The sixth prince was a young man wearing a long golden robe. He had a thin figure and his footsteps were light. There was a haze between his eyebrows. However, from the speed he displayed just now, one could tell that he was not weak. At the very least, he was much stronger than Nangong Zheng. Nangong Zheng, the sixth prince is asking you a question. Nangong Zheng, why are you in a daze? Hurry up and reply to the sixth prince. Nangong Zheng was still in a daze when he saw the sixth prince's reaction. A group of young men dressed in luxurious robes sitting on both sides of the main seat began to reprimand him. These young men were all disciples of great clans in the capital. Each of them was from a clan that was not any weaker than the Nangong clan behind Nangong Li. Sixth prince, I don't know who she is as well. I met her outside. Nangong Zheng said with a wry smile on his face. Nangong Zheng. Don't tell me you brought her back to the Nangong clan and hid her away? A young man dressed in luxurious robes who was not on good terms with Nangong Zheng asked with a sneer. The sixth prince's gaze on Nangong Zheng immediately turned sharper. Sixth prince, if I really brought her back to the Nangong clan, I would definitely give her to you as soon as possible. However, the problem is, I used up a floating light shadow talisman just because I wanted to bring her back and give her to you as a gift. Moreover, 2 elders from the Nangong clan died because of this. 2 of my clan brothers died as well. Nangong Zheng said with a wry smile on his face. Upon hearing Nangong Zheng's words, the sixth prince released his grip on Nangong Zheng's collar. I don't think you'd dare to deceive me. Take this floating light shadow talisman as a reward for this floating image pearl. If this prince finds that girl in the future and obtains her, this prince will reward you handsomely. The sixth prince said indifferently as he took out a celestial talisman and tossed it to the ground beside Nangong Zheng. Nangong Zheng squatted down and picked up the celestial talisman as he thanked the sixth prince respectfully. Thank you, sixth prince. Thank you, sixth prince. On that day, the sixth prince had ordered his subordinates to search for the whereabouts of the white-clothed woman in the floating image pearl. For this reason, he even had someone who was good at draw a portrait of the white-clothed woman in the floating image pearl. It did not take long before everyone in the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom learned that there was a flawless woman in the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom, and that the sixth prince was looking for her. Moreover, it was said that she was quite strong. She had even killed 2 yellow-rank great overarching golden celestials from the Nangong clan, the capital of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom. Even then, many people were still searching for her. After all, the sixth prince would reward them handsomely if they managed to find her, even if they only managed to provide some useful information. Perhaps, if Duan Ling Tian had left the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom a little later, he would have found out that Huan Er's appearance had been widely spread in the kingdom, while the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom was in an uproar over Huan Er's portrait. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian and Huan entered the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom's territory and arrived outside the capital. Although the buildings in the capital of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom were similar to those in ordinary cities, the overall structure and the majestic aura it exuded gave Duan Ling Tian a new feeling. Duan Ling Tian was slightly taken aback by this. Brother Ling Tian. This city is huge, Huan Er said as she stood beside Ling Tian. A hint of surprise could be seen in her clear eyes as she looked at the capital of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. She stood beside Duan Ling Tian and looked at the capital of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. However, apart from the surprise in her eyes, There was more excitement in them. Such a huge city. There must be a lot of fun and interesting things in there. Chapter 27:18. The capital of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, a high-rank celestial kingdom, was much more magnificent than Duan Tian had imagined. Apart from that, there were rules in the capital of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. Apart from the guards of the capital, no one was allowed to fly in the sky above the capital. Otherwise, it would be considered a provocation to the imperial family of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. For this reason, Duan Tian and Huan had no choice but to enter the capital through the main entrance. At this moment, not only was she wearing a veil, but she was also wearing a veil on her head. Her eyes were barely visible through the veil, and it was impossible to see her clearly. This was also Duan Tian's request. Previously, Duan Tian had been taught a lesson in Qilu City, so he was well aware of this. Huan was still attractive even with a veil on her face. Therefore, it was better for her to wear a veil. As it turned out, Duan Tian was right. After Huan put on the veil, she was no longer as attractive as before. On the contrary, the handsome Duan Tian attracted more women. Even some men looked at Duan Tian with jealousy in their eyes. There were many handsome men in the world. However, it was rare to see someone as handsome and charismatic as Duan Tian. Due to this reason, many people instinctively speculated that Duan Tian must have an extraordinary background when they first laid eyes on him. Otherwise, he would not have such a temperament. As the saying went, dragons give birth to dragons, and phoenixes give birth to phoenixes. Brother Tian, can you take off your veil? Look at the people on the street. I don't see anyone wearing a veil. Huan walked next to Duan Tian and saw many women staring at Duan Tian. For some reason, she felt displeased and took the initiative to ask Duan Tian to take off his veil. It was not that she wanted to compete with Duan Tian to see who was more attractive. It was because she felt that as long as she took off her veil, those women's gazes would definitely be on her and not on Duan Tian. Although Huan didn't know much about relationships, after spending so much time with Duan Tian, she had developed a sense of possessiveness toward Duan Tian. She did not want to share Duan Tian with another woman, even if it was just a few glances. Huan don't mess around. If you don't listen to me, Big Brother Tian won't accompany you to find your mother. Duan Tian said with a straight face. What a joke. He had witnessed Huan's charm before. Even if she wore a veil, she would still attract a lot of attention. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, he decided to let Huan wear the veil. And it turned out that the veil was a good choice. It no longer made Huan the center of attention. Under such circumstances, he naturally did not want her to remove her veil. Wouldn't that be asking for trouble? Apart from that, Duan Tian found it strange as well. Huan had just put on the veil, but why did she not reject it when they first arrived in the capital of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom? Alas, Duan Tian did not expect Huan to be jealous of Huan. She did this because she didn't want those women to pay too much attention to him. To put it bluntly, Huan was jealous. Huan was jealous. You only know how to bully me. Huan pouted when she heard Duan Tian's words. Tears welled up in her eyes as she looked at Duan Tian. Although Huan was wearing the veil, Duan Tian could see the tears in her eyes since he was standing close to her. He could not help but feel a headache coming on. He comforted her and said, Huan, Brother Tian asked you to wear the veil to avoid unnecessary trouble. With your strength you might be able to subdue those people in Qilu City. However, we're in the capital of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, a high-rank celestial kingdom. There are many powerhouses here who are stronger than you. It's better for us to keep a low profile. Brother Tian, I promise you that you won't have to wear the veil after we find a place to stay. You can also take off your veil. What do you think? Duan Tian comforted her patiently. Then, Brother Tian, you have to promise me that you'll accompany me to buy a lot of fun and delicious things. Huan begged with tears in her eyes. All right. Brother Tian will accompany you to buy a lot of fun and delicious things. Duan Tian nodded and comforted Huan as though she was a child. Only then did Huan's tears stop. Upon seeing this, Duan Tian sighed in relief. In his eyes, Huan was like a child who had yet to grow up. It was tiring for him to keep her by his side. However, what could he do now? Should he dump her?
Based on Huan Er's naivety, it would not take long before she was captured by those men who were stronger than her.
At that time, perhaps, death would be the best outcome for her.
Duan Lingtian did not dare to think about it any further. Moreover, to a certain extent, he was the one who brought her out of the ruins.
Moreover, it was also thanks to her that he was able to leave the illusory realm. He could not possibly repay her kindness with ingratitude, right? I just hope I can find Huan Er's mother as soon as possible and bring her back to her mother. At that time, I'll be free.
Although Duan Lingtian was a normal man, he had a strong desire to possess Huan Er. However, his rationality prevailed over his desire.
At this moment, he still treated Huan Er as a little girl who had yet to grow up.
Huan Er, let's look for a restaurant to eat first.
Duan Lingtian led Huan Er through the spacious streets of the soaring dragon celestial kingdom in search of a restaurant with private rooms. After all, he could not possibly let Huan Er eat in the main hall of a restaurant. Huan Er would have to remove her veil and hat when she was eating. If she did so in the main hall of a restaurant, who knew how much trouble she would attract? The spacious streets of the soaring dragon celestial kingdom were filled with endless streams of carriages. Pedestrians walked on both sides of the streets while carriages were in the middle. Occasionally, one could see strange celestial beast mounts. Naturally, these celestial beast mounts were mostly celestial beasts with no intelligence. For example, the snow-white celestial beasts Duan Lingtian had seen in King Qin's mansion in the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom. Although their cultivation bases were comparable to Violet Sun Golden Celestials, they had no intelligence and could only be enslaved. Let's go to this restaurant. After a while, Duan Lingtian and Huan Er finally arrived at a restaurant in the south of the soaring dragon celestial kingdom that was relatively lively and had vacant rooms. When Duan Lingtian and Huan Er entered the capital of the soaring dragon celestial kingdom, they had taken the south gate. Even after walking for half a day, they were still in the south of the soaring dragon celestial kingdom. One could easily imagine how vast the capital of the soaring dragon celestial kingdom was. When the dishes were served, Duan Lingtian asked the waiter to leave. After he closed the door, Huan Er removed her veil and hat before she began to sweep her face clean. She did not look ladylike at all. This is delicious. It's delicious here as well. This is delicious as well. Huan Er devoured the delicacies on the table as she pouted and said to Duan Lingtian, "Brother Lingtian, the food in this restaurant is much better than the food in the other restaurants." Of course. This is the capital of the soaring dragon celestial kingdom. After all. Duan Lingtian smiled. During their journey to the capital of the soaring dragon celestial kingdom, Duan Lingtian would bring Huan Er to eat whenever they came across a city. For this reason, he was used to seeing Huan Er devouring delicacies, so he was not surprised at all. At the same time, Duan Lingtian's ears perked up as he listened to the sounds coming from the restaurant. Earlier, when he was choosing a private room, he had chosen one that was close to the restaurant's main hall. It had to be said that the soundproofing of the private room was quite good. If Duan Lingtian did not pay attention, he would not have been able to hear the sounds coming from the restaurant's main hall. In the beginning, Duan Lingtian did not hear anything that piqued his interest. However, after Huan Er had finished eating half of the dishes on the table, Duan Lingtian finally heard something that piqued his interest. A month later, the most outstanding young powerhouses under the age of 100 will gather in the Imperial Palace. I wonder which mansion will have the most outstanding young powerhouses under the age of 100. I heard that the Grand Prestige Mansion has a Violet Sun Golden Celestial who's younger than 100 years old. In the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, Violet Sun Golden Celestials younger than 100 years old are extremely rare. A Violet Sun Golden Celestial who's younger than 100 years old? That young powerhouse is very talented. Duan Lingtian could not help but raise an eyebrow when he heard these people's words. Another young powerhouse under the age of 100 years old? Moreover, they said that the grand mansions under the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom are looking for the most outstanding young powerhouses under the age of 100 years old in their respective territories. Moreover, they will gather in the Imperial Palace of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom in a month's time. Does this have something to do with the martial competition of the 16 counties held by King Qin's mansion under the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom? Previously, I thought King Qin's mansion must have some ulterior motive for holding the martial competition of the 16 counties and promising such a generous reward.
It seems like the imperial family of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom must have ordered King Qin's mansion and the other grand mansions to do so. However, why are the imperial families of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom and the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom recruiting the most outstanding young powerhouses under the age of 100 from their respective territories?
Duan Lingtian could not figure it out. Chapter 27:19.
Generally speaking, if a person wanted to rise from a small place to make a name for himself in a big place, he would have to rely on his own efforts to stand out. And if a young expert with exceptional talent really appeared in a small place, some of the major powers, including the royal family, would also extend an olive branch to him. But this kind of situation rarely happened, because it was rare for such people to appear. The Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, as a high-rank celestial kingdom, actually ordered the king mansions under its rule to recruit the most outstanding young powerhouses under the age of 100. On the surface, it seemed as though the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom was only looking for talents. However, Duan Lingtian could vaguely sense something was amiss. Things shouldn't be that simple. If the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom was truly thirsty for talent, they would not have limited the age of the young powerhouses.
After all, there were some young powerhouses who were slightly over 100 years old who were much more talented than the young powerhouses under 100 years old.
Most importantly, the King Qin's mansion in the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom is also looking for young powerhouses below the age of 100. Is King Qin's mansion going to bring the top 10 contestants of the martial competition of the 16 counties to the capital of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom to compete with the young experts under the age of 100 from the other king mansions of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom? As Duan Lingtian continued to listen, he learned more. A month later, the 10 most outstanding young powerhouses under the age of 100 would gather in the imperial palace of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. Moreover, there would be a martial competition to determine the strongest 50 people. It was precisely because of this that he felt. In the martial competition of the 16 counties organized by the King Qin's mansion under the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom, the young experts who made it to the top 10 would be brought to the imperial palace in the capital of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom to compete with the young experts under the age of 100 from the other king mansions under the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian's ears perked up. At the same time, a voice rang from outside. This time, the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom isn't the only one who's chosen. Even the intermediate-rank celestial kingdoms and low-rank celestial kingdoms will select some young powerhouses who are younger than 100 years old. Intermediate celestial kingdoms will select the 30 strongest young experts under the age of 100. Low celestial kingdoms will select the 20 strongest young experts under the age of 100. As soon as this voice was heard, it immediately caused the entire restaurant to fall into a deathly silence. After a while, someone asked, "How do you know?" Mid-rank and low-rank immortal kingdoms will also select young experts who are less than 100 years old? I thought the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom was the only one doing it. Why are there so few spots for intermediate and inferior immortal kingdoms? More and more people voiced their doubts. The owner of the voice from before continued, "Judging from your expressions, I don't think you have heard that there will be a Wasteland Grand Competition in a year's time, right? The Grand Contest of the Wasteland is jointly organized by the 3 major celestial sects of the Wasteland. The participants are the most outstanding young experts under the age of 100 from the celestial kingdoms around the Wasteland. There are 50 spots for high-rank celestial kingdoms, 30 spots for intermediate-rank celestial kingdoms, and 20 spots for low-rank celestial kingdoms. It's said that the best participants in the Grand Contest of the Wasteland will be given a chance to join the 3 major celestial sects of the Wasteland." As soon as that person's voice fell, the restaurant fell into a dead silence once again. No one made a sound for a long time. The Wasteland? The 3 major celestial sects of the Wasteland? Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes slightly. At the same time, a map slowly unfolded in his mind. He had obtained this map from the Liu clan in Qilu City in the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom. He had obtained the map through a memory celestial talisman. Therefore, after he studied the map, it became part of his memory. This map covers a vast area. The south of the map is a barren mountain, and the north of the barren mountain is the Wasteland. There are 373 celestial kingdoms around the Wasteland. 39 of them are high-rank celestial kingdoms, 125 intermediate-rank celestial kingdoms, and the rest are low-rank celestial kingdoms. The Wasteland is vast,
but it doesn't belong to any celestial kingdom. In fact, the wasteland is surrounded by high-rank celestial kingdoms. The Martial Dragon Celestial Sect, the Tai Yi Celestial Sect, and the Thousand Spider Celestial Sect. The three celestial sects marked on the map must be the three major celestial sects. Subsequently, the voices that resonated in the restaurant's lobby confirmed Duan Ling Tian's speculation. The three major celestial sects of the wasteland were indeed the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect, the Tai Yi Celestial Sect, and the Thousand Spider Celestial Sect. A year later, the Wasteland Grand Contest would be held in the wasteland. At that time, the royal families of the various celestial kingdoms around the desolate region would bring their most outstanding young experts under the age of 100 to participate in the competition. None of the celestial kingdoms would be absent. This was because the three major celestial sects of the wasteland had sent invitations to the 373 celestial kingdoms around the wasteland. At that time, if any celestial kingdom was absent, they would definitely be hated by the three major celestial sects of the wasteland. In the history of the wasteland, similar incidents had happened before. The three major celestial sects of the wasteland were much more powerful than celestial kingdoms. Even high-rank celestial kingdoms could not compare to them. In the Devata realms, celestial sects were much more powerful than high-rank celestial kingdoms. For example, the sects in the various celestial kingdoms that were weaker than the imperial family would not be called celestial sects since they were not qualified to be called celestial sects. The three major celestial sects of the wasteland are much more powerful than high-rank celestial kingdoms. I wonder if they're stronger than the compassionate celestial traveler sect. After learning about the three major celestial sects of the wasteland, Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed as a beautiful figure appeared in his mind. Apart from that, he remembered the compassionate celestial traveler sect as well. Previously, he had left King Qin's mansion because the sect leader of the compassionate celestial traveler sect had sent someone to kill him. Since the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom is a high-rank celestial kingdom, I should be able to find information about the compassionate celestial traveler sect in the capital of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. I should also look for information about the three major celestial sects of the wasteland. With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian made up his mind. Subsequently, the group of people in the restaurant's lobby basically revolved around the Wasteland Grand Tournament. Moreover, most of them were talking about the young experts under the age of 100 that they knew were recruited by a certain king's mansion. However, Duan Lingtian was not interested in what they were talking about at all. Huan don't be in such a hurry. Eat slowly. If these dishes aren't enough, I'll ask them to serve more. Duan Lingtian's attention returned to Huan was still devouring the delicacies on the table like a whirlwind. One could see the number of dishes on the table dwindling at an alarming rate. The empty plates on the table were stacked up to the height of a 7-year-old child. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Huan continued wolfing down the dishes. She only responded to Duan Lingtian briefly before she ignored Duan Lingtian. What a little glutton. Duan Lingtian shook his head with a smile on his face. After Huan finished the dishes on the table, Duan Lingtian asked the waiter to serve another 2 tables of dishes. After Huan finished the last 2 tables of dishes, she wiped her greasy mouth and rubbed her stomach. Not bad. I'm 60% full. Let's call it a day. We'll continue tonight. 60% full. Upon hearing Huan words, Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched. If he did not know Huan had the bloodline of a celestial beast, he would have thought Huan was a monster. After Huan put on her veil and hat again, Duan Lingtian paid the bill and left the restaurant. He could sense the waiter looking at him and Huan as though they were monsters. Duan Lingtian really wanted to turn around and explain that he did not eat anything and that Huan was the only one who ate. Boom! Rumble! Just as Duan Lingtian and Huan were about to look for an inn to stay in, an earth-shaking rumble rang from the end of the road. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian saw another group of celestial beasts. 9 mighty and strange-looking immortal beasts were pulling a roofless carriage as they whistled through the air. They were so fast that they were not inferior to King Qin's carriage that he had seen in King Qin's mansion. These celestial beasts are as strong as Violet Sun Golden Celestials as well. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian shifted his gaze to the roofless carriage. A woman dressed in an orange-red dress could be seen sitting on the carriage. Although she was beautiful, she was far from being as beautiful as Huan. Based on the arrogance and haughtiness in her eyes,
It was not difficult to tell that she was a spoiled young lady from a wealthy family. When Duan Lingtian looked at the woman on the roofless carriage, the woman noticed his gaze as well. Her eyes lit up as soon as she met his gaze. She looked like a hungry wolf that had just seen its prey. However, since the 9 celestial beasts were moving at a fast speed, the roofless carriage passed by Duan Lingtian and Huaner in just a blink of an eye. Duan Lingtian did not look at the woman as he continued to walk forward with Kerr.
HM?
Duan Lingtian frowned slightly. This was because he had heard the rumbling of the 9 immortal beasts as they turned their heads and charged towards him. At the same time, he had also sensed something.
Chapter 27:20.
Boom. Rumble. In just a blink of an eye, the road that Duan Lingtian and Huaner were traveling was filled with clouds of dust. The passers-by who were slower were almost hit by the 9-headed celestial beasts that were charging toward them. When the dust settled, the roofless carriage pulled by the 9-headed celestial beasts appeared in front of Duan Lingtian and Huaner. A young woman dressed in an orange-red robe sat on the roofless carriage and stared at Duan Lingtian with a burning gaze. She did not seem reserved at all. Behind the woman on the roofless carriage was a very old woman. The old woman wore a gray robe and stood there expressionlessly. She gave off an unfathomable feeling.
"What's your name?"
the young woman asked as she looked at Duan Lingtian. Although her voice was pleasant to the ears, it was jarring to the ears when it entered Duan Lingtian's ears. When the young woman spoke, her eyes that were looking at Duan Lingtian seemed to have turned into 2 demonic moons that shone with an evil light. When Duan Lingtian saw the young woman driving the carriage and almost hitting some passers-by, he was certain of his suspicions. As expected, this young woman was an arrogant young lady from a wealthy family. Moreover, she treated human lives like grass. Duan Lingtian merely glanced at the young woman indifferently. Then he held Huaner's hand and prepared to pull her around the 9-headed celestial beasts that were blocking their way to find an inn. However, just as he was about to take a detour, crack! Along with a crisp and ear-piercing sound, a red long whip appeared in the hand of the arrogant woman in the front seat. With a swing of her hand, she threw the long whip at the void where Duan Lingtian was about to pass through. Duan Lingtian's expression changed drastically, and he stopped in his tracks. A layer of frost appeared on Huaner's face under the veil, and she emitted a chilling aura.
"What are you doing?"
Duan Lingtian asked angrily as he glared at the young woman.
"What am I doing?"
The young woman looked at Duan Lingtian indifferently and said, "Didn't you hear me?"
"I'm asking for your name." "Do I know you?"
Duan Lingtian asked with a frown on his face.
"From this moment on, you'll know me. I'm called Zhou Shudong.
From today onwards, you will be this young lady's boy toy. It's your fortune that I've taken a liking to you." The young woman raised her head arrogantly.
"Boy toy?"
Duan Lingtian was dumbstruck when he heard the arrogant woman, and he was unable to react for a long time. Duan Lingtian's eyes, naturally, he knew what a boy toy was. However, generally speaking, wasn't it only those older women who had the hobby of looking for male toys for them to play with? How could this arrogant girl, who looked so young, have such a fetish?
That's right.
Even people from the mundane realms can stay young forever, let alone people from the Devata realms. This Zhou Shudong looks young. She might be an old woman who has lived for thousands or even tens of thousands of years. She just looks young. Duan Lingtian thought to himself.
Boy toy.
Upon hearing the young woman's words, Huaner, who was standing next to Duan Lingtian, could not help but ask, "Brother Lingtian, what's a boy toy?" Duan Lingtian was rendered speechless by Huaner's question. He did not know how to explain it. "I was wondering why the 4th miss of the Zhou clan would block this young man's path. As it turns out, she's taken a liking to this young man and wants to bring him back to the Zhou clan to be her boy toy." At this moment, Duan Lingtian heard a passerby whispering to Duan Lingtian. Through this, Duan Lingtian learned that the arrogant young woman, Zhou Shudong, was from the Zhou clan. Although the 4th miss of the Zhou clan is open-minded and likes to have boy toys, I have to say she has high standards. It's difficult for ordinary men to become her boy toy. This purple-clad young man's appearance and temperament are top-notch. It's not surprising that she's taken a liking to him. This young man has an extraordinary temperament. It's obvious he's not from an ordinary family. Isn't the 4th miss of the Zhou clan afraid of offending someone with a powerful background?
You're overthinking it. Not only is the Zhou clan one of the top clans in the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, but they're also related to the imperial family.
In the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, the only young men the fourth miss of the Zhou clan can't afford to offend are her cousins in the imperial family.
What if this young man is an outsider? Then, he can only blame himself for being unlucky. Haven't you heard of the saying, a strong dragon can't suppress a snake in its old haunts? The whispers of the group of passers-by entered Duan Ling Tian's ears in a timely manner. It also allowed Duan Ling Tian to have a certain understanding of the arrogant woman's background. The fourth miss of the Zhou clan. The Zhou clan was one of the top clans in the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. Moreover, they were related to the imperial family. The fourth miss of the Zhou clan would address the princes of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom's imperial family as her cousin brother or cousin brother. No wonder she's so arrogant. As it turns out, her background is not simple. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself.
Based on the words of the passers-by, the fourth miss of the Zhou clan could be considered as one of the top clans in the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom.
Naturally, it's my good fortune to be chosen by Miss Zhou. Duan Ling Tian looked at Zhou Shudong and said indifferently, however, I'm a person who doesn't have much luck, so I'd like to thank you for your kindness. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. After saying that, Duan Ling Tian held Huan Er's hand and prepared to leave. Since he knew Zhou Shudong's background was not simple, Duan Ling Tian did not want to get into a conflict with her unless it was absolutely necessary. Naturally, if necessary, he would have no choice but to fall out with her. After all, he, Duan Ling Tian, was an unyielding man. He was not a pushover. Stop! Just as Duan Ling Tian was about to leave with Huan Er, Zhou Shudong leaped out of her carriage and appeared in front of him, blocking his path. Her gaze was cold when she looked at Duan Ling Tian and Huan Er's hands. If her gaze could be turned into a blade, she would have cut off Huan Er's hand. Miss Zhou, a forced melon won't be sweet. Duan Ling Tian's gaze turned cold when he was stopped by Zhou Shudong again. There's nothing I can't get if I want it. Today, you'll either die with this woman or kill her with your own hands. Then, follow me back to the Zhou clan and become my boy toy, Zhou Shudong said coldly. Zhou Shudong's tone turned cold as well. With just a few words, she had already decided Huan Er's fate. When she saw the man she liked holding another woman's hand, she treated that woman as a dead person. She had always treated that woman this way and expressed her displeasure. You want to kill me? Her voice was frosty and cold. Huan Er. Duan Ling Tian could feel the coldness from Huan Er's hand.
He quickly squeezed her hand and said in a low voice, "Leave this to me.
If I can't handle it, you can make a move. Miss Zhou, please be polite to my sister," Duan Ling Tian said in a deep voice after letting go of Huan Er's hand. He could see it as well. This Zhou Shudong was extremely jealous. She's your sister? As expected, Zhou Shudong was stunned when she heard Duan Ling Tian's words. Her cold expression softened a little as she said, "Since she's your sister, I won't kill her. However, you'll have to follow me back to the Zhou clan and become my boy toy. Otherwise, I'll repeat what I said earlier. Both you and your sister will die." Zhou Shudong's eyes gleamed coldly when she finished speaking. Now make your choice. Do you want your sister to die with you, or do you want to follow me back to the Zhou clan and become my boy toy? Zhou Shudong gave Duan Ling Tian an ultimatum, forcing him to make a choice. Miss Zhou, there are many men in this world. Why must you target me?
Duan Ling Tian would have lost his patience if this was any other time.
However, now that he had finally arrived at the capital of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, he did not want to offend Zhou Shudong and be forced to move to another place. I'll give you 10 breaths to think about it. If you still haven't made a choice after 10 breaths, I'll take it as you've rejected my offer. Zhou Shudong said coldly.
Huan Er, let's go.
Upon hearing Zhou Shudong's words, Duan Ling Tian knew there was no turning back. His expression turned cold immediately. Even his voice was filled with coldness. He held Huan Er's hand and walked to Zhou Shudong's side. Humph! Zhou Shudong's expression turned cold when she saw this.
She raised her hand, and the fiery red whip in her hand transformed into a fiery red python that shot toward Duan Ling Tian.
When Zhou Shudong made her move earlier, Duan Ling Tian was certain she was a blue sun golden celestial like him. Ridiculous! Duan Ling Tian had lost his patience. His eyes turned even colder when he saw Zhou Shudong's whip flying toward him. His right hand shot out at lightning speed as his celestial origin energy surged out and caught Zhou Shudong's whip. Scram! In the next moment, Duan Ling Tian cried out angrily and threw Zhou Shudong to the side again. His vast celestial origin energy surged out and injured Zhou Shudong. Fourth miss. The old woman's expression changed drastically when she saw Duan Ling Tian's celestial origin energy surging out of his body and grabbing Zhou Shudong's whip. She knew her young miss was no match for the purple-clad young man. Brat, you're seeking death. When Duan Ling Tian threw Zhou Shudong to the side, the old woman's expression was ferocious. Her eyes were filled with killing intent as she charged toward Duan Ling Tian like an eagle. Kill her! Chapter 27-21. Yes, Brother Ling Tian, Huana replied without hesitation. Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, Huana, who had been feeling impatient for a long time, looked at the old woman who was charging toward Duan Ling Tian with a cold gaze. The old woman's cultivation base was extraordinary. Based on her speed, she was at least an Earth-rank Great Overarching Golden Celestial. However, an Earth-rank Great Overarching Golden Celestial was nothing compared to Huana. Whoosh! Huana raised her hand, and a gust of cold wind appeared out of thin air. It seemed as though the wind was about to freeze the air. Huana waved her hand again. The gust of cold wind swept toward the old woman who was charging at Duan Ling Tian. Before she could get close to Duan Ling Tian, the gust of cold wind shrouded her. Furthermore, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the old woman was instantly frozen into an ice sculpture. Through the ice sculpture, one could vaguely see the old woman's malevolent expression. Whoosh! The ice sculpture flew toward Duan Ling Tian due to inertia. However, its speed was much slower than the old woman's speed. Brother Ling Tian, Huana called out softly. In just a blink of an eye, she appeared next to Duan Ling Tian. She held Duan Ling Tian's hand and helped Duan Ling Tian avoid the old woman who had turned into an ice sculpture. Bang! The ice sculpture fell to the ground and shattered into pieces. The old woman was dead. In truth, the old woman was already dead the moment she was frozen into an ice sculpture. Now that the ice sculpture had shattered, her body was no longer whole. Roar! Roar! The commotion alerted the 9 celestial beasts that were pulling the roofless chariot. The 9 celestial beasts grew restless as they glared at Huana and Duan Ling Tian with bloodshot eyes. In just a blink of an eye, they charged toward Huana and Duan Ling Tian as though they were going to ram them to death. Whoosh! Just as Duan Ling Tian was about to kill the 9 celestial beasts, Huana made her move first. Another gust of cold wind swept out and froze the 9 celestial beasts in place. Not only had she frozen the 9 celestial beasts into ice sculptures, but she had also frozen the ground beneath the celestial beasts' feet, freezing them to the ground. The 9 celestial beasts looked like lifelike ice sculptures. Miss Zhou, I'll spare your life for the sake of the Zhou clan. I hope you know what's good for you. Duan Ling Tian said indifferently as he glanced at Zhou Shudong, the 4th miss of the Zhou clan, who was slumped on the ground. She was completely dumbstruck at this moment. After he finished speaking, he turned to look at Huana and smiled. Huana, let's go. Okay. However, before she left, she could not help but ask through voice transmission. Brother Ling Tian, why didn't you kill her as well? She tried to kill me earlier. Huana, I didn't kill her because I don't want to leave the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom so soon. You don't want to travel all the time, right? I plan to stay in the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom for a while before I make my next move. Duan Ling Tian said, moreover, the 4th miss of the Zhou clan has an extraordinary background. If we kill her, we'll definitely anger the Zhou clan and the imperial family. It's easy to kill her. However, for now, it's not worth it. Duan Ling Tian said. If Duan Ling Tian really wanted to kill Zhou Shudong, he would not have held back earlier. Although Zhou Shudong's cultivation base was similar to his, she was also a Blue Sun Golden Celestial. However, his strength was not on par with his cultivation base. Even without the 7 orifices exquisite sword, he could easily kill an ordinary Great Overarching Golden Celestial, let alone a mere Blue Sun Golden Celestial. Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, Huana nodded even though she did not fully understand. The spacious street was deathly silent. Many people watched as Duan Ling Tian and Huana left.
They only regained their senses after the duo had disappeared at the end of the street. When they regained their senses, they could not help but gasp as their eyes widened in shock. It was as though they had seen a ghost. How powerful! How terrifying! The strength of that white-clothed woman wearing a veil and a hat is too terrifying. She's at least an overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Only an overarching heavenly supreme celestial would have such strength. After all, the old woman she killed was an elder of the Zhou clan who usually followed the fourth miss of the Zhou clan. She was an earth-rank great overarching golden celestial. Overarching heavenly supreme celestials. It seems like they have an extraordinary background as well. How can they be simple? Didn't you see how they continued to walk into the capital after killing the Zhou clan's people? It's obvious they're not afraid of the Zhou clan. However, they're already giving the Zhou clan face by not killing the fourth miss of the Zhou clan. The passers-by stole a glance at Zhou Shudong, the fourth miss of the Zhou clan. When they saw Zhou Shudong was still in a daze, they relaxed and began to whisper among themselves. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian and Huan walked around the capital of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom before they found a suitable inn to stay in. The reason why Duan Lingtian said that he had specifically chosen an inn was because the inn that Duan Lingtian chose belonged to the Nian clan, the Zhou clan's sworn enemy. It was one of the properties of the Nian clan. The Nian clan was one of the top clans in the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. Their strength was on par with the Zhou clan. Similar to the Zhou clan, the Nian clan was also a relative of the imperial family. They had close ties with the imperial family of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. The Fleeting Time Inn. The inn owned by the Nian clan was called the Fleeting Time Inn. It occupied a vast area, and there were a total of 999 guest rooms in it. Each of the guest rooms had their own independent courtyards, and each of the courtyards was equipped with some soundproofing and spirit-gathering formations. There were 999 guest rooms, and each guest room cost 10 supreme-grade celestial stones a day. Ordinary people could not afford to stay in such a place. 999 guest rooms. And it looks like the occupancy rate is quite high. Even if only half of the rooms are occupied, the Fleeting Time Inn still earns 5,000 supreme celestial stones a day. 5,000 a day, 50,000 a day, 150,000 a month, 1,800,000 a year. Under the guidance of the Fleeting Time Inn's manservant, Duan Lingtian observed his surroundings and was shocked by the Fleeting Time Inn's speed of earning money. Brother, this is my first time staying in the Fleeting Time Inn. Can you tell me more about the inn? After Duan Lingtian withdrew his sweeping gaze, he said to the attendant that led the way. Of course, the attendant replied respectfully. Then he continued to say, Sir, although the cost of staying in the Fleeting Time Inn is high, it's definitely worth it. Not only is the inn the best cultivation environment in the capital, but you won't be disturbed due to the presence of many overarching heavenly supreme celestials from the Nian clan. Unless you've offended the imperial family of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom or a powerhouse from a high-rank celestial kingdom, you'll be safe as long as you stay in the Fleeting Time Inn, Duan Lingtian continued to say. Unless you've offended the imperial family of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom or a powerhouse from a high-rank celestial kingdom, you'll be safe as long as you stay here. This is the main reason why the inn is so expensive. Staying in the Fleeting Time Inn is like having a life-saving talisman. The servant paused for a moment upon saying this. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he heard the attendant's words. He had chosen the Fleeting Time Inn because the Nian clan and the Zhou clan did not get along well. He did not think the Zhou clan would be allowed to do as they pleased in the Nian clan's territory. He did not expect the Fleeting Time Inn would be able to protect its guests. So, even if I have offended the Zhou clan, I'll still be safe here? Duan Lingtian asked. The Zhou clan. The attendant was taken aback when he heard Duan Lingtian's question. Then he said, Of course. Putting aside the fact that the Zhou clan and the Nian clan are at odds with each other, the Nian clan won't allow them to do as they please in the Fleeting Time Inn. We're not afraid of any forces that are on par with the Zhou clan. Sir, 80% of the guests who stay in the Fleeting Time Inn do so to avoid their enemies. You don't have to worry about your safety, the attendant said. Duan Lingtian nodded. Duan Lingtian nodded. Of course. The rooms of our Fleeting Time Tavern are not only safe, but they also have soundproof formations and spirit-gathering formations set up around the rooms. Duan Lingtian did not pay much attention to the attendant's words. Cultivation environment? With the divine crystal, Duan Lingtian would have the best cultivation environment even if he was in the middle of nowhere.
For this reason, he chose to stay in the Fleeting Time Inn for his own safety.
It's no wonder I sensed dozens of people staring at the entrance of the inn. It seems like those people have enemies in the inn, and they're waiting for their enemies to use up all their supreme-grade celestial stones before they leave the inn. Realization dawned on Duan Lingtian when he recalled the dozens of people he saw outside the Fleeting Time Inn.
How should I address you?
Duan Lingtian asked with a smile on his face as he handed a supreme-grade celestial stone to the attendant at the entrance of his room.
Thank you, sir.
The attendant's eyes lit up when he saw the supreme celestial stone. He quickly took the supreme celestial stone and thanked Duan Lingtian.
You can call me Little Six.
All right. Duan Lingtian nodded before he continued to say, Little Six, I'll have to trouble you with a lot of errands in the future.
Let's keep in touch.
Don't worry, I won't mistreat you. After a guest checks in, if you have any errands to run, just hang this red cloth strip at the door.
Chapter 27-22.
Duan Lingtian thought to himself when he saw the waiter's actions. He was certain there were many people in the inn who had similar requests. After all, those who stayed in the Fleeting Time Inn to avoid being hunted by their enemies would not dare to leave the inn. After all, who knew if their enemies were waiting for them outside the inn's entrance? It was only natural that the guests who stayed in the inn would have certain needs such as medicinal pills, materials for refining weapons, refining pills, or memory celestial talismans.
All right.
After receiving the red cloth, Duan Lingtian and Huaner were led to the guest rooms by the waiter. The Fleeting Time Inn occupied a vast area, and even though it had 999 rooms, each room was spacious. There were 3 rooms in the courtyard, 2 of which were facing the inner courtyard, and the last one was facing the entrance of the courtyard.
Greetings, guest.
As soon as he entered the courtyard, a pleasant voice entered Duan Lingtian's ears. He focused his gaze and saw a young girl dressed as a servant girl standing at the other side of the courtyard's entrance.
Currently, the young girl was greeting him.
The young girl had a delicate appearance. Although she was not as pretty as Huaner and his 2 wives, she was still above average. Guest, there's a maid in each of our guest rooms. The maid's responsibility is to serve the guests meals and lodging. Apart from that, as long as the maid is willing, the guest is allowed to engage in intimate activities with her, the waiter said. What the attendant said was all routine, but it caused Duan Lingtian to feel embarrassed when he heard it. The young girl dressed as a maid stole a glance at Duan Lingtian. When she saw Duan Lingtian's handsome face, her cheeks flushed red. My lord, these maids are all virgins. The waiter said as he looked at Duan Lingtian meaningfully. You said the maid has to be willing. What if she's unwilling?
Duan Lingtian asked curiously.
If the maid is unwilling, you can't force her. Otherwise, it'll be considered a provocation to the inn, the waiter said.
Duan Lingtian nodded. Then why didn't you warn me? Aren't you afraid I'll be tricked?
Duan Lingtian said as he glanced at the waiter. Guest, it's not that I didn't warn you, but I don't think it's necessary for you to do so.
It's a blessing for these maids to be able to sleep with you.
Moreover, I don't think any of them would refuse you. The waiter smiled wryly as he flattered Duan Lingtian.
If you don't believe me, you can ask her.
The waiter said as he looked at the maid. Duan Lingtian turned to look at the waiter as well. If you want me to accompany you, I'm willing. When Duan Lingtian looked at her, the servant girl felt her heart thumping wildly. When she spoke, the word willing was as soft as a mosquito's voice. Cough cough. Upon hearing the maid's words, it was Duan Lingtian's turn to feel awkward. He turned to look at the waiter and said, Little Six, if there's nothing else, you can leave now.
Yes, guest.
The attendant thought that Duan Lingtian was anxious, so he gave Duan Lingtian a smile that all men understood before turning around and leaving, and he closed the courtyard door on his way out.
What's your name?
Duan Lingtian asked as he looked at the maid.
Guest, I'm called Cheng'er, the maid replied.
Cheng'er blushed as she replied.
Cheng'er, you don't have to blush. I won't let you do that with me.
Duan Lingtian took a deep breath before he said bluntly, just do what you normally do. It's fine as long as you don't disturb us when we're cultivating. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the maid realized she had overthought things. She was embarrassed.
Brother Lingtian.
Little Six said you can do things between a man and a woman.
What do you mean by things between a man and a woman? Also, he said this young lady is a virgin. What's a virgin? An extremely pleasant voice rang out, attracting the attention of the servant girl again. Although the maid was also a woman, she was still attracted by the voice of Huan who was standing next to Duan Lingtian. Huan voice was pleasant to the ears like music. It was so pleasant that one could not help but fall in love with it. So, he already has someone by his side.
The maidservant glanced at Huan and realized that the beautiful guest in front of her already had a companion. Although the woman was wearing a veil and hat, she could still vaguely make out the contours of the woman's face. She was certain that the woman was prettier than her.
Inwardly, she could not help but sigh. Huan, you're still young so you don't know what you're talking about. You'll know when you grow up. Duan Lingtian said to Huan Brother Lingtian, I'm not young anymore. I'm 13 years old this year, Huan said unhappily. Huan was clearly displeased.
13 years old?
Upon hearing Huan words, Duan Lingtian and the maid standing at the side were stunned. 13 years old? The maid studied the white-clad woman in front of her. Huan figure was so perfect that she felt inferior. She did not think a 13-year-old woman would have such a figure.
13 years old?
Huan you're only 13 years old? Duan Lingtian asked hesitantly when he regained his senses. He looked at Huan with a confused expression on his face. Yes. Huan nodded. Your Huan, your clan, are all of you so precocious? Duan Lingtian asked with a wry smile. At this moment, he recalled Huan was not a pure human. She had the blood of the Phantom Fox clan in her veins. Phantom foxes were celestial beasts in the Devata realms that had awakened their intelligence.
Huan, let's return to our room first.
Duan Lingtian called out to Huan when he sensed someone was still with them. Then, he led Huan into a room and closed the door behind them. When she saw this, the servant girl, Cheng finally gave up. While Duan Lingtian and Huan were staying in the fleeting time inn, Zhou Shudong, the fourth miss of the Zhou clan, had returned to the Zhou clan. News of what had happened to Zhou Shudong had also spread throughout the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. It would not take long before everyone in the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom learned about what had happened. She, Zhou Shudong, the eldest miss of the Zhou clan, had taken a liking to a man and wanted him as her toy. However, she was rejected. Moreover, the man was still alive and kicking. On the other hand, the people around her were killed in public. Who is he? He said he didn't kill me out of respect for the Zhou clan. This means he's still wary of the Zhou clan. No. This matter can't be let go just like that. I, Zhou Shudong, have never been so humiliated. Not long after Zhou Shudong returned to the Zhou clan, she left the Zhou clan and went to the imperial palace of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom before news of what had happened to her reached the Zhou clan. The size of the Zhou family's mansion was already very exaggerated. However, the imperial palace of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom was even more vast than the Zhou clan's estate. It occupied almost half of the eastern side of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. Moreover, it was surrounded by a river that surrounded the imperial palace. Greetings, Miss Zhou. When Zhou Shudong arrived at the entrance of the imperial palace, the guards at the entrance recognized her and bowed to her. Due to her impatience, Zhou Shudong strode into the imperial palace. However, she was stopped by the guards. Miss Zhou, although we know you, according to the imperial palace's rules, you'll still have to show us your pass. The leader of the guards at the entrance of the imperial palace bowed respectfully at Zhou Shudong. Take a look. Zhou Shudong impatiently took out a token wrapped in silver light from her storage ring and waved it in front of the guard leader. After the guard leader confirmed the authenticity of the token, he stepped aside and welcomed Zhou Shudong into the palace. It's my first time seeing the fourth miss of the Zhou clan in such a hurry. Something must have happened to her, right? One of the guards speculated. Isn't it obvious? If it's not something urgent, why would she be in such a hurry to the point of forgetting to show us her pass? Another guard chimed in. After entering the imperial palace, the first thing Zhou Shudong did was to look for her cousin, the fourth prince of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, who was the son of her father's sister and the emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. He was one of the three most outstanding sons of the Emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom.
If there were no unforeseen circumstances, the next emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom would be selected from the 3 most outstanding princes, including the 4th prince.
Dong, why are you in such a hurry to look for me? Did something happen?
In a pavilion in the front courtyard of the 4th prince's temporary residence, a young man dressed in a green robe with gold embroidery sat in front of a stone table. He looked at Zhou Shudong, who had just sat down, and asked with a smile on his face. The young man was tall and sturdy. He had a handsome face and an extraordinary bearing. He was none other than the 4th prince of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, Long Xiangyun.
Long was the surname of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. Cousin, help me investigate someone.
I won't be satisfied if I don't find out who he is,
Zhou Shudong said with an unsightly expression on her face.
Although the purple-clad young man might have an extraordinary background, perhaps the Zhou clan could not afford to offend him. However, she was unwilling to let this matter go before she could investigate the purple-clad young man's background. Perhaps the purple-clad young man had no background at all?
Who do you want to investigate? Long Xiangyun asked in surprise.
This was his first time seeing such an unsightly expression on his cousin's face. For a moment, his curiosity was piqued.
Chapter 27-23. In one of the guest rooms in the Fleeting Time Inn.
Huan'er removed her veil and hat as she sat cross-legged on the bed in one of the rooms. The liquid heaven and earth spirit energy in the air surged into her body at a rapid speed and became a part of her celestial origin energy. The small round box on the necklace pendant on her beautiful jade neck had been opened at some unknown time, revealing the true appearance of the divine crystal inside. The liquid heaven and earth spirit energy surged out of the divine crystal and filled the entire room. For a time, the entire room seemed to have transformed into a holy land for cultivation. With such a cultivation environment, it'll be a shame if I can't break through and become an indigo sun golden celestial in such a short time. An intoxicated expression appeared on Duan Ling Tian's face as he sat cross-legged with his back facing Huan'er. He could not help but think to himself, what a coincidence. After taking a deep breath, he closed his eyes and began to cultivate. For him, this cultivation environment was enough to push his cultivation speed to the limit. Celestial stones were no longer of any use to him. Only the medicinal efficacy of the pills in his body could help him increase his cultivation speed. Duan Ling Tian lost track of time as he cultivated. He tried his best to break through the bottleneck to become a blue sun golden celestial. It felt like only a moment had passed, but it also felt like a century had passed. I've broken through. Duan Ling Tian, who had completely immersed himself in his cultivation, had lost track of time. When he successfully broke through and became an indigo sun golden celestial, he regained his senses immediately. Whoosh! Rings of celestial origin energy rippled out from Duan Lingtian's body. The ripples were particularly eye-catching when they collided with the liquid heaven and earth spirit energy. Brother Ling Tian, you've broken through so quickly? When Duan Ling Tian opened his eyes, a pleasantly surprised expression appeared on his face. At the same time, Huan'er's surprised voice rang in his ears. What's the matter? Huan'er, how long have I been cultivating? Duan Ling Tian asked, even though he did not know if Huan'er knew how long he had been cultivating. Brother Ling Tian, you've only been cultivating for 3 days, Huan'er replied. Duan Ling Tian nodded. 3 days. Duan Ling Tian was dumbfounded. Although he thought it would not take long for him to break through the bottleneck to become an indigo sun golden celestial in such a good cultivation environment, he did not expect it would only take him 3 days. Isn't this a little too fast? Duan Ling Tian took a long time before he regained his senses. In the end, he attributed this to the cultivation environment he was in. Brother Ling Tian's cultivation method, Huan'er said. Duan Ling Tian's voice sounded. Huan'er's cultivation base? Huan'er's voice. Yes. Huan'er nodded. Then she continued to say, Brother Ling Tian, you have 99 heavenly veins, just like me. Although your physique is not as good as mine, and your innate talent is slightly inferior to mine, it shouldn't be that bad. With your innate talent, you wouldn't be absorbing the heaven and earth spirit energy so slowly unless you're cultivating a low-level cultivation method. Huan'er's words revealed Duan Lingtian's predicament. His cultivation method was too weak. Indeed,
Duan Lingtian's cultivation method was considered weak in the capital of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. After all, it was only a yellow-grade cultivation method. Although it was a graded cultivation method, it was the weakest among graded cultivation methods. Brother Lingtian, do you want me to teach you my cultivation method? Huan Er asked. Upon hearing Huan Er's words, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up immediately. How could her cultivation method be weak when she possessed a rare treasure like a divine crystal? Duan Lingtian's breathing quickened when he heard Huan Er's words. Huan Er. However, after a while, Duan Lingtian seemed to have thought of something. He felt as though a bucket of cold water had been poured over his head, and he regained his senses. Didn't your mother tell you not to tell others about your cultivation method? Even if it's inconvenient, it's better not to share it. Big brother Lingtian, you can just go and look for a higher grade cultivation method. Duan Lingtian added. Earlier, when he heard Ker's words, he was overjoyed and overjoyed. Now that he had regained his senses, he realized it was a taboo for him to share his cultivation method with others. Brother Lingtian, I was born with this cultivation method. It's been in my memory ever since I was born. My mother said it's part of her memory. Among the Phantom Fox clan, only the 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox that only appears once in a million years has this part of her memory, Huan Er said. Before my mother left, she didn't say I couldn't pass the cultivation technique to others. However, I tried to pass it to my mother, but she couldn't cultivate it. I don't know why, Huan Er said. Born with it? Part of her memory? Even your mother can't cultivate it. Upon hearing this, Duan Lingtian shook his head. In that case, I don't think I can cultivate it as well. After all, it's something you were born with. It's probably tailor-made for you. Others won't be able to cultivate it. My mother is a pure celestial beast, so she can't cultivate it. Brother Lingtian, you're a pure human. Perhaps you can cultivate it? Huan Er said. Upon hearing this, a hint of hope appeared in Duan Lingtian's eyes. That was right. Huan Er's mother was a pure celestial beast, so she could not cultivate. Perhaps, she did not have the bloodline of a human. Apart from the bloodline of a celestial beast, Huan Er also had the bloodline of a human. As a human, he might be able to cultivate the cultivation method in Huan Er's memory. Although I don't know what Huan Er's true form is or what the 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox is, since it's a celestial beast that only appears once in a million years in the Phantom Fox clan, it means the 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox is not simple. As for the Phantom Fox clan, let's not talk about the other Phantom Foxes. Based on the fact that Huan Er's mother left her with a divine crystal, it's obvious Huan Er's mother is not simple. The Phantom Fox clan is not simple. If that's the case, the cultivation method in the 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox's memory must be. Although Duan Lingtian did not know the grade of the cultivation method in Huan Er's memory, he was certain it was not an ordinary cultivation method. Otherwise, how could Ke have broken through and become an overarching heavenly supreme celestial in just 10 years? A 13-year-old overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Such a person was as rare as a phoenix feather and a Qilin horn in the spirit overarching heaven. For this reason, when Huan Er taught Duan Lingtian the cultivation method in her memory, Duan Lingtian was so excited that it took a long time for him to calm down. Until he discovered he could not cultivate the cultivation method Huan Er had taught him. However, based on Huan Er's memory, Duan Lingtian was able to make a rough guess. He was certain Huan Er's cultivation method was superior to a heaven-grade cultivation method. Naturally, this was only Duan Lingtian's speculation. After all, Duan Lingtian had never come into contact with a heaven-grade cultivation method before, so he did not know what it was like. Big brother Lingtian, why don't I help you get a cultivation method that's more advanced than the one you're cultivating? She could not help but feel anxious when she saw the disappointment in the depths of Duan Lingtian's eyes. She could not help but feel upset when she saw the disappointment in the depths of Duan Lingtian's eyes. Huan Er, focus on your cultivation. You don't have to worry about the cultivation method. Brother Lingtian can handle it himself. Duan Lingtian patted Huan Er's head and said with a smile. Huan Er, when your cultivation base improves, you'll be able to help Brother Lingtian deal with stronger enemies if Lingtian encounters them. For example, right now, we're afraid of the Zhou clan because we're weak. That's why we have no choice but to seek refuge in the Fleeting Time Inn. When Duan Lingtian saw Huaner's hesitation, he continued to say, if we're stronger than them, we won't have to resort to this. Even if we're standing in front of the Zhou clan, they won't dare to make a move on us. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, a hint of determination flashed in Huaner's eyes. She closed her eyes again and began to cultivate. As for Duan Lingtian, he pushed open the door and left the room. As soon as Duan Lingtian walked out of the room, a part of the liquid heaven and earth spirit energy followed him out. However, since Duan Lingtian was quick to close the door, the liquid heaven and earth spirit energy quickly dispersed in the air and became thinner. Guest. Chang'er was tending to the plants in the courtyard. When she saw Duan Lingtian, she quickly put down what she was doing and bowed. Her eyes shone brightly as she looked at Duan Lingtian. It was as though she was trying to hint to him that as long as Duan Lingtian was willing, she would obey Duan Lingtian and do anything for him. Go about your business. After Duan Lingtian smiled at Chang'er, he went to the door and hung the red cloth given to him by the page boy, Little Six. Then, he returned and entered another room. Chang'er, if Little Six is here, come to the door and call for me. Duan Lingtian said to Chang'er before he entered the room. Yes. Chang'er replied respectfully. After returning to his room, Duan Lingtian sat on his bed and summoned a grey flame. It was the Chaos Divine Flame. Naturally, in Duan Lingtian's eyes, the Chaos Divine Flame was only a primitive celestial fire. As expected. After my cultivation base has improved, more of the grey flame has come out of the defective metal piece. I can control more of the grey flame now.
At this rate, I might be able to control all of the grey flame in the defective metal piece when I become a great overarching golden celestial.
Duan Lingtian's eyes shone brightly like the stars in the night sky. End of chapter. Partridge.
At this rate, I might be able to control all of the grey flame in the defective metal piece when I become a great overarching golden celestial.
Chapter 27-24. When Duan Lingtian had broken through and became a blue sun golden celestial, he discovered he could control more of the grey flame. As for the extra portion of grey flame, it only left the metal fragment after he had a breakthrough in his cultivation base. It fused with the grey flame that he could control previously and became a part of it. At the same time, the grey flame had grown a lot stronger. Now that he had broken through and become an indigo sun golden celestial, Duan Lingtian discovered more of the grey flame had left the defective metal piece and merged with the grey flame that he could control. Based on this, it seemed like when he became a great overarching golden celestial, all of the grey flame would be able to leave the defective metal piece and merge with the grey flame that he could control. At that time, the grey flame would grow even stronger. When I become a great overarching golden celestial, I'll be able to control a mediocre celestial fire. As the grey flame that he could control grew, Duan Lingtian became more and more certain. If Duan Lingtian could control the grey flame in the defective metal piece, the grey flame would definitely be a mediocre celestial fire instead of a primitive celestial fire. At that time, I'll become a mediocre celestial alchemist. Duan Lingtian's eyes shone brightly when he thought about this. Duan Lingtian glanced at the grey flame that he could control again before he extinguished it with just a thought. I wonder if it's a special ability of the Phantom Fox clan or a special ability of her true form, the Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as he looked at Duan Lingtian. When Duan Lingtian recalled how Huaner had revealed he had 99 heavenly veins, he could not help but feel shocked. According to the pagoda spirit of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, Hualao, the three-legged golden crow, even heavenly emperors in Devata realms can't tell how many heavenly veins a person has. To this day, the only person who can see that I have 99 heavenly veins is Xianxia, Ker's third uncle from the divine offering land. There was no doubt Xianxia was stronger than heavenly emperors in the Devata realms.
However, she was far weaker than the heavenly emperor. For this reason, Duan Lingtian thought she must be a member of the Phantom Fox clan or a Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox to see through his 99 heavenly veins.
Huaner isn't as simple as she seems. At this moment, Duan Lingtian could sense that Huaner was not as simple as she seemed. Most importantly, Huaner had said, "That's right." Like him, she also had 99 heavenly veins. Guest, Brother Little Six is here. Duan Lingtian was still in a daze as he thought about everything that had happened since he met Huaner. At this moment, Chang'er knocked on his door a few times. The two innermost rooms of the Drifting Cloud Inn's courtyard were set up with soundproof formations. Only when someone knocked on the door would there be a gap in the soundproof formation. Otherwise, Chang'er's voice would not have been heard. Upon hearing Chang'er's voice, Duan Lingtian opened the door and walked to the entrance of the courtyard. Guest. When Duan Lingtian saw the page boy, Little Six, again, he could clearly feel the way he looked at him had changed. Moreover, the page boy's attitude toward him was much more respectful than before. Why do I feel like you've become more courteous in just a few days? Duan Lingtian asked teasingly. Guest, please don't tease me. Little Six smiled bitterly and said, everyone in the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom knows about what you and the person next to you have done. I didn't expect you and the person next to you to kill an elder of the Zhou clan. Moreover, you even killed him in front of Zhou Shudong, the fourth miss of the Zhou clan. However, it's fortunate that you didn't kill the fourth miss of the Zhou clan. Otherwise, I'm afraid even the fleeting time in wouldn't be able to protect you.
When Little Six reached the end of his sentence, he seemed to be relieved on Duan Lingtian's behalf.
Why do you say that? Duan Lingtian asked in surprise.
3 days ago, when he first arrived at the Fleeting Time Inn and learned that the inn was not afraid of the Zhou clan, he regretted not killing the culprit, the fourth young lady of the Zhou clan. After all, she was the one who started the whole thing. He did not kill her because he was worried the Zhou clan would act out of desperation if they were forced to stay in the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. Guest, it's fine if you kill an ordinary member of the Zhou clan. However, you mustn't touch the children of the clan leader of the Zhou clan. After all, they're cousins with the fourth prince of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, and they have a good relationship. This is especially true for the fourth miss of the Zhou clan. She's close to the fourth prince, and the fourth prince dotes on her a lot. He treats her like his own sister. If you kill her, not only will the Zhou clan seek revenge from you, but the fourth prince will also seek revenge from you, Little Six said. Duan Lingtian frowned. The fourth prince of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom? Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow when he heard Little Six's words. He did not expect the fourth miss of the Zhou clan to have such a close relationship with the fourth prince of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. 3 days ago, when he was in the restaurant, he had heard about the 3 most outstanding princes of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. One of them was the fourth prince. Moreover, it was said that the fourth prince was one of the 2 princes with the highest chance of becoming the next emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. Yes. Little Six nodded. The fourth prince's mother is the clan leader of the Zhou clan. She's also the biological sister of the fourth miss of the Zhou clan's father. Realization dawned on Duan Lingtian. Sir, is there anything you need me to do for you? Little Six asked. The Nian clan of the Fleeting Time Inn should have an auction house, right? Duan Lingtian asked. Yes. Little Six nodded. Then he asked with a smile, what's wrong? Are you interested in the auction? Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. The Nian clan's auction house holds a small-scale auction every month and a large-scale auction every year. The small-scale auction will be held in 5 days. Little Six said. Then he added, the Nian clan's auction house is located near the Fleeting Time Inn. If you'd like to participate in the auction, just let me know, and I'll arrange for you to be escorted there by the Nian clan's powerhouses. What kind of items will be auctioned in a small-scale auction? Duan Lingtian asked. He had to learn more about the items before deciding if he wanted to participate in the small-scale auction held by the Nian clan. In his opinion, with such frequent auctions, there probably wouldn't be any rare or precious items. However, the profound grade cultivation method he wanted should not be considered rare in the capital of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. Moreover, in the Devata realms, cultivation methods could be copied using memory celestial talismans. Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief when he heard Little Six's words. It's just as I thought. In the capital of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, profound grade cultivation methods are not rare. There will be a small auction in 5 days. There will be a total of 7 profound grade cultivation methods up for auction. Duan Lingtian was relieved. At the same time he said to Little Six, Little Six, help me make the arrangements. I'm going to attend the small auction held by the Nian family's auction house in 5 days. Not long after Little Six left, Duan Lingtian stayed in the courtyard for a while. Just as he was about to return to his room,
A few uninvited guests appeared in his guest room.
"Dear guest, the fourth prince wishes to see you."
A loud and energetic voice rang from outside the courtyard, causing Duan Lingtian, who was about to return to his room, to stop in his tracks. His servant Conqueror looked at Duan Lingtian and said,
"Dear guest, it's the voice of the innkeeper."
"The innkeeper of the Drifting Cloud Inn?" Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow.
He looked at Conqueror and said, "Conqueror, open the door."
After he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian returned to the stone table in the courtyard and sat down calmly. After the door was opened, Conqueror bowed respectfully to the people outside. Soon after, 4 people entered the courtyard. One of them was an old acquaintance of Duan Lingtian's. Of course, even though they were old acquaintances, they had only met once. It was none other than Zhou Shudong, the 4th miss of the Zhou clan. As the saying went, when enemies meet again, their eyes turn red. As soon as Zhou Shudong entered the room, she glared at Duan Lingtian furiously. It was as though she could not wait to tear Duan Lingtian into pieces before burning his bones and scattering his ashes. Zhou Shudong and a young man dressed in a green robe with gold embroidery walked at the front. Behind them were an ordinary-looking old man who gave Duan Lingtian an unfathomable feeling, and a middle-aged man dressed in luxurious robes. Based on Conqueror's greeting to the 4 people, Duan Lingtian could tell the middle-aged man was the innkeeper of the Drifting Cloud Inn. As for the other 2 people, the young man dressed in a green robe with gold embroidery was tall and sturdy.
He was handsome and had an extraordinary bearing.
He was most likely Long Xiangyun, the 4th prince of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. The other old man was most likely Long Xiangyun, the 4th prince's bodyguard. Since he was able to stay by the 4th prince of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom's side and protect him, it was clear he was not an ordinary person. At the very least, he was an extraordinary overarching heavenly supreme celestial. After the 4 people entered the courtyard, Duan Lingtian remained seated at the table. From the beginning until the end, he had no intention of standing up at all. "How dare you?" Zhou Shudong glared at Duan Lingtian and said, "Why aren't you standing up to greet the 4th prince?" "I was wondering who it was. As it turns out, it's Miss Zhou." Chapter 27-25.
"Dong-er, don't be rude."
Long Xiangyun, the 4th prince of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, and Duan Lingtian looked at each other for a moment before he said to Zhou Shudong, "Sir, we are guests. You can't expect us to keep standing here, right?" Without waiting for Zhou Shudong's reply, Long Xiangyun looked at Duan Lingtian and continued to say, "You're right." "Guest." Duan Lingtian smiled faintly and said unhurriedly, "If the 4th prince is here as a guest, I will naturally welcome you. However, I'm afraid that the 4th prince is not simply here as a guest, right?" Duan Lingtian glanced at Zhou Shudong before he finally retracted his gaze and looked at Long Xiangyun. "Your Highness the 4th prince. I just probed this person, and the feedback given to me by the aura of his flesh and blood is that he is not even 100 years old." As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, an old man's voice transmission rang in Long Xiangyun's ears.
It was none other than the old man who had been following Duan Lingtian around to inform him that Duan Lingtian was not even 100 years old. Upon hearing that the purple-clad young man was less than 100 years old, Long Xiangyun's eyes narrowed slightly. His cousin was a blue sun golden celestial. However, under the circumstances that the person before him didn't utilize an immortal artifact, the person before him was able to blast his cousin flying and injure her with a raise of his hand, and he revealed a strength that was simply not on the same level as his cousin. This was enough to show that this person was at least an indigo sun golden celestial or even a violet sun golden celestial. Moreover, he would rather the other party be a violet sun golden immortal. Because based on the strength they'd revealed, the lower their cultivation, the more terrifying their background would be. Because it meant that they'd grasped an extremely high-level celestial technique or divine ability, and high-level celestial techniques and divine abilities were usually only possessed by formidable powers. "What about his cultivation?" Long Xiangyun asked. "I can't see through his cultivation. He seems to have used some method to hide his cultivation." The old man continued. When Long Xiangyun heard this, Long Xiangyun felt that the person in front of him was becoming more and more mysterious. "Dong-er, apologize." After exchanging glances with Duan Lingtian for a while, he discovered that Duan Lingtian's eyes were calm from beginning to end. He immediately looked at Zhou Shudong and said,
just as Zhou Shudong's expression changed slightly and she was about to refute.
Before I find out his background, you'll have to bear with it and cooperate with me. If I confirm that he doesn't have any background, I promise you that I won't let him leave the capital alive.
Long Xiangyun's voice transmission entered Zhou Shudong's ears. Upon hearing Long Xiangyun's words, Zhou Shudong realized that her cousin did not really want her to apologize. Instead, he wanted her to cooperate with him to find out more about the purple-clad young man whom she hated to the core. For a moment, she no longer rejected him.
She looked at Duan Lingtian and said, "Sorry.
Please have a seat, fourth prince." Since the fourth prince of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom was so polite, Duan Lingtian, naturally, did not put on airs. He nodded at Long Xiangyun and gestured for him to take a seat. Long Xiangyun smiled and sat down. However, as soon as Long Xiangyun sat down and placed his hand on the stone table began to shake. Duan Lingtian's hand that was placed on the table shook as well. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes. Although he did not sense any hostility from Long Xiangyun, he knew Long Xiangyun was testing him. Long Xiangyun's strength through the stone table was comparable to a yellow-rank great overarching golden celestial. Naturally, Duan Lingtian could see Long Xiangyun had only casually released this energy. It was far from his full strength. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and released a similar amount of energy from his hand. For a moment, he was evenly matched with Long Xiangyun. It was difficult to tell who had the upper hand. A great overarching golden celestial? Long Xiangyun's eyes widened when he saw Duan Lingtian releasing his strength. After a long while, he retracted his strength. Duan Lingtian did the same when he saw Long Xiangyun retracting his strength. "How should I address you, brother?" Long Xiangyun asked Duan Lingtian with a smile on his face after he retracted his strength.
It was as though he had met a rare confidant.
The old man standing behind him, Zhou Shudong, the innkeeper of the Fleeting Time Inn, and Cheng'e were stunned when they heard Long Xiangyun calling Duan Lingtian brother. This was the fourth prince of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. But now, he was actually addressing someone he had obviously met for the first time as brother. His cultivation base is at least a yellow-rank great overarching golden celestial. Long Xiangyun said to the old man and Zhou Shudong through voice transmission. Zhou Shudong was slightly taken aback when she heard Long Xiangyun's words. However, the old man's eyes widened in shock when he looked at Duan Lingtian again. He knew the purple-clad young man was not even 100 years old. A great overarching golden celestial who was not even 100 years old? There was no one like that in the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. Even in the high-rank celestial kingdoms around the wasteland, there were only a few great overarching golden celestials who were not even 100 years old. However, a great overarching golden celestial, who was not even 100 years old, was sitting in front of him. He's not even 100 years old. At the same time, Zhou Shudong's cousin, Long Xiangyun, transmitted his voice to her through voice transmission. Upon hearing this, Zhou Shudong's expression changed drastically when she heard Duan Lingtian was a great overarching golden celestial. A hint of disbelief could be seen in the depths of her eyes. The purple-clad young man whom she had taken a fancy to was actually a great overarching golden celestial, who was not even 100 years old? There were many great overarching golden celestials in the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. However, there was not a single great overarching golden celestial who was not even 100 years old in the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. I'm not used to telling people I'm not familiar with my name. Duan Lingtian replied indifferently to Long Xiangyun's question. If Duan Lingtian had said this in the past, both Zhou Shudong and the old man behind Long Xiangyun would have thought he was seeking death. However, they did not think so at this moment. Instead, they felt it was only right for him to do so. Then, I'll ask for your name when we're more familiar with each other. A hint of displeasure flashed in the depths of Long Xiangyun's eyes, but he did not show it on his face. Instead, he smiled faintly. Since Duan Lingtian did not reveal his name, Long Xiangyun did not bother to ask about his background. Instead, he took the initiative to chat with Duan Lingtian. At the same time, he found out that Duan Lingtian had just arrived in the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. Brother, you seem to have a companion? I heard from my cousin that she's your younger sister? Long Xiangyun asked Duan Lingtian in a familiar tone. It was as though he really regarded Duan Ling Tian as a brother. She's not my biological sister, she's my junior sister. Duan Ling Tian nodded.
Then, he said with a troubled expression on his face, speaking of which, I came to the wasteland because of my junior sister.
She insisted that I accompany her to the wasteland. Otherwise, she wouldn't give up. She even brought me along to shake off the sect's elders whom the sect leader had assigned to her. Initially, I didn't want to come with her. However, I'm not as strong as her, so she knocked me out and brought me out. When I woke up, I was already in the wasteland. A helpless expression appeared on Duan Lingtian's face when he reached the end of his sentence. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Long Shangyun's eyes lit up slightly. Based on Duan Lingtian's words, he realized that Duan Lingtian's sect was not in the wasteland.
Outside of the desolate region, in the large area around the desolate region, it was rare to find a place as backward as the desolate region.
In those places, there were more powerhouses, better cultivation environments, and more abundant cultivation resources. Did she become your junior sister because she joined the wasteland celestial kingdom late? Long Shangyun asked tentatively.
That's not it.
Duan Lingtian shook his head. Apart from the fact that I joined the wasteland celestial kingdom first, she's my junior sister because I'm older than her.
However, as soon as she joined the wasteland celestial kingdom, my sect leader took a liking to her and took her in as his last disciple.
A hint of envy flashed in Duan Lingtian's eyes when he reached the end of his sentence. However, it was only for a moment before it disappeared. Although it was just a flash, Long Shangyun still managed to catch it. Brother, your junior sister's innate talent is higher than yours. Although Long Shangyun appeared calm on the surface, his heart was in turmoil. Based on what he knew, the white-clad woman was a white-clad woman. The white-clad woman next to the purple-clad young man had the strength to kill the elder of the Zhou clan who was by his cousin's side. The elder of the Zhou clan was an earth-rank great overarching golden celestial. Long Shangyun had asked the old man next to him. According to the old man, the white-clad woman was at least a peak great overarching golden celestial. Naturally, if she had a powerful background and mastered powerful celestial methods and divine abilities, she might only be a heaven-rank great overarching golden celestial. That's right. Otherwise, how could she have been taken in by my sect's senior uncle as his last disciple? Duan Lingtian nodded. Currently, Duan Lingtian seemed to be serious on the surface, and there wasn't the slightest trace of pretense. If Duan Lingtian were on Earth in his previous life, it would not be a problem for him to win the Best Actor award. At the same time, the innkeeper of the Drifting Cloud Inn was also in a state of shock. He had no idea how strong Duan Lingtian was. However, he had discovered through his divine consciousness that Duan Lingtian was not even 100 years old. However, Duan Lingtian had just said the white-clad woman next to him was his junior sister. Moreover, she was younger than him. Based on what he knew. Chapter 27-26. Brother, about the matter 3 days ago, my insensible cousin has offended you. As her cousin, I apologize to you here. I hope that you won't hold a grudge against her and won't hold it against her. Long Xiangyun smiled as he spoke to Duan Lingtian. You're too kind, fourth prince. My junior sister and I only wasted some time on that matter. We didn't suffer any losses. Let's not talk about it. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. I'm relieved to hear that. If you're free, you can come to the Imperial Palace to look for me. As Long Xiangyun spoke, he took out a token and handed it to Duan Lingtian. It was a token used to enter and exit the Imperial Palace of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. One could enter and leave the Imperial Palace as long as one showed it at the entrance. Of course. Duan Lingtian casually put the token away. He had no intention of entering the Imperial Palace to look for Long Xiangyun since he did not want to have anything to do with Long Xiangyun. Although Long Xiangyun seemed to believe Duan Lingtian's words, Duan Lingtian could tell that Long Xiangyun believed him. However, he could tell that Long Xiangyun only believed Long Xiangyun. Long Xiangyun only half believed his words. The reason why he didn't fall out with him was mostly because he didn't know his true background. At least, he hadn't found out anything about him yet. Otherwise, Long Xiangyun would definitely have a different attitude. As expected of one of the two most likely candidates to become the next emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. Not only is the fourth prince smart, but he also knows how to be patient. However, this is good as well. At the very least, he won't make a move on me before he figures out my background. In fact, he might even warn the Zhou clan not to make a move on me. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Brother, I still have some matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave first. I look forward to seeing you in the Imperial Palace. At that time, let's drink until we're drunk. Long Xiangyun said to Duan Lingtian with a smile as he stood up. All right. Duan Lingtian nodded. However, he did not stand up. He continued to sit there and respond to Long Xiangyun's words. Seeing this, Long Xiangyun was not angry. He called out to Zhou Shudong and left with the old man. He did not even greet the innkeeper of the Fleeting Time Inn. Sir, I'm Wang Peng, the owner of Fleeting Time Inn. I couldn't stop the fourth prince from coming to see you. After Long Xiangyun and the others left, the innkeeper of the Fleeting Time Inn, the middle-aged man, bowed and apologized to Duan Lingtian. His tone was filled with humility. However, he wasn't sure if the person in front of him had such an exaggerated background. However, based on the fact that Duan Lingtian dared to act so casually in front of the fourth prince of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, even if Duan Lingtian was deliberately mystifying, the fourth prince of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom had no choice but to admit defeat. Therefore, he now completely regarded the other party as someone with a powerful background. Yes. Duan Lingtian responded indifferently. He didn't look at Wang Peng at all. He stood up and went back to his room, closing the door in Wang Peng's face. Upon seeing this, Wang Peng did not dare to be angry. Instead, he felt it was only natural. After all, if Duan Lingtian's background was as exaggerated as Wang Peng had said, then Duan Lingtian had the right to act this way. Take good care of this guest. Before Wang Peng left, he specially instructed the servant girl, Chang'er, and the latter repeatedly agreed. After Wang Peng left, Chang'er looked at the room Duan Lingtian had entered and the room where Huana was in closed-door cultivation. Her eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. She did not expect this. She did not expect the first guest she served in the Fleeting Time Inn would be treated in such a manner. After all, the fourth prince of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom was one of the three most outstanding princes of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. He was also one of the two most beloved sons of the Emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. Even such an existence was so cautious in front of the customer she was serving. This made Chang'er even more certain that the guest she served was not simple. Meanwhile, Long Xiangyun, the fourth prince of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, brought Zhou Shudong back to the palace. After leaving his residence, he said solemnly to Zhou Shudong, "Donger, don't provoke that person in the future." "Cousin, do you believe him?" Zhou Shudong asked. "I can't say that I believe him completely, but I can't say that I don't believe him completely. If he's just bluffing, it won't matter even if I kill him. However, if he's telling the truth, killing him will only bring me endless trouble. It's precisely because of this that unless we can confirm his background, otherwise, this person can't be easily provoked. At the very least, I won't provoke him. After all, I've personally tested his strength. There's no doubt he's a great overarching golden celestial. Moreover, I'm certain he's not even 100 years old. A great overarching golden celestial who's not even 100 years old, unless he has a fortuitous encounter, he's most likely from a powerful force. Moreover, even if that force is weak, it shouldn't be weaker than the imperial family of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom." Long Xiangyun said in a deep voice. There were nearly 20 princes in the imperial family of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. The fact that Long Xiangyun stood out among the 20 princes was enough to prove he was not an ordinary person. Long Xiangyun did not dare to make a move on Duan Lingtian unless he was completely confident. As the saying went, cleverness leads to the downfall of cleverness. Long Xiangyun was currently in this situation. However, he had no other choice. Upon hearing Long Xiangyun's words, Zhou Shudong fell silent. "Don't think that I'm just scaring you. Unless we can find out more about that person's background, I don't think it's just me, or even the Zhou clan, who should act rashly against him." Long Xiangyun continued to say. "Based on what we're certain of, he's not from the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. Based on what he said, he's from a sect outside the wasteland. I don't have the ability to verify this. Even the Zhou clan and the imperial family can't verify this. Unless. Long Xiangyun paused for a moment. Unless what? Zhou Shudong asked.
After all, the Thousand Spider Celestial Sect is one of the three major celestial sects in the wasteland. The Thousand Spider Celestial Sect is very powerful and has a vast intelligence network. Your clan and the imperial family can't compare to them.
Zhou Shudong's eyes lit up. Third sister. Zhou Shudong's eyes lit up when she heard Long Xiangyun's words. However, her eyes soon dimmed. But third sister left the wasteland with her master a few years ago.
I heard she came back last month. Long Xiangyun smiled.
Third sister came back last month?
Zhou Shudong's eyes lit up again.
Then, I'll go look for her.
Zhou Shudong's third sister was the other daughter of the clan leader of the Zhou clan. The head of the Zhou family had a total of 4 children, 2 sons and 2 daughters. Among them, Zhou Shudong was the youngest. In front of Zhou Shudong was a daughter who was younger than the 2 sons. She was ranked third. The daughter of the Zhou clan was known as Third Miss Zhou. She was the pride of the Zhou clan and the entire Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. After all, she was the most talented person in the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom in the past 1,000 years. Moreover, she had joined the Thousand Spider Celestial Sect and became the last disciple of the former sect leader of the Thousand Spider Celestial Sect. Since the current sect leader of the Thousand Spider Celestial Sect was a disciple of the former sect leader of the Thousand Spider Celestial Sect, she was the junior sister of the current sect leader of the Thousand Spider Celestial Sect. In the imperial family of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, there were 3 outstanding princes. However, only 2 of them were favored by the Emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, and were most likely to become the next emperor. The reason why this happened was because of this. The remaining prince had a complicated background. Even the Emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom was not certain if the prince was his biological son. Because of that, the Emperor treated him differently from the other princes. Even if he was as outstanding as the 4th prince and the 7th prince. He was the 13th prince. Long Fei Yun. Unknown origin. He claims to be from a sect outside the wasteland. He's not even 100 years old, but his junior sister, who's younger than him, is strong enough to kill an Earth-rank great overarching golden celestial of the Zhou clan with ease. In the 13th prince's temporary residence in the imperial palace, a handsome young man dressed in a white robe with golden edges sat in a pavilion that was surrounded by flowers and plants. He looked at the middle-aged man standing in front of the pavilion as he muttered to himself. Even 4th brother is afraid of him and doesn't dare to touch him? Suddenly, the handsome youth raised his head, revealing a handsome and fair face. He looked at the person outside the pavilion and asked. The handsome young man's skin was as fair as jade, comparable to that of a woman. However, there was a hint of masculinity between his eyebrows. With a contradictory combination of feminine and masculine, anyone with a normal memory would be able to engrave him deeply in their mind as long as they looked at him. Yes, Your Highness. Outside the pavilion, the middle-aged man stood there respectfully. It was also because Duan Ling Tian was not here. Otherwise, Duan Ling Tian would have recognized the middle-aged man immediately. The middle-aged man was none other than Wang Pang, the innkeeper of the Fleeting Time Inn. Also, Wang Pang continued to say, that guest has informed my subordinates that he's going to participate in the small auction held by the Nian clan 5 days from now. He's interested in that auction? The 13th prince was slightly surprised. I'm not sure. Wang Peng said. Make arrangements. Make the arrangements. 5 days from now, I will go and meet this mysterious person who can scare off my 4th brother with just a few words. The 13th prince said. Yes. Wang Peng replied respectfully. You may leave. Chapter 27:27. Time continued to pass by. In just a blink of an eye, it was time for the monthly auction held by the Nian clan's auction house. In the Fleeting Time Inn, a group of people walked out of the door. There was an old man or a middle-aged man walking in front of them. They were all expressionless as they escorted the group of people to the Nian clan's auction house. 2 of them were overarching heavenly supreme celestials from the Fleeting Time Inn. The other 2 were also overarching heavenly supreme celestials from the Nian clan's auction house. The people being escorted by the 4 of them were all guests of the Fleeting Time Inn.
Most of them had chosen to stay in the Fleeting Time Inn in order to avoid being hunted down by their enemies. It was all for the sake of the inn's protection.
Brother, did you offend anyone?
Duan Tian was originally walking quietly at the back of the group of people when suddenly, a young man slowed down his footsteps and waited for Duan Tian to catch up before turning to look at him and asking curiously.
I didn't offend anyone.
Duan Tian said indifferently. You didn't offend anyone? Why are you staying in the Fleeting Time Inn? Brother, isn't that a little too extravagant? The young man was surprised.
However, a hint of doubt could be seen in his eyes.
Clearly, he did not believe Duan Tian's words. It's all right. Duan Tian said indifferently. Brother, do you know why I'm staying in the Fleeting Time Inn?
The young man chuckled with a smug expression on his face.
Why?
Duan Tian was about to say that he was not interested.
However, after thinking about it, he decided to listen to the young man's story since he had nothing to do along the way. It's because after I took the virginity of the young miss of the Qi clan, I killed her. Now, the Qi clan wants to kill me as soon as possible.
I took the supreme celestial stones from the young miss of the Qi clan's spatial ring and squandered them in the Fleeting Time Inn.
The young man smiled smugly. Speaking of which, that happened a few months ago. Do you see that old man over there? That's the patriarch of the Qi family. He's been waiting outside the tavern every day, waiting for me to exact his revenge. The young man pointed into the distance as he spoke to Duan Tian. Duan Tian looked over.
In the distance, there was an old man in mourning clothes and a few middle-aged men in mourning clothes standing at the side. The old man's eyes were red as he stared at the young man who was talking to him.
Through the old man's eyes, Duan Tian could clearly sense the deep-seated hatred in the old man's heart. When he looked at the old man, he clearly saw that the old man's gaze was also filled with hostility. Why did you take that Miss Qi's body? Did she offend you? Did the Qi family offend you? Duan Tian asked. It had been 8 days since Duan Tian arrived in the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. Apart from cultivating in seclusion for the first 3 days and successfully breaking through to an Indigo Sun Golden Celestial, he did not enter seclusion again. Instead, he left the Fleeting Time Inn and stayed in the halls of several restaurants for a few days. 5 days ago, the 4th prince of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom had arrived. After a brief confrontation, he was no longer worried that the 4th prince or the Zhou clan would seek revenge on him. After all, he knew the 4th prince and the Zhou clan would not act rashly before they investigated his background. For this reason, he could leave the Fleeting Time Inn without any worries. After wandering around for a few days, he had gained a better understanding of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom and the capital. He also gained a better understanding of the major forces in the capital. However, he had never heard of the Qi family. Most likely, the Qi family was just a small family in the capital of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. Otherwise, he would have heard of them. The eldest miss of the Qi family didn't offend me, and the Qi family didn't offend me as well. I just thought the eldest miss of the Qi family was pretty and a virgin, so I made a move on her. I can't afford to offend the other major clans, but I'm not afraid of the Qi family.
The young man chuckled as though he was very proud of his actions.
I can't go against the Qi family on my own, so I can only hide in the Fleeting Time Inn for the time being. In half a month's time, my brother will bring someone to pick me up. With the strength of my brother and his people, the Qi family won't be able to do anything to me. They can only watch as I leave the Fleeting Time Inn and the capital.
The young man's tone grew more and more smug as he continued to say, In the end, the supreme celestial stones I spent in the Fleeting Time Inn belong to the eldest miss of the Qi family.
Moreover, when I leave the inn, she still has a lot of supreme celestial stones left in her spatial ring.
When my brother comes and I leave the Fleeting Time Inn and the capital safely, the clan leader of the Qi family will be so angry that he'll vomit blood. The young man looked at the clan leader of the Qi family in the distance with a smug expression on his face.
Bastard! The clan leader of the Qi family was so infuriated by the young man's smug expression that he wanted to kill him, but he was stopped by the people behind him.
He could only glare at the young man with bloodshot eyes as though he wanted nothing more than to gnaw on the young man's bones and drink his blood. When Duan Tian saw the frenzied expression on the clan leader of Qi clan and the bloodshot eyes of the clan leader of Qi clan, he could not suppress the raging flames of fury in his heart.
Don't you think you've gone overboard?
Duan Tian asked in a low voice.
Overboard? The young man was taken aback when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Then he laughed and said, "Brother, so what if I've gone overboard? In the end, I'm still the winner. Don't tell me the heavens are going to punish me? To be honest, I've already thought of a way out before I made my move. To me, all of this is just a fun game." The smile on the young man's face widened as he spoke. "Since the heavens aren't going to punish you, I'll punish you instead." Duan Lingtian could no longer suppress the anger in his heart when he heard the young man's words. His celestial origin energy that had been accumulating in his body began to gather in his hand. Swoosh! A scorching sword ray flashed past. It was Duan Lingtian who had raised his hand and swung his sword. Before the young man could react, his head was separated from his body and he was killed. Swoosh! Swoosh! In the next moment, with just a thought, the young man's severed body flew out from the crowd and landed in front of the few people from the Qi clan. The few people from the Qi clan were dumbfounded. Swoosh! 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 When the two halves of the young man's body landed on the ground, everyone's expression changed drastically. No one would have thought that something like this would happen in the blink of an eye. Boom! Boom! When the two overarching heavenly supreme celestials regained their senses, their celestial origin energies surged out of their bodies. In just a blink of an eye, they appeared in front of Duan Lingtian. Boom! Boom! When the two overarching heavenly supreme celestials sent by the Nian family were about to attack Duan Lingtian, the two overarching heavenly supreme celestials from the fleeting time in made their move as well. Everyone thought the two overarching heavenly supreme celestials were going to attack Duan Lingtian as well. However, a shocking scene unfolded before everyone's eyes. At this moment, the two overarching heavenly supreme celestials from the fleeting time in appeared in front of Duan Lingtian, blocking the path of the two overarching heavenly supreme celestials from the Nian clan's trading firm. They had no choice but to stop in their tracks. "Both of you, what are you doing?" The two overarching heavenly supreme celestials from the Nian family frowned. "Gentlemen, the person who died is no longer under the protection of the fleeting time inn. He has already checked out of the inn." One of the overarching heavenly supreme celestials from the fleeting time inn said to the two overarching heavenly supreme celestials from the Nian family. This overarching heavenly supreme celestial was the one who was closest to Duan Lingtian earlier. The conversation between Duan Lingtian and the young man, as well as the development of the situation, were all seen and heard by his eyes and ears. If he had wanted to, he could have easily stopped Duan Lingtian from attacking Duan Lingtian. However, he did not make a move. He did not make a move because the innkeeper of the fleeting time inn had told him and another person that the purple-clad guest was not an ordinary guest. Even the fourth prince would not dare to offend him. Checked out. The two overarching heavenly supreme celestials from the Nian family frowned. They found the innkeeper's words ridiculous. If the purple-clad guest had checked out, how could he have enjoyed the privilege of being escorted to the Nian family's estate? "Both of you. This purple-clad guest is not an ordinary person. Even the fourth prince of the soaring dragon celestial kingdom doesn't dare to offend him." When the other overarching heavenly supreme celestial in the fleeting time inn sent a voice transmission to the two overarching heavenly supreme celestials in the Nian clan's trading house, their eyes widened in shock. When they looked at Duan Lingtian again, a hint of fear could be seen in their eyes. "Both of you, thank you." At the same time, the two overarching heavenly supreme celestials from the Nian family's estate quickly thanked the two overarching heavenly supreme celestials from the fleeting time inn. After all, if the two overarching heavenly supreme celestials had not warned them, they would have been in deep trouble. How could they afford to offend someone whom even the fourth prince did not dare to offend? After a brief moment, the four overarching heavenly supreme celestials exchanged a look before they returned to their posts and continued to escort Duan Lingtian and the others to the Nian family's estate. "Thank you, benefactor. Thank you, benefactor." At the same time, the clan leader of the Qi clan led the members of the Qi clan to kneel and kowtow as they thanked Duan Lingtian. Meanwhile, the other guests of the fleeting time inn looked at Duan Lingtian with fear in their eyes. Checked out? Naturally, they did not believe such nonsense. Chapter 27-28. Duan Lingtian walked behind the crowd with his hands clasped behind his back. His face was calm, without joy or sorrow.
Even when the two overarching heavenly supreme celestials from the Nian clan's auction house appeared in front of him and were about to attack him, his expression did not change at all. The reason he was so calm was not because he was confident he could deal with an overarching heavenly supreme celestial, but because he knew the two overarching heavenly supreme celestials in the fleeting time in would definitely not stand idly by. Before killing that young man, Duan Lingtian already knew. As long as the overarching heavenly supreme celestial from fleeting time in did not allow him to kill the young man, he would not be able to kill the young man. And if the other party didn't interfere, it meant that they had tacitly allowed him to kill the young man. Under such circumstances, he was naturally not worried about the consequences of killing the young man. And the truth was just as he thought. When the two overarching heavenly supreme celestials from the Nian clan's auction house were about to attack him, the two overarching heavenly supreme celestials from the fleeting time in also appeared before him. However, they were not there to attack him, they were there to protect him. The two overarching heavenly supreme celestials from the fleeting time in must have mentioned the fourth prince during that critical moment. It was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to guess. 5 days ago, the innkeeper of the fleeting time in had witnessed the confrontation between Duan Lingtian and the fourth prince of the soaring dragon celestial kingdom. Due to Duan Lingtian's strength, the fourth prince did not dare to provoke him. And the fact that the fourth prince didn't dare to provoke him was enough to show how extraordinary he was. As long as the two overarching heavenly supreme celestials from the fleeting time in told the two overarching heavenly supreme celestials from the Nian clan's auction house, they would not dare to touch Duan Lingtian. Even the fourth prince of the soaring dragon celestial kingdom did not dare to touch him. They were merely two overarching heavenly supreme celestials from the Nian clan. Along the way, Duan Lingtian could sense that the guests of fleeting time in were wary of him. Regarding this, he could understand. After all, he had just killed a guest of the fleeting time in, and he was not punished in any way. In fact, the people of the fleeting time in were protecting him. "We're here." After about 15 minutes, the overarching heavenly supreme celestial from the Nian clan's auction house said, causing Duan Lingtian and the others to stop in their tracks. They turned to look at the person in front of them. Up ahead, a magnificent house that occupied a vast area appeared before the eyes of Duan Lingtian and the others. At a glance, every single detail of the house was meticulously crafted, and it was too much for the eyes to take in. "This is the Nian family auction house? It's quite stylish," Duan Lingtian thought to himself. But this doesn't seem to be the main entrance. At the same time, Duan Lingtian realized that there was no one at the entrance of the Nian family's auction house. At the same time, the door did not seem to match the splendor of the Nian family's auction house. It was more like a small door or a back door. "Everyone, please come in." After the two overarching heavenly supreme celestials from the Nian family's auction house entered the Nian family's auction house, a few attendants from the Nian family's auction house came out and welcomed Duan Lingtian and the others into the Nian family's auction house. Then, they were provided with a private room each. The private rooms in the Nian family's auction house were divided into 3 levels. Duan Lingtian and the others were led to a private room on the 2nd level. It was unknown if it was a coincidence, or if the Nian family's auction house intended this, but Duan Lingtian and the others were led to a private room called Earth Number 1. It was also the one with the best geographical location on the 2nd floor. It was also the one in the middle. The window of the private room faced the auction stage. The Nian family's auction house is quite big. It's bigger than any of the auction houses I've been to before. Duan Lingtian sat in front of the window of the private room and looked at the auction stage and the rows of seats in front of it. He could not help but sigh inwardly. In front of Duan Lingtian was an exquisitely carved wooden table with a tea set placed on top of it. Right now, there was a beautiful servant girl pouring tea for him. "How should I address you, young master?" The servant girl smiled sweetly at Duan Lingtian as she poured tea for him. "My surname is Duan." Duan Lingtian picked up the cup of tea the servant girl had poured for him and took a sip. His eyes lit up immediately. Good tea. As soon as he took a sip, Duan Lingtian could clearly feel a gentle energy flowing through his 99 heavenly veins. Although it didn't bring any improvement to his cultivation, it gave him a very comfortable feeling. He felt warm all over. "Young Master Duan, this is a tea leaf cultivated by our Nian clan's 3rd master when he was young. It's called the warm spring tea. Although it's not an immortal tea that can raise one's cultivation base, it can make one feel as if they're bathing in a spring breeze." Duan Lingtian nodded.
Warm spring tea? That's a good name. It lives up to its name. Duan Ling Tian nodded. After that, Duan Ling Tian chatted with the servant girl for a while and learned about the 3 private rooms in the Nian clan's auction house. They were the Heaven private room, the Earth private room, and the Human private room. The Heaven private room was only open to members of the imperial family of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. Naturally, members of the imperial family of a high-rank celestial kingdom would also be arranged to stay in the Heaven private room. Therefore, the Heaven private room was basically reserved for the imperial family. The first Earth private room is the best private room for people who aren't members of the imperial family of a high-rank celestial kingdom. Even the emperor of an intermediate-rank celestial kingdom can only stay in the first Earth private room if he comes to the Nian clan's auction house. I didn't expect the Nian clan's auction house to arrange for me to stay in the first Earth private room. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Now, he was also 100% sure that he was right. The person in charge of the Nian family's auction house must have known that he was not afraid of the 4th prince. Otherwise, he would not have arranged for him to be in the first private room. If the person in charge of the Nian family's auction house finds out that I don't have a powerful background, I'm afraid he'll be so angry that he'll throw me out of this Earth number 1 private room. Duan Lingtian mocked in his heart. He did not expect his act in front of the 4th prince of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom would bring him so much convenience. But now, this convenience was something he could peacefully enjoy. After all, to a certain extent, apart from acting, he was also taking a risk. Soon, the auction began. On the auction stage, a host appeared. She was a graceful, luxurious, and extremely voluptuous beautiful woman. When she opened her mouth, not only was her voice pleasant to hear, it was also filled with charm. As the beautiful woman spoke, one by one, the auction items were brought to the auction stage and won by the people. An hour later, Duan Lingtian did not make a bid. This was because, up until now, he had yet to see what he wanted. Duan Lingtian continued to drink his tea. At the same time, the maidservant kept pouring tea for him. In the Nian family's auction house, the Heaven number 1 private rooms were reserved for the imperial family of a high-rank celestial kingdom. Naturally, if an important figure from a powerful celestial kingdom came, he or she would be invited to the Heaven number 1 private room. However, this had never happened in the Nian family's auction house. This was because no important figure from a powerful celestial kingdom had ever come to the Nian family's auction house. The Heaven number 1 private room was resplendent. Whether it was the decoration or the layout, it was far superior to Duan Lingtian's Earth number 1 private room. At this moment, a handsome young man was sitting in front of a jade table in the Heaven number 1 private room. The handsome young man was dressed in a white robe with golden edges. His cheeks were fair and rosy, making him look so delicate that even women would be envious of him. However, between his brows, there was a unique masculine aura. When paired with his fair and rosy skin, it formed a contradictory combination, which also added a bit of charm to his entire person. The 2 maidservants standing in front of the jade table stole glances at the handsome young man from time to time. Every time they stole glances at him, they would blush shyly. "Your Highness the 13th Prince, there's nothing good in this small auction. Why don't you come back after the big auction?" The person in charge of the Nian family's auction house, an old man in his 70s, said to the handsome young man with a humble smile on his face. "I'm just here to join in the fun. I have no intention of bidding for anything." From the beginning until the end, he did not even look at the person in charge of the Nian family's auction house at all. The person in charge of the Nian family's auction house was a profound, overarching, heavenly supreme celestial from the Nian family. He was on a completely different level compared to the 4 yellow-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestials who had escorted Duan Lingtian and the others to the auction house. However, the handsome young man seemed to have completely disregarded the person in charge of the auction house. Not only was the handsome young man not displeased, but he felt it was only right. But, just as the person in charge of the Nian family's auction house was about to say something, the middle-aged man who was resting with his eyes closed behind the handsome young man suddenly opened his eyes. His gaze landed on the person in charge of the Nian family's auction house. "Your Highness the 13th Prince, if you need anything, just ask the maidservants to inform me." The person in charge of the Nian family's auction house felt his scalp go numb when he was stared at by the middle-aged man behind the handsome young man. He shuddered and quickly excused himself.
If it was said that the reason he was afraid of the handsome young man was because of the young man's identity. However, the reason he was afraid of the middle-aged man behind the handsome young man was because of the middle-aged man's strength. I didn't expect the person next to the 13th prince to be a heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial. I've only felt that gaze from the old ancestor before.
Chapter 27-29. The strongest person in the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom was only a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial, and there were only 2 of them. Apart from peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials, there were no more than 10 heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestials in the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. I know the 4th and 7th princes are accompanied by heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestials, but I didn't expect the 13th prince to be accompanied by a heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial as well. Logically speaking, this is impossible. After leaving the Sky No. 1 private room, the person in charge of the Nian family's auction house was still puzzled. Although the 13th prince was not inferior to the 4th and 7th princes in the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, and was a hindrance to the 4th and 7th princes, not many people were optimistic about the 13th prince's chances of winning the throne. This was because the Emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom suspected that the 13th prince was not his biological son. For this reason, he treated the 13th prince coldly. He only cared about the 4th and 7th princes, so he even assigned a heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial to protect them. As for the 13th prince, he only gave him an earth-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial. In the past, whenever he met the 13th prince would always be accompanied by the earth stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial. However, this time, he did not see the earth stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Instead, he saw a new face. The person next to the 13th prince isn't from the imperial family of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. I'm certain there's no such person among the 7 heaven stage overarching heavenly supreme celestials in the imperial family. The person in charge of the Nian clan's auction house was also an elder of the Nian clan. Therefore, he knew about the 7 heaven stage overarching heavenly supreme celestials of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom through the Nian clan. But, as he learned, he was not one of the 7 heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestials in the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. That person should be an expert that the 13th prince found elsewhere. In the end, the person in charge of the Nian family's auction house could only make such a guess. Once he made that guess, he could not help but gasp. After all, Duan Ling Tian was a heaven stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial. In the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, as long as a heaven stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial did not offend the imperial family, they could do whatever they wanted. Even the Nian clan, a top clan in the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, only had 1 heaven realm overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Based on this, one could see how rare heaven realm overarching heavenly supreme celestials were in the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. Due to this reason, heaven stage overarching heavenly supreme celestials enjoyed a high status in the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. But now, he saw a heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial, whom Duan Ling Tian had never seen before, was standing next to the 13th prince. Everyone says that the 13th prince is not simple. In some aspects, even the 4th prince and the 7th prince are far inferior to him. Today, I have seen it for myself. Putting everything else aside, it's impossible for the 4th prince and the 7th prince to recruit a heaven stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial on their own. The person in charge of the Nian family's auction house thought to himself. At this moment, he realized he had underestimated the 13th prince. We must inform the clan and ask the clan leader to inform the 7th prince. The fact that a heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial has appeared by the 13th prince's side and isn't sent by the emperor is enough for the 7th prince to take this seriously. With this thought in mind, the person in charge of the Nian family's auction house took out a communication celestial talisman and sent a message back to the Nian family. Similar to the Zhou family and the 4th prince, the Nian family and the 7th prince had a close relationship as well. After all, the 7th prince's mother was the sister of the clan leader of the Zhou family. If the 4th prince had the backing of the Zhou clan when he fought for the throne, then the 7th prince had the backing of the Nian clan when he fought for the throne. As for the 13th prince, his mother was not from a prominent family in the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. Instead, she was brought back by the Emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. For this reason, The 13th prince had no one to rely on and could only rely on himself. Moreover, due to certain matters, the emperor of the soaring dragon celestial kingdom was not 100% certain that the 13th prince was his biological son. Due to this reason, the 13th prince's path to the throne was fraught with difficulties. Not many people were optimistic about his chances.
Although the 13th prince was not inferior to the 4th prince and the 7th prince in all aspects, the 13th prince was still not confident in his chances.
The auction continued in the Nian family's auction house. As time passed, Duan Ling Tian, who was in the first earth room, finally obtained the item he had been waiting for. It was a profound grade cultivation method. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a profound grade cultivation method called the Cloudy Dream Celestial Technique. A graceful and elegant woman with a seductive voice spoke slowly on the auction stage. As soon as her voice rang in the air, it reverberated throughout the auction house. Even the people in the private rooms could hear her seductive voice clearly. After introducing the Cloudy Dream Celestial Technique, the beautiful woman raised her voice and said, "The starting price of the Cloudy Dream Celestial Technique is 10,000 Supreme Celestial Stones. Each increment must be no less than 5,000 Supreme Celestial Stones." Duan Ling Tian sat by the window of the first earth room. He did not participate in the auction. The price of the profound grade cultivation method, the Cloudy Dream Celestial Technique, continued to rise. In the end, it was bought by a person in the earth room for 90,000 Supreme Celestial Stones. Congratulations to the guest in the 6th earth room for successfully obtaining the profound grade cultivation method, the Cloudy Dream Celestial Technique. Next, the second profound grade cultivation method will be sold. As soon as the auctioneer finished speaking, the second profound grade cultivation method was displayed before everyone in the auction house. In the end, the profound grade cultivation method was sold for 90,000 Supreme Celestial Stones. A profound grade cultivation method for 90,000 Supreme Celestial Stones isn't expensive at all. In the first earth room, Duan Ling Tian, who had yet to make his move, was not in a hurry at all when he saw the two profound grade cultivation methods being taken away. He sat there calmly with a calm expression on his face. It was as though he could remain calm even if Mount Tai were to collapse in front of him. There were two reasons he had yet to make a move. Firstly, there were 5 profound grade cultivation methods left. Secondly, Duan Ling Tian did not like the 2 profound grade cultivation methods. Although the Xian grade cultivation methods were similar, there were still some small differences. For example, the first profound grade cultivation method would subtly change the characteristics of one's celestial origin energy when one cultivated it. It would make one's celestial origin energy gentle, making it more suitable for people who walk the path of gentleness. On the other hand, the second profound grade cultivation method was the opposite of the first profound grade cultivation method. Duan Ling Tian did not like either of the 2 profound grade cultivation methods. He preferred the cultivation method that allowed one to temper one's celestial origin energy to be both gentle and firm. After the 2 profound grade cultivation methods were sold, the 5th profound grade cultivation method finally satisfied Duan Ling Tian's desire. Due to this reason, he also began to bid for it. Moreover, he was the first one to bid. 10,000 Supreme Celestial Stones. After Duan Ling Tian placed his bid, he waited for the others to raise their bids before he followed suit and bid as well. After all, apart from the first 2 profound grade cultivation methods that were sold for 90,000 Supreme Celestial Stones each, the remaining 2 profound grade cultivation methods were sold for 80,000 Supreme Celestial Stones each. For this reason, Duan Ling Tian did not think he would be able to obtain the profound grade cultivation method with just 10,000 Supreme Celestial Stones. Unless, of course, everyone else was mute at this moment. 15,000 Supreme Celestial Stones. It did not take long for someone to make a bid. It was someone from the auction house. The people in the other earth rooms shuddered when they heard the bid. Based on that voice, the person in the first earth room seems to be the person who killed another guest of the Fleeting Time Inn before coming to the Nian clan's auction house. The fact that he's protected by the Fleeting Time Inn after killing another guest means that he's not a simple person. Otherwise, the Fleeting Time Inn wouldn't have protected him at the risk of ruining their reputation. We can't afford to offend this person. We can't afford to offend him. The people in the earth rooms were all from the Fleeting Time Inn with Duan Ling Tian. After all, they had witnessed Duan Ling Tian killing another guest of the Fleeting Time Inn and coming out unscathed. Therefore, they were certain Duan Ling Tian was not someone they could afford to offend. For this reason, None of them dared to make a bid against Duan Ling Tian. 30,000 supreme celestial stones. After Duan Ling Tian made his bid for the third time, no one made a bid for the third time. The group of people in the auction hall didn't make a sound because they had limited financial resources and couldn't afford to pay a higher price. Now, many people raised their heads to look at the earth boxes, wanting to see if the people in the other earth boxes were competing with the people in the first earth box.
However, even after a long time, it was as if the people in the other earth boxes were completely silent at this moment.
What's going on in the other earth rooms? Why aren't they bidding? That's a profound grade cultivation method we're talking about. Even if it's sold on the black market at a low price, I'm sure it can be sold for 60,000 to 70,000 supreme celestial stones.
The people in the earth rooms are more than capable of buying it and reselling it.
That's true. Why aren't they bidding? This is a free opportunity to earn celestial stones.
The auction house was in an uproar for a while, but the people in the other earth rooms still did not make a bid.
It seems like the person in the first earth room isn't simple. Isn't that obvious?
If the person in the first earth room is an ordinary person, why aren't the people in the other earth rooms bidding? After all, the people in the other earth rooms haven't made a bid since the first time he made a bid.
Soon after, many people in the auction house speculated that the person in the first earth room was not simple.
At the very least, the people in the other earth rooms did not dare to bid against him.
Chapter 27:30. Earlier, when Duan Ling Tian bid 10,000 supreme celestial stones, another person in the auction house bid 15,000 supreme celestial stones. When Duan Ling Tian bid 20,000 supreme celestial stones, another person in the auction house bid 25,000 supreme celestial stones. At this moment, when the two people who had bid with Duan Ling Tian saw that the earth box had become completely silent, their expressions changed drastically. At the same time, their hearts were filled with anxiety. They were afraid the person in the first earth room would cause trouble for them after the auction ended. After all, based on the current situation, the person in the auction house was not ordinary. After all, the person in the first earth room was clearly not an ordinary person. What a joke! If he was an ordinary person, how could the people in the earth room be so quiet? At the same time, the group of people in the human grade rooms who were about to continue bidding with Duan Ling Tian shut their mouths obediently. They did not dare to make any rash moves. Although the people in the human room were more or less powerful than the people in the auction house, they were not as powerful as the people in the earth room. Anyone with a bit of status would at least be arranged to be in an earth box. For this reason, when the people in the human room saw that the people in the earth room were silent, they did not dare to make a sound. The person in the first earth room is bidding 30,000 supreme celestial stones for the profound grade cultivation method, the dark nether fusion tactic. Is there anyone else? The alluring voice of the beautiful woman resounded in the auction house. 30,000 supreme celestial stones going once. 30,000 supreme celestial stones going twice. Just as the beautiful woman was about to bid again, the profound grade cultivation method, the dark nether fusion tactic, would belong to Duan Ling Tian. There seems to be someone in the first heaven room. The window there is open. There must be someone in there. I wonder which prince or prince of the soaring dragon celestial kingdom is in there. The princes of the soaring dragon celestial kingdom rarely come to the Nian clan's auction house. I think it must be a prince. I'm afraid only ordinary princes would come to a small-scale auction held by the Nian clan's auction house. However, even an ordinary prince wouldn't be afraid of the person in the first earth room. I wonder if the person in the first heaven VIP room will participate in the auction for this mysterious grade cultivation technique. As some sharp-eyed people in the auction hall opened their mouths, most of the people in the auction hall raised their heads and fixed their eyes on the heavenly number 1 box with its window open. The first heaven room? Someone from the imperial family actually came to a small-scale auction held by the Nian clan's auction house. Duan Ling Tian, who was in the first heaven room, was surprised. However, he was not worried that the person would bid against him would bid for the profound grade cultivation method, the profound grade cultivation method, the dark nether fusion tactic. The profound grade cultivation method was the profound grade cultivation method was the nether fusion tactic? Duan Ling Tian, who was the profound grade cultivation at the most? It would not be worth it if he bid more than that. But I didn't expect that not a single one of the fleeting Taiman's guests would bid against me after I killed one of their guests on my way here. This was something Duan Ling Tian did not expect as well.
Listening to the discussions in the auction hall, he was also a little curious as to whether the person in the first private room would bid against him. However, after a long time, the person in the first heaven room remained silent even though the beautiful woman on the stage tried to stall for time.
30,000 supreme celestial stones going thrice. The beautiful woman didn't dare delay any longer when she noticed that she had delayed for a long time.
She announced the owner of the profound grade cultivation method. Congratulations to the guest in the first earth room for obtaining the mid-grade cultivation method, the nether fusion technique, for 30,000 top-grade celestial stones.
He had obtained a profound grade cultivation method with 30,000 supreme celestial stones. Needless to say, Duan Ling Tian had profited this time.
He didn't bid?
Many people in the auction house were surprised and puzzled. Isn't that normal? The guest in the first heaven room is from the imperial family. It's only natural that he wouldn't be interested in a profound grade cultivation method. As for selling the profound grade cultivation method to the black market, the imperial family wouldn't stoop to such a low price. You have a point.
I wonder, which prince is in the number 1 private room? When the attention of the crowd in the auction hall shifted to the heavenly box number 1, Zhang Tai's expression changed. Long Fei Yun, the 13th prince, was sitting in the first heaven room with a surprised expression on his face.
He is actually interested in a profound level cultivation technique? A disciple from a powerful sect outside the wasteland is interested in a profound grade cultivation method? That's impossible, right? Is it possible that he's not a disciple from a powerful sect outside the yellow wasteland? Long Fei Yun muttered to himself as he tapped the jade bracelet in front of him with his hand. Naturally, he didn't come to the Nian clan's auction house for this small auction. Normally, there wouldn't be anything that could interest him in a small auction. He came for Duan Ling Tian. Although the Nian clan had a close relationship with the 7th prince, the innkeeper of the Fleeting Time Inn was one of Long Fei Yun's men. He had learned about the incident between the 4th prince and Duan Ling Tian earlier than the 7th prince. For this reason, he was interested in Duan Ling Tian. For this reason, he came to the Nian clan's auction house today. The auction continued. Duan Ling Tian was not interested in any of the items in the auction house. He had already achieved his goal of coming to the auction house today. As time passed, the auction was about to come to an end. Duan Ling Tian was about to leave the Fleeting Time Inn with the guests of the Nian clan's auction house.
Guests. Suddenly, a voice rang from outside the first earth room.
Young Master Duan, this is Elder Yu, the person in charge of the Nian clan's auction house.
When Duan Ling Tian heard the voice and looked towards the door of the room, the servant girl at the side had already informed Duan Ling Tian of the identity of the person outside.
The person in charge of the Nian clan's auction house? Duan Ling Tian raised an eyebrow. He was curious about the visitor's purpose. Open the door. Duan Ling Tian ordered the maidservant.
Upon receiving the order, the maidservant immediately opened the door and bowed respectfully at the old man standing outside the room.
Elder Yu.
When Duan Ling Tian turned to look at the old man had already entered the room. He bowed slightly at Duan Ling Tian and said, "Guest, I'm the person in charge of the auction house.
His Highness the 13th Prince wishes to see you. What do you think?" The 13th Prince? Duan Ling Tian's eyes flashed. He knew about the 13th Prince of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom.
He knew the 13th Prince was in no way inferior to the 4th and 7th Princes. In fact, the 13th Prince was even more outstanding than the 4th and 7th Princes. If it were not for the fact that the Emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom disliked the 13th Prince, he would definitely be able to compete with the 4th and 7th Princes for the throne.
It seems like the person in the first Earth Room is the 13th Prince. Duan Ling Tian had also guessed the 13th Prince's identity.
Yes.
Duan Ling Tian nodded at the old man. After the old man received Duan Ling Tian's permission, he immediately walked out of the room and stood by the door.
Then, he respectfully made an inviting gesture and said to the handsome young man standing at the side, "Your Highness the 13th Prince, please enter."
At the same time, Duan Ling Tian also saw the famous 13th Prince of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. It's just as the rumors say. The 13th Prince is very handsome. Moreover, he's handsome with both strength and gentleness. After a while, Duan Ling Tian shifted his gaze to the middle-aged man standing behind the 13th Prince.
The middle-aged man had an ordinary appearance, but when he stood behind the 13th prince, he seemed as steady as Mount Tai. Moreover, he emitted a peculiar aura. Although it was not obvious, Duan Lingtian could still sense it. The reason why he could sense it was because he had subconsciously come into contact with this aura before, so he had a very deep impression of it.
This aura. It's similar to Murong Bing's.
Duan Lingtian had come into contact with this kind of aura from Murong Bing, whom he had slept with before. Moreover, he was certain this was not an ordinary aura. It was an aura that was unintentionally emitted when one's cultivation base had reached a certain stage. My name is Long Fei Yun, the 13th prince of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom.
How should I address you, brother?
Long Fei Yun greeted Duan Lingtian with a smile after he entered the room.
My surname is Duan.
Duan Lingtian nodded at Long Fei Yun before he pointed at the chair in front of the table. 13th prince, please have a seat. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Long Fei Yun did not stand on ceremony and sat down. He glanced at the person in charge of the Nian clan's auction house and said indifferently, "Bring your people out. I have something to say to Brother Duan in private."
Yes, Your Highness.
The person in charge of the Nian clan's auction house replied respectfully before he left the room with his servant.
Brother Duan, I've heard about you since a few days ago.
You're the first person in the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom to make the fourth miss of the Zhou clan suffer such a huge loss. When Long Fei Yun looked at Duan Lingtian again, it was as though he was talking to an old friend. It seems like you have a subordinate in the Fleeting Time Inn. Duan Lingtian said meaningfully as he looked at Long Fei Yun. Although his relationship with Zhou Shudong was no secret in the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, not many people knew he was in the Fleeting Time Inn, let alone recognize him. Not to mention the others, just the guests of the Fleeting Time Inn who came with him to the auction house were a group of people.
Chapter 27:31.
Naturally, when Duan Lingtian said the 13th prince had planted someone in the Fleeting Time Inn, he did not mean that the 13th prince had planted someone in the Fleeting Time Inn as a guest. Instead, it was the 13th prince who had planted someone in the inn. The Fleeting Time Inn was one of the most important properties of the Nian clan. Moreover, the Nian clan had a close relationship with the 7th prince of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. Naturally, they would not serve the 13th prince. For this reason, there was only one possibility. The 13th prince, Long Fei Yun, must have planted a subordinate in the Fleeting Time Inn who was privy to a lot of information. To tell you the truth, Brother Duan, the innkeeper of the Fleeting Time Inn, Wang Peng, is one of my subordinates. Long Fei Yun smiled faintly when he heard Duan Lingtian's words.
Oh!
Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow. He asked in surprise. The 13th prince is so honest with me.
Aren't you worried I'll spread the news?
If I spread the news, even if the innkeeper of the Fleeting Time Inn doesn't die, he'll at least be skinned alive, right? Moreover, from now on, you'll have one less informant in the Nian clan. Duan Lingtian looked at Long Fei Yun meaningfully when he finished speaking.
Will you?
Long Fei Yun asked with a smile on his face.
I'm not that bored.
Duan Lingtian shrugged. He had only come to the capital of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom to find a place to stay. He would leave when he found a place to go. To Duan Lingtian, the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom and the Wasteland were just a stepping stone for him to ascend to the spirit overarching heaven. He needed to leave the Wasteland and head to a wider world to seek higher cultivation bases as quickly as possible. He only had 1,000 years of time. If he was not strong enough after 1,000 years, it would be difficult for him to rescue his wife, Ker, and his family and friends even if he managed to enter the Divine Offering Land. Although he had only ascended to the spirit overarching heaven for less than 10 years, he had already attained his current cultivation base. However, he knew this was only the beginning. This was just the beginning. The road ahead would only get harder and harder. This was because the higher one's cultivation was, the slower one's speed of improvement would be. Currently, he had not even become a great overarching golden celestial. His cultivation base was nothing in the Wasteland and the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, let alone the spirit overarching heaven. Although Duan Lingtian's strength could not be compared to his cultivation base, he was still far from being a match for an overarching heavenly supreme celestial. There was no lack of overarching heavenly supreme celestials in the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom.
He had seen a few overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestials from the Nian clan, let alone the overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestials from the Imperial family. If any of these overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestials attacked him, he would not be able to withstand their attacks even if he used the Devata artifact, the Seven Orifices exquisite sword. That's why I told you the truth, because I believed that Brother Duan wouldn't be so bored. Long Feiyun said with a smile. Brother Duan. Long Feiyun's eyes glinted as he said bluntly, based on what I know, you're from a powerful sect outside the wasteland. I wonder why you're interested in a profound grade cultivation method? Is there something special about the profound grade cultivation method, the dark nether fusion tactic? Long Feiyun was beginning to have doubts. The purple-clad young man in front of him did not have a powerful background. He was merely trying to scare his fourth brother so that his fourth brother would not dare to act on behalf of Zhou Shudong, the fourth young miss of the Zhou clan. He's indeed not even 100 years old. At this moment, a voice transmission rang in Long Feiyun's ears. It was from the middle-aged man standing behind him. As a heaven-rank overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial, the middle-aged man's divine consciousness was much stronger than Duan Ling Tian. For this reason, Duan Ling Tian did not notice the middle-aged man's divine consciousness when he probed Duan Ling Tian with his divine consciousness. Moreover, he should know how to conceal his cultivation base. Initially, I wanted to probe his soul with my divine consciousness to confirm his cultivation base. However, before I could get close to his soul, my divine consciousness disappeared. The middle-aged man continued to speak to Long Feiyun through voice transmission. The celestial origin energy in Devata realms was very mysterious. It existed in the body of a celestial, but no matter how powerful a celestial was, it would be difficult to probe a celestial's cultivation base with their divine consciousness. Only when the celestial origin energy was released would one be able to roughly guess a celestial's cultivation base. This was due to the existence of the heavenly veins. For this reason, in the Devata realms, one had to probe a celestial's cultivation base through the soul, since the increase in one's cultivation base would be accompanied by the increase in one's soul. This was similar to cultivators in the mundane realms. Whoosh! A wave of energy surged out from the table in front of Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes as he placed his hand on the table. His celestial origin energy surged out of his hand and collided with the wave of energy, suppressing it. The 13th prince's hobby is similar to the 4th prince's. At the same time, he looked at Long Feiyun meaningfully and said, "Don't worry, Long Feiyun won't be able to defeat you." A great overarching golden celestial. A great overarching golden celestial who's not even 100 years old. Long Feiyun was still in a daze when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. He did not expect the purple-clad young man who was not even 100 years old to be a great overarching golden celestial. Based on his probing earlier, he was 100% certain the young man was not weak at all. He was certain the young man was as strong as a yellow-rank great overarching golden celestial. Most importantly, the young man was not weak at all. He was certain the young man was not even 100 years old. No wonder fourth brother is wary of him. As it turns out, it's not only because of his junior sister who's younger than him, it's also because of him. I've never seen his junior sister before, so I'm not sure if she's strong enough to kill an Earth-rank great overarching golden celestial from the Zhou clan, even though she's not even 100 years old. However, this young man with the surname Duan is indeed not even 100 years old. He's at least a yellow-rank great overarching golden celestial. When Long Feiyun looked at Duan Ling Tian again, he could not hide the shock in his eyes. At this moment, he no longer doubted Duan Ling Tian's identity. He did not think it was important since Duan Ling Tian was a great overarching golden celestial even though he was not even 100 years old. This made him think of something else. Perhaps, I can make a deal with him. With this thought in mind, Long Feiyun's eyes suddenly lit up like two bright stars in the night sky. Brother Duan, I have an Earth-grade cultivation method. I wonder if you're interested? Long Feiyun asked bluntly as he stared at Duan Ling Tian with burning eyes. An Earth-grade cultivation method. Duan Ling Tian's eyes widened in shock when he heard Long Feiyun's words. However, it did not take long before he regained his senses. 13th Prince, you're talking about the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom's inherited cultivation method, right? Based on Duan Ling Tian's knowledge, the inherited cultivation method of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. The only known Earth-grade cultivation method in the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom was the inherited cultivation method of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. As far as I know, only the direct descendants of the imperial family are allowed to cultivate the legacy cultivation method of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. Moreover, there's a rule in the imperial family of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom that anyone who imparts the legacy cultivation method to outsiders, regardless of their status, will be hunted down by the imperial family. Duan Lingtian said indifferently, 13th Prince, are you trying to test me to see if I'm interested in the Earth-grade cultivation method? If I'm interested in the Earth-grade cultivation method, coupled with the fact that I bid for a profound-grade cultivation method, does that mean you're certain I'm not from a powerful sect outside the wasteland? In Duan Lingtian's opinion, Duan Lingtian must be interested in Duan Lingtian. This must be Long Feiyun's way of testing him. Duan Lingtian's motive was just as Duan Lingtian had said. He bid for the profound-grade cultivation method because of other reasons. However, if he wanted the Earth-grade cultivation method as well, things might not be as simple as it seemed. How could a person from a powerful sect outside the wasteland, a great overarching golden celestial who was not even 100 years old, not have a decent Earth-grade cultivation method? Brother Duan, you're overthinking things. Long Feiyun shook his head when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. In my opinion, it doesn't matter if you're from a powerful sect outside the wasteland or not. Naturally, I hope you're not from a powerful sect outside the wasteland. If that's the case, you might be interested in the Earth-grade cultivation method in my hands. Here, I want to clarify something to you, Brother Duan. The Earth-grade cultivation method I'm talking about is not the inherited method of the imperial family. I'm not afraid of your teasing, Brother Duan. I haven't even come into contact with the inherited cultivation method of the imperial family, let alone cultivate it. Long Feiyun clenched his fists tightly when he spoke. One could vaguely see the veins on the back of his hands throbbing. It was clear he was very agitated at this moment. It's because my father thinks I'm not his biological son. When he spoke again, Long Feiyun's eyes first flashed with a dim light, then a sharp light flashed in them. The 13th Prince doesn't cultivate the inherited cultivation method of the imperial family? Duan Lingtian was shocked. He knew the Emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom did not like the 13th Prince because he was unsure if the 13th Prince was his biological son. However, he did not expect the Emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom to be so bold. He did not expect the Emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom would not pass the inherited cultivation method of the imperial family to the 13th Prince just because he suspected the 13th Prince was not his biological son. Chapter 2732. Haha. A bitter smile appeared on Long Feiyun's face as he said in a self-deprecating manner, perhaps this matter is a bit shocking, but this is the truth. My imperial father believed that my imperial mother had an affair with a man because my imperial mother was with him for a short period of time. In fact, he even thought that I might be the child of my mother and that man. Long Feiyun paused for a moment when he spoke. However, it was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to sense the negative emotions in Long Feiyun's heart. If he suspected something, why did he bring my pregnant mother back to the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom? If he suspected something, why didn't he just strangle me to death after my mother died in childbirth? If he suspected something, why did he let me grow up in peace? Long Feiyun's emotions surged as he clenched his fists tightly. His fists were also tightly clenched together. Because of the force, his fingernails dug deep into his palms and pierced through his skin, causing traces of blood to seep out. His body began to tremble violently due to his excitement. Duan Lingtian remained silent. He could understand Long Feiyun's feelings after putting himself in Long Feiyun's shoes. The Emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom is the same. Since he brought the 13th Prince's mother back to the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom and allowed her to give birth to the child, why would he target a child for his own reasons? If he suspected something, he could have just left the 13th Prince and his mother to fend for themselves. Duan Lingtian sighed inwardly. He felt that the Emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom had not handled this matter properly. Moreover, this matter had spread like wildfire. He could only imagine how the 13th Prince had survived all these years. You can imagine.
When a prince is suspected by the emperor to be a bastard, when a prince is disliked by the emperor because of this, how frightening is that? Since I was young, although the eunuchs and maids in the palace treated me with respect, I could see the disdain in their eyes.
And I grew up in such an environment. Since I was young, I knew that I had no one to rely on.
Even that high and mighty imperial father wouldn't help me in the slightest. He even ordered me not to practice the imperial family's inherited techniques.
It's the only Earth-grade cultivation method in the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom's imperial family. Without an Earth-grade cultivation technique, I can only cultivate a profound-grade cultivation technique. However, I'm not discouraged. So what if my other brothers have Earth-grade cultivation techniques? As long as I'm willing to spend more time and energy on cultivation, why can't I catch up to them, or even surpass them?
At this moment, Long Fei Yun seemed to have forgotten that the purple-clad young man in front of him was an outsider, whom he had met for the first time.
He vented the suppressed emotions in his heart to his heart's content.
When he reached the emotional part, his body trembled even more, and 2 streams of clear tears fell from the corners of his eyes.
Of course, as soon as the tears fell, they evaporated. Duan Tian listened quietly to Long Fei Yun's recount.
Gradually, he began to feel that the 13th prince was indeed quite pitiful. At the same time, he also realized that it wasn't easy for the 13th prince to reach where he was today and be as famous as the 4th prince and the 7th prince. The 13th prince had to put in 10 or even 100 times more effort than the 4th and 7th princes.
The reason why I fought so hard wasn't because I wanted to compete with 4th brother and 7th brother. I didn't want to fight for the throne. I just hoped that Imperial Father could see me and approve of me.
However, when I became strong enough to stand shoulder to shoulder with 4th brother and 7th brother, or even be stronger than them, I found that Imperial Father still didn't like me.
In the end, it was all because of his doubts. From that moment on, my mentality changed. I wanted to seize the throne.
I wanted to trample on 4th and 7th brother, whom he doted on the most, to ascend to the throne.
Long Fei Yun's eyes shone with an extremely cold light as he spoke. After a few moments, Long Fei Yun finally calmed down. I'm sorry. I couldn't control my emotions and treated you as someone to confide in. After Long Fei Yun regained his senses, he smiled apologetically at Duan Tian. It's not easy for you.
If I were you, I would have given up long ago.
Duan Tian said in admiration. If Duan Tian had not experienced 2 lifetimes, he might not have been able to grow as strong as the 13th prince. Instead, he might have given up and become a useless prince.
Therefore, Brother Duan, you don't have to worry that I'm testing you.
There's no need for that. Long Fei Yun continued to say, it doesn't matter if you have a powerful background or not, there's no enmity between us. It's impossible for me to stand up for the 4th miss of the Zhou clan for my 4th brother. I've only said so much to tell you that the Earth-grade cultivation method I possess isn't an inherited method from the imperial family of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. Speaking of which, the Earth-grade cultivation method must have something to do with my mother. Long Fei Yun could not help but sigh when he reached the end of his sentence. I'd like to hear more about it. Although Duan Tian was certain Long Fei Yun was telling the truth, he did not show any interest in the Earth-grade cultivation method. Brother Duan, didn't I tell you earlier that my father doesn't like me because he suspects I'm not his biological son? It's because before my mother returned to the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom with him, she had an affair with someone, Long Fei Yun said. Duan Tian nodded. Yes. Duan Tian nodded. Indeed, Long Fei Yun had mentioned this matter earlier. A year ago, my mother's lover appeared in my life. To be more precise, the person whom my mother was kind to brought an Earth-grade cultivation method in exchange for his life, Long Fei Yun said. Duan Tian nodded. Duan Tian was taken aback. At that time I found out. In fact, my mother's lover was only her childhood sweetheart. They had never had any physical contact before.
However, my suspicious imperial father always felt that there was a relationship between them.
When a man is about to die, he speaks the truth.
I believe that he has no reason to lie to me.
According to that person, he really liked my imperial mother, but in the end, imperial mother chose imperial father, so he gave up. He originally wanted to wander the world until he found out that imperial mother had a difficult birth and that I was ostracized because of him. Initially, he wanted to take me with him. However, his strength was limited, so he couldn't break through the walls of the soaring dragon celestial kingdom's imperial palace. In the end, he died for an earth-grade cultivation method. However, before he died, he asked Qiu Ling to look for me and asked Qiu Ling to follow me for 1,000 years. Moreover, he also asked Qiu Ling to bring the earth-grade cultivation method to me. He knew my father had ordered me not to cultivate the only earth-grade cultivation method in the imperial family of the soaring dragon celestial kingdom. He's Qiu Ling, a heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial who's grateful to my mother's childhood sweetheart. Long Fei Yun pointed at the middle-aged man behind him as he spoke to Duan Ling Tian. A heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes as he looked at the middle-aged man standing behind Long Fei Yun. A hint of shock could be seen in his eyes. Not only was he shocked by the middle-aged man's cultivation, but he was also shocked by the aura that the middle-aged man inadvertently exuded. It was an aura that he found very familiar and difficult to restrain. I'm sure it's the aura of someone who has reached a certain stage. Does this mean she's also a heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial? A beautiful figure appeared in Duan Lingtian's mind. It was none other than Murong Bing, the disciple of the compassionate celestial traveler sect whom he had once slept with. Although he knew Murong Bing was not as simple as she looked. He did not expect her to be so powerful. He did not expect her to be a heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial. As for the earth-grade cultivation method that Brother Duan is interested in, it's the one that I'm currently cultivating. It originated from my mother's childhood sweetheart, Qiu Ling, who gave it to me. Long Fei Yun continued to say, "What do you want me to do?" Duan Ling Tian looked at Long Fei Yun and asked after he regained his senses. There was no free lunch in this world. He believed that since Long Fei Yun had asked him if he was interested in an earth-rank cultivation method, it meant that Long Fei Yun was definitely seeking something, or at least something from him. Otherwise, why would Duan Ling Tian give him an earth-grade cultivation method for no reason? It seems like you're interested in my earth-grade cultivation method, Brother Duan. In that case, Brother Duan, you're indeed not someone from a powerful sect outside the wasteland? Long Fei Yun suddenly laughed. Is that important? Duan Ling Tian asked. In fact, he had weighed the pros and cons in his heart. Once he expressed his desire for an earth-rank cultivation method, it would mean that he had confessed without being pressed, admitting that everything he had said in front of the fourth prince was a lie. However, the temptation of an earth-grade cultivation method made his heart itch unbearably. In the end, based on Long Fei Yun's behavior and his belief that Long Fei Yun, the 13th prince, would not collude with the fourth prince, he had made up his mind to fight for the earth-grade cultivation method Long Fei Yun had mentioned. After all, the earth-grade cultivation method was too important to him. It was what he needed the most right now. With Huan Er by his side, he did not have to worry about not having a good cultivation environment. As for cultivation resources such as pills, he could find other ways to obtain them. The only thing he didn't have was a high-grade cultivation method. Currently, he had no way to obtain it. Therefore, now that an earth-rank cultivation method was placed in front of him, it was very attractive to him. It's not important. Chapter 2733. I'd like to hear the details. Duan Ling Tian raised an eyebrow when he heard Long Fei Yun's words. A curious expression could be seen on his face. This means you're interested in the earth-grade cultivation method in my possession. At the same time, we can make a deal, Long Fei Yun said with a smile. Long Fei Yun smiled and went straight to the point. A deal. Duan Ling Tian raised an eyebrow. He immediately recalled the deal he made with Lu Fenggu, the city governor of Bloody Spectre City, when he first arrived in the spirit overarching heaven. The deal was that Duan Ling Tian would nurture Lu Fenggu. In return, Duan Ling Tian would help Lu Fenggu kill Zhou Tong, the first revered elder of the county governor's estate in Nine Spectres County. After completing the deal, Duan Ling Tian even obtained the Grey Celestial Fire under Lu Fenggu's guidance. It was a mediocre celestial fire. Yes. Long Fei Yun nodded. Then he said solemnly, Brother Duan, as long as you promise me one thing, I'll teach you the earth-grade cultivation method. What is it? Duan Ling Tian asked. I hope you'll participate in the martial competition held by the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom for the Grand Contest of the Wasteland in a year's time. With your strength, I'm sure you'll be able to obtain one of the 50 spots in the Grand Contest of the Wasteland. Long Fei Yun paused for a moment before he asked, Brother Duan, you should know about the Grand Contest of the Wasteland, right? Long Fei Yun finally remembered. Duan Lingtian might not know about the Grand Contest of the Wasteland. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. The Grand Contest of the Wasteland is jointly held by the 3 major celestial sects of the Wasteland. All the young powerhouses under the age of 100 from the celestial kingdoms around the Wasteland will be invited to join the 3 major celestial sects of the Wasteland. Duan Lingtian had learned about the Grand Contest of the Wasteland when he first arrived at the capital of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. He was also interested in the Grand Contest of the Wasteland. After all, joining the 3 major celestial sects of the Wasteland meant that he could use the 3 major celestial sects of the Wasteland as a springboard to leave the Wasteland. The 3 major celestial sects of the Wasteland were the strongest forces in the Wasteland. Exactly. Long Fei Yun nodded. Since this person knew about the Wasteland Grand Competition, there was no need for him to explain any further. 13th Prince. You don't just want me to participate in the Wasteland Great Competition, right? Apart from that, you should have other goals, right? Duan Lingtian asked, taking a deep look at Long Fei Yun. Long Fei Yun's eyes flashed brightly when he heard Duan Lingtian's question. He nodded and said, with Brother Duan's strength, not only would it be easy for you to obtain a spot for the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom to participate in the Wasteland Grand Contest, but it would also be easy for you to perform outstandingly in the Wasteland Grand Contest. At that time, the 3 major celestial sects would definitely want you to join them. As for me, I hope you'll join the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect. Long Fei Yun's breathing quickened as he spoke. Martial Dragon Celestial Sect? Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow. There must be a reason why the 13th Prince wants me to join the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect, right? Yes. Long Fei Yun nodded. I want you to join the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect because the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect is in charge of 13 high-rank celestial kingdoms, including the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. Before Long Fei Yun could finish speaking, Duan Lingtian interrupted him. What? The Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom is under the control of the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect? Apart from that, there are 12 high-rank celestial kingdoms under the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom's rule? Duan Lingtian was shocked. He did not know about the relationship between the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom and the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect. Brother Duan, it's normal that you don't know about this. After all, this is something only the direct descendants of the various celestial kingdoms know about. Moreover, if news of this spread, the various celestial kingdoms' imperial clans would lose a lot of face. That's why the direct descendants of the various celestial kingdoms are unwilling to spread this news. It's not just the high-rank celestial kingdoms. Even the intermediate-rank celestial kingdoms and the low-rank celestial kingdoms are under the 3 major celestial sects of the Wasteland. Apart from the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect, the Tai Yi Celestial Sect and the Thousand Spider Celestial Sect are also in charge of 13 high-rank celestial kingdoms. The intermediate rank and low-rank celestial kingdoms are also under the protection of the 3 major celestial sects. Otherwise, why do you think the high-rank celestial kingdoms don't rely on their strength to conquer the intermediate rank and low-rank celestial kingdoms? This is because the high-rank celestial kingdoms and the intermediate rank and low-rank celestial kingdoms belong to the 3 major celestial sects. If there's any internal strife, the party that starts it will be severely punished by the celestial sects. After listening to Long Fei Yun's explanation, Duan Lingtian learned a lot about the Martial Dragon Celestial Sects and the Martial Dragon Celestial Sects. It also answered many of the questions in Duan Lingtian's mind. In fact, he did not understand why intermediate rank and low rank celestial kingdoms could coexist with high rank celestial kingdoms. Previously, he had put himself in their shoes. If he was the emperor of a high-rank celestial kingdom, he would definitely conquer the intermediate rank and low-rank celestial kingdoms to strengthen his own high-rank celestial kingdom. Now, he finally understood that it was not that the emperors of high-rank celestial kingdoms did not want to conquer the intermediate rank and low-rank celestial kingdoms, but they could not. I see. Duan Lingtian finally understood. Long Fei Yun's eyes flashed brightly as he continued to say, Brother Duan,
I asked you to join the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect because I hope you'll be able to help me become the Emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom after you grow stronger in the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect.
As soon as Long Fei Yun finished speaking, he looked at Duan Lingtian with a burning gaze.
Even if I join the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect, do you think I'll be able to help you become the Emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom?
Duan Lingtian asked.
There's always a glimmer of hope, right?
Long Fei Yun said with a self-deprecating smile. He knew his current situation very well.
It was almost impossible for him to compete with his fourth and seventh brothers to become the next Emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom through normal means. After all, his father would not allow him to become the next Emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, unless his father was gone. However, it was easier said than done to make his father not be around. Put aside the fact that his father was the Emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom and was surrounded by many powerhouses. His father was also a powerful heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Is it worth it to give up an Earth-grade cultivation method just for a glimmer of hope?
Duan Lingtian asked again.
Of course it's worth it. Long Fei Yun said, to be honest, I don't lose anything by teaching you the Earth-grade cultivation method. However, it's a glimmer of hope for me to become the next Emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom.
In other words, I've profited from this deal. Although it's a fair trade, I know it might not work out.
I only hope that Brother Duan can promise me that you'll help me become the next Emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, when you're capable of interfering with the succession of the Emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom.
Long Fei Yun's words were clear. If Duan Lingtian did not have the ability to help him become the next Emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom after joining the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect, he would accept it. However, if Duan Lingtian was capable of helping him, he hoped Duan Lingtian would do his best to help him become the next Emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom.
If I'm not mistaken, Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes and smiled faintly. With my innate talent, it shouldn't be difficult for me to cultivate an Earth-grade cultivation method after joining the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect, right? The conditions for cultivating an Earth-grade cultivation method in the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect shouldn't be as harsh as the Imperial family of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, right?
Yes. Long Fei Yun nodded.
When the middle-aged man standing behind Long Fei Yun heard Duan Lingtian's words, he instantly looked at Duan Lingtian. His gaze was as sharp as a knife, as though he would kill Duan Lingtian if Duan Lingtian dared to refuse Long Fei Yun.
If that's the case, why should I agree to this deal?
Duan Lingtian asked again, completely ignoring the middle-aged man standing behind Long Fei Yun.
Apart from the Earth-grade cultivation method, I can also give you a pill formula.
Long Fei Yun's expression remained unchanged when he heard Duan Lingtian's repeated questions.
Pill formula? What pill formula?
Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow. He was not interested in ordinary pill formulas. The pill formula I'm referring to is the formula for the overarching heaven pill.
Long Fei Yun said calmly.
Boom. As soon as Long Fei Yun finished speaking, Duan Lingtian felt as though he had been struck by a bolt of lightning. He stood rooted to the ground in a daze. The formula for the overarching heaven pill? This, as far as he knew, the overarching heaven pill was extremely rare. Let alone high-rank celestial kingdoms, even among the three major celestial sects of the wasteland, the overarching heaven pill was extremely rare. Even the overarching heaven pill in the three major celestial sects of the wasteland was refined by celestial alchemists outside of the wasteland. Due to the rarity of the overarching heaven pill formula, none of the celestial alchemists in the wasteland had mastered the formula for the overarching heaven pill.
You have the formula for the overarching heaven pill?
Duan Lingtian's breathing quickened when he looked at Long Fei Yun again. The overarching heaven pill was a pill for overarching heavenly supreme celestials. A peak great overarching golden celestial would be able to break through and become an overarching heavenly supreme celestial after consuming it. On the other hand, an overarching heavenly supreme celestial would be able to improve their cultivation base rapidly after consuming it. The significance of the overarching heaven pill to a peak great overarching golden celestial was similar to the significance of the great overarching pill to a violet sun golden celestial. The significance of the overarching heaven pill to an overarching heavenly supreme celestial was similar to the significance of the great overarching pill to a great overarching golden celestial. Apart from that,
Although the overarching heaven pill was similar to the great overarching pill, it was a prominent celestial pill. The great overarching pill was one of the best mediocre celestial pills. Only a few mediocre celestial alchemists who possessed a celestial fire could refine it. Chapter 27-34. In terms of difficulty, the great overarching pill was similar to the overarching heaven pill. However, since the overarching heaven pill was a prominent celestial pill, only prominent celestial alchemists could refine it. Moreover, there were fewer prominent celestial alchemists than mediocre celestial alchemists. Moreover, the formula of the overarching heaven pill was not as popular as the formula of the great overarching pill. Therefore, the value of the overarching heaven pill far exceeded that of the great overarching pill. Even an intermediate-rank celestial kingdom would be able to afford some great overarching pills. For example, King Qin's mansion in the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom, where Duan Lingtian was from, would give out 6 great overarching pills as a reward for the top 3 contenders during the martial competition of the 16 counties. Even the imperial family of a high-rank celestial kingdom would not be able to afford the overarching heaven pill. In the wasteland, only the 3 major celestial sects that ruled high-rank celestial kingdoms would be able to afford the overarching heaven pill. However, the number of overarching heaven pills was extremely small. It was almost impossible for one to obtain the overarching heaven pill unless the 3 major celestial sects placed great emphasis on nurturing them. The reason the overarching heaven pill was so rare and valuable was not only because it required a prominent celestial alchemist to refine it, but also because the formula of the overarching heaven pill was only in the hands of a few prominent celestial alchemists. Moreover, these prominent celestial alchemists would not easily divulge the formula of the overarching heaven pill to outsiders. For this reason, Duan Lingtian was shocked when he heard Long Fei Yun was willing to give him the formula of the overarching heaven pill. After all, the formula of the overarching heaven pill was too precious. Even the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland would do anything to obtain the formula of the overarching heaven pill. You have the formula of the overarching heaven pill? Long Fei Yun nodded in response to Duan Lingtian's question. Long Fei Yun nodded. Yes. After receiving Long Fei Yun's confirmation, Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes and said indifferently, "Since you have the formula of the overarching heaven pill, why do you need to make a deal with me? You can directly look for someone in the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect to help you become the Emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom." Long Fei, of course. Long Fei Yun sighed. However, do you think I'll still be alive if I reveal the overarching heaven pill's formula to the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect? To them, helping me ascend to the throne is more troublesome than killing me. Duan Lingtian shook his head. With this in mind, Long Fei Yun dismissed the idea of seeking help from the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect. In the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect, those who had the ability to help him become the Emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom were all high-ranking officials in the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect. Without exception, these high-ranking officials were extremely powerful. He was only an ant before such an existence, and he didn't have the qualifications to make a deal with it at all. After listening to Long Fei Yun's words, Duan Lingtian thought about it and agreed. 13th Prince, why do you trust me so much? Aren't you afraid that I won't help you after I get the Earth-grade cultivation method and the overarching heaven pill formula? Duan Lingtian looked deeply at Long Fei Yun and asked. You won't. Long Fei Yun looked at Duan Lingtian and shook his head. Although this is my first time meeting you, I can tell you're not that kind of person. I, Long Fei Yun, have lived for a few hundred years, and I'm pretty good at judging people. Of course, even if I'm wrong, I'll accept it. Long Fei Yun said, "It's still better than losing my life." He had given the overarching heaven pill formula to the purple-clad young man in exchange for a promise that the purple-clad young man might not be able to fulfill. It was better than exposing the overarching heaven pill formula to the powerhouses of the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect. Not only would the overarching heaven pill formula be snatched away, but his life would also be in danger. Although Long Fei Yun had not known the purple-clad young man for long, he could tell the purple-clad young man was not a person of character. The purple-clad young man did not seem like a person who would go back on his word. The purple-clad young man's eyes were clear, and he had a righteous expression on his face. Based on the aura he exuded, it was clear he was not a despicable person. 13th Prince, you're really bold. Duan Lingtian could not help but praise Long Fei Yun. When he looked at Long Fei Yun again, a hint of admiration could be seen in his eyes. After all, not everyone was as bold as Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian could understand why Duan Lingtian was so bold. He wondered how Duan Lingtian was able to reach where he was today without any backing. He was even able to stand shoulder to shoulder with the 4th Prince and the 7th Prince. The 4th Prince and the 7th Prince might not be as bold as Duan Lingtian. After all, neither Qiu Ling nor I have the ability to inscribe and duplicate the memory celestial talisman that contains the formula of the overarching heaven pill. As Long Fei Yun spoke, another memory celestial talisman appeared in his hand. It was none other than the memory celestial talisman that contained the overarching heaven pill formula. Duan Lingtian's eyes immediately shifted to the memory celestial talisman in Long Fei Yun's hand. The overarching heaven pill formula is recorded in this talisman? As a celestial alchemist, although Duan Lingtian was only a primitive celestial alchemist, it did not affect his desire to obtain the overarching heaven pill formula in Long Fei Yu's hand. After all, it was a rare pill formula that even prominent celestial alchemists dreamed of obtaining. For this reason, Duan Lingtian's breathing quickened at this moment. He was not surprised that Long Fei Yun and the heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial behind him were not capable of inscribing and copying the overarching heaven pill formula. After all, one had to master the formula and be able to refine the overarching heaven pill. Only a celestial alchemist who was capable of refining a certain pill would be able to inscribe and copy the memory celestial talisman that contained the formula. If one could not refine the formula, how could one possibly inscribe and copy the formula? Yes. Long Fei Yun nodded. At the same time, another memory celestial talisman appeared beside the memory celestial talisman in his hand. This memory celestial talisman contains my earth-grade cultivation method, the heavenly vast firmament technique. As long as you use it, the heavenly vast firmament technique will become a part of your memory. Compared to inscribing and copying the formula of the overarching heaven pill, inscribing and copying the cultivation method was much easier. As long as one mastered the cultivation method, one would be able to inscribe and copy it. I wonder if you're willing to make a promise to me, Brother Duan? Long Fei Yun asked again about the deal he was going to make with Duan Lingtian. 13th Prince, since you're so sincere and trust in me, do I have any reason to refuse? Duan Lingtian smiled wryly. Indeed. He could obtain an earth-grade cultivation method after joining one of the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland. However, it would take some time before he could obtain it. After all, the imperial family of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom would only start selecting young powerhouses below the age of 100 to participate in the grand contest of the wasteland a year later. If it was only an earth-grade cultivation method, Duan Lingtian would have to think twice before accepting Long Fei Yun's offer. However, now that Long Fei Yun had taken out the formula of the overarching heaven pill, Duan Lingtian agreed to the deal without hesitation. Brother Duan, you're a straightforward person. Long Fei Yun, who had a tense expression on his face, laughed heartily when he saw Duan Lingtian had agreed to the deal. At the same time, he passed the 2 memory celestial talismans to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian immediately used the 2 memory celestial talismans so that the formula of the overarching heaven pill and the earth-grade cultivation method, the heavenly vast firmament technique, would become part of his memory. As long as he spent some time and thought about it, he would be able to grasp it. Brother Duan, you used the memory celestial talisman on the overarching heaven pill's formula? Don't tell me you're a prominent celestial alchemist as well? Long Fei Yun asked in disbelief when he saw Duan Lingtian's actions. He thought Duan Lingtian would keep the memory celestial talisman that contained the overarching heaven pill's formula for future use. He did not expect Duan Lingtian would use the memory celestial talisman on the overarching heaven pill. After Duan Lingtian used the memory celestial talisman, unless he was a prominent celestial alchemist who could refine the overarching heaven pill, he would not be able to replicate the pill formula of the overarching heaven pill. I'm a celestial alchemist, but I'm not a prominent celestial alchemist. Duan Lingtian shook his head. It seems like you're very confident that you'll become a prominent celestial alchemist in the future. Otherwise, you wouldn't have used the memory celestial talisman on the overarching heaven pill's formula. Long Fei Yun, who had thought Duan Lingtian was a prominent celestial alchemist, was greatly disappointed when he heard Duan Lingtian's words.
After all, if Duan Ling Tian was a prominent celestial alchemist, he would not even need to participate in the Wasteland Grand Contest to join the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect and become an revered elder of the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect. At that time, Duan Ling Tian would only need to say a word to the sect leader of the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect to help him become the Emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. At that time, even if his father was unwilling, he would have no choice but to watch Duan Ling Tian replace Duan Ling Tian. Long Fei Yun was delighted when he thought about it. He was extremely disappointed when he found out Duan Ling Tian was not a prominent celestial alchemist. Brother Duan. All of a sudden, Long Fei Yun seemed to have recalled something. His expression turned solemn as he said, "From today onwards, you'll be leaving the inn. Bring your people and follow me back to the Imperial Palace. You'll stay in my temporary residence." Duan Ling Tian did not expect Long Fei Yun would suddenly bring this up. He was confused. He was not worried Long Fei Yun would harm him. If he had not used the memory celestial talisman that contained the overarching Heaven Pills formula, Long Fei Yun might have harmed him. However, now that he had used the memory celestial talisman, Long Fei Yun would definitely not harm him. After all, if Long Fei Yun did that, it would be equivalent to him giving up the overarching Heaven Pills formula for nothing. There's no need to worry about the fourth miss of the Zhou clan. Even my fourth brother won't cause trouble for you. Long Fei Yun said solemnly when he saw Duan Lingtian's confusion. However, there's another person behind the fourth miss of the Zhou clan. That person is the last disciple of the former sect leader of the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect. She's also the junior sister of the current sect leader, Zhou Shu Qiu. Chapter 2735. I've heard of her. Upon hearing Long Fei Yun's words, Duan Lingtian said, "She's the third miss of the Zhou clan. She's the elder sister of the fourth miss of the Zhou clan, Zhou Shu Dong. However, didn't she leave with her master a few years ago?" A few days ago, he had heard about Zhou Shu Qiu in various restaurants in the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. He knew she was the most talented person in the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom in the past 1,000 years. She was taken in by the sect leader of the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect when she was young. When she was slightly over 100 years old, her cultivation base was already a great overarching golden celestial. Currently, she was already an overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Moreover, she was not an ordinary overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Her master, the sect leader of the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect, had retired. Her senior sister had taken over as the sect leader of the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect. When Duan Lingtian first heard about Zhou Shu Qiu, he was slightly afraid of her. However, when he heard she had left with her master a few years ago, he did not pay much attention to her. After all, he might have left the capital of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom and the wasteland by the time Zhou Shu Qiu returned. Long Fei Yun continued to say, "Indeed, she left before this. However, she returned last month. As far as I know, it's because of the grand contest of the wasteland that's going to be held a year later. There might be some secrets behind the grand contest of the wasteland that only the three major celestial sects of the wasteland knows about. This isn't the first time the three major celestial sects of the wasteland have organized the grand contest of the wasteland. However, there's never been a requirement for young powerhouses under the age of 100 to participate. I have a feeling the grand contest of the wasteland this time isn't as simple as it seems." Long Fei Yun finished speaking. There was no age restriction in the grand contest of the wasteland in the past? Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow. There wasn't. Long Fei Yun shook his head. In the past, as long as you're strong enough, you can participate regardless of your age. As long as you perform well, you'll be able to join the three major celestial sects of the wasteland. For this reason, some of the outer disciples in the three major celestial sects of the wasteland are thousands of years old or even close to 10,000 years old. Of course, if an ordinary outer disciple has not passed the test of the three major celestial sects of the wasteland and becomes an official disciple, they will be expelled from the three major celestial sects of the wasteland. Long Fei Yun continued. Duan Lingtian nodded and returned to the topic at hand. "Since Zhou Shu Qiu has returned, my friend and I will visit your palace." Zhou Shu Qiu was different from the fourth prince, Long Xiangyun, whom Zhou Shu Dong had asked for help.
Zhou Shuqiu was the direct disciple of the former sect leader of the Thousand Spider Celestial Sect. She was the junior sister of the current sect leader of the Thousand Spider Celestial Sect. At that time, Duan Lingtian and Huaner would be in danger. On the other hand, if Duan Lingtian and Huaner went to the 13th Prince's palace, there was still a certain amount of risk. He was certain the 13th Prince would protect him. Moreover, the 13th Prince was confident the 13th Prince would be able to protect him. Duan Lingtian could understand the 13th Prince's confidence. Although he had offended Zhou Shudong, the fourth miss of the Zhou clan, he did not kill or cripple her. He had only killed an elder from the Zhou clan. Therefore, the 13th Prince would definitely be able to protect him. Duan Lingtian did not tell the 13th Prince that Huaner was his junior sister. He only told the 13th Prince that Huaner was his friend. After all, the 13th Prince knew everything he had said to the 4th Prince was a lie. He knew he was not a disciple of a powerful sect outside the wasteland. It's all right. Brother Duan, you can stay with your friend at my place for the next year. Long Feiyun smiled. There's no need for me to stay here. I'll follow you to pick up your friend. Long Feiyun said to Duan Lingtian as he rose to his feet. All right. Duan Lingtian nodded and stood up as well. Then, he and Long Feiyun left the first earth room in the Nian clan's auction house. The middle-aged man named Qiu Ling followed the two of them out of the first earth room. 13th brother, the auction isn't over yet. Why are you in such a hurry to leave?
As soon as the three of them left the first earth room and were about to leave the Nian clan's auction house, a burst of hearty laughter rang in their ears.
Following that, Duan Lingtian saw a young man dressed in a green robe.
A tall young man in a golden-green robe was escorted by the person in charge of the Nian family's auction house, and an old man in a black robe.
He greeted Long Feiyun with a smile. When Duan Lingtian heard how the green-clad young man addressed Long Feiyun, he guessed the young man's identity. The young man was none other than the 7th Prince, Long Qingyun.
7th brother.
Duan Lingtian's guess was confirmed by Long Feiyun's greeting. Brother Duan, if I'm not mistaken, my 7th brother is here for me. To be more precise, he's here for Qiu Ling. Long Feiyun's voice transmission entered Duan Lingtian's ears. The person in charge of the Nian clan's auction house must have noticed that Qiu Ling is a heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial.
It's not a good thing for my 7th brother to have a heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial by my side.
A hint of mockery could be heard in Long Feiyun's voice. Brother, I heard about you from my 7th brother. I wanted to visit you at the Fleeting Time Inn, but I didn't expect to bump into you here. At this moment, Long Qingyun, the 7th Prince, had already arrived in front of Duan Lingtian and Long Feiyun. He greeted Duan Lingtian enthusiastically. After all, in his opinion, Duan Lingtian was an extremely talented person. After all, Duan Lingtian was a disciple from a powerful sect outside the wasteland. It was almost impossible to recruit such a person, but he could not afford to offend him either. Naturally, Long Qingyun was only being polite when he said he wanted to visit Duan Lingtian. If he really wanted to visit him, he would have done so long ago.
He did not want to be like his 4th brother, who had given him the cold shoulder.
It was best not to provoke such a person. 7th Prince. Duan Lingtian greeted Long Feiyun indifferently. This made Long Qingyun even more certain that Duan Lingtian was from a powerful sect. Duan Lingtian was a proud and arrogant disciple from a powerful sect outside the wasteland. 13th brother, this is the first time I've seen this person behind you. Long Qingyun nodded at Duan Lingtian before he shifted his gaze to Long Feiyun. Then he looked at Qiu Ling who was standing behind Long Feiyun and asked meaningfully, "This isn't the earth-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial our father gave you, right?" A hint of mockery could be heard in Long Qingyun's voice as he spoke. Long Feiyun and the 4th Prince were protected by heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestials their father had given them. Although the 13th Prince was not inferior to them in any way, he was not treated as well. Like the other princes, he was only protected by an earth-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial. His name is Qiu Ling, and he's a powerhouse I recruited from outside. Long Feiyun replied. As soon as Long Feiyun finished speaking, Long Qingyun's gaze turned cold as he looked at Qiu Ling. Then he said, "You're an outsider with an unknown origin. Why are you hiding by my 13th brother's side? 13th prince. This person has an unknown origin. I'm afraid it'll be detrimental to you if he continues to stay by your side. At the same time, the black-robed old man behind Long Qingyun suddenly opened his eyes and looked at Qiu Ling, who was behind Long Feiyun. Then, he shot toward Qiu Ling like a bolt of lightning.
Let me kill this person to share your burden, 13th prince.
The black-clad old man said coldly as he made his move toward Qiu Ling. Boom. 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 Before Duan Lingtian could regain his senses, the black-robed old man and Qiu Ling had already exchanged blows. A series of loud bangs that sounded like the beating of drums were clearly heard by Duan Lingtian and the rest.
However, the two of them were very restrained as they fought.
They worked together to create a light barrier that separated them from the outside world. Boom! Rumble! When Duan Lingtian and the others came back to their senses and looked over, they saw that there was no one there. Not far from them, the black-robed old man was engaged in an intense battle with Qiu Ling. With their eyesight, they couldn't see the two's movements clearly. They could only see two different forces wreaking havoc in a seemingly isolated space. About 15 minutes later, bang! A loud, muffled sound rang out. Following that, Duan Lingtian and the others could also see. At this moment, cracks began to appear on the light screen that separated this space like glass. The cracks intertwined like a spider web. In the end, the light screen shattered. Swoosh! At the same time, the sound of a gust of wind rang in their ears. Qiu Ling, who looked slightly wretched, had returned to Long Feiyun's side. Swoosh!
Meanwhile, a black figure was sent flying before he fell to the ground with a loud thud.
Although he quickly stood up, he looked even more wretched than before. The black-robed old man stood up and returned to Long Qingyun's side with an unsightly expression on his face. Long Qingyun's expression was unsightly as well. He did not expect this. The heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial that his 13th brother had found was much stronger than the heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial that his father had given him.
Elder Wu with Qiu Ling's strength, if he wanted to harm me, he would have done it a long time ago.
He has been following me for a year. So, you don't have to worry about my safety. Long Feiyun said with a smile as he looked at the black-robed old man standing behind Long Qingyun.
Humph!
The black-robed old man scoffed. He did not dare to make a move. Although the emperor disliked the 13th prince, he was not someone the black-robed old man could touch.
Moreover, even if he could, he might not be able to do anything to the 13th prince.
After all, the 13th prince had a heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial who was stronger than him. Chapter 2736.
Brother Duan, let's go.
Long Feiyun said with a smile as he shifted his gaze from Long Qingyun and the black-clad old man behind him to Duan Lingtian. All right. Duan Lingtian nodded and left the Nian clan's auction house with Long Feiyun. After they left, Long Qingyun's expression darkened. He looked at the person in charge of the Nian clan's auction house and asked in a deep voice, "What's going on? Why does it feel like my 13th brother is very close to that purple-clad young man?" In Long Qingyun's opinion, the purple-clad young man with a powerful background would not associate himself with princes of the celestial nation like him and his 13th brother. However, based on the situation earlier, his 13th brother seemed to be very close to him. His 13th brother seemed to be very close to the purple-clad young man. At this moment, he felt a sense of crisis. A sect outside the wasteland would not be able to interfere with the soaring dragon celestial kingdom succession. After all, there was the martial dragon celestial sect. However, who knew if the martial dragon celestial sect was stronger than the martial dragon celestial sect? If the purple-clad young man had an extraordinary status in the sect, the martial dragon celestial sect could pressure the martial dragon celestial sect to seize the throne of the soaring dragon celestial kingdom. Long Feiyun did not want that to happen. "Your Highness, I don't know what's going on," the person in charge of the auction house said innocently. The person in charge of the Nian family's auction house looked confused and innocent. "However, I think the 13th prince is here today because of that purple-clad young man." "Humph. Do I need you to remind me of that?"
Long Qingyun glanced at the person in charge of the Nian clan's auction house coldly before he looked in the direction of the auction house's entrance. He muttered to himself, "That person even told 13th brother his name. It seems like they're getting along well. As far as I know, that person didn't tell 4th brother his name even when 4th brother asked for it. Perhaps I should talk to 4th brother about this." Long Qingyun and the black-clad old man left the Nian clan's auction house and returned to the imperial palace to look for the 4th prince. Duan Lingtian and his companions had also returned to the Fleeting Time Inn. "Brother Duan, we'll wait for you and your friends here," Long Feiyun said to Duan Lingtian in the lobby of Fleeting Time Inn. He did not intend to return to the guest room with Duan Lingtian. After all, Duan Lingtian's friend was a woman. It would be inconvenient for him to go there rashly. And this was exactly what Duan Lingtian wanted. After all, Huan was currently cultivating. If Long Fei Yun followed him back to the guest room, Qiu Ling, the heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial, would definitely tag along. With Qiu Ling's cultivation base, he would definitely sense the abnormality of the heaven and earth spirit energy in Huan room. That was something Duan Lingtian did not want to see. After all, it was a divine crystal that would only appear once every 1,000 years in a Devata realm. If the divine crystal was exposed, her life would be in danger. Huan. Since Huan was not in closed-door cultivation, Duan Lingtian only needed to call out to her through voice transmission to wake her up. After Huan put away the divine crystal and absorbed most of the liquid heaven and earth spirit energy in the room, Duan Lingtian carefully opened the door and entered the room. Since the divine crystal was involved, he had to be careful. "Brother Lingtian, did you say you're going to bring Huan away from here? Did that woman send someone to cause trouble for us?" As she spoke, a cold glint flashed in her eyes. Her thin white clothes fluttered in the wind. Her slender and graceful figure was faintly discernible in front of Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian could not help but gasp. Only then did he manage to suppress the heat that involuntarily rose in his lower abdomen. "No. We're just going somewhere else. It's much more comfortable than here." Duan Lingtian shook his head. "Is it more fun?" The cold glint in Huan eyes receded and was replaced by excitement. "Yes, it's more fun." Duan Lingtian nodded. "However, before we leave, you have to put on a veil and a hat." All right. I understand." Huan reluctantly interrupted Duan Lingtian. However, she still obediently followed Duan Lingtian's instructions and put on the veil and hat to conceal her beautiful face. Although she was beautiful, her figure was still attractive enough to attract men. When Duan Lingtian and Huan appeared before Long Fei Yun, although he could not see Huan's face, he was still stunned by her beautiful figure. As the 13th prince of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, he had seen many beautiful women in his life. However, this was his first time seeing one with such a perfect figure. However, it only lasted for a moment before he retracted his gaze. Although he did not know the relationship between the white-clad woman and the purple-clad young man, based on the way the white-clad woman addressed the purple-clad young man, it was clear they had a close relationship. For this reason, he did not dare to act rashly. Moreover, based on his knowledge, the woman was not weak at all. The white-clothed woman was not weak either. She had once killed an Earth Realm Golden Immortal Elder of the Zhou clan with a wave of her hand. "Qiu Ling," Brother Duan said, "this woman is not even 100 years old." Out of curiosity, Long Fei Yun sent a voice transmission to Qiu Ling, asking him to examine the white-clad woman's aura to determine if she was really younger than 100 years old. Humph. Before Long Fei Yun could finish speaking, a cold snort rang in his ears. It was none other than Huan who was standing next to Duan Lingtian. At the same time, a terrifying aura surged out of her body toward Qiu Ling, who was standing behind Long Fei Yun. Qiu Ling's expression turned grim as he hastily circulated his celestial origin energy to defend himself. "She noticed my divine consciousness. She's indeed younger than 100 years old. Moreover, her cultivation base is at least a profound rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial." Qiu Ling's voice rang in Long Fei Yun's ears. As a heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial, Qiu Ling had to deal with the cold aura from Huan body because he was severely injured when he fought with Long Qingyun's subordinates. Although he had recovered slightly, his strength was still greatly reduced. He was not even comparable to an Earth-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial. A profound rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial who was not even 100 years old?
Long Fei Yun was completely dumbfounded. How could such a person appear in the soaring dragon celestial kingdom?
In the past 10,000 years, there had only been a handful of profound rank great overarching golden celestials who were younger than 100 years old, let alone profound rank overarching heavenly supreme celestials who were younger than 100 years old. There was only one earth rank great overarching golden celestial who was younger than 100 years old. In the known history of the wasteland, there had only been 2 heaven realm zenith heaven golden immortals under the age of 100. As for a peak great overarching golden immortal under the age of 100, there had never been one in the known history of the wasteland, let alone a peak great overarching golden immortal under the age of 100. But now, Qiu Ling was telling him. The white-clad woman standing before him was a profound overarching heavenly supreme celestial who was not even 100 years old?
What's wrong? Duan Lingtian asked in confusion.
Big brother Lingtian, this person is so rude.
He actually used his divine sense to probe me.
Huaner said angrily as she glared at Qiu Ling.
When Duan Lingtian heard this, he could not help but frown, and his face darkened.
Qiu Ling. Why, you're not joking, right?
Long Fei Yun was so shocked by Qiu Ling's voice transmission that he didn't notice the exchange between Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingtian. He also didn't notice Duan Lingtian's darkening expression.
No!
Long Fei Yun's heart skipped a beat when he heard Qiu Ling's confirmation. When Long Fei Yun saw Duan Lingtian's darkened expression and noticed Huaner's anger, he quickly apologized to Qiu Ling as well. Only then did Huaner's anger dissipate. At the same time, Duan Lingtian's expression also improved.
Brother Duan,
are you sure it's okay for you to join the Martial Dragon Celestial sect?
Long Fei Yun asked Duan Lingtian through voice transmission as they left the Fleeting Time Inn and returned to the Imperial Palace. Based on Duan Lingtian's explanation of the profound grade and earth grade cultivation methods at the Nian clan's auction house, Long Fei Yun did not think Duan Lingtian had a powerful background.
What a joke! Why would a person with a powerful background be interested in those cultivation methods?
However, Long Fei Yun learned from Qiu Ling that the white-clad woman was a beautiful woman. As it turned out, the white-clad woman next to Duan Lingtian was a profound rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial, who was not even 100 years old. Long Fei Yun could not help but wonder if Duan Lingtian and the white-clad woman had a powerful background. If they did not have a powerful background, how could they become a profound rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial before the age of 100?
This was simply a fantasy story.
Why do you ask?
Duan Lingtian asked.
Brother Duan, to tell you the truth, Qiu Ling told me that the woman next to you is at least a profound rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial even though she's not even 100 years old.
Even if you say you don't have a powerful background, I wouldn't believe you. Long Fei Yun smiled wryly.
You're talking about Huan.
Her background is a little complicated, so it's not convenient for me to tell you. However, it's true that I don't have a powerful background. I can join the Martial Dragon Celestial sect.
Duan Lingtian said, as for Huaner, I can't promise you anything.
It's up to her.
No. I have no intention of letting Miss Huan join the Martial Dragon Celestial sect. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Long Fei Yun hurriedly shook his head and said, in fact, if it's possible, I hope Miss Huaner doesn't reveal her true age. A profound rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial who's not even 100 years old. If news of this spreads, it'll cause an uproar in the wasteland. It'll only bring more harm than good to Miss Huan. Long Fei Yun's expression turned solemn as he continued to say, I'm just worried that someone might think Miss Huan has an extraordinary background and possess a high-grade celestial method or divine ability.
That person might be tempted to harm her. Chapter 2737. 13th Prince. Have you ever been greedy? Upon hearing Long Fei Yun's words, Duan Lingtian looked at Long Fei Yun meaningfully.
To tell you the truth, I was indeed greedy.
Long Fei Yun did not beat around the bush.
When Duan Lingtian looked at him coldly, Long Fei Yun smiled wryly and said, however, When I thought about the overarching heaven pill formula and the fact that I might not be able to obtain the divine abilities and celestial methods even if I asked Qiu Ling to capture Miss Huaner, I gave up on the thought. Instead of taking the risk, I'd rather take the safe route.
Long Fei Yun said frankly. Upon hearing this, Duan Lingtian's expression softened.
He looked at Long Fei Yun meaningfully and said, "You're a smart person, 13th Prince."
"I wouldn't have come this far if I wasn't smart." Long Fei Yu sighed. "Brother Duan."
Long Fei Yun suddenly recalled something. He looked at Duan Lingtian and said, "I have a friend who possesses a celestial weapon that can conceal one's aura. I'll try my best to ask him to give it to Miss Huan, or after I settle all of you in the palace."
"Is there such a celestial weapon?"
Duan Lingtian was surprised.
"Yes."
Long Fei Yun nodded.
"It's just rare.
Apart from that, the reason it's considered a celestial weapon is because of its ability to conceal one's aura. That immortal artifact itself doesn't possess any offensive or defensive power. For this reason, it's considered useless even among celestial weapons. That friend of mine also likes to collect all kinds of strange things. That's why he has that immortal item."
Long Fei Yun said.
13th Prince. Duan Lingtian's expression turned solemn as he said, "Although I don't like to ask people to part with their treasures, if your friend really has that celestial weapon, I'd still like to ask him to give it to Huan, or
why don't you ask him for a price?"
Duan Lingtian planned to buy the celestial weapon with celestial stones. After all, the celestial artifact was too important to her. Just as Long Fei Yun had said, if anyone could sense the aura of Huaner's flesh and blood when she was younger than 100 years old, coupled with the strength she had displayed, they would definitely think she had an extraordinary background. Then, they would covet the celestial methods, divine abilities, and cultivation methods she had mastered. At that time, Huaner would be in danger. That was not something he wanted to see. "Brother Duan, that friend of mine doesn't lack celestial stones. Moreover, to be honest, I'm not sure if I'll be able to obtain the celestial artifact." When Long Fei Yun saw that Duan Lingtian was interested, he could not help but smile wryly. At the same time, he gave Duan Lingtian a heads-up. "If that's the case, I'll have to trouble you." Upon hearing Long Fei Yun's words, Duan Lingtian finally remembered that when Long Fei Yun mentioned asking for the celestial weapon, he had indeed said, "Try your best." This meant that he was not 100% certain that he would be able to obtain the celestial weapon. "It's no trouble at all."
Long Fei Yun shook his head. Long Fei Yun shook his head and continued to lead the way.
After a while, he brought Duan Lingtian and Huan back to his residence. After settling Duan Lingtian and Huaner down, Long Fei Yun left with Qiu Ling. As the 13th Prince of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, Long Fei Yun's residence was huge even though he was not favored by the emperor. Even the courtyard that he had arranged for Duan Lingtian and Huaner was several times larger than the rooms in Fleeting Time Inn. "Brother Lingtian, since that person's item is useful to me, I'll just snatch it from him," Huaner said to Duan Lingtian in the room. Although Duan Lingtian had been trying to lead Huaner, who was as pure as a blank sheet of paper, to the right and wrong, she still needed time to adapt.
"Huaner." Duan Lingtian shook his head.
"I've told you before that it's wrong to snatch something from someone for no reason. Moreover, you need to be strong enough to do so. Someone who's close to the 13th Prince, and whom the 13th Prince isn't sure if he'll be able to obtain the item from, has to have a powerful background. Even if he's not as strong as you, he might have someone stronger than you by his side,"
Duan Lingtian said.
Huaner fell silent and pouted. She looked so pitiful that Duan Lingtian's heart melted.
"Huan,
don't think too much about it. Brother Lingtian will do his best to help you obtain the celestial weapon," Duan Lingtian said.
"All right."
Huaner nodded obediently. Then, her eyes lit up as she asked, "Brother Lingtian, when are we going to go out and play? I haven't had the chance to go out and play since I came here. I want to buy a lot of fun things and eat a lot of delicious food."
"In a few days.
You can stay here and cultivate in peace for a few days."
Duan Lingtian nodded.
"All right." Despite her reluctance, she nodded obediently. Duan Lingtian left the room when he saw Huan, revealing the divine crystal on her necklace and preparing to cultivate. There were many formations set up around the room, so Duan Lingtian was not worried about the heaven and earth spirit energy leaking out of the room. Apart from that, this room was located in the backyard of his courtyard.
It was quite far from the front yard where the entrance was located. Therefore, he was not worried that the heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial would notice the liquid heaven and earth spirit energy leaking out of the divine crystal. After leaving the room, Duan Lingtian waited in the front yard for news from the 13th prince.
Brother Duan.
About an hour later, Duan Lingtian saw Long Fei Yun, the 13th prince, with a bitter smile on his face. Duan Lingtian's heart sank when he saw Long Fei Yun.
He's unwilling?
Duan Lingtian could not help but ask. Although he had expected this, he could not help but ask.
It's not that he's unwilling.
He wants to see you, Brother Duan. Long Fei Yun smiled bitterly. He said he'll give you the mediocre celestial weapon, but he has a condition that he wants to discuss with you personally. I'm sorry, Brother Duan. After saying that, Long Fei Yun apologized again.
Where is he?
Duan Lingtian asked as he rose to his feet.
Brother Duan, are you going to see him?
Long Fei Yun was taken aback. Then he smiled wryly and said, Brother Duan, my friend won't make a bad deal. I'm afraid his condition will be difficult for you. No matter how difficult it is, I still want to see your friend. The mediocre celestial weapon is very important to me.
Duan Lingtian said in a deep voice as his eyes glinted.
In that case, please follow me, Brother Duan. Under Long Fei Yun's lead, Duan Lingtian left the imperial palace and arrived at an independent mansion in the eastern part of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. The mansion was spacious, but it was deserted. There was not a single person in sight.
Creak, creak.
When Duan Lingtian and the other two arrived at the entrance of the mansion, the door opened on its own. Duan Lingtian was certain there was no one behind the door. This meant the door was opened by a powerful person from a distance. That person must have known they were here. However, he could not sense the person's divine consciousness. This meant the person had a profound cultivation base.
Let's go.
Long Fei Yun, on the other hand, was not surprised by this at all. After he greeted Duan Lingtian, he took the lead and walked into the mansion. When Duan Lingtian caught up to Long Fei Yun, he turned to look at Qiu Ling, the heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial.
Qiu Ling had a solemn expression on his face when he entered the mansion.
A hint of fear could be seen in his eyes.
It was as if he was very afraid of the person who opened the door. It seems that the friend of the 13th prince is not simple.
From Duan Lingtian's point of view, this was definitely the doing of an expert by Long Fei Yun's friend's side. It wasn't until he followed Long Fei Yun into the mansion and arrived at the backyard that he realized. The person who attacked was not an expert by Long Fei Yun's friend's side, but Long Fei Yun's friend himself, because there was no one else in the entire mansion other than him.
Brother Pei.
After greeting his friend, Long Fei Yun began to introduce Duan Lingtian.
This is the brother Duan that I mentioned to you earlier.
Duan Lingtian then began to seriously size up Long Fei Yun's friend.
This was a young man in a white robe.
His appearance was ordinary, but his eyes revealed endless vicissitudes of life. This was enough to show that he was not young. In addition, when the white-robed young man looked at him, he actually had a feeling that he had nowhere to hide. This was the first time he felt this way since he had arrived in the spirit overarching heaven. Even when he was in the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom's King Qin's mansion, he did not feel this way when the old woman, a celestial duke from the compassionate celestial traveler sect, looked at him. I heard from Fei Yun that you want my concealment pendant? The white-robed young man asked as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Although this was Duan Lingtian's first time hearing about the concealing pendant, it was not difficult for him to guess it was a celestial weapon that could conceal the aura of Huan Er's flesh and blood. It could conceal the fact that Huan Er was younger than 100 years old.
Yes.
Duan Lingtian nodded. I can give you the concealment pendant, but you have to promise me something. The white-robed young man said.
What is it?
Duan Lingtian asked. His heart skipped a beat when he heard the white-robed young man's words. The 13th prince had told him that the white-robed young man would not make a bad deal.
Fei Yun, I have something to say to him in private.
Before Long Fei Yun could react, the white-robed young man raised his hand and cast a soundproof formation around him and Duan Lingtian, separating Long Fei Yun and Qiu Ling. If you want the concealment pendant, you can exchange it for the divine crystal on that girl's pendant. Chapter 2738. Divine Crystal? Duan Ling Tian thought the white-clad young man had set up a soundproof formation to tell him something else. He did not expect the white-clad young man would mention the divine crystal in the pendant on Huan Er's neck. How does he know there's a divine crystal in Huan Er's pendant? When Duan Ling Tian looked at the white-robed young man again, apart from shock and disbelief, there was also a hint of killing intent in his eyes. It was a killing intent that rose in his subconscious. I can't let anyone who knows about Huan Er's divine crystal live in this world. This was the thought that arose in Duan Ling Tian's mind. What? Are you trying to silence me? Although the killing intent in Duan Ling Tian's eyes quickly faded away, it was still clearly seen by the white-robed young man. The white-robed young man asked mockingly. It's not that I'm looking down on you, but I don't think anyone in the wasteland has the ability to kill me, let alone you. When the white-robed young man said this, his calm eyes suddenly emitted an incomparably strong confidence. It was a confidence that made people have no choice but to believe in him. It was as though he was trying to show off his confidence. As soon as the white-clad young man finished speaking, a powerful aura surged out of his body. It was as though it had transformed into a gigantic hammer that slammed onto Duan Ling Tian's chest. A loud thud that only Duan Ling Tian could hear reverberated in the air. Bang! After a loud bang, Duan Ling Tian felt his chest sink. His internal organs seemed to be twisted together, and the vital energy and blood in his body were in a mess. He could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. When Duan Ling Tian felt his body become light as though he was about to fly away, a gentle energy appeared behind him and stopped him. It allowed him to stand on the spot, but the vital energy and blood in his body began to surge again. Barf! Duan Ling Tian threw up another mouthful of blood that stained the ground. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. However, Duan Ling Tian felt as though he had just walked through the gates of hell. You! Who are you? When Duan Ling Tian looked at the white-robed youth again, there was only fear in his eyes. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian, who was observant, also discovered that at this moment, Duan Ling Tian's eyes lit up. The 13th prince, Long Fei Yun, who was blocked by the formation that the white-clad young man had casually set up, did not seem to notice it at all. Although he had been looking in Long Fei Yun's direction since the beginning, it seemed as though he did not see Long Fei Yun vomiting blood. Otherwise, it was impossible for Long Fei Yun to be so calm. This also made him realize, the array that the young man in white had casually arranged just now was not as simple as a soundproof array. It was definitely able to confuse Long Fei Yun's vision. Besides that, the white-clothed young man had played with him in the palm of his hand by merely relying on his imposing aura, and the formidable strength that seemed capable of taking his life with a single thought caused him to be unable to help but feel a wave of terror. It doesn't matter who I am. In response to Duan Ling Tian's question, the white-clad young man calmly said, the important thing is, do you still want my concealing pendant? Duan Ling Tian did not answer the white-clad young man's question directly. Instead, he asked solemnly, with your strength, even if you want to snatch the divine crystal away, we won't be able to stop you. There's no need for you to exchange your concealing pendant, right? Duan Ling Tian did not know how strong the white-clad young man was. However, he was certain. He was certain the white-clad young man was stronger than Huan Er. In fact, he was certain the white-clad young man was stronger than the Celestial Duke from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. It would be easy for such a person to snatch Huan Er's divine crystal away. There was no need for him to exchange his concealing pendant. I'm not interested in that girl's divine crystal. To Duan Ling Tian's surprise, the white-clad young man merely shrugged and gave him an unexpected answer. Duan Ling Tian was taken aback. Then you. I mentioned that girl's divine crystal just now because I wanted you to know my strength and my methods. The white-robed young man spoke indifferently and interrupted Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian heaved a sigh of relief when he heard the white-clad young man's words. At the same time, the doubt in his heart disappeared. He knew that with the white-clad young man's strength, if he really wanted the divine crystal, he would have done it a long time ago. There was no need for him to wait until now. But who exactly is he? He's not even interested in the divine crystals that only appear once every 1,000 years in each Devata realm. At this moment, the white-clad young man seemed even more mysterious in Duan Ling Tian's eyes. Divine crystals were extremely precious. However,
The white-clad young man before him said he was not interested in divine crystals. Senior, then you? Duan Lingtian was about to ask what the white-clad young man wanted in exchange for the concealment pendant when the white-clad young man interrupted him.
Just call me Big Brother Pei like Fei Yun does. Yes, Big Brother Pei. Duan Lingtian quickly replied before he continued to ask. Big Brother Pei, the 13th prince told me earlier that you can give me the concealment pendant, but you have to discuss the conditions with me personally. Since you're not interested in the divine crystals, what are the conditions you're referring to?
I want you to go to a place and retrieve something for me, the white-clad young man said.
Duan Lingtian nodded. Duan Lingtian was puzzled when he heard the white-clad young man's words.
Big Brother Pei, with your strength, it shouldn't be difficult for you to retrieve something for me, right?
That place is a little special. Those above the age of 100 can't enter.
The white-clad young man replied.
Those above the age of 100 can't enter?
Duan Lingtian was stunned.
Yes.
The white-clad young man nodded before he continued to say, that place is related to the Wasteland Grand Contest held by the three major celestial sects of the Wasteland. The reason the three major celestial sects of the Wasteland want to recruit the best young powerhouses below the age of 100 is so they can enter that place and retrieve the treasures for them.
And in that place there is something that I want. The white-clad young man said.
Duan Lingtian's eyes widened slightly when he heard the white-clad young man's words.
No wonder Long Fei Yun said the Wasteland Grand Contest held by the three major celestial sects of the Wasteland was a little strange. In the past, the three major celestial sects of the Wasteland did not have an age restriction. However, this time, only young powerhouses below the age of 100 could participate in the Wasteland Grand Contest.
As expected, the three major celestial sects of the Wasteland were up to something.
Moreover, based on the white-clad young man's words, the three major celestial sects of the Wasteland wanted to recruit the best young powerhouses in the Wasteland Grand Contest to enter that place and retrieve the treasures for them. After all, only people below the age of 100 could enter that place.
Brother Pei, if that's the case, you can just wait for the three major celestial sects of the Wasteland to obtain the treasures before you make your move.
There's no need for me to do it for you, right? Duan Lingtian asked. Previously, the white-clad young man had said that the Wasteland Grand Contest was not a secret. Nobody in the Wasteland was capable of killing him.
Moreover, the white-clad young man was not interested in the divine crystals at all.
At that time, Duan Lingtian knew the white-clad young man was much stronger than the white-clad young man.
The white-clad young man's strength was much stronger than the three major celestial sects of the Wasteland. After all, even the forces that were stronger than the three major celestial sects of the Wasteland would fight over the divine crystals.
It was difficult for Duan Lingtian to imagine how powerful someone who was not interested in divine crystals was.
However, Duan Lingtian was certain it would not be difficult for the white-clad young man to snatch the treasures from the three major celestial sects of the Wasteland.
It's easy to snatch the treasures from the three major celestial sects of the Wasteland. The white-clad young man's eyes flashed when he heard Duan Lingtian's question. A mocking smile could be seen on his face as he said, however, we'll have to wait for the others to come out of that place alive. That place is very dangerous? Duan Lingtian's expression turned solemn when he heard the white-clad young man's words.
It's more than dangerous. The white-clad young man looked at Duan Lingtian deeply before he said, your strength is comparable to a great overarching golden celestial.
However, even if you enter that place, you'll most likely die. Most likely die. As soon as the white-clad young man finished speaking, Duan Lingtian's expression changed drastically. He knew a powerhouse like the white-clad young man would not lie to him. If that's the case, why did you? Since the white-clad young man said he would most likely die in that place, Duan Lingtian could not figure out why the white-clad young man would make such a deal with him. Naturally, you'll most likely die if you enter alone,
the white-clad young man said indifferently. However, if that girl enters with you, the situation will be different.
With her strength, she'll be able to deal with the dangers in there while protecting you. Moreover, even if that place isn't dangerous, no one will be able to find the item I'm looking for without my item. The white-clad young man continued to say.
Huan-er?
Duan Lingtian frowned. Brother Pei, the reason I want your concealing pendant is because I don't want everyone to know that she's not even 100 years old. After all, many people in the capital of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom already know about her strength. Nobody doubts her strength. Once people find out she's not even 100 years old, she'll be in trouble. Duan Lingtian said. If she enters with you, I can guarantee no one will notice her presence. At that time, I'll give her 2 invisibility talismans. The white-clad young man said. Invisibility talisman? Duan Lingtian frowned again. Based on what I know, the invisibility talisman is inscribed by a celestial duke. Anyone who's stronger than a celestial duke will be able to see through it. Chapter 2739.
As you said, it's an invisibility talisman inscribed by a celestial duke. The white-clad young man glanced at Duan Lingtian indifferently before he continued to say, nobody in the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland is able to see through the invisibility talisman I gave her.
Nobody is able to sense her presence when she uses the invisibility talisman.
A hint of arrogance could be heard in the white-clad young man's voice when he spoke.
Upon hearing the white-clad young man's words, Duan Lingtian was stunned. Only a celestial duke could inscribe an invisibility talisman. Moreover, the invisibility talisman inscribed by a celestial duke was not powerful enough to conceal one from other celestial dukes. Even an overarching heavenly supreme celestial would be able to sense the presence of a celestial duke. Naturally, the invisibility talisman inscribed by a celestial duke was the lowest grade invisibility talisman. If the invisibility talisman was inscribed by a celestial king, it would undoubtedly be more effective. Only a celestial king would be able to see through the invisibility talisman inscribed by a celestial king. Although a celestial duke would not be able to see through the invisibility talisman inscribed by a celestial king, he would still be able to sense the presence of the invisibility talisman inscribed by a celestial king. There are many celestial dukes in the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland, but none of them have a celestial king. Suddenly, a thought appeared in Duan Lingtian's mind.
Brother Pei said that no one in the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland was able to see through the disguise and sense Huaner's presence when she used the invisibility talisman he gave her.
In order for a celestial duke to be unable to sense the presence of the invisibility talisman inscribed by a celestial lord, the invisibility talisman had to be inscribed by a celestial lord or stronger. Celestial lord. Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat when he thought about this. Celestial lords were stronger than celestial kings. Celestial lords were considered overlords in any Devata realms. Brother Pei, the invisibility talisman you mentioned, could it be that it was inscribed by a celestial lord? After secretly sucking in a breath of cold air, Duan Lingtian looked at the white-robed young man and asked nervously. Yes. The white-robed young man nodded. So, you don't have to worry that the girl won't be able to enter that place with you after using the invisibility talisman I gave her. Not only can she enter that place with you, but she can also leave that place with you safely. Hiss. After receiving the white-robed young man's confirmation, Duan Lingtian could not help but gasp even though he had already guessed it. When he looked at the white-robed young man again, his eyes were filled with shock. Brother Pei, you're an immortal emperor expert? Duan Lingtian could not help but ask. In his opinion, since the invisibility talisman was taken out by the person in front of him, it was very likely that he had inscribed it himself. No. However, to Duan Lingtian's disappointment, the white-robed young man denied his question and said in a timely manner, the 2 invisibility talismans I prepared for that girl were not inscribed by me. Nevertheless, Duan Lingtian was certain the white-robed young man was either a celestial lord or a celestial lord. He was certain the white-robed young man was either a celestial king or a celestial duke who was stronger than all the celestial dukes in the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland. After all, the white-robed young man had said no one in the wasteland was capable of killing him. Most of the top powerhouses in the wasteland were from the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland. For this reason, Duan Lingtian came to this conclusion. I see. Duan Lingtian nodded. Since there's an invisibility talisman inscribed by a celestial lord, the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland won't be able to find out. After all, there's no celestial king in the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland. Not only do the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland not have any celestial kings, but they don't even have 9 palaces celestial dukes. The white-robed youth smiled indifferently. Although the contempt in his tone was not obvious, Duan Lingtian could still hear it. It seems like the strongest celestial duke in the three major celestial sects of the wasteland is an 8-trigram celestial duke. It was not difficult for Duan Ling Tian to guess this after hearing the white-robed youth's words. In the At realms, the heavenly celestial stage and golden celestial stage were divided into 7 stages. Scarlet Moon Heavenly Immortals, Orange Moon Heavenly Immortals, Yellow Moon Heavenly Immortals, Green Moon Heavenly Immortals, Blue Moon Heavenly Immortals, Violet Moon Heavenly Immortals, Scarlet Sun Golden Immortals, Orange Sun Golden Immortals, Yellow Sun Golden Immortals, Green Sun Golden Immortals, Blue Sun Golden Immortals, Violet Sun Golden Immortals. The Great Overarching Golden Celestial and Overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial were divided into 5 levels. Yellow Realm Great Overarching Golden Immortal, Black Realm Great Overarching Golden Immortal, Earth Realm Great Overarching Golden Immortal, Heaven Realm Great Overarching Golden Immortal, and Peak Great Overarching Golden Immortal. Yellow Stage Overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial, Profound Stage Overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial, Earth Stage Overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial, Heaven Stage Overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial, and Peak Overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial. Above the Overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial was the Celestial Duke. Above the Immortal Monarch was the Immortal King. Above the Immortal King was the Immortal Emperor. Above the Immortal Emperor was the Immortal Emperor. Regardless of whether it was the Immortal Monarch, Immortal King, Immortal Emperor, or Immortal Emperor, they were all subdivided into 10 levels, and the prefixes were 1 Origin, 2 Forms, 3 Talents, 4 Divisions, 5 Elements, 6 Directions, 7 Stars, 8 Trigrams, 9 Palaces, and 10 Directions. Among the 4 cultivation bases, the 1 basic Celestial Duke was the weakest while the 10 Directions Celestial Emperor was the strongest. The heavenly emperors in the Devata realms were all 10 Directions Celestial Emperors. Only 10 Directions Celestial Emperors were worthy of being called Heavenly Emperors. Apart from the Heavenly Emperors, there were also a few 10 Directions Celestial Emperors in the Devata realms. They were either too weak to become Heavenly Emperors or too strong to become Heavenly Emperors. They were either too weak to become Heavenly Emperors or too strong to become Heavenly Emperors. Therefore, they chose to live in seclusion to improve themselves. Yes. The white-robed youth nodded. There's an 8-trigram Celestial Duke in each of the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland. Duan Lingtian's eyes gleamed as he thought to himself, this means Brother Pei is at least a 9 Palaces Celestial Duke, a 10 Directions Celestial Duke, or even a Celestial King. Brother Pei. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath before he asked, Brother Pei, where are the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland sending those who are younger than 100 years old to? Where is that place? Why is it so dangerous? And you, what do you want? When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his question, he looked directly into the eyes of the white-robed young man that were filled with the vicissitudes of life. That place. The white-robed youth murmured. When the white-clad young man muttered to himself, Duan Lingtian could clearly see the cold gleam in the depths of the white-clad young man's eyes. Then, a hint of desolation could be seen in his eyes. That place is a little world left behind by a celestial king. It's in the wasteland. Only those who are younger than 100 years old can enter that little world. Those who are weaker than a celestial king will definitely die if they enter recklessly. If those who are stronger than a celestial king enter, the little world will shatter, and everything in it will disappear from this world. The white-robed youth said. Only those who are stronger than an overarching heavenly supreme celestial can survive in that little world. If the girl next to you is only a yellow rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial, she can barely protect herself. Since she's a profound rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial, she should be able to protect herself and you. The white-robed youth continued to speak. Gasp! As soon as the white-clad young man finished speaking, Duan Lingtian could not help but gasp again. A little world left behind by a celestial king. Only those who were younger than 100 years old could enter it. Only those who were stronger than an overarching heavenly supreme celestial could survive. Those who were weaker than a celestial king and older than 100 years old would definitely die if they entered the little world. Those who were stronger than a celestial king and older than 100 years old would be destroyed if they entered the little world. In other words, only overarching heavenly supreme celestials who were younger than 100 years old would be able to survive if they entered the little world. Why would a celestial king leave a little world in the wasteland? Isn't this a scam? In Duan Lingtian's opinion, The white-robed youth was not worried at all. In the wasteland, there were no overarching heavenly supreme celestials who were younger than 100 years old. There were no celestial kings in the wasteland as well. In other words, in the desolate region, no matter who it was, as long as they dared to enter that small world, they would definitely die. Naturally, there was an exception. It was none other than Huan-Er. Don't the three major celestial sects of the wasteland know that those who are weaker than an overarching heavenly supreme celestial will definitely die in that little world? Duan Lingtian asked in a deep voice. Of course not. Otherwise, they wouldn't send people to their deaths. The white-robed youth replied. You didn't warn them? Duan Lingtian asked again. Warn them? The white-robed youth laughed. Why should I? If they weren't greedy, they wouldn't have continued to explore the little world. Many people from the three major celestial sects of the wasteland have died in there, but they're still unrepentant. How sad. As the white-robed young man laughed, the corners of his mouth curled into a mocking arc. Duan Lingtian's eyes glinted. Moreover, do you think the three major celestial sects of the wasteland would believe me if I told them the little world isn't something they can lay their hands on? The white-robed youth asked again. Duan Lingtian shook his head and said, Brother Pei, you can show your strength and prevent the three major celestial sects of the wasteland from meddling in the little world. That way, they won't send people to their deaths, right? The three major celestial sects of the wasteland are not related to me. Why would I do that? The white-robed youth said coldly. Moreover, do you think I'll be able to stop them from sending people to their deaths for the rest of my life? When I'm no longer around, they'll still send people to their deaths. Chapter 2740. Duan Lingtian fell silent when he heard the white-clad young man's words. He knew the white-clad young man's words were not without reason. The three major celestial sects of the wasteland would definitely do the same. It all stemmed from the greed in human nature. Why do you think the people from the three major celestial sects of the wasteland knew that only people under the age of 100 would survive the minor world? That's because they had conducted many experiments. In the end, they confirmed that people under the age of 100 would be able to enter the minor world, and those above the age of 100 would instantly turn into ashes if they tried to force their way in. The white-clad young man said. Duan Lingtian's eyes widened. He could imagine how many people from the three major celestial sects of the wasteland had died because of this. The only purpose of their deaths was to let the three major celestial sects of the wasteland know that the little world was only a small world. Only those who were younger than 100 years old could enter the little world. The white-clad young man continued to say, Therefore, don't even think about persuading the three major celestial sects of the wasteland. Not only will they ignore you, but they'll even think you're lying to prevent them from getting their hands on the little world. In their eyes, it's a little world left behind by a powerhouse stronger than a celestial king. Not only that, but there are many treasures in there that they can easily obtain. Duan Lingtian sighed. Greed was indeed an original sin. As for what I'm looking for, as the white-robed young man spoke, he raised his hand, and a ring appeared in his hand. This ring was different from ordinary rings. There were a total of 9 water chestnuts around it, and their shapes were different. It looked very strange. The ring was fiery red. However, it was not dyed red. It was the color of the material that was used to forge the ring. This is my personal immortal artifact. It's called the Mystic Yang 9 Water Chestnut Ring. There's also a matching immortal artifact called the Mystic Yin 9 Water Chestnut Ring. It's in that small world. The mystical Yin 9 Water Chestnut Ring is what I'm looking for. As the white-robed young man spoke, he passed the ring in his hand to Duan Lingtian and said, Wear this mystical Yang 9 Water Chestnut Ring. As long as you approach the mystical Yin 9 Water Chestnut Ring, it'll naturally react and guide you to it. When Duan Lingtian heard this, he reached out and took the ring. At the same time, he subconsciously extended his divine sense and shrouded the ring. Duan Lingtian's pupils suddenly shrank. This was because he discovered the celestial weapon the white-clad young man gave him was a celestial weapon of the same grade as the Jasper Celestial Sword, the Universe Ruler, and the astounding God Halberd. He would never forget this feeling of familiarity. This celestial weapon is even more powerful than the celestial weapon, the world-cleansing Horsetail Whisk, that Murong Bing had retrieved for the compassionate celestial traveler sect. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Big Brother Pei, may I ask what grade of immortal artifact this is? Duan Lingtian looked at the white-robed youth and asked. Royal grade. The white-robed young man said. Royal grade? Duan Lingtian was stunned, and then he frowned as he asked. According to my knowledge, aren't immortal artifacts divided into low-grade, mid-grade, high-grade, and top-grade immortal artifacts? Yes, that's true. The white-clad young man nodded before he continued to say, however, did you know that top-grade immortal artifacts are divided into different grades as well? Top-grade immortal artifacts are divided into different grades? Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat.
Then, he looked at the white-clad young man solemnly and said, Please enlighten me.
Top-grade immortal artifacts are divided into Duke-grade celestial weapons, King-grade celestial weapons, Royal-grade celestial weapons, and Emperor-grade celestial weapons. My mystical Yang-9 water chestnut ring is a Royal-grade celestial weapon. The mystical E9 water chestnut ring that's paired with it is also a Royal-grade celestial weapon. Duan Lingtian nodded. When his words entered Duan Lingtian's ears, it was as though he had opened a door to a whole new world for him. At this moment, Duan Lingtian discovered that the top celestial weapons were divided into so many grades. This mystical Yang-9 water chestnut ring is on par with the Jasper celestial sword, Universe Ruler, and Astonishing God halberd that I've encountered in the past. It's a Royal-grade celestial weapon. This means the Jasper celestial sword, Universe Ruler, and Astonishing God halberd are also Royal-grade celestial weapons. The compassionate celestial traveler sect guarding celestial weapon, the world-cleansing horsetail whisk, must be a king-grade celestial weapon as well. Duan Lingtian speculated inwardly. Duan Lingtian looked at the white-clad young man and asked, Brother Pei, have you heard of the compassionate celestial traveler sect guarding celestial weapon, the world-cleansing horsetail whisk? The compassionate celestial traveler sect? I've heard of it before, but I don't know the name of its sect guarding celestial weapon. I've only heard that the compassionate celestial traveler sect has 3 sect guarding celestial weapons. Duan Lingtian nodded. As expected.
The white-clad young man's words confirmed Duan Lingtian's speculation that the compassionate celestial traveler sect's guarding celestial weapon, the world-cleansing horsetail whisk, that Murong Bing had found in the little world, was indeed a king-grade celestial weapon that was slightly inferior to royal-grade celestial weapons like the Jasper celestial sword. In the past, I heard from Elder Hua that the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda is a grade higher than the Jasper celestial sword, the Universe Ruler, the Astonishing God halberd, and the other celestial weapons stored in it. However, it seems like the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda is an Emperor-grade celestial weapon. When Duan Lingtian thought about the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, he could not help but think about Hua Lao, the pagoda spirit of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. A hint of sadness appeared in his eyes. If Hua Lao was still here, I wouldn't be as clueless as I am now in the Devata realm. Duan Lingtian sighed inwardly. Brother Pei. After a while, Duan Lingtian regained his senses. He looked at the white-clad young man and said, Brother Pei, I agree to your condition. I'll enter the little world left behind by a celestial king and help you find the royal-grade celestial weapon, the mystical E9 water chestnut ring. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he added, Of course, the prerequisite is that the mystical E9 water chestnut ring is in the little world. I'm certain of that. The white-clad young man replied confidently. He was rather surprised that Duan Lingtian was able to remain so calm after learning that he had given Duan Lingtian a royal-grade celestial weapon, and had asked him to look for a royal-grade celestial weapon. What's this little guy's background? For the first time, the white-clad young man was interested in Duan Lingtian's background. The little girl next to him has the aura of the Phantom Fox clan. However, it's not pure. She's not even 100 years old, but her strength is already comparable to a profound rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Her innate talent is considered top-notch even in the Phantom Fox clan. The white-clad young man thought to himself. Duan Lingtian was unaware of the white-clad young man's thoughts. Otherwise, he would have laughed inwardly. What a joke! When he was in the mundane realm, he had already possessed an Emperor-grade celestial weapon and many Royal-grade celestial weapons. How could 1 or 2 Royal-grade celestial weapons be enough to tempt him?
Most importantly, Duan Ling Tian had a Devata artifact that was even more powerful than an Emperor-grade celestial weapon. However, the Devata artifact had lost its artifact soul, so it was no longer as powerful as before. Currently, it was only as powerful as a top celestial weapon. Since you've agreed to my conditions, I'll give you this concealing pendant. The white-robed young man raised his hand, and a jade pendant surrounded by green light appeared in his hand. Within the green light surrounding the jade pendant, a black thread could be seen moving. It was like an agile snake that constantly swam around the jade pendant. Duan Ling Tian casually took the concealing pendant and put it away along with the mystical Yang-9 water chestnut ring.
I wonder what grade of celestial weapon the 7 orifices exquisite sword in my body is comparable to?
As Duan Ling Tian put the mystical Yang-9 water chestnut ring away, he recalled the Devata artifact that had lost its soul and was only comparable to a top celestial weapon that was given to him by Ker's third uncle in her past life. He knew the Devata artifact's strength was comparable to a top celestial weapon.
Now that he learned there were different grades of top celestial weapons, he was curious to know what grade of celestial weapon the 7 orifices exquisite sword was comparable to.
However, I feel like it's comparable to a Duke-grade celestial weapon at most. Duan Ling Tian could not help but speculate when he recalled the improvements he received when he used the 7 orifices exquisite sword.
Although the 7 orifices exquisite sword was stronger than a high-grade immortal artifact, it was not by much.
As a Devata artifact, the 7 orifices exquisite sword shouldn't only be comparable to a Duke-grade celestial weapon even if it has lost its artifact soul. It seems like I'll have to study it when I have the time to see if I can discover more of its hidden power.
After all, it's a Devata artifact that's superior to Emperor-grade celestial weapons.
Duan Ling Tian could not help but feel excited when he thought about this. Brother Pei. After putting the concealment pendant and the mystical Yang-9 water chestnut ring away, Duan Ling Tian suddenly remembered something.
He looked at the white-clad young man and said, "Brother Pei, if I obtain the mystical E9 water chestnut ring, you must come and collect it immediately.
Otherwise, I'm afraid the people from the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect will check my spatial ring. After all, they want the treasures I obtained in the little world as well."
"I know." The white-clad young man nodded.
"You don't have to worry about this. What you need to do is enter the little world with that girl and retrieve the mystical E9 water chestnut ring for me. I'll take care of everything else."
As soon as the white-clad young man finished speaking, he waved his hand and retracted the formation that Duan Ling Tian had set up with his bare hands. With this, Duan Ling Tian reappeared in the courtyard where he could hear the wind and smell the fragrance of flowers.
"I'll wait for your good news." In the eyes of Long Fei Yun and Qiu Ling who were standing behind him, Duan Ling Tian and the white-clad young man who were standing still suddenly moved.
Moreover, they had heard the white-clad young man's words.
"They're out?"
Immediately, they realized that the two of them had come out of the formation.
Chapter 2741.
It's a deal.
Upon hearing the white-clad young man's words, Long Fei Yun knew Duan Ling Tian had agreed to his condition and made a deal with him. He did not know what the white-clad young man's condition was.
However, he was certain the white-clad young man had agreed to it.
He was certain the condition was not simple. Since Long Fei Yun had achieved his goal, he bade farewell to the white-clad young man before he left with Qiu Ling and Duan Ling Tian. Bang! As soon as the three of them left the mansion, the door closed again. This time, Duan Ling Tian was not surprised. After all, the white-clad young man was a 9 palaces celestial duke at the very least. 13th Prince, how did you get to know Brother Pei? Duan Ling Tian asked Long Fei Yun on their way back. With the white-clad young man's strength, it would be easy for him to help Long Fei Yun become the emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. However, it seemed like the white-clad young man had no intention of helping Long Fei Yun. More than a year ago.
A hint of reminiscence flashed in Long Fei Yun's eyes as he said, "At that time, Qiu Ling hadn't come to look for me yet. During a trip, the Earth-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial that my father had given me was lured away.
I was almost killed. In the end, it was Brother Pei who saved me. However, before Brother Pei saved me, he made a deal with me. He wanted me to give him something I had. I obtained it by chance a few years ago. Although it's not a precious item, it's very rare. It's worth collecting. Long Fei Yun said, in the face of death, it's only natural that I don't want to keep it. After all, if I die, it won't be mine anymore. Duan Ling Tian came to a sudden realization. He never imagined that Long Fei Yun would know the white-robed young man like this. After that incident, I knew Brother Pei was extraordinary. At that time, he had just arrived in the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. I wanted to recruit him and invite him to stay in my residence in the Imperial Palace. However, he refused. In the end, I had no choice but to arrange a residence for him outside the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. It's that mansion. Long Fei Yun said with a bitter smile on his face. I thought he'd be willing to help me fight against fourth brother and seventh brother since he'd accepted my mansion. I didn't expect him to take the initiative to tell me that he wouldn't interfere in this matter. Later on, as long as there was something strange, I would send it to him. Gradually, we became familiar with each other, but we could only be considered as familiar strangers. As he spoke, Long Fei Yun could not help but reveal a bitter smile. After that, although he helped me a lot most of the time, he gave me pointers on cultivation. However, I'm satisfied. I can see that he has no intention of interfering in the competition for the throne of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. Long Fei Yun said, so, I gave up and treated him as my teacher and friend. Duan Lingtian nodded. For someone like the white-robed young man, once he had decided on something, he would definitely not change his mind easily. Since he had said he would not interfere in the competition for the throne of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, he would definitely not interfere. 13th Prince. Do you know why he's unwilling to interfere in the competition for the throne of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom and help you ascend to the throne? Duan Lingtian asked. I think he's afraid of the martial dragon celestial sect. The three major celestial sects of the wasteland, including the martial dragon celestial sect, had announced many years ago that celestial dukes and above are not allowed to interfere with the inheritance of the imperial family. Those who violate this rule will be hunted down by the three major celestial sects. Long Fei Yun's eyes flashed as he said, initially, I thought Brother Pei might be a celestial duke. However, when Qiu Ling came with me to meet him, I was certain Brother Pei is a celestial duke. Upon hearing Long Fei Yun's words, Duan Lingtian glanced at Qiu Ling. He saw the heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial's eyes were filled with dread when Long Fei Yun mentioned Brother Pei. It was as though the white-clad young man was a ferocious beast to him. Is he afraid of the three major celestial sects of the wasteland, so he doesn't dare to interfere with the inheritance of the imperial family of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom? Duan Lingtian thought to himself. This was simply the biggest joke in the world. Based on the white-clad young man's attitude, it was clear he did not think much of the three major celestial sects of the wasteland. 13th Prince. Duan Lingtian looked at Long Fei Yun and asked, do you know if the three major celestial sects of the wasteland have a royal-grade celestial weapon? Royal-grade celestial weapon? Long Fei Yun was stunned when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Then, he smiled wryly and said, Brother Duan, you think too highly of the three major celestial sects of the wasteland, let alone a royal-grade celestial weapon. Only the Tai Yi celestial sect has a royal-grade celestial weapon. There's only one royal-grade celestial weapon in the entire wasteland. Long Fei Yun said. Duan Lingtian was taken aback when he heard Long Fei Yun's words. He did not expect only one of the three major celestial sects of the wasteland would have a royal-grade celestial weapon. Moreover, it was the only royal-grade celestial weapon in the entire wasteland. Isn't that a little too shabby? Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Long Fei Yun was unaware of Duan Lingtian's thoughts. Otherwise, he would have rolled his eyes at Duan Lingtian, thinking that Duan Lingtian was being delusional. A royal-grade celestial weapon was extremely precious. Was it something that could be easily obtained? 13th Prince. Have you heard of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect? Duan Lingtian asked. The Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect? Of course. Long Fei Yun nodded. Then, he asked curiously, why are you suddenly asking about the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect? Are you related to the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect? I've heard about the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect, so I'm curious. How does it compare to the three major celestial sects of the wasteland? Duan Lingtian asked as his eyes glinted. The three major celestial sects of the wasteland can't compare to the compassionate celestial traveler sect. Let's take the royal grade celestial weapon as an example. Among the three major celestial sects of the wasteland, only the Tai-E celestial sect was lucky enough to obtain one. The martial dragon celestial sect and the thousand spider celestial sect, on the other hand, don't have any royal grade celestial weapons. The compassionate celestial traveler sect, on the other hand, has 3 royal grade celestial weapons. I heard they lost one of their royal grade celestial weapons a few years ago, but someone managed to retrieve it. Long Fei Yun finished speaking in one breath. Duan Lingtian's eyes widened immediately. Naturally, he knew the king-grade celestial weapon that the compassionate celestial traveler sect had lost was the world-cleansing horsetail whisk. As for the person who found the world-cleansing horsetail whisk, she was none other than Murong Bing, a disciple of the compassionate celestial traveler sect whom he had once slept with. 13th Prince. Do you know who found the royal-grade celestial weapon that the compassionate celestial traveler sect lost? Duan Lingtian asked after taking a deep breath. I heard it's Murong Bing, one of the best among the younger generation in the compassionate celestial traveler sect. Although she's a woman, her innate talent is so high that many men can only dream of catching up to her. Moreover, I heard she's the most likely candidate to become the next sect leader of the compassionate celestial traveler sect, Long Fei Yun said. What a pity. A great beauty like her is destined to live the rest of her life under a Buddhist lamp. Rumor has it that Murong Bing is widely acknowledged as the most beautiful woman in the compassionate celestial traveler sect. Long Fei Yun sighed. Live the rest of her life under a Buddhist lamp? Duan Lingtian frowned. Why do you say that? Brother Duan, the compassionate celestial traveler sect is a purely female sect. They only accept female disciples, not male disciples. According to the sect's rules, the sect leader of the compassionate celestial traveler sect is forbidden from having any relations with men. As for the other female disciples of the compassionate celestial traveler sect, they don't have such restrictions. Don't you think it's a pity for a great beauty like her to become the next sect leader of the compassionate celestial traveler sect? Long Fei Yun asked Duan Lingtian. Humph. I don't care if she doesn't become the sect leader of the compassionate celestial traveler sect. Duan Lingtian scoffed as his eyes flashed. You can't say that. Although she's destined to live the rest of her life under a Buddhist lamp, she'll still be able to live a glorious life. After all, the compassionate celestial traveler sect is not an ordinary sect. It's even more powerful than the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland. Long Fei Yun thought Duan Lingtian did not like the rules of the compassionate celestial traveler sect. He did not know Duan Lingtian had such a big reaction because he was certain the most beautiful woman in the compassionate celestial traveler sect was his woman. How could Duan Lingtian allow his woman to live the rest of her life under a Buddhist lamp? One day, I'll go to the compassionate celestial traveler sect and take you away. I don't care if I don't become the sect leader of the compassionate celestial traveler sect. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed brightly as a beautiful figure appeared in his mind. It was none other than Murong Bing, the disciple of the compassionate celestial traveler sect whom he had met once in the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom. At this moment, Duan Lingtian did not even think about it. Even if he wanted to take Murong Bing away, would she be willing to follow him? Since Duan Lingtian's mood was slightly depressed, the atmosphere between him and Long Fei Yun was tense as well. Brother Duan, what's wrong? At this moment, even Long Fei Yun felt something was amiss with Duan Lingtian. He was puzzled. He did not know about the relationship between Duan Lingtian and Murong Bing. If he had known about it, he would not have been puzzled. It did not take long for Duan Lingtian and Long Fei Yun to return to Long Fei Yun's residence in the Imperial Palace and the courtyard that Long Fei Yun had arranged for them. Around the same time Duan Lingtian returned. In the 4th Prince's residence in the Imperial Palace. Your Highness, the 4th Prince. It seems like the 13th Prince and the young man with the surname Duan went to see Lord Pei. Chapter 2742. Lord Pei. In the pavilion in the backyard of the 4th Prince's temporary imperial residence, the 2 men who were sitting in front of a stone table instinctively looked at each other after listening to the old man's report. Their eyes widened in unison. Are you sure they're looking for Lord Pei? Long Xiangyun, the fourth prince, asked in a deep voice after he regained his senses. Your Highness, you should know that Lord Pei is a celestial duke. I didn't dare to follow them too close to Lord Pei's mansion. The old man smiled bitterly. A celestial duke would be able to detect his presence as long as he was close enough. Once he was discovered, unless the celestial duke was merciful enough to forgive him, he would be crippled even if he did not die. All right, you can leave now. Long Xiangyun waved his hand and the old man left. If Duan Lingtian were here, he would definitely recognize the old man. The old man who had left was none other than the old man who had accompanied Long Xiangyun and Zhou Shudong, the fourth miss of the Zhou clan, to look for him at the Fleeting Time Inn. Similar to the old man who accompanied Long Qingyun, the seventh prince, this old man was a heaven-ranked great overarching golden celestial who was given to Long Xiangyun by the emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. Fourth brother, it seems like our 13th brother is really restless. Not only is he close to a disciple from a sect outside the wasteland, but he even brought that person to look for Lord Pei. What's he trying to do? The old man who was sitting next to Long Xiangyun was none other than Long Qingyun, the seventh prince. Long Qingyun's eyes flashed with killing intent when he reached the end of his sentence. 13th brother probably doesn't dare to bring that person to look for Lord Pei. If he really brought that person to look for him, it means Lord Pei wants to see that person. Long Xiangyun speculated. His expression was unsightly as well. If it weren't for Lord Pei, he would have died a long time ago. He wouldn't be able to act so arrogantly in front of us now. Long Qingyun said in a deep voice. Let's not talk about what happened back then. Father is unhappy about that matter as well. He clearly told us that if we kill 13th brother again, we won't be able to become the emperor, Long Xiangyun said. Long Shangyun said. In the end, Imperial Father still thinks that 13th brother might be his own son. Fortunately, he can't be 100% sure that 13th brother is his son. Otherwise, I'm afraid we wouldn't have any business here. He had to admit that he was inferior to his 13th brother in all aspects. Based on Long Xiangyun's words, the person who almost killed the 13th prince was sent by him and Long Qingyun. When the emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom found out about it, he scolded the two of them. After that, the emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom paid a visit to the white-clad young man who had saved Long Fei Yun. After confirming that the white-clad young man was a celestial duke and would not interfere with the inheritance of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, the emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom was relieved. Long Xiangyun and Long Qingyun had heard about this from their father, the emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. 13th brother and that person might not have gone to meet Lord Pei. Moreover, so what if they went to meet Lord Pei? Lord Pei has already made it clear to Imperial Father that he won't interfere with the inheritance of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. A celestial duke like him won't go back on his words, Long Shangyun said. Long Shangyun said. Even if he goes back on his words, he still has to consider the martial dragon celestial sect. So what if he's a celestial duke? Do you think he's a match for the martial dragon celestial sect and the other two celestial sects? The rule that celestial dukes are not allowed to interfere with the inheritance of the celestial kingdoms in the wasteland was set by the three major celestial sects, including the martial dragon celestial sect. If he breaks the rule, the martial dragon celestial sect, the Tai celestial sect, and the thousand spider celestial sect won't let him go. Long Qingyun snorted coldly. In my opinion, he only made such a statement in front of Imperial Father because he's afraid of the martial dragon celestial sect, the Tai celestial sect, and the thousand spider celestial sect. That must be the case. The Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom isn't enough to deter a celestial duke like him. Long Shangyun chimed in. I heard the fourth miss of the Zhou clan went to the thousand spider celestial sect to look for the third miss of the Zhou clan? Long Qingyun suddenly asked as he looked at Long Xiangyun. Yes. Long Xiangyun was not surprised that Long Qingyun knew about this matter. After all, his cousin had always acted rashly. It was only natural that everyone knew about her visit to the Thousand Spider Celestial sect. It shouldn't be difficult for the third miss of the Zhou clan to investigate the young man with the surname Duan. Long Qingyun narrowed his eyes and smiled faintly. We'll find out soon enough, Long Xiangyun said indifferently. Long Shangyun said in an indifferent tone. Although he spoke as if he didn't care, His expectant gaze betrayed the urgency in his heart. Time continued to pass by. In just a blink of an eye, half a year had passed. As one of the three major celestial sects of the wasteland, the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect controlled one of the three primitive celestial crystal veins in the wasteland. Although the three primitive celestial crystal veins in the wasteland were small, they could not be compared to a supreme-grade celestial stone vein. No matter how big a supreme-grade celestial stone vein was, it could not be compared to the three primitive celestial crystal veins. The Thousand Spider Celestial Sect's estate was located near one of the primitive celestial crystal veins. For this reason, the heaven and earth spirit energy in the Thousand Spider Celestial Sect's estate was extremely dense. This was especially true in the area near the primitive celestial crystal veins where the high-ranking officials and core disciples of the Thousand Spider Celestial Sect cultivated. At this moment, in a spacious courtyard located halfway up a mountain where one of the core disciples cultivated, a beautiful figure stood next to the rockery in the courtyard. She was holding a communication celestial talisman in her hand. As soon as the communication celestial talisman disappeared, she received the message. It's him. After the communication celestial talisman disappeared, the woman standing next to the rockery had a strange expression on her face. Third sister, is there any news? At this moment, another beautiful figure walked over to the woman standing next to the rockery, and asked with an expectant expression on her face. If Duan Lingtian was here, he would be able to recognize this woman with just a glance. She was none other than Zhou Shudong, the fourth miss of Zhou clan, who had wanted to forcefully bring him back to the Zhou clan to be her boy toy. The woman standing next to the rockery was, naturally, the third miss of Zhou clan. She was the direct disciple of the former sect leader of the Thousand Spider Celestial Sect and the junior sister of the current sect leader of the Thousand Spider Celestial Sect. Zhou Shuqiu. Although they were sisters, Zhou Shuqiu was far more beautiful than Zhou Shudong in terms of figure and appearance. Most importantly, Zhou Shuqiu's temperament was far superior to Zhou Shudong's. In front of Zhou Shuqiu, Zhou Shudong was like a little maid. In the future, don't think about seeking revenge from him and offending him. Zhou Shuqiu said as she looked at Zhou Shuqiu. Zhou Shuqiu looked at Zhou Shudong who had an expectant expression on her face and said in a deep voice, "Otherwise, don't blame me for not avenging you even if he kills you." Third sister. Is his background really that powerful? As soon as Zhou Shuqiu finished speaking, Zhou Shudong's complexion turned deathly pale. However, she was still somewhat unwilling to give up and asked. I don't want to repeat my words. Zhou Shuqiu said. After a while, Zhou Shuqiu seemed to realize that her words were a little too harsh. She looked at Zhou Shudong whose face was ashen, and said, Donger, the conflict between you and him in the past was all because of you. He's already being merciful by not killing you. Don't make an enemy out of him in the future. I understand, third sister, Zhou Shudong quickly replied. Zhou Shudong hurriedly responded, but she also made up her mind. She no longer wanted to retaliate against the purple-clad young man she hated to the bone. Go back to your room. I'll send you back to your clan in 2 days. Zhou Shuqiu said. Zhou Shudong complied and went back to her room obediently. She obeyed her third sister Zhou Shuqiu's every word. What a coincidence. He's actually in the capital of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. After Zhou Shudong left, Zhou Shuqiu shook her head again. Then, her eyes glinted as she said curiously, I'd like to see what kind of man he is. He took advantage of Bing-er and made Bing-er ask me to take care of him. However, Bing-er's man isn't simple. Even a celestial duke from the compassionate celestial traveler sect managed to find him, but he still managed to escape. I wonder where he obtained the Shadow Void escaping talisman inscribed by a celestial king. If Bing-er finds out there's a woman by his side, I wonder if she'll be jealous. Zhou Shuqiu muttered to herself. As Zhou Shuqiu muttered to herself, a hint of a smile appeared in her beautiful eyes. Based on Zhou Shuqiu's words, it was obvious she knew Murong Bing, the disciple of the compassionate celestial traveler sect. Moreover, she seemed to have a close relationship with Murong Bing. Based on Zhou Shuqiu's words, it was clear she had learned a lot about Duan Lingtian. At the very least, she had learned about what had happened to Duan Lingtian during the martial competition of the 16 counties held in King Qin's mansion under the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom through the Thousand Spider Celestial Sect's intelligence network. Fortunately, he didn't kill Dong-er.
Otherwise, even if Bing-er asked me to protect him, I wouldn't have let him go so easily.
Thinking of this, Zhou Shuqiu's eyes revealed a hint of relief, but there was also a hint of coldness mixed in. Zhou Shudong, who had returned to her room, was unaware of this. In fact, the purple-clad young man whom she hated to the core did not come from a powerful sect outside of the wasteland. Her third sister had told her not to provoke the purple-clad young man because the purple-clad young man was a purple-clad young man. That purple-clothed young man was her third sister's best friend, who was like a real sister to her. She asked her to take care of and protect the man. Sometimes the world was small. Chapter 2743. I'm so close to breaking through and becoming a Violet Sun Golden Celestial. Once I become a Violet Sun Golden Celestial, I'll only need one great overarching pill to break through and become a great overarching Golden Celestial in a short time. After becoming a great overarching Golden Celestial, I'll only need to consume a large amount of great overarching pills to increase my cultivation base. Of course, the effects of the great overarching pills become less and less effective as time goes by. For example, a heaven-rank great overarching golden celestial won't have much of an effect after consuming a great overarching pill. In the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom's Imperial Palace, Duan Ling Tian, who was sitting cross-legged on the bed, suddenly opened his eyes. A bright light flashed in his eyes like a shooting star streaking across the night sky. After half a year, Duan Ling Tian was finally close to becoming a Violet Sun Golden Celestial with Huan Er's help. He was confident that he would be able to break through and become a Violet Sun Golden Celestial in just a short while. Brother Ling Tian, you're awake? A pleasant voice rang in Duan Ling Tian's ears as soon as he opened his eyes.
It was none other than Huan Er, who had been cultivating with her back facing him.
She had also woken up from her cultivation when Duan Ling Tian woke up. She immediately turned around to face Duan Ling Tian. Yes. Duan Ling Tian nodded and turned around to face Huan Er. Although Duan Ling Tian had seen Huan Er's beautiful face countless times, he still could not help but feel a ripple in his heart when he saw her again. Huan Er was simply too beautiful. She was so beautiful that words could not describe her beauty.
Perhaps he would not be able to find another woman as beautiful as her in this world.
Huan Er, how long was I in closed-door cultivation this time? After taking a deep breath, Duan Ling Tian asked, What's the matter? Brother Ling Tian, you've been in closed-door cultivation for half a year.
Huan Er replied with a smile.
Only half a year? Duan Ling Tian was slightly surprised. He smiled faintly as he thought to himself, It seems like I have a chance to become a Violet Sun Golden Celestial before the Imperial family of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom selects the young powerhouses below the age of 100 to participate in the Wasteland Grand Contest. Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal. As he spoke, Duan Ling Tian's eyes couldn't help but light up like two bright stars in the night sky. Once he became a great overarching golden celestial, not only would his strength improve, but his primitive celestial fire would also be upgraded to a mediocre celestial fire. That was what he had been waiting for a long time. Big Brother Ling Tian, you promised to take me out to eat, drink, and have fun. Are you going back on your word? In just a blink of an eye, Huan Er's expression changed to a pitiful one. Duan Ling Tian's heart ached when he saw this. He hastily explained, Ling Tian, of course I won't go back on my word. Big Brother Ling Tian, why don't you take me out to eat and have fun? All right. As soon as Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, the pitiful expression on Huan Er's face disappeared and was replaced with excitement. She looked like a child who had not grown up yet. You little girl. Duan Ling Tian smiled helplessly when he saw the change in Huan Er's expression. He did not seem to have taught Huan Er these things. Naturally, he was not surprised that Huan Er knew these things. In the past, when he was shopping with Huan Er, there were many women who would look pitiful and tearful, forcing their male companions to submit to their demands. Huan Er had completely mastered this tactic. Huan Er, do you have the concealment pendant I gave you 6 months ago? Duan Ling Tian asked. Big Brother Ling Tian, I have it with me. Huan placed her hand on her belt and took out a jade pendant that was originally hidden there. It was the concealment pendant that Duan Lingtian had obtained from the white-clad young man with the surname Pei. It could conceal the aura of Huan's flesh and blood if she was younger than 100 years old. Duan Lingtian extended his divine consciousness and shrouded Huan's body. Although he could sense Huan's flesh and blood, he could not tell she was younger than 100 years old. This concealment pendant is pretty good. I can still sense Huan's flesh and blood, but I can't tell she's younger than 100 years old. Duan Lingtian sighed. After putting on the veil and hat, Duan Lingtian brought Huan out of the courtyard of the 13th prince's residence. After bidding farewell to Long Fei Yun, the 13th prince, they prepared to leave the imperial palace as well. Brother Duan, are you and Miss Huan going out? Long Fei Yun smiled and said, It's been a while since I left the palace. Why don't I tag along? With Qiu Ling around, you'll be safer. Although Long Fei Yun knew the woman by Duan Lingtian's side was not weak, he was still worried that something would happen to Duan Lingtian and Huan in the capital of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. For this reason, he tactfully suggested bringing Qiu Ling along to protect them. Naturally, if Duan Lingtian refused, he would still send Qiu Ling to protect them in the dark even though he would no longer accompany them. Huan, what do you think? Duan Lingtian looked at Huan and asked for her opinion. Does the 13th prince want to tag along? Brother Lingtian, does he want to tag along with us? At that time, he'll be able to pay for the celestial stones we need to buy and eat? Huan asked as she looked at Duan Lingtian like a money grubber. Duan Lingtian was speechless when he heard Huan's words. When did this last become so housekeeping? Don't worry, Miss Huan. I'll tag along. I'll pay for everything. Duan Lingtian was rendered speechless by Long Fei Yun's question. Long Fei Yun laughed and said, You're right. In that case, I'll reluctantly allow you to tag along with us. Huan said. The corner of Long Fei Yun's mouth twitched. He was, after all, the 13th prince of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. Why was he acting like a lackey now? Moreover, it seemed like he was only allowed to be a lackey because of Huan's kindness. However, when he thought about Huan's strength, he did not feel dissatisfied at all. Although Duan Lingtian didn't tell him about this woman's origin, based on his guess, this woman's background was absolutely not simple. What a joke! How could a profound rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial, who was not even 100 years old, be simple? Just like that, the original group of 2 people eating, drinking, and having fun had 2 more people. Duan Lingtian spent the next month accompanying Huan as they toured the capital of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. Long Fei Yun and Qiu Ling, the 13th prince of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, stayed by their side to ensure their safety. During this month, Duan Lingtian was in a good mood when he saw how happy Huan was. During this time, apart from accompanying Huan, Duan Lingtian had also asked Huan a lot of questions. He asked her about her current cultivation base. In the end, he confirmed she was a profound rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Although Huan has 99 heavenly veins like me, she can't raise her celestial origin energy through them. It seems like my 99 heavenly veins are able to raise my celestial origin energy by 2 levels because of the tempering in the celestial ascension pool. When Duan Lingtian thought about this, he could not help but recall Xianxia, a middle-aged man who claimed to be Ker's 3rd uncle from her past life, in the Yan Huang realm. Due to Xianxia's reminder, Duan Lingtian did not leave the celestial ascension pool immediately after he ascended to the spirit overarching heaven. Instead, he stayed in the celestial ascension pool for a while to temper his 99 heavenly veins. As a result, his 99 heavenly veins were able to raise his celestial origin energy by 2 levels. Naturally, the 2 levels referred to the increase of one celestial ascension pool. If Duan Lingtian was a violet sun golden celestial, a peak great overarching golden celestial, a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial, or a 10-direction celestial duke, however, the 99 heavenly veins in his body were not enough to allow his celestial origin energy to advance to the next stage. Take a violet sun golden celestial for example. If Duan Lingtian was a violet sun golden celestial, his celestial origin energy would not be as strong as a great overarching golden celestial, let alone a yellow rank great overarching golden celestial. After all, The gap between a golden celestial and a great overarching golden celestial was too wide. Even so, Duan Lingtian's celestial origin energy was still far superior to that of a great overarching golden celestial. For example, right now, although Duan Lingtian was only an indigo sun golden celestial, his celestial origin energy was much stronger than the celestial origin energy of other violet sun golden celestials after it was boosted by his 99 heavenly veins. On this day, Duan Lingtian accompanied Huaner as they strolled through the streets of the capital of the soaring dragon celestial kingdom. Long Fei Yun walked next to Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingtian. Qiu Ling followed closely behind them. Duan Lingtian. At this moment, a pleasant female voice rang from behind Duan Lingtian. She called out Duan Lingtian's full name. Duan Lingtian was not surprised that someone had called out his full name. After all, Huan had been calling him Brother Lingtian and Long Fei Yun had been calling him Brother Duan. Therefore, it was not difficult to guess his name if one paid attention to them. Duan Lingtian turned around and looked at the person who had called out to him. Third Miss Zhou. Chapter 2744. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up immediately when he saw the person who had called out to him. Apart from Huaner and Murong Bing, she was the most beautiful woman he had seen in the spirit overarching heaven since he had arrived in the Devata realm. The woman wore a light green robe. She had dark eyebrows, almond-shaped eyes, and a high nose. Coupled with her cherry lips and her nearly perfect facial features, she was like a finely crafted work of art. With just a glance, one would have a pleasing feeling. Duan Lingtian was certain this was his first time meeting this woman. However, he was familiar with the woman standing next to her. She was none other than Zhou Shudong, the fourth miss of the Zhou clan. Duan Lingtian was surprised. There was no hatred in Zhou Shudong's eyes when she looked at him. Instead, there was a hint of fear and panic in her eyes. It was as though she regarded him as a ferocious beast. Third miss. At the same time, Long Fei Yun's voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. He knew the woman standing next to Zhou Shudong was none other than Zhou Shudong's sister, the third miss of the Zhou clan, Zhou Shuqiu. Half a year ago, Long Fei Yun had heard about this woman from the 13th prince. Apart from being the third miss of the Zhou clan, she was also the last disciple of the former sect leader of the Thousand Spider Celestial sect. Third miss, I didn't expect to see you here. I remember you. Ever since you joined the Thousand Spider Celestial sect, you've been elusive. It's hard for others to even meet you. I didn't expect to see you here. I'm really lucky. Although Long Fei Yun knew Zhou Shuqiu was here for Duan Lingtian, he quickly smiled and took the initiative to greet Zhou Shuqiu. You must be joking, 13th prince. I'm usually with master and rarely return to the capital. Zhou Shuqiu smiled. After she finished speaking, she glanced at Zhou Shudong and said indifferently, Dong have you forgotten what I told you? Upon hearing Zhou Shuqiu's words, Zhou Shudong's body trembled slightly. She quickly stepped forward and bowed slightly as she looked at Duan Lingtian. I'm sorry. It's my fault. HM? Although this was not the first time Zhou Shudong had apologized to him, Duan Lingtian could clearly sense that Zhou Shudong did not seem reluctant at all. It was as though she was willing to apologize to him. This greatly surprised him. One ought to know that when the fourth prince Long Xiangyun had asked Zhou Shudong to apologize to him, she had only apologized perfunctorily. Moreover, her eyes were filled with unwillingness. Before Duan Lingtian could reply, Zhou Shuqiu looked at Duan Lingtian and asked, Duan Lingtian, may I have a word with you? Before Duan Lingtian could reply, Long Fei Yun's expression changed drastically. He looked at Zhou Shuqiu and said in a deep voice, Third miss, is there anything you can't say here? If you think there are too many people, I can ask Qiu Ling to clear the area. As soon as Long Fei Yun finished speaking, he turned to look at Qiu Ling and nodded. In the next moment, whoosh, 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 whoosh. Waves of boundless power swept out from Qiu Ling's body, turning into gusts of wild wind that swept in all directions. The surrounding people were all pushed far away, but they were not hurt. This was a testament to Qiu Ling's ability to control his energy. For a time, the bustling area was deserted. What's going on? What's going on?
Among the group of people who had been pushed far away, apart from a small number of people, most of them had no idea what was going on and were all dumbfounded. However, although they did not know what happened, they could clearly feel that the power just now was invincible. For this reason, they still felt a lingering fear. Isn't that His Highness, the 13th Prince? When the crowd regained their senses, they quickly recognized Long Fei Yun, the 13th Prince of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. That's the 4th Miss of the Zhou clan. Soon after, someone recognized Zhou Shu Dong. That purple-clad young man and the woman wearing a veil next to him. I've seen them before. They're the ones who killed the Zhou clan's elder and injured the 4th Miss of the Zhou clan 6 months ago. It's them. Is the 4th Miss of the Zhou clan seeking revenge?
It doesn't seem like it.
I saw the 4th Miss of the Zhou clan apologizing to the purple-clad young man under the instruction of the woman next to her. As the crowd discussed among themselves, many of them turned to look at Zhou Shu Qiu, who was standing next to Zhou Shu Dong.
Isn't she the 3rd Miss of the Zhou clan?
Soon after, a sharp-eyed old man exclaimed, although her temperament has changed a lot, her appearance hasn't changed much. She's indeed the 3rd Miss of the Zhou clan.
What? The 3rd Miss of the Zhou clan. The 3rd Miss of the Zhou clan.
The most beautiful woman in the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. A commotion broke out in the crowd when the sharp-eyed old man spoke. After all, the 3rd Miss of the Zhou clan was too famous. She was the most beautiful woman in the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. She was the most talented person in the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom in the past 1,000 years. She was the last disciple of the former sect leader of the Thousand Spider Celestial Sect. She was the junior sister of the current sect leader of the Thousand Spider Celestial Sect. This was the halo above the head of the Zhou clan's 3rd young miss, Boundless Glory. While everyone's attention was on Zhou Shu Qiu, she glanced at Long Fei Yun indifferently and said, 13th Prince, I have something to say to Duan Lingtian in private. It's inconvenient even for my sister to listen.
Zhou Shu Qiu's words were clear.
Even her sister, Zhou Shu Dong, would have to listen to her when she spoke to Duan Lingtian in private.
What if I don't allow Brother Duan to come with you?
Long Fei Yun asked in a deep voice as his expression turned cold. Although Zhou Shu Qiu was from the Thousand Spider Celestial Sect, she was still in the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. As the Prince of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, he was protected by the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect. Even the Thousand Spider Celestial Sect would not dare to touch him without a valid reason. Moreover, although Zhou Shu Qiu was not weak, she had Qiu Ling, a heaven-rank overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial by her side.
Swoosh!
As soon as Long Fei Yun finished speaking, Qiu Ling, who was standing behind Long Fei Yun, suddenly appeared in front of Duan Lingtian. He shielded Duan Lingtian behind him as he stared at Zhou Shu Qiu fiercely. Not long ago, I heard that the 13th Prince recruited a heaven-rank overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial. Zhou Shu Qiu narrowed her eyes when she saw Qiu Ling standing between her and Duan Lingtian. In the next moment, whoosh! A surge of powerful celestial origin energy surged out of Zhou Shu Qiu's body, causing her green robe to flutter even though there was no wind. Even the dust on the ground was swept away by her celestial origin energy. She's a heaven-rank overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial as well. Qiu Ling's expression changed drastically when he sensed Zhou Shu Qiu's celestial origin energy. Humph! Just as Qiu Ling's expression changed drastically, Zhou Shu Qiu's figure flashed, and she seemed to have disappeared into thin air. In Duan Lingtian's eyes, Zhou Shu Qiu had disappeared into thin air. Bang! As soon as Duan Lingtian saw Qiu Ling's figure swaying, a muffled sound rang in his ears again. Then, he saw Zhou Shu Qiu standing before him. Unknowingly, Zhou Shu Qiu had appeared in front of Qiu Ling. She was wearing a glove that looked like it was made of spider silk. With a flip of her hand, waves of aura pressed down on Qiu Ling's body like Mount Tai. Qiu Ling, on the other hand, had taken out his celestial weapon and was struggling to withstand Zhou Shu Qiu's palm strike. He knelt down on one knee, and wherever his knee touched, the ground cracked like a spider web, and the cracks continued to spread out in all directions. Get lost! Before everyone, including Duan Lingtian, could react, Zhou Shuqiu said in a low voice, "Let's go." As soon as Zhou Shuqiu finished speaking, the waves of energy that were crashing down on Qiu Ling changed direction. Boom! The Gang Qi changed direction and hit Qiu Ling, sending him flying into the distance and crashing into the ground. Qiu Ling's qi and blood were in turmoil, and he was in a sorry state. At this moment, the people present on the scene finally regained their senses. Did the third miss of the Zhou clan say that the person next to the 13th prince is a heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial? I think so. Heavens! The third miss of the Zhou clan easily suppressed a heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Does this mean she's stronger than a heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial? I'm sure the third miss of the Zhou clan is stronger than a heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial. However, her cultivation base might not be higher than her opponent's. Indeed. Even if the third miss of the Zhou clan is a heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial, it's easy for her to defeat an unorthodox heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial. After all, her master is the former sect leader of the Thousand Spider Celestial Sect. Her celestial methods and divine abilities must be Earth-grade. Duan Lingtian heard the discussions from afar. It gave him a new understanding of the three major celestial sects of the wasteland. The three major celestial sects of the wasteland already have Earth-grade celestial methods and divine abilities? Duan Lingtian's expression turned solemn when he heard this. He realized his current situation was not as good as before. His advantage in terms of celestial methods and divine abilities was getting smaller and smaller. Among the celestial methods and divine abilities he had mastered, only the assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, was a heaven-grade divine ability. Chapter 2745. Why you've broken through and become a heaven-stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial? Long Fei Yun exclaimed in shock when he saw Zhou Shuqiu. Although he knew Zhou Shuqiu had a high innate talent and was already an overarching heavenly supreme celestial, he did not expect her to have broken through and become a heaven-stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial. This was what Qiu Ling had told him through voice transmission. Long Fei Yun was not surprised that Qiu Ling, who was also a heaven-stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial, was easily defeated by Zhou Shuqiu. After all, Zhou Shuqiu was the last disciple of the former sect leader of the Thousand Spider Celestial Sect. Her cultivation methods, celestial methods, and divine abilities were at least Earth-grade. On the other hand, although Qiu Ling was a heaven-stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial, his cultivation method was only Earth-grade. His celestial methods and divine abilities were only profound-grade celestial methods and divine abilities. Moreover, Zhou Shuqiu's innate talent far surpassed Qiu Ling's. This meant she had more heavenly veins than Qiu Ling. This meant she could circulate her celestial origin energy faster. Therefore, it was only natural Qiu Ling was no match for Zhou Shuqiu. I just had a breakthrough recently. Hearing Long Fei Yun's exclamation, Zhou Shuqiu glanced at him indifferently and said unhurriedly. Then, she ignored Long Fei Yun. She shifted her gaze to Duan Lingtian again. A hint of surprise could be seen in her eyes. She originally thought that even if Duan Lingtian didn't lose his head out of fear after she made a move earlier, it would definitely be impossible for him to be as calm as before. It did not cross her mind that Duan Lingtian still had a calm expression on his face even until now. Isn't he afraid at all? Zhou Shuqiu thought to herself. After a few moments, Zhou Shuqiu seemed to have thought of something. A beautiful smile appeared on her face as she said, "You're right. A man who can make Bing care about him must be extraordinary. Lead the way." Duan Lingtian said as he looked at Zhou Shuqiu calmly. "Brother Duan." Long Fei Yun's expression changed greatly. He felt that Zhou Shuqiu wouldn't find Duan Lingtian for anything good, so he didn't want Duan Lingtian to go with Zhou Shuqiu. "Brother Lingtian." Her perfect face, hidden by the veil and hat, paled slightly. She reached out and grabbed Duan Lingtian's arm tightly, as if she would never let go. "Don't worry. Big Brother Lingtian will be back soon. He'll be fine." Duan Lingtian said with a smile as he gently patted Huan Er's hand. "Big Brother Lingtian, I'm useless and stupid. If I could master all the celestial methods and divine abilities in my inherited memories, she wouldn't be a match for me. However, even if I'm weaker than her now,
I'm not afraid of her. A hint of determination flashed in the depths of her eyes when she spoke to Duan Lingtian through voice transmission. As a thousand phantoms ice fox that only appeared once in a million years in the Phantom Fox clan, she had no lack of secret techniques that would allow her to die together with the woman in front of her in order to protect her brother Ling Tian. However, Duan Ling Tian was unaware of this. This was because Duan Ling Tian had reminded her not to reveal the fact that she possessed a legacy memory. She had to communicate with him through voice transmission instead of saying it out loud. Naturally, she remembered Duan Lingtian's words. She really has something to discuss with Big Brother Ling Tian. If she wants to harm Big Brother Ling Tian, she can do it here. There's no need for her to go somewhere else. Duan Ling Tian patted Er's hand again to make sure she had calmed down. Then, he gently removed her hand from his arm. It was as though he was caressing a flower, afraid a petal would fall from it. Zhou Shuqiu frowned when she saw Duan Lingtian's actions. In her heart, to a certain extent, she had already determined that this man was her best friend's man. She was slightly displeased when she saw Duan Lingtian treating another woman so gently. I don't have much time to waste here. Zhou Shuqiu's expression darkened as she said coldly. At this moment, a hint of disgust could be seen in Zhou Shuqiu's eyes as she looked at Duan Lingtian. She thought to herself, I really don't understand why Binger would fall for such a playboy. Even if he's not at fault, there's no need for Binger to care about him. She should have just left him to his own devices. To think that Binger asked me to protect him when he was targeted by the compassionate celestial traveler sect. I really feel bad for her. Zhou Shuqiu thought to herself. I'm coming. Duan Lingtian nodded indifferently when he heard Zhou Shuqiu's words. Then, he comforted her and told her to wait for him. He promised that he would be back soon. Following that, Duan Lingtian nodded at Long Fei Yun before he walked toward Zhou Shuqiu. Zhou Shuqiu led Duan Lingtian through several streets before they finally arrived at an empty alley. After making sure there was no one around, Zhou Shuqiu came to a halt. Aren't you worried that I'll harm you if you follow me? Zhou Shuqiu asked with a cold expression on her face as she looked at Duan Lingtian who had stopped moving. If you want to harm me, is there a need for you to bring me here? Duan Lingtian responded with a question. That's true. Although Zhou Shuqiu agreed with Duan Lingtian's words, she still admired Duan Lingtian's courage. At the very least, from the beginning until she injured the heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial, his expression did not change at all. Just this kind of courage and guts was enough to make her admire him. I didn't expect this playboy to have such courage. At this moment, Zhou Shuqiu's disgust for Duan Lingtian lessened a little. She felt that this fickle man did have some redeeming qualities. If Duan Lingtian knew what Zhou Shuqiu was thinking, he would have laughed bitterly. How did he become a playboy? If he was really a playboy, he would have at least 8 or 10 women, if not a few dozens. Duan Lingtian is from the 9 Spectres County, one of the 16 counties under King Qin's mansion of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom. Zhou Shuqiu looked at Duan Lingtian and said slowly. Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, listened with a calm expression. Although he appeared calm on the surface, his heart was in turmoil. The Thousand Spider Celestial Sect is indeed one of the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland. What a powerful intelligence network. In just half a year's time, Zhou Shuqiu has already figured out everything about me. However, as Zhou Shuqiu continued to speak, Duan Lingtian realized there were many things she did not know about him. For example, she did not know he had ascended to the spirit overarching heaven less than 10 years ago. She also did not know about Er's origin. Nevertheless, he was still shocked that Zhou Shuqiu was able to find out so much about him through the Thousand Spider Celestial Sects Intelligence Network. Since you found out about me, why did you ask your sister to apologize to me? You could have killed me to avenge her. With your strength, you can even defeat the heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial by the 13th prince's side. It's easy for you to kill me, Duan Lingtian asked as he looked at Zhou Shuqiu. He could not figure it out. Since Zhou Shuqiu had found out about him, why did she not want to kill him? Naturally, I have my reasons for not killing you. You'll find out in the future. Zhou Shuqiu did not intend to tell Duan Lingtian about her relationship with Murong Bing, a disciple of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. She paused for a moment before she asked, "Why did the powerhouse from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect want to kill you? Is it true that you're from a sect that's hostile to the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect?" It seems like Zhou Shuqiu didn't kill me because she's worried I'm a disciple from a powerful sect outside the wasteland. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. At this moment, all the doubts in his heart disappeared. "What do you think?" Duan Lingtian responded with a question. "I don't think so." Zhou Shuqiu looked at Duan Lingtian meaningfully before she said, "Through the Thousand Spider Celestial Sect's intelligence network, I found out the reason the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect sent a powerhouse to kill you is related to Murong Bing." Murong Bing. Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat when he heard Zhou Shuqiu mention Murong Bing. His eyes were filled with shock as he looked at Zhou Shuqiu. He did not expect the Thousand Spider Celestial sect would be able to find out about this. "Can you tell me, what happened between you and Murong Bing? Why would the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect send a Celestial Duke to kill you for her?" Zhou Shuqiu asked. "I can't tell you that," Duan Lingtian said indifferently. "I heard that Murong Bing originally had hopes of becoming the next sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. However, since she lost her virginity, she's not destined to be the next sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect." Zhou Shuqiu paused for a moment when she spoke. Duan Lingtian's eyes brightened when he heard her words. Initially, he thought the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect had to sever all ties with men. It did not cross his mind that the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect would not allow a non-virgin disciple to become the next sect leader. If that was the case, it would be a good thing for him. At the very least, Murong Bing would not be able to become the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. He did not want Murong Bing to sever her 7 emotions and 6 desires after becoming the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. After all, she was his woman after all. However, I heard that the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect arranged a marriage for her. I heard the other party is a good-for-nothing young master from a great clan that's slightly stronger than the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. It's a pity, Zhou Shuqiu said. Zhou Shuqiu sighed when she reached the end of her sentence. A marriage. Chapter 2746. When he had realized that he and Murong Bing had slept together, he had already decided that Murong Bing was his woman, and she could only be his woman. However, Zhou Shuqiu was telling him now. The Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect had arranged a marriage for Murong Bing? In just a blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian's face turned gloomy. It was so gloomy that it seemed as though water would drip from it. "Are you telling the truth?" Duan Lingtian asked in a deep voice as he stared at Zhou Shuqiu coldly. "What do you mean by that?" Zhou Shuqiu asked even though she knew the answer. She pretended not to understand Duan Lingtian's words. "Is it true that the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect arranged a marriage for Murong Bing?" Duan Lingtian asked again. "Is there a need for me to lie to you?" Zhou Shuqiu glanced at Duan Lingtian indifferently before a strange expression appeared on her face. "Why do I feel like you're particularly agitated when I mentioned the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect arranged a marriage for Murong Bing? Don't tell me you're the man who raped Murong Bing? I don't think it's you. You're so weak. There's no way Murong Bing would fall for you." Zhou Shuqiu shook her head when she finished speaking. Humph. Upon hearing Zhou Shuqiu's words, Duan Lingtian scoffed before he turned around and left, ignoring Zhou Shuqiu. At the same time, a raging fire burned in his heart. The Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. If you dare to arrange a marriage between my woman and another man, I'll annihilate your entire sect. At the same time, Duan Lingtian swore in his heart. At this moment, he desperately wanted to be strong enough to snatch Murong Bing away from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. Duan Lingtian was not worried that Zhou Shuqiu would kill him when he left. He didn't care whether Zhou Shuqiu thought he had a powerful backer or not. He knew that even if Zhou Shuqiu wanted to kill him, there would be someone who would stop her. That person was the white-robed young man with the surname Pei who had made a deal with him half a year ago. Currently, the white-clad young man's royal-grade celestial weapon, the mystical Yang 9 water chestnut ring, was still in his possession.
Moreover, the white-clad young man wanted him to retrieve the other royal-grade celestial weapon, the mystical E9 water chestnut ring, from the little world left behind by the celestial king. At the very least, before he obtained the mystical E9 water chestnut ring for the other party would not let others kill him so easily.
He had realized this half a year ago. At that time, he knew he had a life-saving talisman in the capital of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. Moreover, the talisman was so strong that even the imperial family of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom would not be able to destroy it. Not to mention a mere Zhou Shuqiu. He does have some temper. Zhou Shuqiu did not stop Duan Lingtian from leaving. Instead, she looked at Duan Lingtian's back as a smile appeared on her face. It seems like he still cares about Bing. He has a sense of responsibility, but it's a pity he's such a playboy. If Bing finds out he's flirting with another woman, I wonder what she'll think. Zhou Shuqiu shook her head as she muttered to herself. A hint of displeasure could be seen in her eyes as she looked at Duan Lingtian's back. Duan Lingtian did not wait for Huan to speak before he said, I want to go back and cultivate. Do you want to continue shopping with the 13th prince and the others, or do you want to come back with me? At this moment, Duan Lingtian was completely focused on his cultivation. Although Duan Lingtian wanted Huan to return with him since she was the one who provided him with the best cultivation environment in the divine crystals, Duan Lingtian did not want her to leave with him. Although the cultivation environment in the 13th Prince's palace was not bad, it was still lacking compared to the cultivation environment created by Huan Er's divine crystal. Brother Lingtian, I'll go back with you. Although Huan did not know why Duan Lingtian was in such a hurry to go back to cultivate, she still wanted to go back with Duan Lingtian. After all, she only felt happy when she was with Duan Lingtian. If she was alone with someone else, she would not feel happy even if she had food, drinks, and fun. Duan Lingtian left in a hurry with Huan. Long Fei Yun, the 13th prince, hurriedly brought Qiu Ling with him as well. His heart was filled with confusion as he thought to himself, what did Zhou Shuqiu do to Brother Lingtian? Why is Brother Lingtian in such a hurry to go back to cultivate? However, on the way back, Duan Lingtian suddenly had an idea. He turned around and went to look for the white-clad young man with the surname Pei. As for Huan and the other two, Duan Lingtian asked them to go back first. Brother Pei. Upon seeing the white-clad young man, Duan Lingtian did not beat around the bush and said solemnly, I would like to ask you for a favor. What favor? The white-clad young man sat in front of a stone table in the courtyard and sipped on a cup of tea. He glanced at Duan Lingtian who was standing nearby and asked, I would like you to ask the compassionate celestial traveler sect to cancel the marriage between their disciple, Murong Bing, and someone from another force. Even if you have to use force. Duan Lingtian said in a deep voice as his eyes flashed. Although he did not know when the compassionate celestial traveler sect would allow Murong Bing to marry someone from another force, he knew it was unrealistic to rely on himself to stop the marriage. For this reason, he thought of the white-clad young man. Although he did not know the white-clad young man's cultivation base, since the white-clad young man had a royal-grade celestial weapon while the compassionate celestial traveler sect only had 3 king-grade celestial weapons, it would not be difficult for the white-clad young man to stop the marriage. The white-clad young man placed his teacup on the table and looked at Duan Lingtian meaningfully. What's your relationship with Murong Bing, the disciple of the compassionate celestial traveler sect? Why do you want to stop the compassionate celestial traveler sect from marrying her to another force? She's my woman, Duan Lingtian said bluntly. If I don't help you, will you not help me obtain the mystical E9 water chestnut ring? The white-clad young man asked as he looked at Duan Lingtian meaningfully. Of course not. Duan Lingtian hurriedly shook his head. Those are 2 separate matters. Since I've already agreed to that matter, and Big Brother Pei has given me the concealment pendant, I naturally won't go back on my word. This time, I'm looking for Big Brother Pei for a completely different reason. Duan Lingtian replied. If I help you, what will you give me in return? The white-robed young man had the posture of a businessman as he looked at Duan Lingtian meaningfully and asked. I'm willing to promise you, Big Brother Pei. As long as you help me no matter what happens in the future, as long as you say the word, I, Duan Lingtian, will definitely do anything within my power. Duan Lingtian replied. Based on your words, are you trying to gain something without risking anything?
The white-robed young man smiled nonchalantly.
If you, Duan Lingtian, can solve it, why can't I solve it myself? Upon hearing the white-clad young man's words, Duan Lingtian fell silent despite his reluctance. Indeed. How could someone as strong as the white-clad young man in front of him possibly have a problem that he could not solve? Could it be that he was telling the white-clad young man that he had 9 heavenly veins? With 99 heavenly veins, his future would be limitless? Wouldn't that be the same as gaining something without risking anything? After all, who could be certain that he, Duan Lingtian, would not die prematurely in the future?
For this reason, even he himself felt that the promise he made was not convincing at all.
Forget it. Duan Lingtian fell silent. Just when he thought there was no hope left, the white-clad young man said, I can try to help you, but I'm not sure if I'll succeed. After all, I still don't know which force the compassionate celestial traveler sect is going to marry. Duan Lingtian would be grateful if you're willing to help, Brother Pei. Duan Lingtian hurriedly said, besides that, the promise I made is still valid. After he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian bade farewell to the white-clad young man and left. What an interesting fellow. The white-clad young man chuckled. After Duan Lingtian left, the white-clad young man smiled faintly and narrowed his eyes. Moreover, he's a sentimental person.
A hint of sadness could be seen in the depths of the white-clad young man's eyes when he said the word sentimental.
He used to be a sentimental person as well. Unfortunately, he did not have much fate with her. In the end, he could only retrieve the royal-grade celestial weapon that he had given her to comfort her soul in heaven. Although the white-clad young man had agreed to help, it did not affect Duan Lingtian's cultivation. After he returned to the 13th prince's residence in the imperial palace, he immersed himself in his cultivation.
It was as though he would not come out of closed-door cultivation until he became a violet sun golden celestial.
Time continued to pass by. The day of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom's imperial family selection of participants for the grand contest of the wasteland was getting closer and closer. As the day of the imperial family selection of participants for the grand contest of the wasteland drew closer, the number of people in the capital of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom increased. Most of the people who showed up were from the various mansions of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. Some of them had come from other places to join in the fun. Perhaps, they could not personally witness the selection of participants for the grand contest of the wasteland, but they would be able to find out the results of the selection as soon as possible. The more people there were, the more chaotic it became. Naturally, Duan Lingtian, who was immersed in his cultivation, was unaware of all this. While Duan Lingtian was cultivating in closed-door cultivation, there were many things that happened in the capital of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. When Long Xiangyun, the 4th prince, learned from Zhou Shudong, the 4th miss of the Zhou clan, that Duan Lingtian had a powerful background, he no longer dared to take any chances. Even his cousin, who was the last disciple of the former sect leader of the Thousand Spider Celestial sect, did not dare to provoke Duan Lingtian. How could he possibly provoke Duan Lingtian? Was he tired of living? Long Xiangyun was unaware the reason Zhou Shuqiu had shown mercy to Duan Lingtian and told Zhou Shudong not to provoke him was not because Duan Lingtian had a powerful background. It was all because of her best friend. Chapter 2747. Although the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom had a quota of 50 people to participate in the Wasteland Grand Contest, there were many princes in the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. However, there were many mansions under the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. Moreover, the imperial family of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom had recruited many young powerhouses who were younger than 100 years old. Therefore, there was only one quota for each mansions. It was unknown if the Emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom had intentionally assigned the task of recruiting young powerhouses below the age of 100 to the princes of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. Apart from that, Duan Lingtian had also promised that the strongest powerhouse under the age of 100 would be given a Duke-grade celestial weapon by the Crown Prince. Even in a high-rank celestial kingdom like the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, there were only a handful of Duke-grade celestial weapons. For this reason, the princes of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom had spared no effort to recruit young powerhouses who were younger than 100 years old. Some of them had even promised various benefits to recruit young powerhouses. I heard that the Violet Sun Golden Celestial, who's not even 100 years old, was poached by the 7th prince. He's now a subordinate of the 7th prince. He'll be representing the 7th prince in the selection for the Wasteland Grand Contest. As the date of the Wasteland Grand Contest drew near, many rumors began to spread in the capital of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom.
Really?
The Violet Sun Golden Immortal under the age of 100 that Grand Prestige Mansion was looking for was taken away by the 7th prince? It said that the Grand Prestige Mansion spent a lot of effort to nurture that young powerhouse. However, he's now a subordinate of the 7th prince? At this moment, someone who was in the know said, "You don't know this." Instead of saying that the 7th prince has recruited the Violet Sun Golden Celestial from the Grand Prestige Mansion, it's more accurate to say that the Grand Prestige Mansion has sent the Violet Sun Golden Celestial to the 7th prince. What do you mean? Many people were puzzled. Think about it. If the Violet Sun Golden Celestial represents the Grand Prestige Mansion in the Wasteland Grand Contest, what will the Grand Prestige Mansion obtain? And if I were to represent the 7th prince in battle and obtain first place in the selection, what would I be able to obtain for the 7th prince? Although the reward given by the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom is generous, it can't compare to the reward given by the prince. The former reward is an overarching heaven pill that can help one become an overarching heavenly supreme celestial. On the other hand, he'll be able to obtain a Duke-grade celestial weapon. The Duke-grade celestial weapon is secondary. If the 7th prince's subordinates can help him obtain the title of the first prince, it'll be much easier for him to compete for the throne. The crowd could understand why the Grand Prestige Mansion gave the Violet Sun Golden Celestial, who is not even 100 years old, to the 7th prince. If the Grand Prestige Mansion could help the 7th prince become the next emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, the 7th prince would definitely reward the Grand Prestige Mansion handsomely in the future. At that time, the Grand Prestige Mansion would be able to obtain more than just an overarching heaven pill. Meanwhile, the 4th prince of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, Long Xiangyun, who had just received the news, was so angry that he smashed the cup in his hand. Grand Prestige Mansion. 7th brother. Good job. You guys are really good. Long Xiangyun was so angry that his chest heaved up and down like a bellows. It took a long time for him to calm down. Previously, he had tried to poach the Violet Sun Golden Celestial weapon from the Grand Prestige Mansion. However, the Violet Sun Golden Celestial weapon from the Grand Prestige Mansion had rejected him and said he would not leave the mansion. However, in just a blink of an eye, the Violet Sun Golden Celestial weapon from the Grand Prestige Mansion had joined his 7th brother's faction. This made Long Xiangyun extremely frustrated. Meanwhile, in the 13th prince's residence, the 4th prince's residence received the news as well. 7th brother is really cunning. Even the Violet Sun Golden Celestial weapon from the Grand Prestige Mansion is his subordinate. It seems like he's determined to obtain the Duke-grade celestial weapon. The 13th prince, Long Fei Yun, sat in front of the stone table in the pavilion. He gently tapped the stone table with his hand and muttered to himself. Qiu Ling, who was standing behind Long Fei Yun, said indifferently when he heard Long Fei Yun's words. However, I'm afraid the 7th prince would never expect you to have a trump card that can suppress the Violet Sun Golden Celestial weapon. I wonder if the Emperor will bestow the Duke-grade celestial weapon upon you when you win the selection, the 13th prince? After all, up until now, none of the princes have a Duke-grade celestial weapon. If you obtain the Duke-grade celestial weapon, you'll be the first prince in the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom to obtain a Duke-grade celestial weapon. Long Fei Yun nodded. If it was a private agreement, Imperial Father might have changed his mind. However, this time, the people from the various imperial residences are present. Furthermore, the various great clans in the capital will be entering the palace to observe the selection. No matter how unwilling Imperial Father is, he cannot swallow his pride and go back on his word. Long Fei Yun's eyes glinted confidently. Based on his words, it was as though he had already obtained the Duke-grade celestial weapon. At some point, Long Fei Yun's gaze shifted in the direction of his residence. Brother Duan is a bona fide great overarching golden celestial. He became a great overarching golden celestial a year ago. Now that he has consumed a large number of great overarching pills, his strength must have improved. Previously, Duan Lingtian had asked him for a large number of great overarching pills. Even the mansions of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom had a large number of great overarching pills, let alone the imperial family. Although Long Fei Yun was not favored by the Emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, he could easily obtain a large number of great overarching pills from the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom storehouse. Even if Duan Lingtian wanted to break through and become a heaven-rank great overarching golden celestial, Long Fei Yun would be able to provide Duan Lingtian with enough great overarching pills. At the same time, in the direction of Long Fei Yun's gaze, in a room in the courtyard of a guest house, the liquid heaven and earth spirit chi filled the entire room, as if it could burst open at any time. A man and a woman were sitting on a bed with their backs facing each other. The liquid heaven and earth spirit energy was constantly flowing out from the pendant around the woman's neck. To be more precise, it was flowing out from the crystal on the pendant. The man and woman were none other than Duan Lingtian and Huan Er. Currently, there was only a month left until the selection held by the imperial family of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. 2 months ago, Duan Lingtian had successfully broken through to the Violet Sun Golden Celestial stage. After he had broken through, he immediately left his room and asked Long Fei Yun for a large number of great overarching pills so that he could break through and become a great overarching golden celestial. In fact, he only needed one great overarching pill to break through and become a great overarching golden celestial. Moreover, at his current cultivation base, no matter how many great overarching pills he consumed, the effect would still be the same as consuming one great overarching pill. This was because it would take a certain amount of time to absorb the effect of the great overarching pill. However, he still took a lot of great overarching pills since he did not want to reveal his true cultivation base. I wonder what kind of soul attack the defective metal piece can withstand. If I reveal my true cultivation base, I'm afraid even Tom, Dick, and Harry would dare to attack me. The reason Duan Lingtian did not want to reveal his true cultivation base was because he had considered this point. The defective metal piece was none other than the metal piece that Duan Lingtian had brought from the mundane realm. However, Duan Lingtian was unaware that the gray flame he controlled was the Chaos Divine Flame. He was unaware that the defective metal piece was called the Profound Divine Metal by the Chaos Divine Flame and was one of the 5 divine elements. The great overarching pill is indeed worthy of being called the pass for a Violet Sun Golden Celestial to become a great overarching Golden Celestial. I only need one pill, and I feel like I haven't spent much time cultivating, but I'm already very close to becoming a great overarching Golden Celestial. I feel like I'll be able to break through and become a great overarching Golden Celestial in half a month at most. Duan Lingtian was in a good mood when he sensed that he was close to becoming a great overarching Golden Celestial. In the 7th Prince's temporary imperial residence, 2 young men sat opposite each other in front of a stone table in a pavilion at the side of the spacious front yard. One of them was Long Qingyun, the 7th Prince of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. As for the other person, he wore a black robe and had a cold expression on his face. It was as if the sky had a coffin face. Ji Guang, we'll be counting on you in the selection in a month's time. Long Qingyun smiled at the cold-faced young man. The cold-faced young man was none other than the Violet Sun Golden Celestial who was less than 100 years old that Long Qingyun, the 7th Prince of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, had poached from the Grand Prestige Mansion. The truth was the same as what most people said. Feng Wu Ji Guang, a Violet Sun Golden Celestial who was not even 100 years old, was sent to Long Qingyun by the Grand Prestige Mansion. As long as there's no great overarching Golden Celestial who's less than 100 years old, you'll definitely be the first prince in the selection in a month's time. When Feng Wu Ji Guang spoke, his face was still cold, and his coffin face didn't change. A great overarching Golden Celestial who's less than 100 years old? Long Qingyun smiled faintly when he heard Feng Wu Ji Guang's words. There's no such person in the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. If there was a great overarching Golden Celestial who was less than 100 years old in the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, it was impossible for Long Qingyun, the 7th Prince of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, to not know about it. In just a blink of an eye, half a month had passed. A great overarching Golden Celestial. I've finally broken through. 2 figures walked out of a room in the courtyard of the 13th Prince's imperial residence. Chapter 2748.
The two people who came out of the room were none other than Duan Lingtian and Huan Er. The imperial family of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom will select the young powerhouses to participate in the grand contest of the wasteland in 10 days. It's a good thing that I've become a great overarching golden celestial now. Duan Lingtian had a bright smile on his face. With his strength, even if he had not become a great overarching golden celestial, no one would be a match for him in the selection of the imperial family of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. Even the Violet Sun Golden Celestial, who was not even 100 years old in the Grand Prestige Mansion, would not be a match for him if he was not a great overarching golden celestial. Apart from the great overarching pill, Huan Er's divine crystal and the earth-grade cultivation method, the heavenly vast firmament technique, that the 13th prince gave me. Ever since Duan Lingtian mastered the earth-grade cultivation method, the heavenly vast firmament technique, he could feel the difference between the earth-grade cultivation method and the yellow-grade cultivation method. It was like an insurmountable chasm. The difference was like heaven and earth. The difference was like heaven and earth. Huan Er, with your innate talent, the help of the divine crystal, and the medicinal efficacy of the pill in your body, you still haven't broken through? Duan Lingtian asked as he looked at Huan Er. Huan Er's innate talent was not inferior to his. Moreover, with the help of the divine crystal and the medicinal efficacy of the pill her mother had given her, her cultivation speed should not be slow. However, Huan Er was an overarching heavenly supreme celestial after all. She was not a great overarching golden celestial. Brother Lingtian, I had a breakthrough earlier than you. I had a breakthrough 3 months ago, Huan Er said with a smile. Huan Er smiled. Duan Lingtian fell into a daze when he saw her smile. Her beautiful face was like 100 flowers blooming at the same time. You had a breakthrough 3 months ago? Does this mean you're an earth-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial now? Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he regained his senses. Yes. Huan Er nodded. That's true. You're already a profound rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial when you haven't cultivated for many years. Now that a year has passed, it's not surprising that you've made a breakthrough again. Duan Lingtian calmed down when he thought about Huan Er's age. He felt this was only natural. Brother Lingtian, there's only 10 days left until the selection of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. Are you going to continue cultivating in the next 10 days? Huan Er blinked her beautiful eyes as she asked Duan Lingtian in a soft voice. Why, Huan Er? Do you want to take a walk? Duan Lingtian's of the overarching of courses of Heavenly Supreme Overarching Huan's Overarching Heavenly Supreme Huan's Overarching Overarchings. Ling Huan Er's eyes lit up immediately when she heard Duan Lingtian's words. Duan Lingtian did not inform Long Fei Yun, the 13th prince, about their departure since he knew Long Fei Yun would definitely follow them out. Although Duan Lingtian did not inform Long Fei Yun, Qiu Ling, the heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial who was by Long Fei Yun's side, noticed them as they were leaving. Qiu Ling did not hesitate to inform Long Fei Yun about it. Since Brother Duan didn't look for me, it means he doesn't want me to go with him. Qiu Ling, follow them and protect them. Don't let anything happen to them. Long Fei Yun looked at Qiu Ling solemnly. Whether it was for the sake of being the first prince in the selection or for the sake of his future after Duan Lingtian joined the Martial Dragon Celestial sect, Long Fei Yun would not allow anything to happen to Duan Lingtian. He wanted Duan Lingtian to enter the Martial Dragon Celestial sect and participate in the Wasteland Grand Contest. Yes. Qiu Ling nodded and left to follow Duan Lingtian and Huan Er. Brother Lingtian, Qiu Ling is following us, Huan Er said. As soon as Qiu Ling caught up to them, Huan Er immediately informed Duan Lingtian about it. Huan Er, it seems like your senses have improved since you've become an earth-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial. You were able to detect Qiu Ling's presence so quickly. Duan Lingtian smiled. Although Duan Lingtian could not detect Qiu Ling's presence, he could guess that Qiu Ling was following them. After all, Qiu Ling was a heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial, and he would be able to sense their presence. If Qiu Ling knew they had left, he would definitely inform the 13th prince. At that time, the 13th prince would definitely send Qiu Ling to protect them. Duan Lingtian had already guessed this would happen. Therefore, he was not surprised when Huan Er said Qiu Ling was following them. Brother Lingtian, should we ask him to leave? Huan Er asked.
Although she did not know much about the relationship between a man and a woman, she wanted to be alone with Duanling Tian. She did not want a third person to ruin this opportunity for her.
There's no need for that.
Duanling Tian was unaware of Huan Er's thoughts. He shook his head and said, "If he wants to follow us, let him follow us. We'll just pretend we didn't notice him." "All right." Huan Er nodded. As Duanling Tian walked on the streets of the capital of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, he overheard many gossips.
Among them, there was the rumor that the 7th Prince of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom had poached the Violet Sun Golden Celestial from the Grand Prestige Mansion and recruited him.
Isn't the Violet Sun Golden Celestial from the Grand Prestige Mansion a close relative of the Grand Prestige Mansion? Moreover, it seems like he was nurtured by the Grand Prestige Mansion. He has deep feelings for the Grand Prestige Mansion. Moreover, it's said that he's a grateful person. Why would he betray the Grand Prestige Mansion?
It was precisely because Duanling Tian had heard about this before that he was slightly surprised when he heard the rumors that rang in his ears. However, as the rumors continued to spread, he finally found out what the truth was.
As it turns out, the Grand Prestige Mansion intentionally handed that person over to the 7th Prince. As long as he represents the 7th Prince in the selection in 10 days, he'll be able to obtain a Duke-grade celestial weapon for the 7th Prince. Moreover, if the 7th Prince wins the selection, it'll greatly benefit his chances of becoming the 7th Prince.
Duanling Tian's doubts were dispelled when he heard this.
If that was the case, everything made sense. Since my cultivation base has already broken through to the great overarching golden celestial stage, I think the remaining celestial fire hidden in the defective metal piece should have left by now, right? Duanling Tian suddenly thought of the celestial fire in his body while he was shopping with Huan Er.
Naturally, he was referring to the gray flame in his body, the chaos divine fire, that he had mistaken for a celestial fire.
As expected, the celestial fire has left the defective metal piece. Duanling Tian looked into his body and discovered that the gray flame had indeed left the defective metal piece.
Just as he had expected, the gray flame would leave the defective metal piece after he had broken through to the great overarching golden celestial stage.
Now, I can control all the celestial fires in my body. The celestial fire should be a mediocre celestial fire now, right? Duanling Tian thought to himself. With this thought in mind, Duanling Tian raised his hand, and a gray flame flickered on his fingertip. Although it only flashed for a moment, Duanling Tian was certain it was a mediocre celestial fire. His celestial fire was most likely a mediocre celestial fire.
If he wanted to be 100% sure it was a mediocre celestial fire, he would have to refine mediocre celestial pills to verify it.
Only a celestial fire that could refine mediocre celestial pills could be considered a mediocre celestial fire. However, now was not a good time to refine pills. For this reason, Duanling Tian quickly regained his senses and continued to accompany Huan Er. Although he was eager to refine pills, he suppressed his urge to do so. After all, he was not in a hurry. Moreover, it was rare for Huan Er to be in such a good mood. He did not want to interrupt her. Time continued to pass, and it did not take long for Duanling Tian to finish shopping with Huan Er.
After finishing their dinner in a restaurant, they walked out of the restaurant and prepared to return to the 13th Prince's temporary residence in the Imperial Palace.
The moment Duanling Tian stepped out of the restaurant's entrance, he felt goosebumps all over his body without any warning. In the next moment, he discovered that the gray flame in his body had actually become restless without him controlling it, as if it had sensed something. When Duanling Tian instinctively tried to control the gray flame in his body, the chaos divine flame, which he regarded as a mediocre-grade celestial fire, the chaos divine flame sent him a message, prompting him to look at the other end of the street. There was an old man in a black robe standing there. The old man's body was thin, and his face was emaciated. However, his eyes were filled with vigor. The black robe he wore was not an ordinary robe, because there were balls of flames embroidered on the black robe. Those flames formed the word Qian on the black robe. It was none other than the Celestial Master's robe that was given to mediocre celestial alchemists and celestial weapons craftsmen by the Alliance of Celestial Masters in the Devata realms.
This was enough to show that the old man was either a mediocre celestial alchemist or a mediocre celestial craftsman.
Profound divine metal. It's also a second form primal chaos divine flame. You want me to devour it and make it a part of me? At that time, I'll enter the third form, and I'll be able to help you devour second form profound divine metals. Duan Lingtian's body suddenly emitted such a voice, scaring Duan Lingtian out of his wits. He could vaguely identify the source of the voice.
It was none other than the grey flame in his body that he thought was a mediocre celestial fire.
Chapter 2749. In fact, if I enter the third form, I might even be able to help you devour and assimilate a third form profound divine metal. Duan Lingtian's voice resonated again from the grey flame. His voice was filled with temptation. However, Duan Lingtian knew the voice was not here. He knew the voice was not trying to seduce him. After all, he did not understand what the voice was saying at all. This was the first time he had heard of the profound divine metal and the primal chaos divine flame. I'll help you. While Duan Lingtian was still in a daze, he noticed another voice resonating in his body. Moreover, this voice did not come from the wisp of grey flame in his body. Instead, it came from the defective metal piece at the side of his soul. What are they? Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat when he discovered the grey flame and the defective metal piece were talking to each other.
Never in his wildest dreams would he have thought that. He did not expect the grey flame and the defective metal piece in his body could speak.
Brother Lingtian, be careful. At this moment, Huan Er's anxious voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. When Duan Lingtian regained his senses, he discovered Huan Er had appeared in front of him and shielded him. Whoosh! At this moment, Duan Lingtian saw the old man in the sky. The old man in the celestial master's robe with the word Qian was charging toward Duan Lingtian at an extremely fast speed. His eyes were filled with killing intent as though he wanted to kill Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian was certain he had never seen this old man before this. However, the old man looked as though he had killed Duan Lingtian's father and wife. An overarching heavenly supreme celestial.
Duan Lingtian could tell the old man was not a weak overarching heavenly supreme celestial.
You want to kill Brother Lingtian? I'll send you on your way first. A murderous glint flashed across Huan Er's beautiful eyes as she faced the black-robed old man. As soon as she finished speaking, a chilling aura surged out of her body. It was so cold that it seemed to freeze the air around her. Whoosh! Cold air filled the air as waves of icy aura spread out, causing the group of people on the street in front of the restaurant to feel as if winter had arrived. In the next moment, under everyone's watchful eyes, the black-robed old man was enveloped by Huan Er's cold energy. At first, the black-robed old man was barely able to resist. But after a while... No! Accompanied by an unwilling scream, the black-robed old man's entire body was invaded by the cold qi, and he was frozen into an ice sculpture, completely devoid of life. Bang! A loud bang rang out as the sound of something shattering began to spread throughout the void. Huan Er raised her hand and shot out a palm strike at the frozen old man, shattering him into millions of ice shards that fell to the ground. The sound of ice shards hitting the ground could be heard clearly. As soon as Huan Er shattered the frozen black-robed old man, swoosh! In the sky, a gray streak of light tore through the sky like a bolt of lightning as it shot towards Duan Lingtian at an extremely exaggerated speed. Brother Lingtian. As soon as she regained her senses, the streak of gray light shot into Duan Lingtian's body like a gangrene. The gray streak of light was so fast that even Huan Er only saw a flash of gray light. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew past. Qiu Ling, who had been following Duan Lingtian and Huan Er, appeared at this moment. He looked at Duan Lingtian worriedly as the gray streak of light entered Duan Lingtian's body. The gray streak of light was so fast that even Qiu Ling could not see it clearly. Not to mention he was far away earlier. Even if he followed closely behind Duan Lingtian, he would not be able to block the gray light for Duan Lingtian. Useless thing. Fortunately, I attained the second form 1,000 years ago. The chaos divine flame in this brat's body has only attained the second form less than 100 years ago. Otherwise, I would have died because of you. As soon as the gray streak of light entered Duan Lingtian's body, a voice rang from inside Duan Lingtian's body. Moreover, this voice came from the gray streak of light, unlike the voices from the gray streak of light and the incomplete metal piece. Brother Lingtian, are you all right? Huan asked worriedly as she looked at Duan Lingtian.
After all, she had seen the gray streak of light enter Duan Lingtian's body with her own eyes.
Qiu Ling looked at Duan Lingtian solemnly, worried that Duan Lingtian would suddenly collapse.
If something happened to Duan Lingtian, it would be difficult for him to explain himself to the 13th prince.
I'm fine. I'm fine. Upon hearing Huan Er's words, Duan Lingtian regained his senses.
He shook his head, not feeling any discomfort at all. However, his attention was quickly attracted by the voice that rang from inside his body. If it was only me who had attained the second form less than 100 years ago, even if you lost your host body, you would indeed not be a match for you who had attained the second form for more than 1,000 years. However, do you think that I, the host, am the only chaos divine flame that has attained the second form less than 100 years ago?
The voice came from the gray streak of light in Duan Lingtian's body. It's a celestial fire as well? At the same time, Duan Lingtian discovered that the gray streak of light in his body was also a gray streak of light.
The gray light that had entered his body was actually a wisp of gray flame, and the aura it exuded was very similar to the original wisp of gray flame in his body, except that the aura was deeper and more powerful.
Humph. Stop trying to be mysterious.
The gray streak of light that had just entered Duan Lingtian's body scoffed coldly as it spoke to the gray streak of light in Duan Lingtian's body.
You'll find out soon enough whether I'm trying to be mysterious or not.
The gray streak of light in Duan Lingtian's body, the chaos divine flame, that had attained the second form less than 100 years ago, said to the gray streak of light that had attained the second form more than 1,000 years ago.
I'll devour and assimilate you now. I'll destroy your consciousness.
As soon as the chaos divine flame that had attained the second form more than 1,000 years ago finished speaking, it charged toward the gray streak of light in Duan Lingtian's body at an extremely fast speed. It was as though it had transformed into a gigantic beast as it charged toward the gray streak of light.
Profound divine metal. Help me.
At this moment, the wisp of gray flame in Duan Lingtian's body cried out in a timely manner.
Profound divine metal.
The chaos divine flame that had attained the second form for more than 1,000 years slowed down when it heard the cry of the gray streak of light that had attained the second form less than 100 years ago.
Swoosh.
At this moment, under Duan Lingtian's inner vision, the defective metal piece that was hidden in his soul suddenly transformed into a ray of golden light that shot toward the chaos divine flame that had been in its second form for more than 1,000 years.
Whoosh.
At the same time, he discovered the gray streak of light that was originally hidden in his body suddenly surged toward the gray streak of light that had just entered his body.
Damn it! How can there be a second form profound divine metal here?
The primal chaos divine flame, which had been in its second form for over 1,000 years, was slowly becoming more confident. However, when it spoke again, there was a hint of fear in its voice. Among the 5 divine elements, the chaos divine flame was the bane of the profound divine metal due to the fact that fire countered metal. Under normal circumstances, it would be easy for the chaos divine flame that had attained the second form for more than 1,000 years to defeat the profound divine metal that had attained the second form less than 100 years ago.
However, there was a problem.
Currently, there was another chaos divine flame that had attained the second form eyeing the chaos divine flame covetously. Even if the chaos divine flame had attained the second form for more than 10,000 years, it was still no match for the chaos divine flame. Unless it was a third form chaos divine flame. Profound divine metal, if you help me devour and assimilate it, I'll definitely help you attain the third form in the future. The wisp of chaos divine flame, which had been in its second form for more than 1,000 years, hurriedly sent an invitation to the profound divine metal. It wanted the profound divine metal to help it destroy the wisp of chaos divine flame that had been in its second form for less than 100 years. However, the profound divine metal did not reply to the chaos divine flame.
No.
The chaos divine flame that had attained the second form for more than 1,000 years was powerless against the profound divine metal and the chaos divine flame. It did not last long before it was devoured and assimilated by the profound divine metal. This caused the gray flame in Duan Lingtian's body to grow even stronger. Duan Lingtian's expression changed drastically when a wave of heat spread throughout his body due to the sudden increase in the gray flame. It was as though there was a wave of scorching energy pulling his body with all its might and was about to burst his body.
Circulate your cultivation technique.
The profound divine metal's voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. After a moment of shock, Duan Lingtian hurriedly activated the Earth-grade cultivation method, the heavenly vast firmament technique,
that the 13th prince had given to him. He circulated his celestial origin energy through his 99 heavenly veins. Whoosh! At the same time, Duan Lingtian, who had been observing his body, saw that the chaos divine metal had shattered. The mysterious light around the broken piece of metal shone brightly, and a golden current flowed out of it. It merged with his celestial core power and circulated along his 99 heavenly veins. Relax your body. I'll help you temper your body until it's comparable to an overarching heavenly supreme celestial so you can withstand the third form of the chaos divine flame. Fortunately, you have 99 heavenly veins and 99 saint veins that have been tempered in the celestial ascension pool. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to withstand my tempering. Chapter 2750. Huan protect me with Qiu Ling, don't let anyone disturb me. Upon hearing the profound divine metal's solemn voice, Duan Lingtian immediately sent a voice transmission to Huan and Qiu Ling to protect him. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's anxious voice, both Huan and Qiu Ling did not dare to be negligent. With just a wave of her hand, a gust of cold wind blew at Duan Lingtian. In just a blink of an eye, 4 walls made of ice appeared around Duan Lingtian, shielding him from the outside world. Although the ice wall was extremely cold, under Huan Er's control, it did not allow any of it to get close to Duan Lingtian. Therefore, Duan Lingtian was able to focus on what he was doing inside the ice wall without being affected by the cold. Why you killed the old prince of Golden Light Mansion. At this moment, the middle-aged servant who was standing next to the black-robed old man finally regained his senses. He looked at Huan Er in disbelief as he spoke in a trembling voice. The old prince of Golden Light Mansion? As the middle-aged servant spoke, the surrounding passers-by who were originally deathly silent also came back to their senses one after another, revealing shocked expressions on their faces. That black-clad old man is the old prince of Golden Light Mansion? I heard the old prince of Golden Light Mansion is not only a yellow-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial, but he's also an outstanding mediocre celestial alchemist and celestial weapon craftsman. I've also heard about the old prince of Golden Light Mansion. It's said that his mediocre celestial fire is very unique. It's both tough and soft. It can be used to refine pills and forge weapons. It's a rare celestial fire. The old prince of Golden Light Mansion has quite a temper. If he finds out his father was killed on the street, I'm afraid he won't let this matter rest. This white-clad woman must have an extraordinary background. After all, she's very strong. Since she could kill the old prince of Golden Light Mansion so easily, it means she's much stronger than the old prince of Golden Light Mansion. When the passers-by found out that the black-clothed old man who had just been killed was actually the old prince of Golden Light Mansion, they could not help but discuss spiritedly. Most of them felt that given the temper of the old prince of Golden Light Mansion, today's matter would not be settled peacefully. The old prince of Golden Light Mansion? After learning the identity of the black-robed old man, Qiu Ling couldn't help but frown. As far as he knew, the Golden Light Mansion seemed to be very close to the 4th prince, one of the 13th prince's sworn enemies. Anyone who wants to kill Brother Ling Tian deserves to die. Upon hearing the middle-aged servant's words, Huan Er glanced at him coldly through the veil that covered half of her eyes. Now, you better pray that my brother Ling Tian is fine. If anything happens to my brother Ling Tian, I'll annihilate the entire Golden Light Mansion. Annihilate the entire Golden Light Mansion. As soon as the words left her mouth, the surroundings fell silent again. Huan Er's cold voice entered the ears of the people in the surroundings, causing them to feel as though they had fallen into an ice cellar. This young miss. Qiu Ling smiled bitterly when he heard Huan Er's words. However, he knew this young miss was someone who would do what she said. He was able to discern how much she cared about Duan Ling Tian. It was a care that completely surpassed everything else, including her own life. No matter who it is, if I can have such a confidant in my life, I'll have no regrets even if I die. Qiu Ling sighed inwardly. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian was unaware of the situation outside. Currently, his face was distorted, and the flesh and bones all over his body were trembling non-stop. He only felt as if his entire body was being bitten by millions of ants. That kind of extreme pain, to the point where he wished he was dead, caused him to be on the verge of collapse several times. Fortunately, He gritted his teeth and endured it step by step. During this process, Duan Lingtian could clearly feel the changes in his bones and flesh. The changes were similar to the changes he had experienced when he had just become a great overarching golden celestial. However, there were more changes. He could feel his flesh and bones had become much stronger. It was not something an ordinary great overarching golden celestial could compare to. Time continued to pass by. The profound divine metal continued to temper Duan Lingtian's body as though it was tireless. Duan Lingtian, who had just become a great overarching golden celestial, had a body as strong as an overarching heavenly supreme celestial. A great overarching golden celestial was much stronger than a golden celestial due to the qualitative change in his celestial origin energy and the strength of his body. This was also the reason why an overarching heavenly supreme celestial was much stronger than a great overarching golden celestial. Father! Accompanied by a mournful and vigorous cry of grief, a curly-bearded man wearing a crimson coat rushed over in a hurry. The curly-bearded man was tall and burly like an iron tower. His brows and eyes were as sharp as a tiger's. Coupled with the majestic aura he exuded, he looked majestic and awe-inspiring. However, at this moment, this majestic curly-bearded man's eyes were burning with fury as he looked at the shattered corpses that were mixed with ice shards all over the ground. His curly-bearded face also began to twitch violently. He was extremely furious. Who did this? The curly-bearded man was none other than the master of the Golden Light Mansion, the Golden Light King, Golden Tiger. As soon as he spoke, Golden Tiger had already arrived in front of the middle-aged servant who was standing next to the old prince of the Golden Light Mansion. He grabbed the servant's collar and lifted him up. The entire process was as smooth as flowing water. It was as easy as an eagle catching a chick. Your Highness! It's her! It's her! The middle-aged servant was so frightened that his face turned pale. He pointed at Huaner, who was standing in front of the ice wall, and spoke in a trembling voice. Why did you kill my father? Jianghu asked coldly as he tossed the middle-aged servant to the side. His expression was dark as he looked at Huaner. His strength was not much stronger than his father's. Since Huaner could kill his father, it was only natural that she could kill him as well. For this reason, he did not make a move immediately. He knew he was no match for Huaner. However, Huaner ignored the Golden Tiger's question. This caused the Golden Tiger's expression to darken even more. Golden Light King. At this moment, Qiu Ling looked at Golden Tiger and said indifferently, Everyone here can testify that your father was the one who made the first move. We were only trying to protect ourselves. Miss Huan killed your father. Your father only has himself to blame. Who are you? In fact, before the Golden Tiger had come here, he had already learned the whole story through the celestial message talisman that the middle-aged servant had sent him. However, how could he, the Golden Light King, the master of Golden Light Mansion, let his father be killed so easily? My name is Qiu Ling, and I'm on the 13th Prince's side. Qiu Ling continued to speak indifferently. The 13th Prince. Qiu Ling's words caused an uproar in the surroundings. So they're on the 13th Prince's side. Many people exclaimed in surprise. It seems like the old Prince of Golden Light Mansion has kicked an iron plate this time. He failed to kill the 13th Prince's men and was killed instead. He only has himself to blame. I'm afraid the Golden Light King will have to swallow this bitter pill. I wonder why the old Prince of Golden Light Mansion would kill the 13th Prince's men. Is there a grudge between them? Even if there's a grudge between them, the 13th Prince's men shouldn't have acted so rashly, right? The onlookers discussed among themselves, puzzled by the black-clad old man's actions. They did not know why he had acted so rashly. The 13th Prince? As expected, Golden Tiger's expression darkened when he heard Qiu Ling's words. His eyes flashed as he took out a communication celestial talisman. No one knew who he was sending a message to. The Golden Light King is still looking for someone at this time? Who can he look for? He's on the 13th Prince's side after all. In the capital of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, apart from the Emperor and the senior members of the Imperial family, the only people who would dare to go against the 13th Prince are the 4th Prince, the 7th Prince, and the 4th Miss of the Zhou clan. I wonder who he's looking for. I heard the Golden Light King is close to the 4th Prince. In my opinion, he's trying to get the 4th Prince to come here. He's trying to get the 4th Prince to come here? It seems like there's going to be a good show today.
It was not difficult to guess the Golden Light King was trying to contact the fourth prince of the imperial family of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom.
The fourth prince? Qiu Ling raised an eyebrow.
However, he was not flustered at all. He did not even try to contact the 13th prince.
Why aren't they using communication celestial talismans? Aren't they going to contact the 13th prince?
Many people were puzzled when they realized Qiu Ling and Huan had no intention of using communication celestial talismans. Did they think the three of them were strong enough to go against the fourth prince?
Your Highness, the fourth prince.
Soon after, Long Xiangyun, the fourth prince of the imperial family of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, arrived. He only brought an old man with him. The Golden Tiger King, the Golden Light King, immediately went up to greet him respectfully.
Golden Light King, you said the old king was killed by my 13th brother's men?
Long Xiangyun's expression was unsightly when he arrived. Although the Golden Light Mansion's strength was limited, it was still useful to him in his quest for the throne. For this reason, he had always maintained a good relationship with the Golden Light Mansion. Almost everyone in the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom knew about his relationship with the Golden Light Mansion. When Long Xiangyun heard the old king was killed by the 13th prince's men, he felt a burning sensation on his face. It was as though he had been slapped in the face. A man lives by his face, and a tree lives by its bark. As the fourth prince of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, his reputation was more important than anything else.
Chapter 2751.
Yes. The Golden Light King, Golden Tiger, nodded immediately when he heard Long Xiangyun's question. Then he glared at Huaner and said, "That's her." Long Xiangyun furiously followed Golden Tiger's gaze when he heard Golden Tiger's words. However, as soon as he saw Huaner, his expression changed drastically. It's her. Whether it was Long Xiangyun or the old man behind him, their expressions changed as soon as they saw Huaner's face. Although they could not see Huaner's face due to her veil and hat, they had not seen her clearly. In fact, they had never seen Huaner before. However, they had heard of Huaner's disguise more than once. Therefore, they were able to confirm her identity as soon as they saw her. His Highness the Fourth Prince? Golden Tiger naturally noticed the change in Long Xiangyun and the old man's expressions when they saw Huaner. An ominous feeling rose in his heart. In the next moment, Long Xiangyun's actions confirmed the ominous premonition in Golden Tiger's heart. "Greetings, Miss Huaner." Long Xiangyun cupped his hands together and greeted Huaner politely. Then, he signaled Golden Tiger with his eyes before he left with the old man behind him. They left as quickly as they came. "Take care of my father's body. If there's anything missing, I'll hold you responsible." Jianghu coldly glanced at the middle-aged servant beside the Jin Wangfu's old master. After he finished speaking, he left with Long Xiangyun. The middle-aged servant hurriedly cleaned up the ice on the ground. Gasp, 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 gasp. A few moments later, the onlookers finally regained their senses. Many of them gasped in shock as they looked at Huaner in a completely different light. Who's she? Even His Highness the Fourth Prince seems to be wary of her. He even took the initiative to bow to her. Even if the 13th prince is here, the fourth prince won't show him any respect. Who's that white-clad woman? Why would she be with the 13th prince's men? Everyone was curious as to why she was with the 13th prince's men. They were curious as to why she was with the 13th prince. Now, no one thought that she was a subordinate of the 13th prince. What a joke! How could someone who could make the fourth prince treat him so respectfully be a subordinate of the 13th prince? She ignored the curious gazes of the people around her. The gaze that shot out from her pair of perfect autumn eyes penetrated the ice wall and landed on Duan Ling Tian, who was inside the ice wall. She could see that Duan Ling Tian's face was distorted, she could see that Duan Ling Tian's body was violently trembling, and she could see that Duan Ling Tian's tightly clenched teeth were clenched and blood was dripping from the corner of his mouth. Why do I feel pain here? Why do I feel this way? A worried expression appeared on Huaner's face when she saw Duan Ling Tian's condition. She placed one of her hands on her chest, where her heart was.
She did not know why, but she felt a pang in her heart. She felt as though something was pressing against her heart. She had never felt this way in the past. This was the first time in her life. Although she was worried about Duan Lingtian and wished she could suffer for Duan Lingtian's sake, she knew Duan Lingtian was not in her right mind. She knew her brother Lingtian could not be disturbed at this moment. For this reason, she could only watch in silence. Meanwhile, Qiu Ling stood like an iron tower. His expression was cold as he looked at his surroundings. He looked like a guardian angel as he guarded Duan Lingtian, who was surrounded by 4 ice walls. It was as though he would kill anyone who dared to come close to Duan Lingtian. "I remember now," a middle-aged man who had been deep in thought suddenly exclaimed. He looked at Huaner and said, She's the woman who killed the Zhou clan's elder who was with the 4th miss of the Zhou clan, Zhou Shudong, on the streets of the capital a year ago. The 3rd miss of the Zhou clan. The Zhou clan's elder. As soon as the middle-aged man spoke, more and more people recalled the incident that had caused a commotion in the capital a year ago. A year ago, Zhou Shudong, the 4th miss of the Zhou clan, had asked a handsome man to be her toy on the streets. However, she was rejected. In the end, not only was Zhou Shudong injured by the handsome man, but the Zhou clan's elder who was with her was also killed by a woman who was with the handsome man. Behind them, everyone felt that the man and woman were most likely going to be in big trouble. However, a few months ago, Zhou Shuqiu, the 3rd miss of the Zhou clan, returned to the capital and took the initiative to ask her younger sister, Zhou Shudong, the 4th miss of the Zhou clan, to apologize to the handsome man on the streets. From then on, the people in the capital could vaguely guess what was going on. That handsome man and the woman beside him should have some kind of extraordinary background. They were not simple at all. Otherwise, with Zhou Shuqiu's powerful background, how could she possibly be so courteous to them? No wonder I thought the purple-clad young man looked familiar. Isn't he the handsome man whom the 4th miss of the Zhou clan, Zhou Shudong, fell in love with? An old man exclaimed. No wonder the 4th prince was so polite to the white-clad woman. It seems like he recognized her. Moreover, it's obvious that she has a powerful background. Otherwise, the 4th prince wouldn't have taken the initiative to greet her. I've long heard that the 2 of them are friends with the 13th prince and that they usually stay in the 13th prince's residence. It seems like the rumors are true. Of course it's true. Otherwise, why would the 13th prince's subordinates follow them? Many of the people present on the scene could not help but sigh when they found out Duan Lingtian and Huaner were the 2 people who had made a name for themselves in the capital a year ago. At the same time, they speculated that Duan Lingtian and Huaner had an extraordinary background. After all, even the 3rd miss of the Zhou clan, Zhou Shuqiu, was polite to them. Meanwhile, a powerful sect outside the wasteland? A great overarching golden celestial who's less than 100 years old? Moreover, the woman next to him is an overarching heavenly supreme celestial who's not even 100 years old? Along the way, the Golden Light King, the Golden Tiger, learned from Long Xiangyun that Duan Lingtian and Huaner came from a powerful sect outside the wasteland. Moreover, the sect they came from was most likely stronger than the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland. After all, even Zhou Shuqiu, who had the strongest background in the Thousand Spider celestial sect, had to be polite to them. Now, you should know why I was so polite to that woman, right? Long Xiangyun said in a deep voice, Golden King, although that woman killed the old king, I still have to give you a piece of advice. It's best for you to forget about your father's death. After all, it'll be difficult for you to seek revenge. Once you choose to take revenge, if you don't do it cleanly, not only you, but even the entire Golden Light Mansion will be destroyed. Long Xiangyun's tone grew heavier and heavier as he spoke. Thank you for your advice, 4th Prince. Although the Golden Tiger appeared to be a yes man, he had already made up his mind. Even if I have to use up half of the Golden Light Mansion's wealth, I'll hire a celestial dupe to kill that woman and the purple-clad young man. I don't care why my father wants to kill the purple-clad young man, but since he wants to kill the purple-clad young man, I'll fulfill his last wish. In the wasteland, there was a type of assassin known as the Black Market Assassin. The Black Market Assassin was a mysterious person. No one knew who they were. All they knew was that they were very strong and could kill most people in the wasteland. Among the black market assassins, the strongest were celestial dukes. It was said that many of the celestial dukes among the black market assassins were high-ranking officials in the three major celestial sects of the wasteland. The black market assassins wanted to complete missions in the black market in exchange for generous rewards. It was very likely that the sect leaders of the three major celestial sects of the wasteland were black market assassins. Of course, even if they really did become assassins of the black market, they would definitely not easily expose or publicize it, because that was a very taboo matter. They would not even tell their closest friends that they were black market assassins. Black market assassins were public enemies in the wasteland. However, they were still active in the wasteland. As long as one was willing to pay the price, they would help one kill regardless of one's background. For black market assassins, even if they killed someone with an extraordinary background, they did not have to worry about the person's background. After all, they would not reveal their identities even if they were to kill someone. Half of the Golden Light Mansion's wealth is enough to hire a celestial duke to kill an Earth-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial. That woman should be an Earth-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial at most. The Golden Tiger thought to himself. However, I'll have to verify whether she's an Earth-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial. With this thought in mind, the Golden Tiger took the initiative to bid farewell to Long Xiangyun before he left. After leaving, the Golden Tiger returned to the Golden Light Mansion's residence and instructed his capable subordinate to take charge of the selection held by the imperial family of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. Then, he left the capital of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom and made his way to the center of the wasteland. The black market was located in the three cities in the center of the wasteland. The three cities were each controlled by one of the three major celestial sects of the wasteland. If he wanted to issue a mission to kill an overarching heavenly supreme celestial, he would have to personally go to one of the three cities and enter the black market. Chapter 2752. My current body. Duanling Tian muttered to himself. At this moment, Duanling Tian's body had also stopped being tempered by the profound divine metal after it withdrew its attack. At this moment, Duanling Tian finally regained his senses. He could clearly feel the pain in his body gradually disappearing. After the pain subsided, Duanling Tian could feel the explosive strength in his body and the tenacity of his bones. It was not something the great overarching body could compare to when he had just undergone a transformation. So this is the overarching heavenly body of an overarching heavenly supreme celestial? As a yellow-rank great overarching golden celestial who had just become a yellow-rank great overarching golden celestial, his body had transformed into an overarching heavenly body on the same day. Even in the history of the spirit overarching heaven, there might not be such a case. Even if there had been such a case, it would only be a handful. When Duanling Tian opened his eyes, he was momentarily dazzled by the bright light. However, he quickly adjusted to it. Senior. When Duanling Tian regained his senses, he recalled the voice that came from the defective piece of metal known as the profound divine metal. It was the owner of the voice who had helped him temper his body. He had said that only by transforming his body into an overarching heavenly body would he be able to withstand the third form of the chaos divine flame. However, no matter how hard Duanling Tian tried to call out to him, there was no response from the profound divine metal. Duanling Tian looked into his body and discovered that the profound divine metal had returned to his body. Unbeknownst to him, the incomplete piece of metal had returned to the side of his soul, protecting it like a guardian deity. Senior. Following that, Duanling Tian shifted his attention to the gray flame. He remembered the gray flame called itself the Chaos Divine Flame. It was also the Chaos Divine Flame that he had obtained from the black-clad old man. However, the current gray flame was on a completely different level compared to before. Duanling Tian felt as though the gray flame was on a completely different level. However, no matter how hard Duanling Tian tried to call out to the gray flame, there was no response. After taking a deep breath, Duanling Tian closed his eyes once more and tried his best to recall everything that had happened. From the moment he walked out of the restaurant, he recalled everything bit by bit, afraid that he would miss a single detail. At that time, a voice suddenly came from the gray flame in my body. The owner of that voice asked the owner of the voice that came from the incomplete metal piece to help him devour the gray flame in the black-robed old man's body. It was a primal chaos divine flame in its second form. Then the black-clad old man tried to kill me.
After the black-clad old man was killed, the second form chaos divine flame in his body entered my body. Based on his words, it seemed like he was confident that he could devour the second form chaos divine flame in my body. This was the entire sequence of events that Duan Ling Tian knew. This is the third form of the chaos divine flame? At the same time, Duan Lingtian's attention returned to the gray flame in his body, which had changed a lot. He was sure that this gray flame was much stronger than before. Even with his current all-heaven body, he could barely withstand it. No wonder the profound divine metal said it would help me temper my body. Just the third form of the chaos divine flame is enough to destroy my previous body. Duan Lingtian's previous body was only a Daluo body. So the gray flame in my body is called the primal chaos divine flame. The reason why more than half of it was hidden in the incomplete metal piece was because my body was unable to withstand all of the primal chaos divine flame. To be more precise, it is unable to withstand all of the second form chaos divine flames. The incomplete metal piece is the so-called profound divine gold. It's obvious that I'll only be able to withstand the second form chaos divine flame after my cultivation base has broken through to the great overarching golden celestial stage and my body has attained the Daluo body. I'll need a stronger body to withstand the third form chaos divine flame. At the very least, I'll need to possess the all-heaven body. That's why the profound divine metal helped me temper my body, so that my body would attain the all-heaven body earlier. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian finally understood many things. However, what he wanted to do the most was to communicate with the profound divine metal and the chaos divine flame in his body. He wanted to ask them what they were. However, the profound divine metal and the chaos divine flame seemed to be asleep. No matter how hard Duan Ling Tian tried to call them, they did not respond. In the end, Duan Ling Tian had no choice but to give up. No matter what, from the looks of it, all of this is a good thing for me, not a bad thing. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. Of course, that was just what he thought, but as long as he thought about the existence of two sentient beings in his body, he always felt a little uncomfortable. This was mainly due to the fact that he was not familiar with them and did not know what they were. Huan withdraw your celestial origin energy. Duan Ling Tian said to Huan who was standing outside the ice wall after he opened his eyes and looked at the ice wall around him. Upon hearing this, Huan immediately removed the ice walls. She flew up to Duan Ling Tian and sized him up before she asked with concern, "Brother Ling Tian, are you all right?" "I'm fine." Duan Ling Tian shook his head with a smile. At the same time, he noticed the gazes around him. He could not help but frown slightly. After a while, he relaxed and said to Huan, let's go back first." "All right." Huan sighed in relief when she saw that Duan Ling Tian was fine. She naturally held Duan Ling Tian's arm and followed Duan Ling Tian out of the restaurant. Duan Ling Tian was preparing to return to the 13th prince's residence. At this moment, Qiu Ling no longer hid in the dark. Instead, he openly followed Duan Ling Tian and Huan "Young Master Duan, Miss Huan was very worried about you earlier." Qiu Ling told Duan Ling Tian about what had happened while he was tempering his body through voice transmission. He emphasized the words Huan had said to the old prince of Golden Light Mansion's servant. "You'd better pray that my brother Ling Tian is fine. If anything happens to my brother Ling Tian, I'll annihilate the entire Golden Light Mansion." After listening to Qiu Ling's words, Duan Ling Tian looked at Huan who was standing next to him. A faint smile appeared on his face as a doting expression appeared on his face. This little girl. Duan Ling Tian did not expect so many things would happen after Huan killed the black-clad old man. He did not expect the black-clad old man to be the old prince of Golden Light Mansion in the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. He was also the father of the current king of Golden Light Mansion. Moreover, the black-clad old man was also a mediocre celestial alchemist and a mediocre celestial weapon craftsman. The old prince of Golden Light Mansion is a mediocre celestial alchemist and a mediocre celestial weapon craftsman? Duan Ling Tian asked Qiu Ling again. He thought he had misheard Qiu Ling. Yes. Qiu Ling nodded. Rumor has it that the old prince of Golden Light Mansion has a celestial fire. His celestial fire is a gray mediocre celestial fire that combines strength and gentleness. It's different from ordinary celestial fires that are either gentle or fierce. For this reason, His mediocre celestial fire can be used to refine pills and forge weapons.
Qiu Ling explained in one breath. Combines strength and gentleness? Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he heard Qiu Ling's words. He was inexplicably excited. Yes. Even the second form Chaos Divine Flame I've mastered is also a combination of strength and gentleness. Why didn't I think of this?
Perhaps it can be used to forge weapons as well?
If that's the case, the Chaos Divine Flame can be used to refine pills and forge weapons as well.
If the second form Chaos Divine Flame is comparable to a mediocre celestial fire, does this mean the third form Chaos Divine Flame in my body is comparable to a prominent celestial fire?
Duan Lingtian came to a halt when he thought about this. As soon as he stopped, Huaner and Qiu Ling stopped as well. Huan, let's go buy some medicinal ingredients. I want to refine pills. After saying this, Duan Lingtian led Huaner to another place instead of the Imperial Palace. Previously, Duan Lingtian had accompanied Huaner to most of the capital, so he was familiar with the current situation in the capital. He also knew where he could buy the medicinal materials he needed in order to refine pills. When Qiu Ling saw Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingtian taking a detour, he followed suit.
His current mission was to ensure Duan Lingtian's safety so that Duan Lingtian would be able to participate in the Wasteland Grand Contest that was going to be held by the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom's imperial family in 10 days. The Wasteland Grand Contest was extremely important to the 13th Prince.
The weaving overarching pill?
Although Qiu Ling knew Duan Lingtian was a celestial alchemist, he had heard from Duan Lingtian that Duan Lingtian was not a prominent celestial alchemist. However, Duan Lingtian actually wanted to buy the medicinal ingredients needed to refine the prominent celestial pill, the weaving overarching pill.
How could Qiu Ling not be shocked? Could it be that young Master Duan was just being modest? Could it be that he's actually a prominent celestial alchemist? Qiu Ling wondered to himself.
Apart from that, he could not figure out how Duan Lingtian managed to become a prominent celestial alchemist in such a short time under his watch.
Chapter 2753. The weaving overarching pill was a prominent celestial pill. It was commonly used by overarching heavenly supreme celestials to aid in their cultivation. It was similar to the primitive celestial pills, the spirit accumulating pill, and the hidden spirit pill that were commonly consumed by heavenly celestials and golden celestials. However, Duan Lingtian was a great overarching golden celestial, and yet, he consumed mediocre celestial pills when he cultivated. This was because the effect of a primitive celestial pill on his cultivation was negligible. The medicinal efficacy of a prominent celestial pill was too strong for him to bear. For example, he could not bear the medicinal efficacy of the weaving overarching pill. The reason he bought the medicinal ingredients for the weaving overarching pill was because he wanted to try refining a prominent celestial pill. He wanted to confirm if the third form Chaos Divine Flame in his body had reached the level of a prominent celestial fire. Isn't the formula for the weaving overarching pill very common? You don't have it in your shop? Duan Lingtian frowned slightly when he found out the pharmacy did not sell the formula for the weaving overarching pill. How was he supposed to refine the pill without the corresponding formula? Young Master Duan, Qiu Ling said. At this moment, Qiu Ling said, if you need the pill formula for the weaving overarching pill, the 13th Prince can get it for you. Although there aren't many pill formulas for prominent celestial pills in the Imperial Palace's storehouse, there are still some for the weaving overarching pill. Qiu Ling was puzzled when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Was young Master Duan really a prominent celestial alchemist? As a celestial alchemist, he did not even know how to refine the most common prominent celestial pill, the weaving overarching pill? Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded when he heard Qiu Ling's words. Then he said to the pharmacy staff, since you don't have the pill formula for the weaving overarching pill, please prepare the medicinal materials for me. Yes, sir. Although the person in charge of the pharmacy did not know the identity of the person standing in front of him, when Qiu Ling mentioned the 13th Prince, he could tell the person standing in front of him had an unusual relationship with the 13th Prince. Therefore, he did not dare to be negligent. Although the 13th Prince was unlikely to become the next emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, he was still a prince. However, no matter what, he was still a prince. Moreover, he was a prince who was on par with the 4th Prince and the 7th Prince. He had a great deterrent force. Therefore, the people in the pharmacy did not dare to disrespect the 13th prince. With the herbs in hand, Duan Lingtian led Huan back to the palace. Huan, I heard from the 13th prince that the weaving sifting pill's effect will be offset by the pill your mother gave you? On the way back, Duan Lingtian asked Huan. Previously, although he knew about this matter, he did not pay much attention to it. Now that he had become a prominent celestial alchemist, he could not help but be concerned about this. After all, he hoped he would be able to refine pills that were useful to Huan after he became a prominent celestial alchemist. Yes. Although the weaving overarching pill's efficacy is not bad, it's not as potent as the pill mother gave me. The 13th prince said he'll find me an overarching heaven pill if he has the chance. The weaving sifting pill was useless to Huan. However, the overarching heaven pill was not necessarily useless. After all, the overarching heaven pill was the best pill for overarching heavenly supreme celestials. It could help them improve their cultivation base quickly. Similarly, the great overarching pill had little effect on heaven-rank great overarching golden celestials. The overarching heaven pill had little effect on heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestials. It was only effective for overarching heavenly supreme celestials who were below the heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial level. For this reason, the 13th prince had offered to find an overarching heaven pill for her, when he found out the weaving sifting pill was useless to her. Overarching heaven pill. Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow when he heard Huan's words. He thought to himself, I have the pill formula for the overarching heaven pill in my mind. Once I confirm that the third form chaos divine flame in my body is comparable to a prominent celestial fire, I'll try to refine the overarching heaven pill. With the 13th prince's ability, he might not be able to find many ingredients to refine the overarching heaven pill, but it shouldn't be difficult for him to find some. After all, up until now, there's not a single prominent celestial alchemist in the wasteland who's capable of refining the overarching heaven pill. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up as he thought to himself, once I'm able to refine the overarching heaven pill, even the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland will have to treat me with respect. At that time, I won't even need to improve my cultivation base. I'll be able to get the martial dragon celestial sect to do me a favor and allow the 13th prince to ascend to the throne of the soaring dragon celestial kingdom. The more Duan Lingtian thought about it, the more excited he became. However, he quickly calmed down as though a bucket of cold water had been poured over him. It's still too early for me to celebrate. Just like how not every mediocre celestial alchemist can refine the great overarching pill, not every prominent celestial alchemist can refine the overarching heaven pill. The formula for the great overarching pill isn't rare. Any mediocre celestial alchemist can obtain it as long as they're interested. However, there are very few mediocre celestial alchemists who can refine the great overarching pill. Duan Lingtian's excitement faded when he thought about this. Me too. Why am I thinking so much? I'm not even sure if the third form chaos divine flame in my body is comparable to a prominent celestial fire, and yet, I'm still thinking about refining the overarching heaven pill. Duan Lingtian could not help but shake his head when he thought about this. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian and Huan returned to the 13th prince's residence in the imperial palace of the soaring dragon celestial kingdom. Brother Duan, you want the formula for the weaving overarching pill? Long Fei Yun was taken aback when he learned Duan Lingtian wanted the weaving overarching pill's formula. He could not help but ask for confirmation. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. Do you want it for yourself, or do you know a prominent celestial alchemist and want to give it to him? Long Fei Yun asked again. I want it for myself. I want to see if I can refine it. Duan Lingtian replied. But the weaving overarching pill is a prominent celestial pill. If you're not a prominent celestial alchemist, I'm afraid you won't be able to refine it. Long Fei Yun smiled wryly. I remember asking you before. You said you're not a prominent celestial alchemist. I'm just not sure if I'm a prominent celestial alchemist or not. Duan Lingtian explained. Previously, I found a celestial fire that's suspected to be a prominent celestial fire. However, I didn't try to refine prominent celestial pills because my alchemy skills weren't high enough. Recently, I've made a breakthrough in my alchemy skills. Therefore, I want to try it out and see if the celestial fire is a prominent celestial fire. Duan Lingtian replied. Is that even possible? Long Fei Yun was speechless. He did not expect this to be the case. However, his eyes lit up soon after. If Duan Lingtian confirmed that the celestial fire he obtained was a prominent celestial fire, it meant that he was a true prominent celestial alchemist. At that time, even if Duan Lingtian did not participate in the Wasteland Grand Contest, it would still be easy for him to join the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect. After all, prominent celestial alchemists were extremely rare even in the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect. If Brother Duan is a prominent celestial alchemist, I won't have to wait for him to mature. As soon as he joins the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect, I'll be able to ask the sect leader of the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect for a favor and help me ascend to the throne of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. For the sect leader of the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect, it'll only take him a few words to decide who will become the Emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. After all, the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect has 13 high-rank celestial kingdoms like the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. With this thought in mind, Long Fei Yun bade farewell to Duan Lingtian before he hastily left the residence to retrieve the prominent celestial pill formula for Duan Lingtian. After waiting for half an hour, Long Fei Yun returned with the memory celestial talisman that contained the prominent celestial pill formula. Long Fei Yun passed it to Duan Lingtian with an expectant expression on his face. Brother Duan, quickly memorize this formula and give it a try. Who knows, maybe the celestial fire you obtained is really a prominent celestial fire. At this moment, Long Fei Yun was even more eager than Duan Lingtian to find out if the third form chaos divine flame in Duan Lingtian's body was comparable to a prominent celestial fire. All right. After Duan Lingtian used the memory celestial talisman, he brought Huaner back to the courtyard of his room. Long Fei Yun, on the other hand, followed them shamelessly. Duan Lingtian did not say anything about this. He only asked Huaner to return to the room that was further away from the front courtyard to cultivate so that Qiu Ling, who was always following Long Fei Yun, would not expose the divine crystal to him. After that, he entered the room at the side of the front courtyard. Long Fei Yun's attention was on Duan Lingtian. Naturally, he did not pay attention to Huaner. Similarly, Qiu Ling's attention was also on Duan Lingtian. Therefore, he did not pay attention to Huaner's cultivation. I hope the third form Chaos Divine Flame is a prominent celestial fire. If that's the case, not only will I become a prominent celestial alchemist, but I'll also become a prominent celestial weapons craftsman. After all, the Chaos Divine Flame's characteristics are different from ordinary celestial fires. It's both tough and soft. After Duan Lingtian returned to his room and closed the door, Duan Lingtian went to his bed and took out his cauldron. Duan Lingtian took out the cauldron and prepared to use the celestial flame cauldron according to the normal procedure. Bang! Along with a loud bang, Duan Lingtian's cauldron exploded the moment it came into contact with the gray flame that Duan Lingtian controlled. It turned into dust that filled the air and disappeared without a trace. Duan Lingtian was stunned. Duan Lingtian smiled wryly when he regained his senses. Chapter 2754. Duan Lingtian was not certain if the third form Chaos Divine Flame in his body was a prominent celestial fire or not. However, he was very sure that it was the truth. He was certain the third form Chaos Divine Flame in his body was a mediocre grade celestial fire. Why didn't I think of this before? If I had thought of this, I would have asked the 13th prince to prepare a cauldron for me and see if my Chaos Divine Flame can destroy it. Then, I'll be able to confirm if it's a prominent celestial fire or not. Duan Lingtian only thought of this when he saw the cauldron had been destroyed by the Chaos Divine Flame. Brother Duan, why did you come out so quickly? In the front courtyard, Long Fei Yun and Qiu Ling were stunned when they saw Duan Lingtian coming out again. Long Fei Yun asked when he regained his senses. What's going on? The cauldron in my hand is only a primitive celestial weapon cauldron. The celestial fire destroyed it. Duan Lingtian said awkwardly. A primitive celestial weapon cauldron? Long Fei Yun was stunned when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Then, Brother Duan, you were only a primitive celestial alchemist before this? Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. Since he had not refined pills with the help of the second form Chaos Divine Flame, it was not an exaggeration to say he was only a primitive celestial alchemist. Brother Duan, you're really lucky. As a primitive celestial alchemist, you managed to obtain a celestial fire that's suspected to be a prominent celestial fire. After Long Fei Yun bade farewell to Duan Lingtian, he left his residence. I'll look for a mediocre-grade celestial weapon cauldron and a prominent celestial weapon cauldron for you. This was what Long Fei Yun said to Duan Lingtian before he left. A pill cauldron was also a medicinal cauldron. However, when Duan Lingtian was in the mundane plane, the people of the mundane plane all called him a medicinal cauldron. Therefore, Duan Lingtian was used to calling him that. In the Devata realms, most people referred to cauldrons as pill cauldrons. Pill cauldrons were also immortal artifacts. For example, the pill cauldrons used by primitive celestial alchemists were mostly primitive celestial artifacts. Naturally, primitive celestial alchemists could also use cauldrons that were mediocre celestial artifacts to refine pills. On the other hand, high-grade celestial alchemists couldn't use low-grade cauldrons to refine pills since the cauldrons couldn't withstand their celestial fire. Just like how Duan Lingtian had destroyed a low-grade immortal pill cauldron. A mediocre celestial pill cauldron is easy. Even the imperial family of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom only has 2 prominent celestial pill cauldrons. After leaving his palace, Long Fei Yun's face darkened. There were many mediocre celestial pill cauldrons in the imperial palace of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. It would be easy for him to obtain one. However, there were only 2 prominent celestial pill cauldrons. There was no prominent celestial alchemist in the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, so the 2 prominent celestial pill cauldrons were dusty. Nevertheless, the 2 prominent celestial pill cauldrons were well kept. I'll have to obtain my father's permission to obtain a prominent celestial pill cauldron. I wonder if he'll be willing to give me one of the prominent celestial pill cauldrons? Long Fei Yun's mood soured when he thought about this. Based on his father's prejudice against him, he did not think his father would be willing to give him one of the prominent celestial pill cauldrons. After all, it was one of the 2 prominent celestial pill cauldrons in the imperial family of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. For the sake of Brother Duan and myself, I'll give it a try. If he's unwilling, I'll think of another way. In the end, Long Fei Yun gritted his teeth and decided to give it a try. It was just as Long Fei Yun had expected. He had taken a mediocre celestial pill cauldron from the celestial weapon vault of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. The powerhouse in charge of the celestial weapon vault did not say anything. However, when he said that he wanted a prominent celestial artifact cauldron, he was directly rejected. Your Highness, the imperial family of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom only has 2 prominent celestial pill cauldrons. His Majesty has ordered that anyone who wants to obtain one of the prominent celestial pill cauldrons must obtain his permission first. The powerhouse in charge of the celestial weapon vault of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom said bluntly. Therefore, if you want a prominent celestial pill cauldron, you'll have to obtain His Majesty's permission first. Long Fei Yun, who had expected this, was not surprised at all. After he put the mediocre celestial pill cauldron away, he went to look for his father, the Emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. Your Highness the 13th Prince. His Majesty is currently in seclusion. It's not convenient for him to see anyone. Long Fei Yun, the 13th Emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, was barred from entering his father's residence by his father's personal guard, a powerful heaven-rank overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial. This heaven-rank overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial was widely acknowledged as the strongest person below peak overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestials in the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. Based on this, one could easily imagine how powerful he was. He doesn't even want to see me? Long Fei Yun's expression darkened. Your Highness, there's no need to think too much. His Majesty is indeed in seclusion. Just tell me what you need. I'll pass on your message to His Majesty. I'll also pass on His Majesty's reply to you, Your Highness. The personal guard of the Emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom was a middle-aged man with a medium build. He had an ordinary appearance. However, his eyes were bright and full of expression.
If one were to look at them for too long, one would feel as if one's soul would be shaken.
All right. Long Feiyun took a deep breath.
After suppressing the unhappiness in his heart, he explained the purpose of his visit.
A prominent celestial pill cauldron? The middle-aged man raised an eyebrow in surprise. However, he did not say anything. He turned around and entered the residence of the Emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom.
After a few dozen breaths, the middle-aged man came out.
What did father say?
Long Feiyun asked as he looked at the middle-aged man with a burning gaze.
He only wanted to know if he would be able to obtain the prominent celestial pill cauldron. He did not want to disappoint Duanling Tian if he could not obtain it. His Majesty said the imperial family only has 2 prominent celestial pill cauldrons, so he can't give them to you. The middle-aged man did not beat around the bush. Upon hearing this, Long Feiyun's expression changed. In the end, he smiled bitterly. It's just as I thought. Father, you still treat me as an outsider. If I didn't come today and it was 4th brother or 7th brother, I'm afraid you would have agreed immediately, right?
Long Feiyun glanced at the residence in front of him before he turned around and left. When he left, Long Feiyun's back was as lonely as it could be. Upon seeing this, the middle-aged man shook his head. A hint of pity could be seen in his eyes. However, it did not last long before it was replaced by indifference.
Brother Duan, I'm sorry. I only brought you a mediocre celestial pill cauldron. As for the prominent celestial pill cauldron,
after returning to his residence, Long Feiyun returned the mediocre celestial pill cauldron to Duanling Tian. At the same time, he smiled apologetically at Duanling Tian and explained why he did not obtain the prominent celestial pill cauldron. Duanling Tian could not help but frown when he heard Long Feiyun's words. It was not because Long Feiyun did not bring back the prominent celestial pill cauldron, but because of how the Emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom treated Long Feiyun. In the past, he had only heard that the Emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom did not like Long Feiyun. However, this time, he had personally witnessed it for himself. 13th Prince, I, Duanling Tian, will definitely help you ascend to the throne of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. Duanling Tian looked at Long Feiyun and solemnly promised.
I believe in you, Brother Duan. As for the prominent celestial pill cauldron, you don't have to worry.
I'll find you later, Long Feiyun said. However, before that, you can try to see if this mediocre celestial pill cauldron can withstand your celestial fire. If it can't withstand your celestial fire, it means your celestial fire is indeed a prominent celestial fire. However, Long Feiyun did not finish his sentence. Duanling Tian knew what Long Feiyun was trying to say. If the mediocre celestial pill cauldron could withstand his celestial fire, it meant his celestial fire was only mediocre and not prominent celestial fire.
All right. Duanling Tian nodded.
He did not return to his room. Instead, he controlled the Chaos Divine Flame to fly toward the mediocre celestial pill cauldron in front of Long Feiyun and Qiu Ling.
The Chaos Divine Flame was a deep gray flame.
As soon as it appeared, it seemed as though the air in the surroundings had been set ablaze.
The scorching aura seemed to cover the entire place. Swoosh!
Under Duanling Tian's control, the Chaos Divine Flame surged into the mediocre celestial pill cauldron.
Upon seeing this, Long Feiyun and Qiu Ling widened their eyes in shock.
It was as though they were afraid they would miss something if they blinked.
Meanwhile, Duanling Tian was also looking on with anticipation.
However, after the Chaos Divine Flame surged into the mediocre celestial pill cauldron, it stopped moving.
A bitter smile could be seen on Duanling Tian's face when he thought about this.
Long Feiyun, on the other hand, was slightly disappointed.
It seems like your celestial fire is only mediocre, young Master Duan.
Qiu Ling sighed.
That's right. Duanling Tian nodded in disappointment.
Then, he looked at Qiu Ling and said, It seems like there's no need for you to look for the prominent celestial pill cauldron for me since I can't use it even if you find it. Just as Duanling Tian was about to say the word, a loud explosion rang in the air.
Bang!
Along with a loud explosion, the middle-grade immortal artifact pill cauldron exploded.
Chapter 2755. Crack, 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 crack. When the mediocre celestial pill cauldron exploded, its fragments fell to the ground. Upon closer inspection, one would notice that none of the fragments were larger than an adult's thumbnail. This proved that the force that caused the mediocre celestial pill cauldron to explode was extremely powerful. Duan Lingtian was stunned. Ha 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 ha. Meanwhile, Long Fei Yun, who had regained his senses, burst out laughing. Duan Lingtian was still in a daze when he saw this. Tears streamed down his cheeks as though he had finally vented all the grievances he had accumulated over the years. Congratulations, young Master Duan. Congratulations, Your Highness. Qiu Ling congratulated Duan Lingtian and Long Fei Yun after he regained his senses. Naturally, he congratulated Duan Lingtian because Duan Lingtian had obtained a prominent celestial fire. Naturally, he congratulated Long Fei Yun for making the right bet. Duan Lingtian was indeed capable of helping him become the emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. A prominent celestial alchemist was enough to make any of the three major celestial sects of the wasteland owe him a favor. It's really a prominent celestial fire. Duan Lingtian was the last one to regain his senses. When he regained his senses, the bitter smile on his face had disappeared and was replaced with an excited smile. It was a happy smile. Although he had already guessed it, he was not mistaken. He could not suppress his excitement when he confirmed the third form of the chaos divine flame in his body was indeed a prominent celestial fire. Naturally, he did not lose his composure like Long Fei Yun. Brother Duan, congratulations. Your celestial fire is indeed a prominent celestial fire. After a long while, Long Fei Yun regained his senses and congratulated Duan Lingtian. Moreover, the damage to the mediocre celestial pill cauldron shows that your celestial fire is not an ordinary prominent celestial fire. What's so special about this? Duan Lingtian was a little surprised. I've heard that a prominent celestial alchemist from the Tai celestial sect only managed to shatter a mediocre celestial pill cauldron into pieces when he destroyed it. It's not as exaggerated as what you just did. Based on this, I can confirm that your prominent celestial fire is much stronger than the prominent celestial alchemist from the Tai celestial sect. Long Fei Yun said again. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he heard Long Fei Yun's words. This was undoubtedly a good thing for him. The stronger the high-grade immortal fire, the higher the success rate of refining the pills, and the more confident he would be in refining those high-grade immortal pills that were more difficult to refine. For example, the overarching heaven pill required a prominent celestial fire of a prominent celestial alchemist. Ordinary prominent celestial fires were insufficient to refine the overarching heaven pill. If that's the case, the chances of me refining the overarching heaven pill is much higher? Thinking of this, Duan Lingtian was in a good mood. Unfortunately, I've disappointed you by not being able to find a prominent celestial pill cauldron for you. Long Fei Yun suddenly recalled that he had failed to find a prominent celestial pill cauldron for Duan Lingtian. An expression of guilt appeared on his face as though he was the greatest sinner in the world. It's all right. Duan Lingtian shook his head and said indifferently, as long as I show off my prominent celestial fire when I return to the Martial Dragon Celestial sect, I won't have to worry about not having a prominent celestial pill cauldron. When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, a hint of confidence could be heard in his tone. Duan Lingtian was confident that he could do so. After all, he was now a prominent celestial alchemist. The imperial family of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom had two prominent celestial pill cauldrons. How could the Martial Dragon Celestial sect not have prominent celestial pill cauldrons? Even if the Martial Dragon Celestial sect did not have prominent celestial pill cauldrons, as long as the sect leader of the Martial Dragon Celestial sect ordered the imperial family of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom to hand over the two prominent celestial pill cauldrons, would the imperial family of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom dare to refuse? However, despite Duan Lingtian's words, Long Fei Yun's eyes gleamed brightly as though he had made up his mind. Naturally, Duan Lingtian did not notice this. 13th Prince, I'll see you in 10 days then. At that time, I'll need you to bring us to the place where the imperial family of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom is holding the selection. Duan Lingtian said with a smile when he saw the atmosphere had become cold and cheerless in an instant. All right. Long Fei Yun nodded. In that case,
I won't disturb you any longer." After bidding farewell to Duan Lingtian, Long Feiyun left with Qiu Ling. After Long Feiyun and Qiu Ling left, Duan Lingtian shook his head. "It seems like I won't be able to refine the prominent celestial pill, the weaving overarching pill, for the time being. However, it's not a big deal. After all, I only wanted to refine the weaving overarching pill to see if the third form of the chaos divine flame is comparable to a prominent celestial fire. Now that I've destroyed the mediocre celestial pill cauldron, I'm certain that the third form of the chaos divine flame is comparable to a prominent celestial fire. Therefore, I'm now a prominent celestial alchemist. Not only that, but I'm also a prominent celestial weapon craftsman." Duan Lingtian muttered to himself as though he had just remembered something. "Oh right. How did I forget that I'm also a prominent celestial weapons craftsman? Since I'm a prominent celestial weapon craftsman, this means I can refine prominent celestial weapons on my own. I can definitely refine the prominent celestial pill cauldron on my own." When he thought of this, Duan Lingtian's mood was lifted. However, he soon regained his senses as though a bucket of cold water had been poured on him. "Forget it. I'll forget about refining prominent celestial weapons for now. Although the memories left behind by the rebirth martial emperor will be of great help to me in the Tao of weapon refinement, it'll still take some time to refine prominent celestial weapons. Just like when I first refined pills in the Devata realms, it took me a lot of effort to master the flame. I'm sure it'll take me a lot of time to familiarize myself with refining prominent celestial weapons as well. The selection is in 10 days. I should wait until the selection is over before I think about refining prominent celestial weapons." At that time, I'll be able to obtain a prominent celestial pill cauldron from the martial dragon celestial sect. Well, I'll think about that later. With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian felt more at ease. Let's continue cultivating. With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian went to the room where Huaner was cultivating. He took another great overarching pill and began to cultivate. Duan Lingtian did not fully immerse himself in his closed-door cultivation, because the day of the selection was 10 days away. Instead, he kept track of time so he did not need the 13th prince to remind him when the time came. If the 13th prince came to remind him, Qiu Ling would definitely follow him. Since Qiu Ling was a heaven-stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial, it would not be difficult for him to detect the rich liquid heaven and earth spirit energy in the room and discover the presence of divine crystals if he probed with his divine consciousness. That was not something he wanted to see. However, based on the current situation, his relationship with the 13th prince was quite pleasant. However, if the divine crystal was exposed, he was not sure if the 13th prince would treat him the same way as before. After all, the divine crystals were not ordinary treasures. They were treasures that the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland would fight over. If someone was willing to hand over the divine crystals to the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland, the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland might even let that person become their representative and rule over all the high-rank, intermediate-rank, and low-rank celestial kingdoms. Such power was second only to the 3 major celestial sects in the wasteland. It was second only to the 3 major celestial sects. With such power, the position of the Emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom was nothing to Qiu Ling. For this reason, Duan Lingtian had to be cautious. In the next 10 days, the Imperial Palace of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom was bustling with activity. The Emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom ordered the princes to bring the young powerhouses under the age of 100 to the Imperial Palace to settle down. This way, it would be more convenient for them to participate in the selection of the 50 participants in the Grand Contest of the Wasteland. It was as though they had agreed on this beforehand. Meanwhile, in the faraway Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom, the Intermediate Rank Celestial Kingdom, the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom, was also holding the selection of the 30 participants in the Grand Contest of the Wasteland. I wonder how Duan Lingtian is doing since he escaped? He shouldn't have been found by the powerhouse from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect, right? Although Qin Yu was not one of the participants from King Qin's mansion who came to the Imperial Palace of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom to participate in the selection, he still followed King Qin to the Imperial Palace. After entering the Imperial Palace, he could not help but feel worried when he thought about his friend, Duan Lingtian. At this moment, Qin Yu was still unaware that Duan Lingtian was still alive. In the near future,
He would be able to see Duan Lingtian again when he accompanied King Qin and the Emperor of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom to watch the grand contest of the wasteland. 10 days passed in just a blink of an eye. Early in the morning, Duan Lingtian called out to Huan, and the two of them went to the front courtyard to enjoy breakfast. Brother Lingtian, can I participate in the selection? After breakfast, she looked at Duan Lingtian expectantly and asked, What's the matter? Huan, there's no need for you to participate in the selection. Duan Lingtian smiled. It's fine as long as big brother Lingtian participates. You just have to watch from the side. Don't forget, I gave you that concealment pendant because I didn't want you to expose the fact that you're not 100 years old. Huan had displayed her strength in front of many people. She was strong enough to kill the Zhou clan's Earth-rank Great Overarching Golden Celestial. You're tuning in to the Wisdom Diary YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.